Old Wong, have you heard? There's a stock god in our brokerage office. Heard of him? This legend's been around for years. You're just new. That's why you don't know. Ah, come on. Tell me. Tell me what miracles has this stock god performed? Honestly, if I had to say, the guy isn't that magical. He's a long-term investor. He usually only keeps 1/3 of his portfolio active. When a market index drops below 3,000, he starts buying. If it hits 2,000, he goes all in. Yeah, but when does he sell? Once it's above 3,000. But he spreads his investment sheet, usually holds 200 or 300 different stocks. And when he sells, he does it in small chunks, thousands of shares today, thousands tomorrow, never moving the price. By the time the market peaks, he's already completely out. Whoa, how much money does this guy have in his account? Holding hundreds of stocks. Don't tell anyone I told you this. I heard Sun, our department head, used his back-end access to check the account. The total capital exceeds 30 billion. And that was years ago now. It might already be over 50 billion. 50 billion. Sure, keep it down. Do you want to lose your job? One complaint from a client like that, and you're done. Oh, right. Wong, do you know if the stock god is a man or a woman? How old is he? Huh, little miss, you're not trying to slack off, are you? The person they're talking about is me. My name is Jiang Nan, born in 1977. I'm 83 years old now. Well, if you count both lifetimes together. In the summer of 1988, I was reborn. Xiao Qi, Jiang Nan. Wake up. Blurry and dazed, I felt two hands gripping my shoulders, shaking me violently, almost breaking my neck. A frantic voice kept calling my name in my ear, familiar yet distant, as if I hadn't heard it in decades. I slowly opened my eyes. A large, round face loomed just 30 centimeters from mine, dripping water, a strand of algae dangling from one ear, eyes red, face dotted with small pimples. Luo Honggang? The one shaking me like a rattle was Luo Honggang, 7 years older than me, the leader of the kids in the leather factory residential compound. 3 years ago, the TV series The Legend of the Condor Heroes swept the nation. Kids all over town formed gangs and sworn brotherhoods. In our compound, we created the so-called South of the Tower 7 Heroes, with Luo Honggang as the eldest brother and me as the youngest, number 7. South of the Tower referred to our location just south of the county's Mingera Wunchong Pavilion, commonly known as the Octagonal Tower. Of course, the name South of the Tower 7 Heroes wasn't coined until Jiang Nan, our 5th member, came back from college and suggested it. Our original names, Leather Factory 7 Heroes or Leather Factory 7 Warriors, were simply too embarrassing. By then, Luo Honggang had already been imprisoned for assault, shipped off to some unknown labor camp. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th brothers had long since graduated and scattered to different cities. Only me and the 6th, Miao Lei, were still in high school, though, even though it was entering its final, intense year. After that, we 7 never reunited. And when the county's redevelopment demolished the leather factory compound, we lost contact entirely. Xiao Qi, you scare the hell out of me. You were always a better swimmer than me. How the hell did you nearly drown today? Seeing I was awake, Luo Honggang finally stopped shaking me. He plopped down beside me, lying on the grass, gasping for breath. My legs are still trembling. If anything had happened to you today, I wouldn't have known how to face your dad. My vision cleared. I pushed myself up on one arm, struggling to sit. I looked around at the surroundings at Luo Honggang. The scenery slowly merged with my childhood memories of the moat's edge. We were lying on a gentle grassy slope outside the city wall, just 2 or 3 meters from the water. Because the slope extended into the river, this spot was a summer paradise for local swimmers. But now, under a cloudless sky and blazing sun with no breeze, it was clearly midday 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Naturally, no one would come here to bake in the heat, except us. Unlike me, stark naked, Luo Honggang wore homemade blue cotton shorts, no elastic, just a thin string tied around his waist. Both of us were soaked, mud from the riverbed caked on our hands, legs, and between our toes. Luo, brother, did I almost drown? Of course. If I hadn't noticed something was wrong and pulled you out, you'd be dead in the river right now. Luo Honggang caught his breath, then pulled a pack of cigarettes from the pocket of his discarded green military pants. He lit one with a match, flicked the spent match aside. I was terrified. You, with your amazing swimming skills, able to dive straight across the river, how could you nearly drown? If you hadn't been so close to shore and I hadn't managed to keep your head above water when I carried you up, we might both have died here today. No way. You scared me half to death. I'm never bringing you swimming again. In our town, swimming in the moat wasn't called swimming, it was called taking a bath. Brother, give me a cigarette. I wasn't listening to Luo Honggang's rambling. My mind was racing. What happened? Why am I back in my youth? I was clearly in the ER, resuscitating a drowning girl. Then, a man father of a child I'd treated before rushed in with a knife. Brat, what do you know about smoking? Luo Honggang ignored me, scolding instead. I snatched the cigarette from his hand, took a deep drag. A sharp, burning sensation flooded my mouth, throat, and lungs. I coughed violently. Damn, forgot his cigarettes have no filters. Pull too hard. Luo Honggang stared, stunned for a moment, then gently took the cigarette back and patted my back a few times. Never smoked before. Try to act tough? It's okay, it's okay. My grandma always said, surviving a great disaster means great fortune awaits. You've escaped death, today your future is going to be brilliant. He assumed I'd snatched a cigarette because I was scared after nearly drowning. Chapter 2. Who is Eileen Chong? I was certain I wasn't dreaming. That cigarette burn in my throat and lungs was too real. Could I really have been reborn? I never thought a plot from novels and movies would happen to me. Brother, what's the date today? What day of the week? Suddenly, it hit me. If I was reborn, I should probably be in school right now. As someone who'd lived decades, I could fabricate 8 or 9 excuses to skip class on the spot enough to fool any teacher. But I couldn't be sure whether the school had already called my father's factory. The childhood terror of getting beaten by both parents, the mixed doubles, was deeply ingrained in my bones. Monday, July 4th, 1988. What? Did you forget the date already just because summer break started? Luo Honggang flicked his cigarette, but grinning at me. So it was 1988. No wonder I was naked in the river. I was only 11. Good. Summer break had already started. I let out a long breath. From my memories during summer break, as long as I didn't burn the house down, my parents barely cared. They wouldn't even ask about my homework. Anyway, my teacher would deal with me when school started. I touched my hair, it was almost dry. Time to go home. I started getting dressed. Brother, don't tell my parents about today, okay? I'd be an idiot to tell them. Seeing me dress, Luo Honggang began putting on his clothes too. Xiao Qi, head back to the compound on your own. I'm going to find Feng Sanner to hang out. Feng Sanner was a local hoodlum from the south of town, 2 years older than our big brother Luo. He harassed girls and fought constantly. But to young people, he was a role model, someone who made it. Many half-grown kids from vocational schools, unemployed after graduation, followed him around like disciples, including Luo Honggang. Hearing Feng Sanner's name, my heart suddenly clenched. In my previous life, a year later, I entered middle school. Luo Honggang officially became Feng Sanner's underling, and our contact dwindled. By high school, we'd completely lost touch. Luo Honggang had become just like Feng Sanner, a full-blown thug. I, buried in studies, had no time for anything else. Then one day, I heard from my parents that Luo Honggang had been involved in a robbery, killed someone in a fight, and was sentenced to life imprisonment. His grandmother, his only remaining relative, passed away shortly after. Later, after I graduated and started working at the county hospital, I once overheard someone say that Feng Sanner, not Luo Honggang, had actually committed the murder. But it was just gossip over drinks, not official. By then, my bond with Luo Honggang had long faded, so I didn't care whether he'd taken the fall or been framed. Besides, Feng Sanner had already been executed in the second Strike Hard campaign. Luo Honggang might have been pardoned by then. I had no reason to reopen the case. But now, just 20 minutes after Luo Honggang pulled me from the water, the deep bond we'd shared since I was 4, combined with the values of 2 lifetimes, made it impossible for me to stand by and watch him walk into disaster. But how to stop him? That was the problem. Brother, isn't second sister starting senior year this year? Second sister, Zhao Huiwan, was only a year younger than Luo Honggang. Actually, brothers 2, 3, and 4 were all just 1 year younger than Luo, just born in different months. I brought up Zhao Huiwan because I knew Luo Honggang had a secret crush on her, and I was the only one in the 7 heroes who knew. Though Zhao Huiwan never showed much interest, mentioning her name could always make Luo Honggang linger. Yeah, Huijuan's so smart. She'll definitely get into a good university next year. A hint of sadness flickered in Luo Honggang's eyes. He was right. In September next year, Zhao Huiwan would become the county's top humanities student and leave for a prestigious university, cutting ties with us forever, even though the leather factory compound wouldn't be demolished for years. I didn't care. Zhao Huiwan was 6 years older. Even as I grew up, I never had feelings for her. She was always the perfect child my parents compared me to. Except for a few summers when she was in middle school and I in elementary, she was always studying. We rarely played together. But Luo Honggang was different. He and Zhao Huiwan were classmates through both elementary and middle school, even in the same class. He once told me he'd repeated a grade just to stay in her class. Who knows how a 5th grader could repeat a year for a girl? I was pretty sure he was full of crap. Brother, I know you like second sister, but she doesn't seem to care about you, right? Such a blunt jab to the heart wasn't something I'd say in my later life. But hey, I was just an 11-year-old kid now. Who says Huiwan doesn't care? She talked to me yesterday, pulling my leg. What did she say? Luo Honggang, move. You're blocking my way. I couldn't tell if Luo Honggang was joking or if he genuinely found that sweet. All I knew was, as someone who knew how the story ended, hearing those words made my nose tingle. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. Thankfully, I remembered Feng Sanner. I quickly changed the subject. Fine. Even if she did talk to Yudo, you think she likes someone who's always hanging around with Feng Sanner? I didn't care if Xiao Huiwan liked you or not. My goal was to cut your ties with Feng Sanner. She probably wouldn't. But even if I don't hang with Feng Sanner, she still wouldn't like me. The guy had a pretty accurate self-assessment. True. Based on my 2 lifetimes of experience, in your current state, Xiao Huiwan would only like you if she were blind. Luo Honggang tilted his head up, chin jutting, staring at the sky as if counting clouds. But I'd already said today, not a single cloud in the sky. Flowers fall, longing for flowing water flows, indifferent to fallen petals. Young man, no, you're practically a young adult now. Beg me, and maybe, if I'm in a good mood, I'll help you win her heart. All right, even if you don't beg, I'll guide you. But whether you succeed or not, it's up to you. My goal isn't to get her for you anyway. Brother, do you know that a woman named Eileen Chong once said something? Who's Eileen Chong? Chapter 3. Do you truly have a way to make money? Goodness, how uncultured can one be? The essence of my previous statement was to introduce you to the individual known as Eileen Chong, was it not? She is merely a classmate of my sister's. I was momentarily taken aback by Luo Honggang's deviation from the script, responding instinctively. Nonsense. One ought to be mindful of the context when fabricating tales. I am well acquainted with the names of every boy and girl in Huizhuan's class, and I even know the names of each of her teachers. There is no one by the name of Eileen Chong. My perception of Luo Honggang shifted dramatically in that moment. Brother, it appears you are not devoid of effort. I had no idea you had been diligently engaged in so many endeavors. Yet, in your past life, you still failed to achieve success. I can only impart a piece of wisdom. My friend, if the direction is incorrect, the harder you run, the farther you stray. As I silently mourned for him in my thoughts, Luo Honggang seemed to finally grasp the correct script. Hey, Jiang Nan, what was that saying attributed to Eileen Chong that you mentioned? What did she say? He inquired. She stated that the nearest path to a woman's heart is, just as I began to articulate the phrase, I suddenly sensed a dissonance. This abrupt realization almost compelled me to slap myself. Luo Honggang currently resides in a liminal space between a petty rogue and an unemployed youth, and he is progressing towards the former. If I were to share this adage with him, would I inadvertently incite a future criminal? Even under the scorching sun, a cold sweat nearly broke out upon my brow. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Although my relationship with my sister has since cooled, she has always treated me well. If you wish to engage in activities reserved for adults with her, as long as she consents, I would be indifferent. However, it is unequivocal that she would never agree to any act of violation. It is laughable to think that this notion was initially inspired by me. Should you truly develop a bond, I could even offer suggestions for any role-playing games you might wish to explore in the future. I ran my hand over my forehead, which was on the verge of sweating, steadying my mind and silently chastising myself. I once thought to separate her from Feng San, if managed well. I might inadvertently facilitate Luo's departure. Luo Honggang, noticing my sudden silence, became intrigued. Hey, Xiaoqi, please finish your thought. What is the nearest path to a woman's heart? Well, it is money. In later times, someone appended a phrase to Eileen Chang's words, stating that the most effective key to unlocking this pathway is wealth. This has remained etched in my memory. Thus, I did not labor over my response. After a brief moment of astonishment, I confidently provided Luo Honggang with a more authentic, relevant, and persuasive answer. The nearest path to a woman's heart is money. I reiterated, this time with greater volume. As soon as the words left my lips, Luo Honggang's expression shifted dramatically. In this era, while the gap between the affluent and the impoverished was not as pronounced as in later times, he was still capable of discerning the difference between having money and lacking it. Luo Honggang lost his father and his mother remarried. With the meager pension of several dozen yuan a month from his grandmother, along with the support of neighbors, he gradually completed his primary, junior high, and vocational school education. However, despite graduating from vocational school, he has yet to secure a formal job. As the nation began to implement market economic reforms, Many factories struggled to even pay wages, let alone hire new workers. Were it not for the leather factory still managing to stay afloat, coupled with his grandmother's monthly pension of 60 to 70 yuan, he might have already succumbed to despair. His elder sister is an exceptional student destined for university, possibly even a prestigious one, and upon graduation, she could become a state official or even study abroad. As I spoke, I stole glances at Luo Honggong's face, which grew increasingly serious. I couldn't help but worry that I might be discouraging him too much. I quickly changed the subject. If you want your sister to take a liking to you, well, not just to like you, but to even acknowledge your presence, you first need to have money. I extended my left hand, pinching my thumb and forefinger together, rubbing them in front of Luo Honggang, whose lips twitched slightly. Deep down, he was acutely aware of the vast disparity between himself and Zhao Huiwan. But he had been avoiding the thought until I ruthlessly exposed it today. Merely possessing money is not sufficient. Shun Jigua from the electrical factory compound is wealthy. Yet Zhao Huiwan can only engage with him on a superficial level. You must not only have money but substantial wealth. Most importantly, you must convey that your fortune is not derived from familial connections, but earned through your own honest efforts. Women are drawn to ambitious men. As I spoke, I made a powerful gesture with my fist across my chest, not only capturing Luo Honggong's attention, but also igniting his suspicion. He no longer fixated on the gap between himself and Zhao Huiwan, but instead began to scrutinize me. "Why are you different today?" he inquired. "How was I before?" "The same as any fourth-grade kid, always playing. If I'm not playing, I'd be up to mischief. The only difference is in the toys I play with and the knowledge I have accumulated." His suspicious gaze sent a wave of unease through me, and my face began to flush. Fortunately, the sun had already tanned my cheeks, concealing my embarrassment. "What do you mean by different? I've always been like this. You just never noticed. Besides playing, I possess a unique trait compared to other children. I love to read. Although my current reading material primarily consists of works by Jin Yong and Gu Long, embracing a hefty book in bed at 4th grade already distinguishes me from my peers. It's no surprise that my eyesight deteriorated later on. Would you like to know how to make money?" I leaned closer to Luo Honggang, nudging him with my elbow. "You know, is it something you read about?" It was indeed my earlier words that left Luo Honggang momentarily stunned. He ceased to scrutinize my recent performance and instead began to ponder the essence of my statements. Regardless of the source of my insights, I posed a question: "Do you wish to earn money? This afternoon, do not seek out Feng San for amusement, accompany me instead, and witness how I can guide you to financial gain." I endeavored to project an air of confidence. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. Many have achieved success in the future through such ruses, yet Luo Honggang remained impervious to my ploys. "Humph, begone. You have yet to mature, still a tender little worm. And yet you aspire to act like an adult. You wish to lead me to wealth? Are you even familiar with the characters on money?" In a moment of haste, I quickly covered the little worm he mentioned with my clothing. In my eagerness to converse, I had forgotten to fully dress, allowing him an advantage. "I am merely youthful. When I mature, we shall compare and see who is the true little worm. Surrendering to this matter is out of the question. Children are equally tenacious." In a swift manner, we donned our garments and scaled the city wall, returning to the county town. The paths toward the family compound and Feng San diverged. Though the initial stretch was the same, we walked in tandem, lapsing into silence until just before parting ways, when Luo Honggang suddenly turned to me with a question. "Shao Qi, do you truly have a method to make money?" Chapter 4. Borrowing money. Shao Qi, do you genuinely possess a way to earn a living? Whether it was a yearning for Zhao Huijuan's attention or an aspiration to alter the impoverished circumstances faced by himself and his grandmother, Luo Honggang finally ventured to send me his first signal of inquiry. "Of course, join me, and you shall soon discover. In the future, there are countless things that have yet to manifest, but with a couple of simple endeavors, one can easily exchange them for currency." I harbored this confidence. "Very well. This afternoon I shall accompany you to witness your method of earning." "Absolutely. Let us return home first." To reach the family compound, we needed to traverse 2 alleyways. I walked ahead of Luo Honggang, following the cool shade along the wall as we made our way home. The alley was tranquil. The leaves of the climbing ivy on the walls appeared somewhat wilted. I estimated it to be no later than 2 o'clock. The townsfolk had either departed for work or remained indoors, resting under electric fans, avoiding the midday sun. We were the only 2 fools wandering about. No, there was another fool at the mouth of the alley. Indeed, a foolish donkey. Outside the alley, Beneath a grand tree, a donkey sought refuge in the shade, while a bag of fodder lay teasingly in the sun not far away. It was clear that all it needed to do was grab the bag and drag it back to the shade for a leisurely meal. Yet, this foolish creature chose instead to venture into the sunlight, nibbling on the fodder before retreating back to the shade to chew for an eternity. It mirrored the behavior of so many individuals of this era. Approximately 7 or 8 meters away, beneath another tree's shade, stood a cart. A small elderly man, clad only in shorts and bare-chested, lounged against the cart, legs crossed, fanning himself with a straw hat while humming a tune. The cart was laden with watermelons, each the size of a basketball. A spark of inspiration ignited within me as I tugged at Luo Honggang. Come, let us purchase a watermelon. Today, we shall rely on this endeavor to earn our first pot of gold in this lifetime. However, I find myself unable to make a purchase. Although the notion of a first pot of gold is rather intriguing, Luo Honggang quickly seized my attention. I possess merely 30 cents. Not enough to buy even a single watermelon. Moreover, even if we could procure a watermelon and resell it, the profit would be merely a few cents. Are you indeed suggesting that I should depend on this to amass wealth? Luo Honggang, baring his teeth, expressed profound disdain for my proposal to profit from watermelon trading. You only have 30 cents? I gazed at Luo Honggang in astonishment. In my recollection, although Luo Honggang's family is poorer than mine, he has been assisting his grandmother with grocery shopping and cooking from a young age. Thus, I assumed he would have more money than I. Yet he too has only 30 cents. Well, I bought some groceries this morning, leaving me with 50 cents, and I spent some on a pack of cigarettes at noon. Luo Honggang appeared somewhat bashful. Indeed, if I am to lead him into this venture, the initial capital cannot be solely my burden. Furthermore, he is well aware that my allowance amounts to only 2 yuan a month, and as it is not yet payday at the factory, I too am devoid of funds. Though watermelons are merely 7 or 8 cents per pound now, considering the elderly vendor's cart, each watermelon likely weighs around 10 to 20 pounds. 30 cents cannot even procure half of one, and besides, they do not sell by the half. Let us return home first. My intention to assist Luo Honggang in earning money is merely a way to repay him for rescuing me from the river and granting me a second chance at life. However, I must also strive to alter my own destiny. The heavens have granted me a reset in life, surely not to have me languish as a small-town doctor, squandering my days. Therefore, my grand scheme for wealth must not falter. This time, we were undeterred by the heat and swiftly returned to the dormitory, where I dashed into my room. I am well aware of where my parents keep their money, yet the drawer remains locked. As for the whereabouts of the key, I have no inkling, so my only recourse is to search beneath the bedding on my bed. I recall that my childhood allowance was often concealed there. Lifting the pillow and blankets, I discovered 3 neatly stacked dimes, 1 dime, 2 dimes, and a 50-cent note, totaling 80 cents. Adding Luo Honggang's 30 cents. We now possess a total of 1 yuan and 10 cents. Alas, this sum is still somewhat insufficient. This amount might suffice for a watermelon weighing 10 pounds. Yet for the scheme I have devised, it feels inadequate. How can I articulate this? In contemporary parlance, it feels rather vexing. What shall we do? Luo Honggang, standing behind me, observed my silence as I contemplated the 80 cents in my hand and, sensing the dilemma, inquired, what to do? I pondered for a moment before the term financing sprang to mind. Borrowing money. In the future, borrowing money will naturally involve various platforms, such as online loans or banks. However, for both Luo Honggang and myself in the present moment, the most convenient option lies within our family courtyard. Borrow money. Luo Honggang seemed incredulous as he absorbed my words. Although everyone is financially strained these days, it is rare for anyone to seek loans from others, and even rarer for anyone to lend money freely. Moreover, what could we two possibly borrow? Indeed, we could approach our second sister, third brother, fourth brother, fifth sister, and sixth brother for assistance. Among the 7 of us, the second sister Zhao Huiwan, fifth sister Zhang Lanlan, and sixth sister Miao Lei are all women. Though Miao Lei is of the same age as I am, and I have always hesitated to refer to her as sister. Regrettably, although we are on the verge of our senior year, the third and fourth brothers are unlikely to remain obediently at home during the summer break. Thus, the only ones we found were the diligent second sister Zhao Huiwan and Zhang Lanlan, who was napping beneath the fan along with Miao Lei. I have no money, Miao Lei declared, her stinginess evident as ever. I want to lend it to you for free. Today, I'll lend you $1. And tomorrow you'll return me $1.01. I began to embellish my situation. No money. $1.02. No money. $1.03. I truly have no money. All right. I believe you genuinely have no money. I turned to leave with Luo Honggang. If that girl wishes to hold out for a higher price, she must be mistaken. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, was more agreeable. Upon hearing my request for a loan, she readily tossed out 50 cents without even asking for interest. Of course, at this juncture, no one inquired about interest rates. Even Miao Lei, who had always been calculating, did not presume that I would pay her interest. Now, I had $1.60. Let us go? We should ask second sister again. Compared to Luo Honggang, Zhao Huiwan has always treated me well, although she merely regards me as a little kid. At least she does not ignore me like Luo Honggang does. Sometimes, I ponder how, back when the 7 heroes of Lunan first banded together, Luo Honggang and Zhao Huiwan shared laughter and camaraderie. How is it that just 2 or 3 years later, Zhao Huiwan regards Luo Honggang with such disdain? Has his attendance at a vocational school truly diminished his worth in her eyes? Chapter 5. Departure to the stadium. Borrow money? Zhao Huiwan looked at me with skepticism, glancing at Luo Honggang behind me. What do you need to borrow money for? You see, this is why I enjoy spending time with Jiang Nan. She is straightforward and very kind to me, or rather, she has never put up defenses against my requests, never once refusing me. It is said that our parents once jested about marrying her off to me, claiming that marrying an older woman is akin to embracing golden bricks. Yet, she is merely 2 years ahead of me. Why is she suddenly deemed older? I digress. Let us return to the matter at hand with Zhao Huiwan. The smoothness of borrowing from Jiang Nan caught me off guard, leaving me unprepared with a plausible excuse. Thus, when Zhao Huiwan inquired about the purpose of my loan, I momentarily panicked. If I told her I needed the money for business, would she slam the door shut? Or would she burst into laughter, only to close the door afterward? Unable to articulate a legitimate reason, I declined the loan. As I fumbled for words, Zhao Huiwan's expression soured, and she shot a glance at Luo Honggang. Jiang Nan, you are still young. Do not be led astray. Upon hearing this, I felt little. Yet I could discern that Luo Honggang's face was likely redder than a monkey's behind at the zoo. However, I had no time to ponder Luo Honggang's feelings. My aspirations for financial gain could not falter here with Zhao Huiwan. Indeed, there was an old compilation of Zheng's King of Fairy Tales available at the County Xinhua bookstore, priced at 3 yuan and 60 fun. I had already saved 1 yuan and 60 fun. If you could lend me 2 yuan, I could finally purchase it. Once my parents bestowed upon me my allowance for the month, I would repay you. Naturally, the excuse I provided to Zhao Huiwan had to be credible, either for acquiring study materials or purchasing extracurricular books. Otherwise, with her sharp intellect, even if she could not pinpoint my true intentions, she would likely have a fair grasp of my overall direction. King of Fairy Tales? I was well known in the neighborhood for my love of reading and often borrowed books from older children in the compound. Thus, claiming I wanted to buy a book held some credibility. Yes, the first half of King of Fairy Tales indeed existed, though I had long forgotten whether it cost 3 yuan and 60 fun. I only recalled that a copy of Storytelling was 50 fun at that time. Nevertheless, the existence of a compilation of King of Fairy Tales was undoubtedly true. Being a high school student, Zhao Huiwan probably did not concern herself with the price of King of Fairy Tales, if she was not focused on study materials. She was likely preoccupied with the works of Qiong Yao and Xin Kailuan. It seemed that my resolute gaze conveyed my determination to Zhao Huiwan. She ceased her scrutiny of Luo Honggang and retreated to her room. When she reemerged, she held 2 red bills resembling tractor tokens. Show me what you bought when you get it. No problem. I seized the 2 yuan and dashed away, with borrowed money. I had little choice but to comply with her wishes. The worst that could happen was that when she asked for King of Fairy Tales tomorrow, I would simply say it was sold out and return her the money. 3 yuan and 60 fun, at 8 fun per jean for watermelon, would afford me 45 jean. That would suffice for an evening. Let us go buy watermelon. The old man selling watermelons was still resting under the tree. At this hour, the street was deserted. No one was out to purchase watermelons. It was only after the sun set, when its rays were less harsh, and the workers from various establishments had finished their day, that someone would gather to buy a watermelon. After bringing it home and cooling it in cold water, we would enjoy it after dinner. Thus, I bargained with the old man for 6 fun per jean. Although he was visibly displeased, he refrained from scolding me. I waved my cash in front of him, assuring him I would return tomorrow to buy even more. Finally, he conceded to reduce the price by 1 fun, settling on 7 fun per jean. With 3 yuan and 60 fun, at 7 fun per jean, I could purchase 51.5 jean of watermelon. I instructed the old man to select 3 large ones, yet once chosen, I found myself in a quandary. I could not carry them. It was not Luo Honggang who lacked strength. It was I who was unable to manage the burden. 3 watermelons, each weighing over 10 pounds, pose a significant challenge for my currently malnourished physique. Even attempting to carry just one would likely result in a mishap along the way. It is certain that the old man would not assist us in bringing them home. Jiang Nan's family seems to possess a small cart, Luo Honggang whispered near my ear. Indeed, Jiang Nan does have such a cart, reportedly one she used in her childhood, which has now predominantly served as her grandmother's tool for grocery shopping. Wait for me. I will go borrow it, I told Luo Honggang before sprinting off. Experience has shown that one must always consider appropriate excuses when embarking on any endeavor. Acting on a whim without forethought invariably leads to complications. For instance, the recent borrowing of money from Zhao Huiwan and now seeking a cart from Jiang Nan has proven to be intertwined. Upon learning that I intended to borrow the cart, Jiang Nan, intrigued by my earlier request for 50 cents, insisted on accompanying me to observe. Thus, our entrepreneurial team expanded to 3 members. Once we procured the watermelons and quenched them with tap water, our next focus turned to utensils. I seem to have neglected to inform readers of my intentions. Perhaps some astute readers have already surmised my plan. I aim to slice the large watermelon into smaller, sellable pieces. In the parlance of 2 or 3 decades hence, this endeavor may well be referred to as a fruit salad, though I am uncertain of its accuracy. The utensil situation posed little difficulty. At this time, most households predominantly utilized enamel bowls, available in various sizes that were quite similar in design. It sufficed to borrow a few from any household. However, I refrained from taking large bowls, as one would nearly accommodate half a watermelon. Therefore, my devised specifications included large and medium bowls. The type commonly used for meals counted as oversized. 4 large and 6 medium bowls would create a disparity, thus rendering the prices more enticing. Additionally, there was the matter of forks. My household lacked forks, and few others possessed them either, as they were said to be reserved for dining on Western cuisine or cake. However, I had an abundance of ice cream sticks. I collected a considerable number each summer for crafting toy guns. With a flourish, I tossed a handful of ice cream sticks before Luo Honggang. Boss, the next step is yours. Shape these sticks accordingly. I sketched a diagram on paper, indicating that he merely needed to sharpen one end of the sticks to create 2 points. This task posed no challenge for Luo Honggang, who had honed his skills as a machinist and mechanic at vocational school. Before I had even washed the bowls I had just retrieved from the cupboard, Luo Honggang had already fashioned 5 or 6 small forks. Just as I finished cleaning the bowls and forks and set them aside to dry, Jiang Nan entered, carrying a large cardboard box and a set of colored chalk. I had asked her to procure these items. Miao Lei's mother, a teacher at Sanwan Primary School, often supplied her daughter with chalk, making Jiang Nan's search considerably easier than mine. I requested Luo Honggang to help me dismantle the cardboard box, cutting it into a rectangular shape. Taking a piece of colored chalk, I pondered for a moment before inscribing small bowl, 10 cents, large bowl, 20 cents on the box, accompanied by a large watermelon illustration. At this juncture, it would be foolish to label it as a medium bowl. As the sun dipped towards the west, I glanced at the clock in the living room. Soon it would be 5:30. I instructed Luo Honggang to place the watermelon, along with small bowls and forks, into the cart. I also fetched 2 buckets of water and 2 small basins for washing vegetables. We set off for the stadium. Chapter 6. The moat and the stadium. The route to the stadium passed by the county hospital, where I asked Jiang Nan to go inside and collect 2 pairs of brand new medical gloves, the kind used for surgeries, to wear while cutting the watermelon. In those days, food safety issues did not garner as much attention as they do in later times. Yet it was still imperative to take necessary precautions to avoid any criticism. Jiang Nan's mother, Aunt May, worked as a nurse at the county hospital, and later, when I graduated from university and was assigned to the hospital, Aunt May had risen to the position of head of nursing, becoming my sole ally among the hospital's leadership. However, given the distinct separation between medical and nursing systems, many of my affairs were beyond her purview. In this life, it seemed she would remain simply Aunt May. The distance of approximately 2 kilometers from our residence to the stadium, while not considerable from an adult's perspective, akin to a single metro stop or 3 to 4 bus stops, felt quite lengthy for the 3 of us pushing the cart. taking nearly half an hour to traverse. The stadium, newly constructed within the last 2 years, had transformed what was once a vast expanse of wasteland along the Victory Canal into a venue. It featured a standard football field, a 400-meter running track, a grandstand, and 2 8-tiered seating areas. Additionally, there were 2 basketball courts behind the stands. This stadium had hosted significant events for nearly 30 years, serving as a testament to our county's historical development until a new stadium was built. In retrospect, the stadium's facilities might appear rather rudimentary by modern standards. The track was laid with gray gravel, the football field was overrun with weeds taller than a foot, and there was merely a single white bulb suspended above the grandstand. Nevertheless, it remained the primary choice for the county's residents seeking respite from the heat. Upon arriving at the stadium, we set up our stall beneath the stands. Luo Honggang was far more adept at cutting the watermelon than I, as I was still a child, while he often assisted his grandmother with cooking at home. I had him don the gloves and slice the watermelon into pieces the size of mahjong tiles, placing them into the bowls we had brought. After cutting a quarter of the watermelon, we had just enough to fill 10 bowls. I nodded in approval. A single watermelon could be sold for 5 yuan and 6, totaling around 15 or 16 yuan for 3, yielding a profit margin of 400%. From a purely profit-oriented perspective, this venture could eclipse many business types in the future. The vibrant red watermelon pieces, elegantly arranged in the bowls alongside our carefully crafted signage, attracted a crowd within minutes. However, the adults were few. Most were young boys or elderly individuals out for a leisurely respite with their children. After all, adults tend to calculate expenses and can often suppress their cravings. Fortunately, I had not initially intended to profit from them. Here, I am focused on the elderly accompanied by children. They represent the primary consumers. Grandma, I want to eat watermelon. Oh, there are even those selling watermelon like this. 2 dimes for a large bowl and 1 dime for a small bowl. I'll have a small bowl to try. Oh, the little ones are working hard to earn money. Not bad, not bad, it's quite sweet. In less than 5 minutes, we already made 60 cents. I hurriedly washed the bowls while Luo Honggang cut the watermelon and Jiang Nan collected the money. The 3 of us were bustling with activity. However, all of this 60 cents was earned through the sale of small bowls, and I began to question whether I had strayed from my original intentions. Fortunately, after the sun set, sales of the large bowls also gradually picked up, allowing me to relax. As the sun sank in the west and the lights began to glow, darkness enveloped the sky, yet the number of people seeking refuge from the heat in the stadium showed no signs of diminishing. Although many had returned home for dinner, a greater number of those who had already dined emerged from their homes. Oh no, we didn't go home for dinner, Jiang Nan exclaimed, startling me. Having just been reborn today, I felt a sense of comfort in being able to see my youthful parents and accompany them for another 40 or 50 years. Yet, if my first day were to involve a mixed encounter of this sort, it would hardly be a delightful experience for me. Sister Lan, why don't you head home briefly and let my parents and Grandma Luo know? I suggested. Never mind. Even if we return now, we would still face a scolding. Besides, there is another watermelon. Let us sell it before we leave. In fact, we had already made over 10 yuan by this time, after deducting costs. We had nearly doubled our earnings, equivalent to nearly 2.5 days of my father's wages. We could have retreated at this point. Yet, seeing Jiang Nan's eager little face and Luo Honggang silently concentrating while skillfully wielding the knife, I could only let out a silent sigh. Indeed, money is the greatest motivator for overtime. I hope my parents will consider the financial aspect and spare us from a reprimand. The bright lights on the podium illuminated. Although our business could not be deemed booming, the flow of customers seeking watermelon was unceasing, much like the unknown insects circling around the light bulb. The spot we chose was perfectly situated within the illuminated area, allowing all who came to the stadium for respite to see us. It is human nature to seek entertainment. Observing a group of about 10 people gathered near the side of the podium, most would inevitably glance at our stall, and parents pushing their children would likely pull out a few bills from their pockets. Hui Wan, have you seen Lan and Jiang Nan? Aunt May returned home from work and initially did not notice Jiang Lan, not thinking much of it. It is common for the children in the compound to lose track of time while playing and forget to return home, but as soon as darkness falls, they remember their hunger. However, on this particular day, Aunt May waited until past 8, and when the sky had completely darkened, she still did not see Jiang Lan return. Neither Miao Lei's family nor mine had her, and even I was not at home. Aunt May and my mother called out in front of the two houses in the compound several times, but received no response, causing them to feel a pang of anxiety. Lan Lan, I am uncertain. However, Jiang Nan borrowed 2 yuan from me this afternoon, claiming he intended to purchase a compilation of the King of Fairy Tales at the Xinhua bookstore. Zhao Huiwan, still a child at heart, noticed the anxious expressions on my mother and Aunt May's faces and, feeling a twinge of unease, willingly disclosed the matter of my borrowing money in the afternoon. You borrowed 2 yuan from her? My mother fished out 2 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Zhao Huiwan. Huiwan, are you aware of where Jiang Nan and Lan Lan usually play? Could you possibly take us to search for them? Typically, Jiang Nan and the others played in the courtyard or by the city river. The mere mention of the city river sent chills down my mother and Aunt May's spines. Each year, there were reports of drowning incidents, particularly involving children. Chapter 7. The third interrogation. As the three of us pushed our little cart, clutching 17 yuan and 10 cents, we joyfully returned from the stadium to our residential compound, only to be met by the icy expressions of the adults, along with Zhao Huijuan's anxious gaze and Miao Lei's somewhat smug smile. I even noticed my father removing his slippers. Jiang Nan, come here this instant. A sudden jolt coursed through me. That familiar call, which I had not heard in decades, now struck a nostalgic chord within me. In my previous life, whenever I found myself in trouble, this very call heralded my earth-shattering cries. Ah yes, it was also the prelude to Miao Lei's shameless delight in the spectacle. However, today, the first to act was Luo Honggong's grandmother. The elderly lady, still spry, approached and delivered a sharp slap to the back of Luo Honggong's head. You little rascal, where have you taken Lan Lan and Jiang Nan? Do you not realize it is dark and time to return home for supper? Do you know how much trouble the adults went through searching for you all? Luo Honggang, flustered, stammered incoherently as he grew increasingly anxious. Zhang Lanlan had already been whisked away by Aunt May, and without uttering a word, she had also received 2 slaps on her backside, leaving her equally speechless with trepidation. Meanwhile, our beloved elder, or rather, he was still a middle-aged man at that time, was approaching me, wielding his slippers. This was indeed a moment of peril. I felt the situation aptly mirrored Zhuge Liang's famous phrase regarding moments of life and death. Just as the slipper was about to make intimate contact with my tender backside, I shouted, "Stop." My mother later recounted that my voice was so loud and piercing that it surpassed the live broadcasts of my previous beatings, nearly rivaling the raucous announcements from the factory loudspeakers. I am uncertain whether my later melodious singing was influenced by the vocal exercises I underwent during those beatings. But at that moment, my shout startled several adults, halting their actions. Subsequently, I declared 3 statements. Today's events were my own doing. Let us find a suitable place for explanations. After I clarify everything, if punishment is still deemed necessary, I implore you to refrain from using slippers, belts, feather dusters, or broomsticks. My demeanor, reminiscent of a small adult, captivated the attention of the adults, who exchanged glances and nodded before gathering at my home. Even Zhao Huiwan and Miao Lei joined in. Upon returning home, I recounted in detail how we managed to gather money, purchase the watermelons, and subsequently sell them at the sports field, including the total earnings. I even requested Zhang Lanlan to present the money for the adults to see. In truth, there was no need for that final step. By the time I concluded my afternoon's narrative, the adults were already convinced. After all, the water buckets, cutting boards, small bowls, and the sign we crafted from cardboard in the cart spoke volumes. Are you saying that the 3 of you earned 17 yuan in one evening? Aunt May could scarcely believe it. It's 17 yuan and 1 jiao, Zhang Lanlan quietly clarified beside her mother. Strictly speaking, it should have been 13 yuan and 50 fun, excluding costs, I mumbled from the side. Among those present, my father likely held the highest salary at 82 yuan and 50 fun a month, as he was the deputy director of the leather factory. Even accounting for my father's full salary, our earnings that night equated to 5 days' wages for him. If it were Aunt May or my mother, it would probably take them 7 or 8 days to earn that amount. The room fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by heavy breaths. Noticing the adults remained quiet, I took 2 yuan from Zhang Lanlan and handed them to Zhao Huiwan. Sister, I'll borrow 2 yuan from you and return it. Aunt Lin has already repaid me. Zhao Huiwan did not accept, instead glancing at my mother. I turned back to see my mother nodding, so I returned the money to Zhang Lanlan. The adults exchanged glances, remaining silent. We hadn't merely been running around aimlessly or sneaking into the moat for a swim. Rather, we had proactively considered ways to earn money. which seemed deserving of encouragement. Yet, we had earned in one evening what they would take several days to make, leaving them momentarily speechless. As the group surveyed one another, their gazes eventually settled on my father. The residents of our compound were primarily employees and families of the leather factory. And since my father held the highest position and had graduated from a correspondence college, he was considered the most educated. Consequently, everyone looked to him for guidance. Comrade Jiang coughed lightly and moved to the wall to turn on the ceiling fan before inviting everyone to sit down. Jiang Nan, go bring stools for your Grandma Luo and Aunt May. With many people in the room, we lacked sufficient stools. Zhang Lanlan rushed back to her home to fetch 2 small chairs, and surprisingly, Miao Lei was also given one. Additionally, Uncle Zhang, who had been searching for us, returned on his bicycle and came to our house upon hearing the news. The small room quickly became crowded, with people jostling for space. The inquiry began in earnest. Jiang Nan, you say this idea was yours. What made you think of selling watermelons with Gongzi and Lanlan to earn money? Why? I just wanted to keep Luo Honggang from hanging around with Feng Saner and thought I'd find him something to do to occupy him, I replied. Anyone who has tasted the sweetness of earning money would hardly think of anything else. Just look at Zhang Lanlan tonight. I surmised that even if Feng Saner were to join, I could still cultivate this little rogue into a grand rogue. Oh, one of those hypocritically refined rascals. However, such sentiments cannot be expressed in this context. Who would believe that Luo Honggang would end up in prison after associating with Feng Saner? Moreover, the rationale I presented to persuade Luo Honggang was centered around Zhao Huiwan. Did you not notice how his face flushed at my mention? Now, Brother Gongzi has been out of vocational school for several months, unable to secure a position at any factory or find alternative employment. Thus, I contemplated finding him something to occupy his time. I observed numerous individuals thriving as independent operators, earning a substantial income, and suggested to Gongzi that he might consider pursuing such a path. Although my reasoning lacked depth, it was at least plausible. My father nodded slowly, accepting a cigarette from Uncle Zhang, lighting it with a match before igniting his own. So, are you all prepared to continue selling watermelons indefinitely? Of course not, I retorted. This endeavor is too lucrative, and once others observe it, I predict that within a week, there will be competitors in the stadium, slicing and selling watermelons just like us. My intention is to save enough capital, perhaps 100 or 200 yuan, and devise a method that is not easily comprehensible to others, one that cannot be learned merely by observation. Indeed, this is my plan. The skill involved in selling watermelons is far too simplistic, easily grasped by anyone who witnesses it. The market in the stadium is limited. Once 3 vendors enter the fray, we will undoubtedly be plunged into a price war, which I have no desire to engage in. Such a practice is beneath me. Chapter 8. Equal shares. Though I am uncertain how you, so young, conceived of this idea, my father remarked, taking his time with each word as he slowly smoked. However, it is commendable that you noticed Gongzi's lack of employment and proactively sought to assist him in finding a way forward. Not to mention, Comrade Lao Zhang's worldview remains commendably sound, as he has grown alongside the Republic. Yet, perhaps gratifying would be a more fitting term here. Comrade Lao Jiang, your correspondence course seems to carry a bit of exaggeration, I mused, noting that perhaps my mental age contributed to my disinclination to behave like a typical child obediently listening to adults. Instead, I found myself mentally correcting my father's choice of words. Yet, I discovered I was not the only one distracted. Zhao Huiwan was intently observing me, her gaze unwavering in her scrutiny. Yes, she was studying me, much like she does when focused on her studies. Then there was Miao Lei, her round, curious eyes fixed upon me as if she were bewildered by my apparent escape from an impending reprimand. However, you and Lanlan remain students, and your primary responsibility should be your studies. A brief outing each evening is not overly problematic. My father, oblivious to my distraction, continued to speak. Yet, once September arrives and school resumes, this will no longer be feasible. We have just these 2 months left. During the summer, let them work alongside Gongzi. It can serve as an experience of life's hardships, allowing them to comprehend the difficulties of earning a living. Lao Zhang, Lao Mei, what are your thoughts? It must be said that the vice factory director, my esteemed elder, has not achieved his position without merit. His discourse was both rational and substantiated, exhibiting clarity and coherence. He elucidated the cause and effect, articulated his stance, delineated the time frame, and indicated the direction, all while graciously affording the revolutionary comrades Uncle Jiang and Aunt May the opportunity to voice their opinions. However, having already laid forth his own views, it left little choice for Uncle Jiang and Aunt May but to align with the path he had charted. Truly impressive. In my previous existence, I had never recognized this. But this time, I genuinely felt the caliber of my elder's abilities. Uncle Jiang and Aunt May exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Let us proceed as you suggest. 2 months hence, should Gongzi successfully find a venture, I shall personally assist him in procuring the necessary paperwork for his individual business. Uncle Jiang, who initially worked at the leather factory, ascended to the position of section chief in the supply and marketing department, reputedly having connections within the county's industrial bureau. A few years ago, he was transferred to the woodworking factory as vice director, preparing to take over when the current director retires. Although facilitating a recruitment process for Luo Honggang would not pose a significant challenge, the prevailing difficulties within the factory make such favors weighty. However, the process for establishing an individual business requires little in the way of personal connections. Very well, we shall proceed with that. The children are hungry. Let them go eat quickly. My elder rose to his feet, poised to see the guests off, when unexpectedly, Grandma Luo stood up. Wait, the adults, along with the children, turned their attention to Grandma Luo, curious about what she might say next. Gongzi, come here. In front of my wife, thank your Uncle Jiang, Uncle Jiang, as well as Lan Lan and Xiao Nan. And now, kneel and make a vow. Luo Honggang, being exceptionally filial to his grandmother, was one of the reasons I was inclined to help him. Hearing Grandma Luo's request, he hesitated slightly, but after a mere second, he knelt down with a thud on the floor. Oh dear, Aunt Luo, what is this? Quickly, let the child rise. My father and Uncle Jiang hastily reached out to assist, but were halted by Grandma Luo. Guqing, Chaosheng, please wait until I finish. Guqing is Uncle Zhang's name, his full name being Zhang Guqing, while the other is naturally my father. Gongzi, I heard quite clearly what Xiao Nan said earlier. They are here to assist you. One must know gratitude. Today, you have earned a considerable sum, and perhaps you shall earn more tomorrow or the day after. However, you must remember, today's endeavor was initiated by Jiang Nan. The capital was pooled by the three of you, and the work was done collectively by you three. Should your individual business fail, so be it. But if it flourishes, regardless of whether Jiang Nan and Lan Lan are attending school or on break, no matter how much profit is made, it shall be equally divided among the three of you. Do you understand? You are to vow this before Uncle Jiang and Aunt May, as well as Uncle Jiang and his wife. Beautiful. When I say beautiful, I refer not merely to Grandma Luo's eloquence, but to how her words elevated both Uncle Jiang and my father to a higher plane of understanding. With such resounding words, Uncle Jiang and my father felt it inappropriate not to intervene in the matter, thus ensuring the stability of Luo Honggang's individual enterprise. Even after the business commenced, my father and Uncle Jiang had to devote their attention to it. Indeed, the older generation possesses a certain wisdom. Individuals of such age are rarely uncomplicated. Among those present, it seems that apart from my father and Uncle Jiang, only I grasped the true meaning behind Grandma Luo's words. Aunt Luo, this cannot be allowed. Jiang Nan and Lan Lan are but children. What can they truly contribute? They can merely offer suggestions and lend a hand. Yes, these two children, if anything, would be more of a hindrance than a help. Let the children rest. Yet, Grandma Luo would not heed the counsel and delivered a sharp slap to Luo Honggang's head. Swear it. What are you waiting for? Thus, beneath the force of Grandma Luo's hand, a vast corporate structure was born. At times, I find myself lost in contemplation, pondering whether Grandma Luo's slap was ultimately a boon or a bane for me. From an investment perspective, the initial contribution of $3.60, of which my family received $2.50, amounted to a 69 for stake. Hence, if I were to claim a 50% share, it would seem justifiable. However, that slap reduced my stake to merely 33. Viewed in this light, it appears I have incurred a loss. Yet, conversely, if we consider this angle, the one who truly suffered should be Zhao Huiwan. Had she not accepted the $2 from my mother, perhaps the four of us would have shared it. Moreover, Miaolei, had she contributed even a few dimes at that time, we would have been 5 sharing the spoils. In this regard, I suppose I am not at a loss after all. Furthermore, I gained the lifelong service of Luo Honggang. Once he had sworn his oath, Old Jiang promptly helped him to his feet. All right. The children have clarified matters. Let us return for a meal. Chaosheng, have you eaten? If not, why not join me for a drink? Uncle Jiang extended an invitation to my father. How could I have eaten? Haven't we just been searching high and low for these children? You go back first. I will change my clothes and come over. Your sister-in-law hasn't eaten either. Bring Jiang Nan along. I shall ask your sister-in-law to prepare a couple more dishes. Let us not trouble your sister-in-law. I have already prepared our dishes. Though they might be a bit cold, we can simply reheat them. Chapter 9. Earning money for Sister Lan Lan to spend. Come, let us toast. Uncle Jiang lifted his cup and clinked it with my father's, downing it in one go. In the haste of preparation, there were indeed no fine accompaniments for the liquor. Just a simple dish of scallion and tofu, a plate of fried peanuts, some sweet and sour shredded potatoes, and a braised carp. The carp, caught by Uncle Jiang on Sunday, had been kept in a bathtub, but it only survived for an additional day. The sweet and sour shredded potatoes were prepared by my mother and simply reheated. Indeed, even with the fish, there were no exceptional side dishes. The fried peanuts barely qualified. In my eyes, even without a plate of beef or a roast chicken, at the very least, we should have had a platter of pig's head or lamb skewers. Alas, such was the condition in the year 88. It was not due to scarcity, but rather, the timing was simply not right. As the clock approached 9, the streets were devoid of vendors selling cooked meats and roasted chickens, whether state-run or privately owned. Even the small eateries had closed their doors. Where could one procure a meal? My first repast upon returning to this era was not particularly welcoming. Observing my lack of enthusiasm, Uncle Jiang, mistaking my demeanor for having been rattled by the recent interrogation, reached for a generous piece of fish from the platter. Jiang Nan, come, eat more meat. It will help you grow. Thank you, Uncle Jiang, I replied, though inwardly I mused that one grows taller from beef or lamb, not from fish. While the protein and unsaturated fatty acids in fish indeed benefit health, they primarily contribute to well-being rather than stature, unless one were to consume the fish bones alongside. After serving me a portion of vegetables, Uncle Jiang turned his attention away, placing his wine glass down to offer my father a cigarette. Chow Sheng, how are things at the factory? After a few rounds of drinks, my mother, Aunt May, and Zhang Lanlan had already left the table. My mother returned home post-meal, while Aunt May stayed with Zhang Lanlan in the inner room, leaving me to linger with the two men still drinking. Not great, replied Comrade Lao Jiang, as he accepted the cigarette, struck a match, and took a puff. Having served as the head of the supply and marketing department, you know that in previous years, our factory's leather jackets and pants, along with those shearling collars, were all sold to the Northeast and still could not meet demand. But now, they are all piled up in the warehouse. They simply won't sell. I hadn't intended to laugh, but my father's last remarks echoed the style of a comedic skit, prompting a chuckle from me. In my previous life, I had been oblivious to such matters and thus unaware of the factory's operational realities. However, with the wisdom gained from 2 lifetimes, I recognized the crux of my father's concerns. By 1988, the reform policies had been in place for a decade. The southeastern coastal regions, particularly Fujian, Zhejiang, and Guangdong, with their advantageous geographical positions and open policies, attracted considerable foreign investment and technology, leading to a flourishing of processing and light industries. The products manufactured there not only overshadowed those of enterprises nurtured under a planned economy, but were also revamped for sale at counters in Hong Kong and Macau. What grounds did we have to compete with them? Moreover, what time of year was it? July, the hottest month of the year. Selling leather jackets during this season was futile. Even if one ventured to the remote regions of Altai or the northeast of Heilongjiang, aside from the competitive factors, few would be inclined to purchase. Who would try on a jacket in the sweltering heat, drenched in sweat? What are you laughing at? Comrade Lao Jiang shot me a sharp glance, and I hastily feigned a shiver of compliance. Truthfully, being reprimanded by the old man, even with a kick to the rear, felt rather endearing to me. A middle-aged man trapped within a youthful exterior, as long as it didn't involve any torture devices. Oh, it's nothing. I merely recalled a joke. You see, you frightened the child. Today, Jiang Nan performed admirably, already contemplating ways to earn money, so do not mind your father. Have you eaten enough? Aunt May happened to stroll by and, upon noticing my father's demeanor, promptly stood behind me for support. Observing me nod in affirmation of my fullness, she took my hand to lead me to wash my face. Today, I earned a considerable sum. Little Nan has certainly grown up and will also earn money in the future. The aunt inquired, when you grow up and start earning, who will you spend it on? Yet again, this question arises. It seems every individual during childhood is fond of posing such inquiries. For instance, who will you spend your earnings on? Who will you buy snacks for? Whom will you dress in new clothes? However, I am already 11. Why persist in asking such childish questions? Not only can I answer this query with my eyes closed, but even my past self would have responded effortlessly. Indeed, the answer to such inquiries is merely 4 words. Cater to their preferences. If one desires high marks, one must ponder what the questioner truly wishes to hear. Thus, my answer left Aunt May momentarily speechless with delight. I will spend my earnings on Sister Lan Lan. Oh, my dear son, Aunt May exclaimed, bursting into laughter, while my father and Uncle Jiang stood by, equally amused. Only Jiang Nan, who had been reading in another room, emerged upon hearing the laughter, bewildered, which provoked a second round of laughter. Jiang Nan, Aunt will prepare a bed for you in the outer room. You will sleep at Auntie's house tonight, sharing a bed with Sister Lan Lan. Is that agreeable? What does this mean? Although my physical form is merely 11 years old, a tender little worm, my mental age surpasses 40. Aunt May, are you attempting to push your own daughter into the jaws of a tiger? I gazed up at Aunt May, her smile carrying an ambiguous undertone. Is this a prelude to securing a son-in-law? Very well. Although Jiang Lan is my senior, she has inherited over 90% of Aunt May's favorable genetics and is indeed not unattractive. To say she is merely passable would be an understatement. She would certainly possess the looks befitting a drama academy student in her later years. However, I am afraid of mosquitoes. Just light a mosquito coil. It's settled then. Aunt May rose, subtly signaling to Uncle Jiang, before turning to return to the kitchen to boil water. Meanwhile, Uncle Jiang seemed oblivious to Aunt May's glance, continuing his smoke-filled conversation with my father. The wooden factory is nearing its end as well. The current craftsmanship is outdated. Not to mention, it pales in comparison to the offerings from Jiang Nan. Those grand wardrobes and modular cabinets, even the handiwork of independent carpenters surpasses ours. We only manage to produce a few small square tables and stools, which still bring in some wages. The old factory manager intends to send me southward to observe their furniture styles and return with ideas for our own production. Who once remarked that trailing behind others only yields scraps. If one does not transform their mindset and continues to survive by imitation, even if they manage to prolong their existence for a while, the ultimate outcome remains the same. However, having laughed uncontrollably moments ago and receiving a glare, I dared not provoke further and merely pouted in silence. However, this was noticed by Comrade Lao Jiang. Chapter 10, Offering Suggestions. This time, he did not merely glare. He emphatically slammed his chopsticks on the table. Although Comrade Lao Jiang was born after the founding of the nation, his feudal mentality was deeply entrenched, primarily revolving around the dynamics of ruler and subject, father and son. When conversing with Uncle Jiang, one must either keep a respectful distance to avoid embarrassing oneself in his presence or adopt a diligent listening posture, nodding in agreement from time to time and occasionally posing a question or two to indicate one's limited comprehension. Of course, if one possesses the ability to refute, one might engage in debate with him under the guise of seeking his counsel. However, one must never appear inattentive or express disdainful laughter. The first instance occurred at Uncle Zhang's home, and with Aunt May intervening, Comrade Lao Jiang chose to be tolerant. Yet, should such behavior be repeated, it would indeed be courting disaster. Come over here. Hey, don't act rashly. Uncle Jiang restrained my father's raised hand. Although Jiang Nan was young, his suggestion to cut the watermelon for sale was quite impressive. Perhaps our discussions could inspire Jiang Nan to devise a solution as well. Come here, Jiang Nan. Stand by Uncle Jiang. Old Comrade Jiang pulled me over to stand beside him. Tell me, do you have any ideas based on what I discussed with your father? I certainly had ideas, but what benefit would I gain from offering them? Separated by a table, Comrade Lao Jiang, regardless of his long arms and legs, could not reach me, so I began to tease them. Oh, Uncle Jiang and my father nearly choked on my clever remarks. It seems you've grown up during these few days. I suspect it's been a while since you've faced a beating, and now you're feeling mischievous. After a moment, my father and Uncle Jiang regained their composure and, observing my confidence, began to seek an escape for themselves. If you desire something in return, that is no problem. Your suggestion, as long as it benefits Uncle S' factory, will be rewarded with a submachine gun. In an era of scarcity, it was unfriendly not only to adults, but also to children like us. Ordinary toys seemed juvenile, while extraordinary ones were simply absent from store shelves. When I was younger, I had seen others wielding wooden submachine guns and had mentioned to Jiang Lan my desire for her father to craft one for me. Yet, judging by Uncle Zhang's words today, It was clear that Jiang Nan had indeed informed him, albeit he had not taken it seriously. The issue was that even if I were not reborn, I would no longer regard a submachine gun as significant at my current age, and yet, he was attempting to tempt me with it. Uncle Jiang picked up a cigarette box from the table, offered one to my father, and took one for himself. Both lit their cigarettes and fell silent, watching me intently. Very well. My objective was merely to encourage them to lower their guard and reconsider the words of a child as something beyond mere fancy. Uncle Jiang, I heard in a television advertisement that many southern furniture pieces are made of particle board, stainless steel, aluminum, glass, and plastic. I do not understand what particle board is, but can your factory produce the other materials? My question left Uncle Jiang momentarily speechless. I have subtly shifted the concept of this issue, presenting the products manufactured by all the furniture factories in the southern region to create a pitfall for Uncle Jiang, who, evidently, remains oblivious to the matter at hand. Furthermore, our teacher once stated that to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. May I inquire as to when the machines in your woodworking factory were acquired? As for the state of their factory, I have previously heard from Jiang Nan that the equipment is outdated, the craftsmanship is rudimentary, and there is a lack of innovative ideas. Following the retirement of several seasoned craftsmen, the factory has been declining day by day. Moreover, the wages for retired workers are still funded by the factory, which is struggling with low efficiency and heavy burdens. It is a testament to Uncle Jiang's resourcefulness that the woodworking factory has managed to survive for an extended period. Uncle Jiang let out a bitter laugh, remarking that the factory hasn't purchased new machinery in over a decade due to financial constraints. The furniture produced is sold at a loss, and were it not for the stockpile of timber accumulated by the former factory director, it is doubtful that salaries could even be disbursed now. You see, as reported, there has been a deviation in your self-assessment. You are a woodworking factory, not a furniture factory. Why must you insist on producing furniture? My statement rendered Uncle Jiang momentarily speechless. Is there truly no distinction between a woodworking factory and a furniture factory? Aren't they both engaged in the production of furniture? If not furniture, then what? If you were to ask me to manufacture bicycles or radios, I would need the requisite skills to do so. Uncle Jiang, already somewhat befuddled from his drink, became even more disoriented by my inquiry, and my father's gaze seemed to lose focus as well. You mentioned earlier about making submachine guns. What is this? This is a toy. It was imperative to clarify, for their minds were not quite as agile. This toy can be made, but can other toys be produced? I was merely providing an analogy. Please do not take it literally, as the market for such toys is quite limited. My intention was to encourage you to broaden your horizons. For instance, Uncle Jiang's eyes, previously clouded, began to shine with understanding as I suggested, prompting him to signal for a pause. Lan, please bring me a pen and some paper. I shared with Uncle Jiang numerous items I had encountered in my previous life that could be produced using their factory's outdated, rudimentary tools with minimal modifications. For example, have you heard of a puzzle toy called the Luban lock? If not, I recommend consulting an elderly carpenter or one of your factory's seasoned technicians. The Luban lock is essentially a wooden puzzle that does not require specific types of wood. It can be crafted from any timber, maximizing material usage. Most importantly, as I just mentioned, this is an educational toy. Unlike toy guns or similar items, which hold little appeal for parents, educational toys are entirely different. Selling to children is akin to a gold mine. If you price it reasonably, you could easily sell hundreds of thousands of sets in a year. Selling each set for 3 or even 5 yuan, just imagine the profit. Moreover, with the current design of slant beam bicycles, there is no way to accommodate a child's seat in the front, prompting many women to opt for straight beam bicycles instead. However, if you could produce a child's seat that can be placed on a slanted beam, might it be possible to collaborate with bicycle manufacturers for a combined sale? Furthermore, at home, we either lean over a small table to do our homework or hunch over a writing desk. The small table is primarily used for dining and is too low, while the writing desk is designed for adults and is too high. If you could manufacture a writing desk specifically for children, adjustable to their height to prevent nearsightedness or hunching over from prolonged use, do you think parents would purchase one for their children? Uncle Jiang scribbled notes on a half sheet of paper, and upon finishing, he was so pleased that he didn't know where to place his hands. He carefully folded the paper and placed it into the briefcase he always carries to work. Chapter 11. The briefcase. Old Jiang Nan's idea truly opened my eyes. Tomorrow, I will consult with the old factory director and the production team. Perhaps our factory's turnaround lies within Jiang Nan's suggestions. As for family, I shall say no more. Let us move on. Xiao Sheng has ceased his calls, and it seems my husband's status has been slightly elevated. By the way, when did we become such a family? Are you really contemplating marrying Jiang Nan to me? Yet, why has that matter been left unspoken? Never mind. Considering Jiang Nan's beauty, if she remains unmarried, so be it. Marrying me would be a concern in itself. A small doctor in the county should not harbor fantasies that transcend his position. Otherwise, it seems the heavens might just provide him with a hat to wear. Nevertheless, in this life of mine, what is rightfully mine cannot be taken by anyone. What is not mine? Despite pondering all this, I can only smirk internally. I have already done enough today. Further action may indeed lead to trouble. Comrade Old Jiang accompanied Comrade Old Jiang for a while, set down his wine glass, nibbled on a dish, chewed a few times, swallowed, and then turned his gaze toward me. Though he wished to maintain his paternal authority before me, he could not suppress his curiosity. Just as I had offered Uncle Jiang a suggestion, he appeared eager for my insight. Jiang Nan, since you have provided your Uncle Jiang with an idea, what do you propose for the leather factory? I had been anticipating his inquiry. To be honest, leather goods hold a prominent place among luxury brands. However, our county's leather factory, not only does it lack luxury branding, it does not even meet the criteria for branding at all. Such products are generally regarded as generic. Yet, since it is a generic brand, it bears no burdens of reputation, allowing for greater possibilities and expansive development. Upon hearing his question, I casually picked up the briefcase that Uncle Jiang had set aside. A briefcase? Both of them inquired in unison. More precisely, it should be called a document bag. Look at Uncle Jiang's bag. It's made of synthetic leather. Inside are a work manual, pens, a calculator, and, oh, a carpenter's pencil. All these items are crammed inside. Even when the zipper is opened, it is difficult to see clearly, and retrieving something often requires removing other items first. Moreover, this handbag is so diminutive that even a sheet of letter paper must be folded to fit within. Wouldn't it be the same for documents? If this occurs frequently, might it not create creases or, worse, become snagged on the zipper and be torn? When presenting documents to the county government or the industrial bureau, wouldn't it be rather embarrassing to produce them with a tearing sound? Are you aware that in Hong Kong, individuals commuting to work carry bags that are not only far more aesthetically pleasing than Uncle Zhang's handbag, but also vastly more practical? Subsequently, I sketched for my father a rectangular briefcase that could easily accommodate A4 sheets without issue. It features compartments for documents, work manuals, as well as slots for pens, seals, ink pads, and calculators. By the way, you might consider searching the market for smaller calculators, potentially commissioning a batch from manufacturers to fit inside. A briefcase that includes a calculator or perhaps even a high-quality fountain pen would certainly appeal to buyers. After all, the cost can simply be integrated into the price of the briefcase. Such a briefcase would exude an air of sophistication. In addition to a handle, incorporating a shoulder strap would allow for easy carrying while cycling, alleviating the inconvenience of hanging it from the handlebars. When taking public transport in the city, it would also free up one's hands for holding onto the handrails. This design is intended for men, yet you could also create a version for women, adorned with patterns or colors. Have your design team draft several prototypes and consult with the ladies in various offices to determine their preferences. Once you have that information, you can proceed with production. Furthermore, wallets and belts could be crafted using the same leather, ensuring a uniform color and design for branding purposes. Engage Uncle Zhang's team to create solid wooden boxes lined with velvet for a combined offering of belts and wallets. I heard from a classmate that his father brought back a similar set from Hong Kong, which reportedly costs around 200 to 300 yuan per set. I suggest that you procure a set and model yours after theirs. If they sell for 300, why not sell yours for 30? Would that result in a loss? Certainly not. You could even sell them for 13 and still break even, considering the minimal amount of leather needed for wallets and belts. My father and his peers are yet to grasp the concept of branding, unaware that a significant portion of the retail price of an item, particularly luxury goods like leather products, consists of intangible value. Their cost assessments are strictly based on the leather's surface area, with negligible consideration for labor, utilities, and taxes. My father and Uncle Jiang were left speechless by this revelation. Selling wallets and belts for 200 to 300 yuan, spending 4 months' salary on a wallet or a belt. Even if priced at 30, that would still equate to half a month's wages. While most wages have indeed increased, The days of 36 yuan being a decent salary are long gone. The average person typically carries around 80 cents or so, wrapped in a handkerchief. Who would even consider using a wallet? Wouldn't that invite the attention of thieves? Nevertheless, the notion of a briefcase presents a viable opportunity. Jiang Nan, regarding that briefcase you mentioned, do you think it would find a market here? My father remained silent, but Uncle Jiang was the first to inquire. Uncle Jiang, this question is directed at you. If it were available, would you consider purchasing it? Indeed, just like that. On the television. I was unsure which channel was airing a rerun of Rogue Tycoon, where Fang Jinchong strolled through the streets of Central, surrounded by a bustling crowd, many of whom carried briefcases. Well, if it isn't too expensive, I might just buy one. I was uncertain whether Uncle Jiang was merely being courteous or if it was his genuine inclination, yet either way, it mattered little. In the county office, nearly all personnel carried bags similar to Uncle Jiang's. Some even bore military-style backpacks. Typically, this uniformity masked any noticeable differences. However, our teacher often remarked that humans possess a competitive nature. Once a couple of individuals set a precedent by purchasing such items, envy would surely arise, prompting others to follow suit. Dad, I recommend that once you produce it, you distribute one to those in the county office who frequently handle documents and traverse various offices, such as secretaries and correspondents. The word will spread rapidly. Comrades Lao Zhang and Lao Jiang exchanged glances for a moment before Lao Jiang incredulously asked, "Where did you learn all this?" "From the television." I gestured towards the screen displaying Rogue Tycoon. "And from magazines." I read numerous stories in Reader's Digest about businesses that transformed their strategies, thriving against the odds. Reader's Digest was still known by that name back then, only changing in 1993. Moreover, Rogue Tycoon features various types of bags carried by women. If you're still interested, you should find a videotape and watch it attentively. Chapter 12, How Can You Close the Door? Are you not going to sleep? It's past 10. Aunt May shouted from the inner room. Sleep, sleep. We will finish soon. Uncle Jiang quickly exchanged a knowing glance with my father, and they both downed their drinks. My father then stood up. Jiang Nan, Aunt May wants you to stay over at Uncle Zhang's house tonight. I will come to find you after work tomorrow. Also, while you're at Uncle Zhang's, you mustn't cause trouble, bully your sister Lan Lan, or watch television anymore. Hurry and take a shower before you sleep. Was I really bullying Zhang Lan? After all, who was the younger one between us? Though I thought this inwardly, I could only obediently nod in agreement. Before bedtime, a shower was necessary. Living in a flat without a bathroom, a large white metal basin was placed in the kitchen, and hot water had already been prepared. Aunt May offered to wash me, which I, of course, declined. This was a matter of dignity. How could a young man, albeit a slightly younger one, allow a woman who was neither his mother nor his wife to bathe him? Where was my pride? Well, to hell with pride. It was primarily due to a part of my soul. As previously mentioned, Zhang Lanlan had inherited over 90% of Aunt May's genes and had already reached a standard worthy of the Central Academy of Drama. But what of the original Aunt May? The resplendence of He Sai-fei during her performance in the Grand Mansion is absolutely undeniable. Of course, if you were to inquire who among the two possesses greater beauty, I would undoubtedly choose Zhang Lanlan. This is partly due to the fact that during the years when Aunt May was at her prime, I had not yet graced this world. At best, I had only seen a few photographs. By the time I came to understand the true essence of beauty, Aunt May had already transitioned into her married years. Furthermore, while makeup holds significant importance, Aunt May only learned its art well into her 60s. But I digress. Let us return to the subject of bathing. After my father's passing, Aunt May changed her nightwear. Although it was not transparent, I could discern that beneath it, she was decidedly bare, with a low neckline revealing a generous expanse of her fair skin. During her bathing, she inevitably bent over, head lowered. If my little friend were to suddenly salute her, who would find themselves in an awkward predicament, me or her? Regardless of her protests, I resolutely refused, which led Aunt May to exclaim in frustration, "You little rascal. Someone wishes for me to assist him with his bath, and I am not inclined to do so. How ungrateful. Wash yourself." I could hear Uncle Jiang chuckling nearby. One by one, we completed our baths. Aunt May lit incense for us, and Zhang Lanlan and I lay on the wooden sofa in the living room, which had been converted into a makeshift bed. Suddenly, an inexplicable silence enveloped us. After bathing, I wore only a pair of briefs, while Zhang Lanlan donned a makeshift nightgown, likely altered from someone else's dress. The ceiling fan continued to whirl gently, and lying on the cool mat, dampened by water, was exceedingly comfortable. Yet, for some reason, I felt an unexpected wave of embarrassment wash over me. It struck me as peculiar that Jiang Nan, who had been perfectly at ease during the day, seemed shy now, hesitant to speak. I pulled the towel over my abdomen. In my recollection, this was not the first time Jiang Nan and I shared a bed. During my childhood, when Uncle Jiang was on business trips and Aunt May worked night shifts, she often slept beside me. What was different about tonight? If we ignored one another and simply slept, would that not be somewhat impolite? I pondered how to initiate a conversation. Perhaps a joke? Yet, the girl was merely 13 years old. Would she even grasp the meaning behind a story of a little rabbit lost in the forest? Perhaps it was best to refrain. If my attempts to engage her fell flat, it could lead to even greater awkwardness. Let us turn off the lights and retire for the night. I sat up and pulled the light cord, extinguishing the lamp with a soft click. Once I lay down again, I could not resist the urge. My fingers found their way to the fragrant curls that had scattered across my pillow, only to be met with a light punch. Soon after, Aunt May's voice resonated from the inner room. Jiang Nan, Lan, stop fooling around and go to sleep. Oh, Jiang Lan and I replied in unison, falling silent as we obediently laid down to prepare for slumber. Yet, on this first day of my rebirth, how could I possibly sleep? I found myself tossing and turning, restless. The light in the inner room had been extinguished for an unknown duration, and Jiang Lan had already drifted into a gentle slumber beside me, while I remained awake. Counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep. Gray wolf aims to catch beautiful sheep. 3 sheep, for sheep. Red wolf announces the need to pay the tribute today. 5 sheep. Suddenly, a soft call from Aunt May emerged from the inner room. Jiang Nan, Lan, are you asleep? Auntie, Lan is asleep, but I am not. I shouted towards the inner room. The faint sounds that had been barely perceptible in the background abruptly ceased. A sigh followed. Oh dear, I am such a fool. A sudden realization struck me. Why did Aunt May insist on keeping me here tonight, allowing Jiang Lan to sleep beside me on the sofa bed? Why did Aunt May's smile seem so ambiguous after I agreed to stay? Why did my father prohibit me from watching television and urge me to wash up and sleep instead? Why did Aunt May randomly inquire if I was asleep? Keeping me here was to coax Jiang Lan out of the large bed in the inner room. Her smile was one of her own satisfaction, not intended for me. My father truly wanted me to sleep, and I should have simply remained silent when questioned instead of foolishly responding. I could only imagine how much the couple in the inner room must despise me. Time passed, and I began to doubt whether I was truly on the brink of sleep when Aunt May softly queried from within again. However, having made one mistake, I resolved not to repeat it. Yet, remaining silent might not be the best way to put Aunt May and her partner at ease. I turned over, closed my eyes, and mumbled, Lan, find someone for foreknowledge. A chuckle emerged from the two inside, their voices hushed yet unmistakably filled with pride and impatience. You must say, Jiang Nan here is truly something. Dreaming of selling watermelons, a male voice remarked. Well, if he thinks of having Lan manage the finances, then my efforts were not in vain, a female voice replied. Aunt May's voice grew nearer until the door to the inner room was gently shut. The last part of her sentence became inaudible, but it seemed to imply something about caring for me, though it was said rather ambiguously, as if her mouth had been muffled. How could she close the door? The wooden bed creaked with a sigh. No sound of weaving could be heard. Only the soft breaths of a woman. Chapter 13. Depleting the budget midway morning. I was reciting the Ballad of Milan in my dreams when a slap on my arm jolted me awake. Upon opening my eyes, I felt an acute embarrassment. I truly had no intention of taking advantage of Jiang Lan while she slept. I really didn't. I had merely been restless in my sleep, my legs flailing about. At this moment, the blanket that should have been covering my abdomen had long since been kicked beneath the sofa. One of my legs had inadvertently found itself resting on Jiang Lanlan's thighs. Jiang Lan was already sitting up, her face flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I stammered, hastily retracting my leg. Without uttering a word, Jiang Lan lowered her head, slipped on her shoes, and hurried out to the restroom. The girl, in her urgency to use the restroom, could have simply awakened me earlier, yet she chose to slap me instead. Moreover, why must she turn beet red from holding it in? If she were to wet the bed, would I not be blamed for it? Humph, women can be so dramatic. Wait a moment, holding it in? My goodness, it suddenly dawned on me. This early in the morning, I too was in need of relief. This is a physiological response. It is certainly not my fault. After breakfast, Jiang Lan arrived at my home, clutching her summer homework. Although she remained silent, her intentions were unmistakable. She aimed to study and complete her assignments in the morning. Perhaps she harbored the notion of assisting me with my studies, ready to explain any challenging problems. Unfortunately, I would soon disappoint this lovely girl. I completed both volumes of my summer homework in just over 2 hours. Well, except for a few essays that remained unwritten. It was not for lack of desire, but due to the fatigue in my hand. Having become accustomed to typing on a computer in my past life, I found it rather difficult to write with a pencil all of a sudden. Moreover, my handwriting was atrocious, a source of embarrassment for me. I must find time to practice calligraphy. I need to devise a plan. In my previous life, I had cultivated various elegant hobbies, such as calligraphy, piano, and photography. Now that I have time in this life, I should start practicing them. Upon witnessing how swiftly I completed my assignments, Jiang Nan was incredulous and reached for my work to inspect it. The frown on her face made me chuckle inwardly. Little girl, if I were not afraid of frightening you, I could finish your assignments just as quickly. Luo Honggang had gone to buy watermelons, pushing a cart. I instructed him to spend all the money earned yesterday on watermelons. They could be stored for several days, allowing us to avoid repeated trips. Besides, it won't be long before others start selling watermelons like us, and with more customers, the old man selling them might not grant us discounts anymore. Better to stock up now and secure our profits. Miaole, for some unknown reason, had not shown up. In my memory, she was the one who enjoyed marking my homework with big crosses during our exchanges. However, her occasional absence did not concern me. After lunch, I asked Luo Honggang to fetch a few bamboo poles and fashioned a canopy on the cart. It was not only to shield ourselves from the sun, which was still quite strong around 5 in the afternoon when we set up, but also to make our stall more conspicuous, attracting more passers-by. If I knew where to procure a battery, I would have liked to attach a light bulb as well. But there was no rush. I would take my time. At 5, we set up our stall. I had been overly optimistic. I initially believed it would take at least a week before anyone would replicate my idea and compete with our business of providing relief from the heat at the stadium. To my surprise, on the 4th day of my rebirth, 2 competitors emerged to snatch our business. Fortunately, the people at this time remained simple and principled. Although they were indeed encroaching on our trade, they had not taken our spot, so I deemed it unnecessary to voice my grievances. As Jiang Nan glared at the 2 vendors, she was pulled back and taking advantage of the lull in business. I recounted the tale of the little white rabbit to her. Jiang Nan, indeed, grasped the story, chasing after me for nearly half the length of the stadium, much to the amusement of Luo Honggang, who laughed heartily. However, despite her display of feigned anger, I sensed her underlying joy. While pretending to be caught, I crouched down with my hands on my head, bracing for an impact, but she merely landed a couple of light punches before relenting. All right, enough of the antics. Let's discuss our business plan for tomorrow. With no customers in sight for watermelon, I fetched a small stool and, hiding behind the vehicle, convened a meeting with Luo Honggang and Jiang Nan. Tomorrow, we shall not sell any watermelons, I announced. Not selling them, but we still have over a dozen left. Business has been quite good these past few days without competition. If we consider pure profit, we've earned over 50 yuan in just 4 days, including those 14 large watermelons. Thus, Jiang Nan still had over 28 yuan in cash. No worries, the watermelons can be stored. They won't spoil right away. Here's the plan. Tomorrow, I intend to create authentic milk fruit shaved ice. Luo Honggang, prepare 2 large pots and head to the dairy station first thing in the morning for milk. I then instructed Jiang Nan to ask Uncle Zhang to take us to the ice factory for ice blocks in the morning. At that time, no one in the county had air conditioning. The tools for cooling off were merely electric fans, ceiling fans, standing fans, and table fans. However, some workshops were so vast that air circulation was poor, and even powerful exhaust fans could not prevent workers from suffering heat stroke. Therefore, the ice factory provided ice blocks specifically for these businesses to cool down. Each block was roughly the size of a basin, square-shaped, and would take an entire day to melt, even in a room. Oh, and we need to prepare a small blanket. Otherwise, the ice will melt too quickly. Next, we would find time to visit the department store for canned fruits and sugar. The variety of fruits available in the summer back then was significantly limited compared to later times. Apart from seasonal fruits, the rest could only be found in canned form. Oh, and we need cups and spoons. Suddenly, I realized that Jiang Nan's 28 yuan might not suffice. Alas, the entrepreneur is barely off the ground. Yet the budget is nearly exhausted. What to do? Should I borrow from the Empress Dowager? That could be a solution. However, if I did so, my image as a clever strategist would undoubtedly diminish in the eyes of Jiang Nan and Luo Honggang. Moreover, since we had agreed to share the profits equally, borrowing should involve all three parties. Otherwise, it would merely become a family business. Just 4 days after I confidently proclaimed that with merely 3 yuan, I would help Luo Honggang establish a business, I now found myself contemplating borrowing money. Not to mention, if Miao Lei caught wind of this, I could only imagine the ridicule I would face behind my back. No, borrowing was out of the question. I had to devise another plan. Rising to my feet, I glanced at the neighboring vendors selling watermelons, and suddenly, an idea struck me. Chapter 14. The first flap of the butterfly's wings. Sister-in-law, are you busy? I hurried to the stall on our left and called out to a young woman who was crouched down washing dishes. This adjacent stall, positioned alongside ours, was located further from the podium. It appeared to be run by a couple, both seemingly under 30 years of age. They likely weren't bureaucrats. Perhaps they were workers from some factory, as officials tend to maintain a certain decorum. Compared to the stall on the right side of the podium, their business impacted ours more significantly. However, they had arrived earlier than us today and graciously left our original spot vacant, which fostered a positive impression of the couple in my mind. Hey there, young man, is there something you need? The woman turned around, slightly surprised to see me. Yet she quickly adorned her face with a smile. Indeed, beauty is subjective, and it was no wonder they had captured a significant portion of our clientele. Her appearance and figure were far more appealing than the underdeveloped Jiang Nan. Sister, do we still have a few watermelons left? Would you like some? The woman seemed taken aback by my inquiry. It is often said that competitors are rivals. While we don't clash upon meeting, we certainly tread cautiously in our conversations. Given that we both sold watermelons, my sudden question about them must have puzzled her. Oh, we won't be selling these tomorrow, and we still have a dozen left. I thought if you wanted them, I wouldn't have to make an extra trip home, I added, noticing her hesitation. Is that so? Well, we bought them at 8 cents a pound, but I can sell them to you for 7.5 cents a pound. We'll take a slight loss, but please don't let us lose too much. Our watermelons were procured from the old man at 7 cents a pound, yet currently, watermelons in the county were selling for 8 cents a pound. If this sister could take them off my hands, I would still make a modest profit. If she had also purchased them at 7 cents a pound, any negotiation would merely lead to a break-even. 7.5. The woman appeared uncertain. It seemed her watermelons indeed cost her 8 cents a pound, and her hesitation about 7.5 was merely an attempt for me to lower the price further. Sister, we are just students working hard to earn our tuition. Surely you wouldn't want to let us incur too much loss? Mr. Gulong once said that in the world, one should be particularly cautious around the elderly, women, and children, as they often lower one's guard. This woman was already becoming somewhat unwary under my persuasion. She glanced at the man beside her, who nodded and asked, "How many do you have?" "I'm not sure, but there are about a dozen left. We'll keep 2 for ourselves, and you can have the rest." "All right. Wait a moment while I find someone to borrow a scale." 12 watermelons sold for a total of 16 yuan and 2 jiao, which was a profit of 1 yuan compared to our purchase price. Such a transaction could be made occasionally, but it should not become a habit. Otherwise, it would raise suspicion. Having concluded the business, I departed, eager to return home. The child was growing hungry, and I had long felt the pangs of hunger myself. Upon returning home, Comrade Lao Jiang was seated in the living room, smoking while awaiting my arrival, with my mother sitting alongside him, which struck me as somewhat peculiar. Just a couple of nights prior, I had articulated my thoughts regarding the product updates for the leather factory with Lao Jiang quite clearly. Moreover, those ideas were decidedly avant-garde. In this era, with numerous concepts, technologies, and the general populace's purchasing power falling short, it would be reckless to unveil products meant for the next century. Even if such innovations could be produced and displayed, market acceptance would not necessarily follow, often leading to more losses than gains. While being ahead of the times by a step is acceptable, being too far ahead may cause the public to regard one as eccentric. Why are you still waiting? Nan, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Listen while you eat, and perhaps you can help me decide. His recent demeanor had already elevated my standing in my father's eyes, creating a sense of egalitarian dialogue. The knitting factory? Upon hearing Lao Jiang's words, I momentarily lost my appetite and exclaimed loudly, "Shoo, keep your voice down. This matter is merely seeking my opinion for now." Earlier, while dining, Lao Jiang had informed me that the director of the knitting factory had suddenly suffered a stroke and was hospitalized, seemingly unable to recover. The organization had summoned him today, intending to propose that he take the helm at the knitting factory, officially soliciting his views. The full name of the knitting factory is Waynon County Knitting Underwear Factory, a county-owned enterprise comparable in size to the leather factory, employing around 100 individuals. The variety of products is limited to thermal undergarments, vests, and perhaps a few socks. In my previous life, I paid little attention to this enterprise, as neither my family nor my classmates had connections to it. Additionally, the factory had closed down in the early 1990s when I was in high school, with the land subsequently leased to a transport company for use as a warehouse. The issue is, I had no recollection of this event in my previous life. How could such news suddenly emerge? Was it the flutter of my rebirth that altered history? Or had my father contemplated this matter previously, but chose not to share it with me? Jiang Nan, what do you think? Should I go to the knitting factory or not? Noticing my silence as I pondered, my father inquired again. Go, why not? I replied without hesitation. Given the opportunity to lead, why should I remain at the leather factory, akin to a mere concubine? Indeed, my father, although officially the deputy manager of the leather factory, held a position not much unlike that of a concubine, lacking genuine authority and enduring daily grievances, merely slightly better off than the workers. Earlier, I had refrained from speaking as I contemplated the potential for refreshing products at the knitting factory. With my background in finance, transitioning to the knitting factory from the leather factory posed no significant professional hurdles. However, you had just provided me with so many suggestions, and I had yet to organize them for reporting back to the factory. It's just a rundown factory. What is there to miss? Though my mother was also a worker at the leather factory, she showed no mercy when critiquing the factory leadership. You speak of Su Weishin as if he were a noteworthy factory director. Yet it seems he merely relies on the fact that his brother-in-law holds the position of deputy county head. He possesses neither understanding of production nor acumen in management. And when the workers voice their concerns, he fails to accept them with humility. He spends his days indulging in feasting, growing increasingly corpulent, transforming a minority enterprise into something akin to a poorly tended livestock farm. Each day, the sight of his belly vexes me. Within the leather factory, which employs over 100 individuals, 1/3 are from minority backgrounds, and the canteen exclusively serves halal cuisine, making it a well-known minority enterprise in the county. I must admit, it's a pity that Jiang Nan's suggestion was interrupted by my mother's interjection, leaving Comrade Lao Jiang somewhat embarrassed. Rest assured, Comrade Lao Jiang, even if you were to be transferred to a factory producing aircraft or artillery, your son would surely help you thrive. Chapter 15. Snowflake Yogurt. The following morning, although I was expected to continue my studies, a significant adjustment to the products our entrepreneurial team was selling prompted Jiang Nan to declare a day of pause. Miao Lei still had not appeared. I was unsure whether she was simply ignoring me or visiting her grandmother, as she had not been seen in the family compound for several days. However, Zhao Huiwan, on her way to school, inquired about my well-being. Indeed, she was headed to school. After the summer break, she was now entering her senior year. I had initially thought it would be a few more years before the competition for college entrance exams intensified to the point that second-year students would have no summer vacation. To my surprise, this phenomenon began with Zhao Huijuan's cohort. The county's first high school granted these graduating students, who would soon enter their final year, a week off to rest at home before promptly resuming classes. Fortunately, it was rumored they would receive a few additional days off before the term commenced. At the entrance of the family compound, I proudly informed Zhao Huiwan that our enterprise was operating splendidly and would continue to improve. I even extended an offer for her to work with me should she find herself struggling to secure employment after graduating from university. Zhao Huiwan erupted into laughter, her mirthful response reflecting her disbelief at my boast. Indeed, it was a rather exuberant reaction. My second sister had already developed a modest stature. Luo Honggang had just procured 2 large pots of milk, which he cooled before pouring into 3 thermoses. To accommodate this milk, I commandeered the thermoses from our 3 households. And to my astonishment, there remained a small portion in 1 pot. Canned fruits, oranges, peaches, and hawthorn were also acquired, albeit in limited variety, just sufficient for our needs. White sugar had been purchased as well, already added to the milk during the cooking process. Jiang Nan discreetly sampled a spoonful and remarked that it was exceedingly sweet. We had also secured cups and spoons. I had intended to buy white glass cups with handles, but alas, the department store had none, compelling me to settle for 30 plastic ones. Ice was procured, and since Uncle Zhang had the morning off, he personally escorted us to the ice cream factory sales department. Being in his company, we were treated with warmth by the department head, who welcomed us to purchase at our convenience without the need for credit arrangements. Inspired by the remaining milk, I declared, "Come, watch as I prepare snowflake yogurt." In essence, it was simply shaved ice. I crushed the ice blocks into fine shavings using a metal grater, then combined them with the milk and added the canned fruits. Luo Honggang and Zhang Lanlan fixed their gaze intently upon my actions, even assisting me in the task of rubbing the ice. Once everything was prepared, I handed them 2 cups, each adorned with a spoon, inviting them to taste and share their thoughts. Without hesitation, I scooped a small spoonful for myself, allowing it to melt in my mouth. The coolness, sweetness, and a hint of creamy flavor flooded my senses, bringing an unexpected refreshment that seemed to cool the very air around us. It was delightful, indeed, far superior to an ordinary popsicle. At merely 20 cents a cup, what could possibly be amiss? Certainly nothing. After all, a popsicle costs 10 cents, and our creation was infinitely more enjoyable. The two of them devoured the treat with unabated enthusiasm, their heads barely lifting from the cups. To be candid, this delicacy pales in comparison to the ice cream of later generations, lacking that exquisite, velvety texture. Nevertheless, the ice treats from the county's ice cream factory were even more inferior. At least I had the sense to include a touch of milk, while they were unwilling to spare any. Once we accumulate a bit more capital, I shall delve into the intricacies of ice cream, though it is a tad more complex and costly, which may hinder its marketability. I procured a large cardboard box and, with scissors, fashioned the words "Cool Snowflake Cream" in bold letters, hanging it in front of the stand that Luo Honggang had erected. "Let us embark on our journey to earn some money," I declared, gesturing grandly and striding out with confidence. However, upon glancing back, I noticed no one followed, prompting me to lift the curtain and return. "Are we leaving now?" "The stadium is still empty," Luo Honggang remarked, holding onto the cup he had just finished. "We're not heading to the stadium. We're going to the entrance of County No. 1 Middle School. This institution, located within the western gate of the county, is said to occupy the former site of the county magistrate's office from feudal times, right in the heart of the most bustling area of the town. Even disregarding the students within the campus, the foot traffic alone would provide ample opportunity for our stall. Thus, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the very first snowflake cream stall in Weinan County made its debut at the entrance of County No. 1 Middle School, a good 4 years ahead of its time. By the time dinner approached, all 4 large blocks of ice we had purchased were transformed into cash. However, we had run out of milk and canned goods, and even the 2 large watermelons I had purposely saved from yesterday had vanished. This wasn't due to a sudden surge in purchasing power within the county, but rather because the students of County No. 1 Middle School eagerly embraced this novel cold treat. Moreover, my second sister, third brother, and fourth brother, upon seeing it after school, rallied many classmates to support our venture, marking a true and auspicious beginning for our business. Luo Honggang, having tirelessly scraped the ice, found his hands sore by dinner, nearly unable to lift his bowl. Meanwhile, as Zhang Lanlan counted the money that evening, her joy radiated through her laughter, nearly stretching her smile to her earlobes. Initially, I was keen to tally how many cups we had sold, but as the bustle of the day consumed us, I lost the inclination to keep count. Hence, I was uncertain of the exact number sold, though it surely exceeded 200. $46.03. $46.04. A total of $46.04. We sold 232 cups, Zhang Lanlan calculated swiftly, her mental arithmetic impressively precise, as she concluded the tally. In just 5 days, we have astonishingly managed to earn over 56 yuan with an initial capital of merely 3 yuan and 60 cents. My mother and Aunt May stood by in disbelief. Had it not been for my initial declaration that this endeavor was merely a task for Luo Honggang, and the insistence from Grandma Luo that this business belonged to the 3 of us, my mother and Aunt May might have been clamoring to quit their jobs and join me. It is not just 46, but 56. I still possess the 10 yuan we earned a few days ago. Zhang Lanlan proudly produced the 10 yuan from her pocket. I feared running out of ice in the afternoon, so I had specifically instructed Zhang Lanlan to keep that 10 yuan. Little did I expect that the first item to sell out would be the canned goods. Today, after deducting the 15 yuan spent on cups and spoons, the remaining costs for purchasing ingredients amounted to approximately 20 yuan. Moreover, there is still a considerable amount of sugar left. suggesting that we could continue for another week without issue. Subtracting the costs, today's net profit hovers around 30 yuan, yielding an impressive return of nearly 170%. Compared to the initial day of selling watermelon slices, this may seem diminished, yet one must not judge solely by appearances. Chapter 16. The case of the female workers at the textile factory. The watermelons at the stadium predominantly attract parents seeking to cool off with their children. After all, aside from cutting the watermelon into pieces, I have not performed any additional processing. Consuming it with a small fork is no different from purchasing it whole and slicing it at home. The taste remains unchanged. Thus, rational individuals inevitably compare it to the original price of the watermelon, and the disparity becomes glaringly apparent. However, given the relatively low price, comparable to that of a popsicle, parents are willing to indulge their children with a bowl when they are restless. Otherwise, who would spend the entire day at the stadium purchasing the watermelons I sell? In contrast, the snowflake yogurt shavings are an entirely different matter. This delicacy has never been sold before, lacking any direct competition, rendering the pricing less transparent. The absence of alternatives makes it a unique offering, and the public does not perceive a discrepancy between price and value. Hence, it is likely that we could continue selling this for some time. Of course, as for our snowflake yogurt, it does not entail any remarkable technical prowess. A keen observer standing beside me for an afternoon could easily deduce the entire preparation process, or by purchasing a couple of cups, they would grasp the essence of it. However, I have no intention of applying for a patent, whether it was the watermelon slices from a few days ago or the current snowflake yogurt. My sole purpose is to amass capital for genuine entrepreneurship. Furthermore, to be candid, in 3 months, the weather will turn cold, and even if I wish to continue selling, the demand would dwindle. For now, I shall consider preparing some sour plum soup to diversify our offerings. While I pondered this, my mother and Aunt May had already begun to exclaim, 56? Is that for real? Of course it is. Jiang Nan proudly lifted the over 50 yuan in her hand, displaying each note for their inspection. Jiang Nan is truly remarkable. In just a few days, she has earned nearly a month's salary of Aunt May. I rolled my eyes. The 56 is merely cash. If one includes the expenses for cups, sugar, and spoons, it has actually exceeded 70. However, such ostentatious remarks should not be uttered in the presence of one's mother and potential future mother-in-law. Aunt May, does your hospital's traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy have black plums and osmanthus? I am acquainted with several recipes for sour plum soup, but in my humble opinion, the most delectable is the osmanthus sour plum soup. The other ingredients for making sour plum soup, such as licorice, dried tangerine peel, hawthorn, and ophiophagon, are certainly stocked in the pharmacy, yet black plums and osmanthus may not be guaranteed. At least, during my later tenure at the county hospital, I had not heard of these two items being available. Black plums and osmanthus? I am uncertain. Our emergency department has little interaction with the pharmacy. Why do you inquire about these two items? Aunt May seemed perplexed by my sudden question. Oh, the selection of snowflake yogurt is rather limited. I plan to prepare some sour plum soup for sale. Sour plum soup? Is it the kind sold over in the capital? It seems Aunt May has either tasted it or at least heard of it. Precisely, that is the one. Could you assist me by inquiring at the pharmacy tomorrow? Certainly. If the pharmacy does not have them, I will have Old Qian procure them from the county pharmaceutical company for you. Old Qian is a staff member in the pharmacy department of the county hospital. By the time I graduated from university and joined the county hospital, he had already become the department head. However, he retired not long after, and our interactions were minimal. I only know him as a short, jovial old man who enjoys telling jokes. And so, life continued day by day. Indeed, the county hospital's pharmacy did not possess black plums. However, it is said that Aunt May pursued Old Qian to the city's pharmaceutical company to procure black plums and osmanthus for me, resulting in my having to spend a significant amount of money on a thermos, one of those with a small tap at the bottom. The exact amount is not worth mentioning. Had it not been for the profits from selling snowflake yogurt for over a week, I might have had to resort to borrowing or seeking investment. Fortunately, this item has retained its value well. Even in second-hand sales, it can fetch a decent price. Thus not considered a loss, and now deemed a fixed asset. On the very day I purchased the thermos, the transfer order for Comrade Jiang finally arrived, requiring him to complete his work handover within a week and report to the knitting factory. In reality, there was little to hand over, as my father's responsibilities at the leather factory were minimal, and he could clarify everything in a single morning. Thus, just 2 days later. He retrieved his belongings from the leather factory's duty room. This was further delayed by an additional day due to the factory leadership wanting to bid him farewell. My father's classmates, primarily those with whom he maintained close ties, were aware of his transfer from the leather factory as the third in command to the knitting factory as the head, and they made a special visit to the house to extend their congratulations. I sensed they were merely seeking an excuse to indulge in drinking, a judgment my mother affirmed as quite accurate. Hence, on a certain evening in late July, just 3 days after my father reported to the knitting factory, they arrived at our doorstep. Old Shui from the traffic police, Old Chang from the construction company, and Old Lu from the county publicity department. I affectionately refer to them as Uncle Shui, Uncle Chang, and Uncle Lu. When I returned with Luo Hongyang and Zhang Lanlan, pushing our snowflake cart, I found Comrade Jiang and the others had already finished a bottle of Luzhou Daku and were opening a second. Jiang Nan, come here quickly. I hear your father says you've begun to earn money now. How is it? Is making money hard work? Can you earn 3 yuan a day? Much better than that little rascal at our place, who only knows how to play all day. Come, Jiang Nan, sit beside Uncle. Let me pour you a glass of wine. Old Shui, stop making a fuss. What business does a child have drinking wine? As soon as I entered, this was the scene that greeted me. After washing my hands, I took a small stool and sat beside my mother, listening to a few obviously tipsy individuals ramble on. Old Shui, has the case of the female worker from Taihang textile factory been solved? That's a matter for the criminal police. I'm in traffic. How would I know? Hey, aren't you all policemen? I figured you'd know something. Police work varies. If you bring someone from the household registration department to our team, they'd be just as clueless. However, I do know a bit about that case. Sitting alongside them, I held a steamed bun in one hand and chopsticks in the other, aimlessly searching the plate for the scant pieces of lean meat. Upon hearing Uncle Shui mention the case, I perked up my ears. I had heard of this case, but it was only in my previous life, after arriving at the hospital, that I learned about it. By then, it had already been over a decade. A female worker from Taihang textile factory disappeared while working the night shift, and after a search at dawn, her body was found in a graveyard by the roadside. That graveyard appeared to be quite a distance from the main road, yet adjacent to it was a county road that conveniently bypassed the toll gate on the national highway. Thus, the criminal police had notified us to identify the tire tracks on that road, and I took the opportunity to sneak a glance at the scene. The deceased woman, whether she was a young girl or a young wife, was said to be quite fair-skinned. I heard she was strangled to death. Yes, she was indeed strangled. I also heard that before her death, she was, well, whether she was or not, I cannot say. Uncle Shui glanced towards the kitchen, where my mother had just stood up to prepare soup for them. Seeing that she had no intention of coming out, he felt emboldened to continue. When I went there, Old Son from the criminal police said the technical team had yet to arrive, and the scene had not been disturbed. I stood back and took a distant look. The deceased woman had her pants pulled down and her top lifted, leaving everything exposed. Uncle Shui, while furtively glancing at the kitchen door, gestured to indicate the positions. Even if she wasn't assaulted, this is quite suggestive. Technically, Uncle Shui's disclosure of case details and the victim's privacy constitutes a breach of protocol. But who could argue with a few inebriated individuals? Such a pity, she wasn't even married. The speaker this time is Uncle Lu from the publicity department. Do you know that young lady is still unmarried? Last month, while preparing for the July 1st event, I had a brief conversation with a few members of the Taihang factory's publicity department, and they expressed their discontent regarding your county's police department. They lamented that for over 2 months, no progress had been made in solving the case. Not only have they failed to crack it, but there hasn't even been a single clue. This statement left Uncle Shui momentarily speechless after a long pause. He could only awkwardly respond that it was the criminal investigation team's business, unrelated to their traffic police division. Why not have your chief take a stand? If the criminal investigation team cannot handle it, let your traffic police step in and put them to shame. Old Chang from the construction company is a stout fellow, darker than Uncle Shui. With a grin, he filled Uncle Shui's empty cup with liquor, but then quipped, "Nonsense, that's not the same line of work. I fare worse than they do. I heard that the criminal investigation team has interviewed no fewer than 600 or 700 people over the past 2 months, and the stack of interview records is quite substantial. They've questioned everyone connected to that young woman from surrounding villages or the tying factory. Anyone remotely linked to the timeline of the crime, regardless of age, has been summoned for questioning. Yet, astonishingly, not a single suspect has emerged. Currently, They suspect it may be the work of a transient criminal and have requested assistance from neighboring provinces. I fear that if it truly is the handiwork of a wandering criminal, this case might remain unresolved for 3 to 5 years. The case Uncle Chui mentioned, I had heard of in a previous life, of course, after I had joined the county hospital. By then, the case had already faded into obscurity, gathering dust in the county police archives, only to be resurrected due to another incident. After Uncle Chui finished speaking, he noticed my attentive demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, lifting a piece of beef to my plate. Jiang Nan, eat more, study well, grow up quickly, and solve this case in the future. I pouted, questioning why it had to be in the future. Why not now? My nonchalant remark surprised all the uncles present, save for Comrade Lao Jiang, who looked somewhat speechless. He knew I was a determined individual, but Uncle Chui was discussing a murder case, not a business venture. Even if I read more than others, or was a bit smarter, could I truly grasp everything? Jiang Nan, don't boast, Lao Jiang interjected. Come on, Jiang Nan. Tell us how you would solve this rape murder case if it were up to you. By the way, do you even know what rape means? Lao Jiang had just chided me, while Uncle Chui and Uncle Chong burst into laughter. Indeed, their laughter reflected Lao Jiang's belief that I was merely boasting. And while they were extending a hand to me, they were simultaneously digging a pit beneath me. Of course I knew. Much like Ian jeeping with the dragon girl in The Return of the Condor Heroes. Oh, it seems Jiang Nan truly knows, they remarked. Look at you, not studying properly. Indulging in all sorts of nonsensical books. My comment elicited another round of laughter, but I did not wait for them to finish and continued speaking. To ascertain the circumstances surrounding the case, one must rely on the evidence discovered at the scene, followed by reasonable deductions. Based on the evidence recently presented by Uncle Chui, I shall share my observations, and you may judge their validity. My succinct and articulate discourse momentarily roused the attention of several inebriated individuals who collectively stifled their laughter, set aside their chopsticks, lit cigarettes, and turned their gazes towards me. The criminal investigation team has interrogated all suspected men, yet they have all been cleared of any involvement due to lack of opportunity. Hence, the suspicion falls upon an itinerant criminal. Am I correct? Listening to my earnest analysis, everyone fought the urge to chuckle, yet they nodded in agreement with my points. Now, let us consider a critical question. The victim's residence is approximately 15 or 16 li from the tying factory, necessitating her to cycle to work. However, after the crime was committed, her bicycle remained untouched. Why is that? Could it be that her bicycle was deemed worthless? Or perhaps the itinerant criminal adhered to a strict code, committing only sexual offenses while eschewing theft? It is absurd to suggest that a bicycle holds no value. In this day and age, a bicycle costs upwards of 100 yuan, often requiring 2 to 3 months of wages to afford. As for the notion of a criminal exclusively targeting sexual gratification while disregarding financial gain, that is indeed laughable. Although my voice was not loud, it resonated profoundly in Uncle Chui's ears. Jiang Nan, are you suggesting that the bicycle was deliberately left at the scene by the perpetrator? Indeed, it was intentional. If this were the work of an itinerant criminal, he could have easily traversed northward past the Qi River or southward nearing the Yellow River within a single night. Once outside the county, disposing of the bicycle would pose no challenge. If you were in the shoes of this itinerant criminal, would you not ride off with the bicycle? But what if he were not an itinerant criminal? If he took the bicycle, the focus of the investigation would shift to both the individual and the bicycle itself. If he could not dispose of it, would he not be effectively confessing to the murder? My inquiries led several individuals into deep contemplation. Bang! Uncle Lu smacked his thigh. If it is not an itinerant criminal, it must be someone local, perhaps from the neighboring villages or even from the tying factory. However, Jiang Nan, the criminal investigation team has nearly exhausted their inquiries with all suspected men, interjected Uncle Sunday. Old Sun possesses a keen eye. If the perpetrator were truly in his sight, he would certainly be apprehended. Uncle Chui, engrossed in thought, forgot to smoke, allowing the ember to dangerously approach his hand. I hastily pointed this out to him. It was too late. He trembled and discarded the burning cigarette onto the ground. That is simple enough. It implies that none among those men is the genuine culprit. We must broaden our search, Uncle Chong suggested, taking a sip of his drink, while simultaneously picking at his meal. There is no way to expand further. We cannot summon every man from the tying factory and the surrounding rural areas for questioning, replied another. The tying factory employs approximately 8,000 to 9,000 individuals, being a provincial state-owned enterprise. Although the majority are female textile workers, there are still 1,000 to 2,000 male workers, not to mention the numerous villages in the outskirts. To question them all would be an insurmountable task. Let us not rush. We shall continue our analysis. As Uncle Chang's words began to drift off course, I hastily brought the discussion back on track. The crime scene was a graveyard, a location with which I was unfamiliar. However, since Uncle Chui had visited it, do you believe there might be other nearby locations more suitable for the crime? Upon my inquiry, Uncle Chui suddenly inhaled sharply. The site was neither far nor close to the main road, yet from the perspective of being obscured by trees and tombstones, it indeed constituted the most optimal crime scene. Within a 2-mile radius, nothing compared to it. This implied that the perpetrator had, quite fortuitously, selected the ideal location for the crime. I nodded and continued. In the dead of night, who could so swiftly identify the perfect spot? If it were a transient offender or someone visiting the area for the first time, their luck would be extraordinary. Jiang Nan, are you suggesting that the criminal had previously scouted the area? I cannot ascertain whether they had done so, but it is evident that the perpetrator was not unfamiliar with the terrain. At the very least, they must have traversed that vicinity several times. Naturally, if it were merely the locals, their familiarity would be even greater. Is there anything else? My analysis had captivated Uncle Chang and Uncle Lu, and upon noticing my pause, they could not refrain from asking. Indeed, there is more. Uncle Chui mentioned that the woman's pants were pulled down to a certain point, and her top was lifted, leading the criminal investigation team to conclude that she had been raped. I mimicked Uncle Chui's gestures, illustrating on myself. Uncle Chui, when you were at the scene, was it confirmed that the victim's pants were only pulled down to that point? Or was one leg entirely removed, while the other leg was pulled down to that point? They were not fully removed, merely pulled down to the knees. Uncle Chui recalled the scene with certainty. If the intention was to commit rape, why not remove them entirely? Would it not be more convenient to do so? Upon my remark, the men erupted in laughter. Even old Zhang's expression turned peculiar as he playfully slapped the back of my head. You little rascal, you certainly know a thing or two. Oh, old Jiang. Is that polite? If you keep this up, I shall cease speaking. My immediate display of indignation at my father's habitual actions prompted a chorus of reproaches from Uncle Chui and Uncle Chang towards him. Indeed, Jiang Nan is now a teacher. Refrain from such behavior. We are thoroughly engrossed in the discussion. Jiang Nan, do not stoop to your father's level. Continue speaking. Yes, if he strikes you again, we shall throw him out. Old Jiang, feeling somewhat embarrassed yet reluctant to let me stop speaking, could only retrieve a cigarette from the box on the table to ignite, turning his gaze away from me. In the dead of night, with little illumination, it would already be inconvenient. Why then only partially remove clothing? If one had gone so far as to strip the victim, why not proceed with complete disregard for convenience? The reason is that the perpetrator never intended to commit rape. The act of disrobing was merely to mislead the police. Mislead? Why would one seek to mislead? Jiang Nan, are you suggesting that this case is a crime of vengeance rather than a rape? Uncle Chui, upon hearing my analysis, appeared momentarily perplexed. Whether it is indeed a crime of vengeance, I cannot say, but the likelihood of it being rape seems quite low. Uncle Chui, may I inquire whether any evidence of rape was discovered during the examination of the victim's body in this case? As an 11-year-old child, confronted by several adults, there were certain phrases I found too difficult to utter, prompting me to pose my question in a vague manner. To my surprise, I truly did not know. I had not inquired further about the case since then. Very well, let us rephrase the inquiry. If your department's technical team found no evidence of rape on the woman, what do you suppose the perpetrator's intention was in removing her trousers? Furthermore, during the commission of the crime, did the assailant first strangle the victim or remove her trousers? It must have been the former. Otherwise, how could one undress another while they are still alive? Yet, if the victim had already been strangled and was no longer resisting, why was her trousers only partially removed? Might it be possible that the assailant initially did not intend to kill, but merely sought to incapacitate her before proceeding with the act of rape? Perhaps. Upon discovering that she had died while undressing her, he became frightened and abruptly ceased his actions. Uncle Lu, who had been listening intently, proposed this new theory. Such a possibility does exist. However, given that this individual was calm enough to refrain from riding away on a bicycle, I suspect he may not have felt significant fear. My assertion left several individuals in deep contemplation once more. Uncle Chui retrieved a cigarette, ignited it with the remnants of his previous one, discarded the stub on the ground, and extinguished it with his foot. He encouraged me to continue, inquiring why I had stopped. There are no leads left, as you just mentioned at length. I cannot fabricate details. Humph, I assumed you would be more capable, perhaps even solving the case outright, remarked Comrade Lao Jiang, finally seizing an opportunity to interject with a scoff. Despite the expression of indifference on his face, I could discern a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Do not rush me. Let me ponder what additional clues remain unspoken. Ah, yes. The technical team reported that the victim had engaged in a struggle with the assailant, with traces of the perpetrator's flesh found beneath her nails. However, Uncle Sun and his team had scrutinized every suspicious male. Yet either they bore no injuries or the marks did not match. Furthermore, it is said that for every injured individual, there must be a witness to corroborate how the injury occurred, the nature of the wounds, and how they were treated. Uncle Sun from the criminal investigation team certainly possesses considerable acumen. He even considered the possibility that the assailant, upon realizing he had sustained injuries, might attempt to conceal the original wounds, leading him to inquire about witnesses to their injuries. Quite impressive. However, he still pales in comparison to my insight. Of course, there would be no match. As I previously stated, the murderer removed her trousers solely to mislead you. Thus, by only investigating men, how could you possibly uncover the true culprit? Hiss, Jiang Nan, are you implying that the perpetrator is a woman? Chapter 19. No suspect found. The living room fell into a sudden silence. Uncle Chui and my father, along with the others, remained quietly smoking, contemplating the potentiality of the scenario I had proposed. In this era, while crimes committed by women are not entirely absent, they predominantly revolve around offenses such as petty theft, child trafficking, or acts of debauchery, with instances of physical altercations being quite rare, let alone homicide. Yet, my assertions bear a semblance of truth. Even if one is reluctant to accept this reality, a thorough analysis would inevitably lead one in this direction. Moreover, given that all male suspects have been thoroughly investigated with no evidence uncovered, should we not also entertain the possibility of female involvement? Chui, tossing his cigarette butt to the ground, crushed it underfoot with considerable force. Tomorrow, I shall speak with Old Sun regarding the county's criminal police unit. Head Sun, your call has arrived. Who is it? It's Old Chui from the traffic unit. A middle-aged man, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, standing approximately 1.75 to 1.76 meters tall, with a crew cut, pronounced brows, and a robust physique showcasing defined muscles, rose from behind his desk and approached the administrative desk to answer the call. Old Chui, what is it you say? A woman? Very well, very well. This is indeed significant, extraordinarily significant. Thank you, Old Chui. Once this case is resolved, I shall treat you to a drink. Sun hung up the phone and turned to call out. Xiao Zhao, quickly, summon the brothers. We must convene. In matters concerning the case of rape and murder, Sun possessed a clearer understanding than Chui, as this case had consumed them for over 2 months, with the files nearly worn to tatters. They had previously failed to identify the perpetrator merely due to a lack of proper direction. Following Chui's relay of my insights, many previously confounding aspects suddenly became clear. The victim had indeed been violated, but no genetic material had been discovered within or even on the victim's body. Initially, they surmised that the assailant had not completed the act or had employed certain tools that evaded detection, leading them to believe the perpetrator was male. However, Chui's recent statement illuminated their path through the fog. If the assailant were indeed a woman, it would be plausible that no genetic material would be found. Jiangzi, conduct a comprehensive inquiry at the county hospital, the traditional medicine hospital, and the nearby rural clinics. Investigate whether any women sought treatment for scratch wounds in the days following the incident. Delu, you and your team should coordinate with the local police station to interview villagers, looking for any conflicts between women and the victim. Additionally, pay attention to whether any women bore scratch marks during that time frame. The activities of the Public Security Bureau bore no relevance to me. I continued my daily routine of studying in the mornings and selling goods in the afternoons, remaining blissfully occupied. However, having completed my summer assignments, I even self-studied the 5th grade and first-year junior high school curricula of Jiang Nan. Consequently, I borrowed the textbooks used by my second sister, Zhao Huiwan. Jiang Nan observed me with a bewildered expression. Initially, as I flipped through the pages, she assumed I did not comprehend the material and prepared to explain it to me. Yet, as she began to elucidate, she soon realized that it was I guiding her through the review. For instance, regarding the renowned poem Encountering Li Guanyin in Jiang Nan. I informed her that the Jiang Nan referred to by Du Gongbu was neither Jinling nor Linen, nor any locale along the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, but rather Tanzhou. Moreover, this was the final year of the Venerable Du's life. I informed her that Li Guanyin was historically revered as the saint of music, a title bestowed upon him during the Tang dynasty. Furthermore, I shared that Prince Li Fan was the brother of Emperor Ming of Tang, while Cui Jiao and Cui Di were childhood friends of Li Longji. In the era of Xuanzong, these two individuals were prominent figures of great renown. The ease with which Du frequented the households of such illustrious personalities and forged a friendship with Li Guanyin indicates that he, too, once basked in the glow of distinction and prestige. However, after reaching middle age, Du Gongbu faced numerous setbacks and endured the heartbreak of losing a young child, ultimately transforming into the poet of the common people, a fate that foretold his tumultuous journey in the years to come. Zhang Lanlan, with her large expressive eyes, gazed at me in silence. In the twilight of spring and the twilight of life, the aged Du unexpectedly encountered Li Guanyin, who had likewise found himself in this forsaken place. He continued to sing the melodies of yesteryear, though the stage was not as resplendent as that of Luoyang, and he was no longer the youthful figure of brilliance from days gone by. I succumbed once more to my penchant for boasting in the presence of others. Fortunately, Luo Honggang had just returned from his afternoon market trip, lifting the curtain to interrupt my incessant chatter. Have you gathered everything? Yes, I have. As per your suggestion. I strolled through the market and, aside from watermelons, I procured a dozen or so cantaloupes. Now, how should we handle the cantaloupes? Dice them, soak them in syrup, and jar them, just like any other canned goods. A week later, one afternoon, Uncle Chui arrived with a companion seeking me out. Xiaonan, 2 cups of snowflake yogurt. Please. Certainly, Uncle Chui. Please take a seat at the small table. It will be ready shortly. As my earnings increased, I purchased 2 more small folding tables and several stools, placing them beneath the trees behind our vehicle. Soon, I brought them 2 cups of snowflake yogurt. Oh, do not leave just yet. Uncle Chui has something to discuss with you. Really? What could you possibly want to ask me? Reflecting on my recent interactions with Uncle Chui, it seemed the only topic we had explored was the discussion surrounding the heinous crime. Could it be that? However, as a traffic officer, did he not fear being accused of overstepping his bounds into the domain of the criminal police? I blinked, resting my chin on the snowflake yogurt before them. You two enjoy your treat while I observe. It seems rather inappropriate otherwise. Both Uncle Chui and the gentleman he had brought were momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance before comprehending my implication, and smiles broke forth on their faces. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Very well, bring us another cup of snowflake yogurt. Luo Honggang swiftly prepared another cup and brought it to us. Although we had crafted the delicacies ourselves, and I could indulge whenever I wished, the sensation of consuming something I had sold, while simultaneously earning money, was truly delightful. Please, go ahead and ask. I sat beside the small table, holding my cup of snowflake yogurt. Well, Uncle Chui pondered, carefully organizing his thoughts, and spoke softly. The analysis you provided regarding the recent case of rape and murder has prompted the criminal police to reopen the investigation. The county hospital, the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, and the rural clinics, along with the criminal investigation team, have thoroughly investigated the matter without uncovering any female individuals who exhibited injuries during those days. Additionally, inquiries were discreetly conducted regarding other female individuals who sought medical attention for various types of injuries, all of whom have been ruled out as suspects. Furthermore, the police have also reached out to women who had conflicts with the victim, yet no suspicious individuals have been identified thus far. Do you have any other suggestions? Chapter 20. Rising to the surface, the absence of suspects is, in fact, quite commonplace. The case has lingered for over 2 months, and aside from a few individuals with an unusual interest in the matter, most have likely begun to forget it altogether. I bit down on my spoon, striving to disentangle the fragments of information about this case that I had heard in my previous life. Truth be told, my knowledge of this case is limited. I know only that the perpetrator is a woman, hailing from those few villages, and that she is quite adept at agricultural work. But in this era, which rural woman is not skilled in farm labor? Ah, her family? Could it be that this woman has already married? Have you investigated the married women from those villages? Upon hearing my inquiry, Uncle Chui glanced at the man he had brought along. Let me speak, the stoic man, who had remained silent since our arrival and had even neglected to touch his snowflake yogurt, finally interjected, watching as it slowly melted into water. "This is your uncle's son." From the criminal investigation team. "So he is the esteemed old son mentioned by Uncle Chui." I nodded and greeted him. For the first time, a hint of a smile graced old son's face, accompanied by a touch of shyness. Perhaps it was the fact that he had been unable to find a breakthrough and now found himself seeking assistance from a mere child that made him feel somewhat embarrassed. "In those villages, including the tying factory, we have investigated all males and females who had conflicts with the victim during the time of the incident, including those from her family who have married. Yet, we have found no suspects. Oh, and no one seems to bear any visible injuries. After 2 months, even if someone had been injured, they would have healed by now. If the damage did not reach the dermis or the basal layer, it is likely that no trace would remain. It would be remarkable if you could find any evidence at all. The problem is that this complicates matters. At this point, the country likely lacks the forensic technology to conduct such examinations. Even if it exists, it would be located at the Ministry of Public Security in the capital. Moreover, without a genetic database for comparison, even if I were to propose it, it would be futile. We cannot possibly summon every person in the county to draw blood from them one by one." Uncle Chui, seemingly unaware, lit a cigarette again, and an ash fell just onto his big toe, which bore a faint, fresh scratch with a trace of blood. The ash landed, and whether it was still hot or had touched the bloodstain, it caused Uncle Chui to shudder suddenly. An idea struck me. Time had elapsed, and if the perpetrator had ceased her criminal activities, I would have no way to ascertain her identity. Nonetheless, I possess another method, albeit one that offers no guarantees regarding its efficacy in locating the individual in question. 2 days hence, a collaborative medical team from the county hospital and the county epidemic prevention station commenced a series of charitable consultations within the villages surrounding the county town. Although referred to as a medical team, it consisted merely of 5 individuals, 1 physician, 1 nurse, a staff member from the epidemic prevention station, and a pharmacist, accompanied by a driver. This driver, in his 40s, bore a stern demeanor and, upon arrival in the village, did not seek respite, but rather sat silently on a small chair behind the doctors and nurses, smoking quietly. His gaze, however, remained fixed on those who approached for medical advice and consultation. Upon reaching the village, the physician and nurse typically established themselves in a shaded area in front of the brigade's headquarters, arranging their equipment, stethoscopes, blood pressure monitors, and the like, preparing to receive the local populace. Meanwhile, the staff member from the epidemic prevention station proceeded directly to the brigade's broadcasting room, connecting the power supply and addressing the microphone. "Dear villagers, comrades, I have come today in accordance with the unified directive of the National Health Ministry to elucidate the dangers and preventive measures associated with tetanus. Tetanus is an acute infectious disease caused by the tetanus bacillus. In our country, the demographic affected by tetanus historically included not only those with external injuries, but also parturient women and newborns. However, due to advancements in medical and health technologies, the incidence of tetanus among mothers and infants has significantly diminished, while the proportion of cases resulting from external injuries has markedly increased. The tetanus bacillus predominantly resides in soil, environmental contexts, and the feces of humans and animals. Consequently, when an individual sustains an injury, particularly in locations such as latrines, pigsties, fields, or cemeteries, and if the wound has been contaminated with soil, feces, or rust, the potential for tetanus infection must be considered, urging prompt vaccination at the epidemic prevention station. Should individuals, previously unaware of this disease, find themselves with contaminated wounds and have not received timely vaccinations, they are encouraged to consult with me. I will assess the wound and advise on subsequent preventive measures." This public announcement was collaboratively crafted by the Epidemic Prevention Station and the Criminal Investigation Team, primarily consisting of legitimate medical knowledge that would not mislead the public. A minor portion, however, was subtly infused with elements intended to intimidate the perpetrator psychologically. At this juncture, it is noteworthy that the majority of the populace possesses limited educational backgrounds. Based on the information I later acquired, the culprit of this case resides in one of these villages, likely around 27 or 28 years of age. Individuals of this age group would have experienced their schooling during a time when classes were interrupted due to revolutionary fervor, and particularly as a female. Even with a middle school diploma, her actual capabilities would likely parallel those of a 4th-grade student, akin to Miaole. A person of such ignorance and obstinacy, presumably lacking in social connections, might very well be compelled to seek counsel at the epidemic prevention station out of fear. In due course, the specifics of her injury, the timing, location, and severity would inevitably come to light under the scrutiny of the station's medical personnel. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Uncle Chui once again contacted my father, insisting on treating Comrade Lao Jiang to a drink, and specifically requested that Comrade Lao Jiang bring me along. Upon our arrival, we indeed discovered the presence of Uncle Sun from the criminal investigation team in the room. Come, Lao Jiang. Allow me to introduce you to Uncle Sun from the criminal investigation team. Besides Uncle Sun, there were two others, also from the criminal investigation team. One surnamed Li and the other Lu, both serving as detectives under Uncle Sun's command. As their conversation unfolded over drinks, I began to unravel the events surrounding the case. The suggestion I had provided to the criminal investigation team had indeed proved beneficial. Shortly after the mobile medical unit returned, the epidemic prevention station reported to the criminal investigation team that several individuals had sought consultation for past injuries, among which a woman's case drew the attention of the detectives. This woman had gone to the epidemic prevention station, claiming that while working in the fields, she had urgently needed to relieve herself and had ventured into a small grove. Upon standing up, she was scratched by a juju branch. The scratch was somewhat severe, drawing blood. However, in her haste to continue working, she deemed the wound insignificant and hastily applied some dirt to it. Chapter 21. A father's concern. In those days, common folk, particularly farmers, typically refrained from seeking medical attention unless injuries were grave. As the woman recounted, if scratched by branches, blades, or nails, and if the wound was minor, it was not uncommon for individuals to apply some powdered plantain, ash, or even simply dirt to staunch the bleeding. However, the location of this woman's injury was particularly concerning, as it was situated just below her neck on her chest, with even one of her breasts having been grazed by the aforementioned branch. Being a woman who valued cleanliness, it was rare for her to simply apply dirt without considering a visit to the clinic. Moreover, the criminal investigation team had conducted experiments with several female colleagues, and it was nearly impossible to sustain a chest injury while standing without any marks on the face, as she described. Thus, the situation became clearer. After gathering pertinent evidence, the criminal investigation team set up a sting operation in the village, successfully apprehending the woman named Xie Juhua. Interrogation revealed that Xie Juhua had not been acquainted with the deceased, only having a vague awareness of each other's identities within their respective villages. However, Xie Juhua had a former boyfriend who had since begun a relationship with the deceased, reportedly progressing towards marriage. Feeling that her unmarried status at 27 or 28 was due to her ex-boyfriend's entanglement with the deceased, she unleashed her fury upon the latter. Interestingly, the suggestion from Jiang Nan had been fortuitous. According to the doctor, this woman exhibited mild hyperthyroidism, leading to excessive sweating and heightened emotional sensitivity, which coincidentally mirrored the symptoms of tetanus discussed during the medical team's rural outreach. Consequently, she became fearful. Xie Juhua displayed a cunning demeanor upon encountering the victim. She exchanged a few words, feigned urgency, and expressed trepidation, thereby persuading the victim to accompany her. The victim, rather naive, unwittingly followed her to the cemetery's edge. She grasped the victim's neck for a full 10 minutes, during which the victim clawed and scratched at her, unaware that her clothes were being torn in the struggle. Only when she confirmed the victim was lifeless did she realize, and then, just as Jiang Nan had said, in an attempt to mislead us, she stripped the victim of her pants. Old Son, perhaps out of consideration for my presence as an underage child, or perhaps unwilling to further tarnish the deceased's reputation, chose not to elaborate further. However, I had already surmised the implication. It was merely a matter of finding some object to feign a breakthrough act. If it were me, I could have executed it even more convincingly, leaving you all utterly perplexed. For instance, surreptitiously acquiring a condom wrapper, merely the wrapper, tearing it open, and discarding it beside. By then, your focus would have been solely on the man involved. As the evening drew to a close, Old Son produced an envelope from his pocket. Director Jiang Nan has truly rendered us invaluable assistance this time. In our county, aside from the period of stringent crackdowns when a few individuals lost their lives due to brawls, there haven't been any murder cases for many years. This case has lingered unresolved, and our criminal investigation team's reputation is on the line. If it weren't for Jiang Nan, we would not have applied for a reward from the Bureau for this reason. However, Jiang Nan is only 11, and few would believe such a story if it were shared, hence the application was made in your name. The sum is modest, 200 yuan. A small token of our appreciation, please accept it. On the way back, Comrade Old Jiang chose to walk alongside me, pushing his bicycle. Perhaps it was due to having consumed a bit too much alcohol earlier at the table. Jiang Nan, do you know why Old Son from the criminal investigation team said the reward was applied for in my name? He asked. He mentioned that you were too young, and that few would believe it. Indeed, it was due to your tender age, but not merely because of disbelief. It was rather an embarrassment for the criminal investigation team. We had just reached a stone platform when Comrade Old Jiang halted his bicycle, turned, and sat on the stone, lighting a cigarette. Jiang Nan, you have changed significantly this summer. I heard from Lan that you've even started looking at the high school textbooks previously used by Huiwan. What could Comrade Old Jiang be implying? Was he attempting to probe my depths? Strictly speaking, I had indeed exhibited an unusual prowess over the past month. Yet, I could hardly be blamed. Which reborn soul could resist the urge to show off? If it weren't for my physical development constraints, perhaps I would have already started flirting with girls. As I pondered how to respond, Comrade Old Jiang continued speaking, seemingly without requiring an answer from me. I was uncertain of the cause. Perhaps it was the result of a sudden epiphany after a good sleep. Or perhaps it was due to the extensive reading I had undertaken. This is a positive development, yet it may not solely be beneficial. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. A crane that stands tall among chickens will be pecked by the flock. Have I recounted the story of Shang Zhongyong to you? I understand the meaning of a tree that stands out. But what on earth does it mean to be pecked by chickens? I have heard that over the past month, you, Gongzi, and Lan have earned nearly 400 yuan. With the additional 200 from today, your earnings in just over a month approximate half a year's salary of mine. Son, you fill me with both pride and trepidation. I fear that your burgeoning confidence in your intellect may lead you to neglect the importance of diligent study, resulting in you becoming another Zhongyo. I also worry that your exceptional performance may alienate you from your peers, leaving you isolated, a term you understand, I trust. You would find yourself without friends. Your mother and I sincerely hope that you can enjoy a normal, complete childhood. This is the underlying reason for our concerns. In my previous life, I too was a father, and I can honestly relate to the sentiments of Comrade Lao Jiang. It is a complex intertwining of joy and anxiety, of pride and apprehension, that arises when a father sees his child beginning to slip from his grasp. Such feelings typically emerge after a son graduates from university. However, for Comrade Lao Jiang, they manifested even before his son completed elementary school. Yet, I must clarify my situation. It differs somewhat from what you described. I am not merely clever. I possess maturity, intellectual and philosophical maturity. My body may be immature, but my mind is not. What you mentioned may apply to others. But for someone like me, perhaps a newly emerged species in the cosmos, it requires a more nuanced perspective. To be pecked at by the flock? By whom? Under the weight of my capabilities, anyone desiring to be my subordinate must first consider whether I am willing to allow it. Nevertheless, I did make a few lifelong friends during elementary and middle school, and those connections are worthy of my sincere effort to cultivate. Chapter 22, Lamb Skewer School has commenced. For Lan, Miaolei, and me, it signifies the return to our backpacks and a reunion with friends we haven't seen throughout the vacation, indulging in playful antics. Sharing tales of our adventures, the delectable foods we sampled, and the animated shows and storybooks we enjoyed over the past 2 months. For Luo Honggang, it heralds the dawn of a new endeavor, if one can indeed consider being a self-employed individual as work. Over the span of nearly 2 months, the three of us earned a total of 462 yuan through selling watermelons, snowflake yogurt, and sour plum soup, averaging 230 yuan per month. This far exceeded my initial expectations. I had anticipated earning merely 100 yuan a month, which I thought would be commendable, slightly surpassing my parents' salaries. I never imagined our earnings would exceed their combined income. Oh, and we must also account for the pots, bowls, and various furniture. Therefore, when it came to determining our next business venture, I unhesitatingly assisted Luo Honggang in choosing to strengthen and expand in the food industry, specifically by selling lamb skewers. As previously mentioned, our county has a significant minority population. In fact, my father's former leather factory was known as a minority enterprise. This has led to a plethora of vendors selling beef and mutton in the county, with numerous halal restaurants emerging as well. To my knowledge, Among the workers at the leather factory, several have converted their street-facing rooms into small dining establishments. However, these eateries primarily serve stir-fried dishes or soups, and there has yet to be a single establishment offering mutton skewers. While I am uncertain as to the reason behind this, it has not deterred me from recognizing this business opportunity. I instructed Luo Honggang to venture to the street where water buckets are sold, where he cut several pieces of tin to construct a grill for mutton skewers in the leather factory workshop. Additionally, we modified Jiang Nan's small cart into a mobile mutton skewer stall. Yet, merely having the grill was insufficient. The essence of mutton skewers lies in the proper preparation of seasonings. Chili powder, salt, pepper, and ginger powder were readily available, but cumin was conspicuously absent in our county. I inquired with several ethnic minority workers in the factory, but none had ever heard of it. The absence of this key ingredient not only diminished the flavor, but also posed the risk of others replicating our success should they observe our profitability. Ultimately, it was Jiang Nan's father who resolved this issue. Having previously worked in sales, he had an extensive network of contacts. After a few phone calls to friends in the border province, he arranged for a substantial package to be sent, seemingly sufficient for several months of use. As for how to express gratitude to our benefactor, that was naturally a concern for Uncle Jiang. My responsibility was to assist Luo Honggang in perfecting the seasonings. Following that, we set about testing the dishes. After Luo Honggang practiced diligently for 2 days, ensuring that no undercooked mutton would be served, I instructed old Jiang and Uncle Jiang to prepare for the evening's gathering, where Luo Honggang would treat us to drinks. Oh, and we must not forget Zhao Huiyuan and Miao Lei's father. The tasting session was certainly to incorporate feedback from as many individuals as possible. There were merely 2 cold dishes. One was a cucumber and onion salad with a hint of mint, emphasizing a refreshing palate, while the other was a plate of peanuts, designed for leisurely snacking. The remainder consisted entirely of grilled items: mutton skewers, grilled mutton tendons, and grilled mutton kidneys. There were also vegetarian options including grilled garlic, grilled leeks, grilled eggplants, grilled green peppers, and, of course, a grilled fish. In essence, if it could be grilled, I instructed Luo Honggang to prepare it. The group of middle-aged men indulged to their heart's content, scarcely attending to their drinks. By the end of the evening, Uncle Jiang inquired, "Gongzi, mutton prices are quite steep these days. How much do you intend to charge for your skewers?" "Well, the meat skewers and tendons are priced at 20 cents each. The mutton kidneys at 1 yuan per skewer, and the vegetarian options at 10 cents for 2 skewers. The price of the fish would depend on the market rate that day. Excluding drinks, any purchase exceeding 4 yuan for skewers would include 2 complimentary cold dishes." This strategy was my suggestion to Luo Honggang. The cold dishes were seasonal vegetables, not particularly costly. Yet the offer of 2 complimentary items often encouraged patrons to spend over 4 yuan. Upon hearing Luo Honggang's pricing, the gentlemen gathered around the table collectively gasped. It was not that they found the prices exorbitant. Rather, they were taken aback by how satisfying their meal had been, leaving them momentarily speechless. Lamb skewers and meat tendons. For individuals consumed no fewer than 60 skewers. Each person savored a skewer of roasted lamb kidneys, accompanied by grilled fish and an assortment of roasted eggplants and leeks, alongside refreshing beer. To add to this gathering, my mother and Aunt May, as well as the mothers of Zhao Huiyuan and Tong Lei, initially joined us to relish a few skewers. The delightful aroma wafted through the courtyard, enticing other neighbors to partake in a skewer or 2. This sumptuous feast undoubtedly cost over 30 bucks, a significant sum for many, equivalent to half a month's wages. Uncle Miao was the first to voice his concern. "Are we perhaps indulging a bit too much?" he queried. Given that this was a new venture for Gang, should we offer a token of appreciation? Upon hearing this, my father and Uncle Jiang exchanged uncertain glances. People of that era, despite their simplicity, were not prone to excess. Although Grandma Luo had sworn that the business belonged to the 3 of us, now that both Zhang Lanlan and I had returned to school, it was evident that the enterprise would rest solely on Luo Honggang's shoulders. Should we truly offer a token of gratitude? Luo Honggang caught wind of the conversation and approached us, cradling the last few skewers of lamb. "Uncle Zhao, Uncle Jiang, Uncle Miao. We agreed from the start that today was a tasting event. Let us not complicate matters." Over the course of 2 months of setting up his stall, Luo Honggang had matured, able to converse comfortably with both strangers and acquaintances. Moreover, the more you indulge, the more it reflects the quality of my grilled meat, ensuring my future success. Thus, the more you eat, the happier I am. Since my father's passing, my grandmother and I have relied on the kindness of several uncles in this courtyard. Today, I wish to seize this opportunity to raise a toast to you all. As he spoke, Luo Honggang picked up a nearby bottle of beer and poured drinks for my father and Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Jiang, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Miao. I have grown up under your watchful eyes. When my father departed, I was but a child, and it was you uncles who supported us. Later, as I pursued my studies at vocational school, it was Uncle Zhao who helped me find opportunities. I may not be the brightest, but I will forever remember those who have shown me kindness. Rest assured, I, Luo Honggang, will uphold my commitments and promises, never to waver. I'll drink first. Uncle Zhang, my father, and the others, initially seated on small stools, smiled as they watched Luo Honggang raise his glass. However, as Luo spoke, his eyes grew moist. Uncle Zhang and my father quietly stood, lifting their glasses in solidarity. Uncle Zhao and Uncle Miao, witnessing this, also rose to join them. Chapter 23. A new song. These events were recounted to me later by comrade Lao Jiang. That day, after finishing my meal, I had been promptly sent back to my room to complete my homework, thus missing this heartfelt segment of gratitude. However, through my father's retelling, my resolve to assist Luo Honggang in achieving his ambitions grew stronger. This lad is genuinely earnest. Naturally, following the tasting, Uncle Zhang and my father offered Luo Honggang some candid feedback and suggestions, one being that he should hire help, for a single individual could not manage such a bustling stall alone. Grandmother Luo's health is rather frail. During the day, she can manage to help him with washing vegetables and preparing meat skewers, but she certainly cannot assist him with the stall at night. Furthermore, although the weather remains warm, autumn has indeed arrived. After the National Day festivities, the temperatures will swiftly drop, and by November, it may be too cold for outdoor seating. Thus, a barbecue stall is not a sustainable venture. It would be best to rent a place. However, renting a space means one cannot solely focus on barbecue. One must also explore other culinary offerings. Therefore, assistance is essential. At the very least, a chef and a server are required, making a total of 3 individuals necessary to successfully run the establishment. I shall not concern myself with these matters, as per comrade Lao Zhang's request. I must enjoy my normal childhood life. However, my enjoyment was short-lived, as 2 significant events, which I vaguely recall from my previous childhood memories, unfolded quite differently in this life. One of these was the youth song contest held in celebration of National Day. Essentially, it was an event to gather middle and elementary school students from the entire county to sing songs in praise of our great motherland, enhancing the festive atmosphere. This event left a deep impression on me, primarily because, in my past life, Jiang Nan had participated in the individual category, performing the song Ode to Heroes. Unfortunately, due to nerves, or perhaps the changes in her voice, she was unable to hit a high note, and ended up crying afterwards, reportedly sobbing for an entire day upon returning home. This matter was originally of no concern to me, as she never consulted me about her song choices in my previous life. However, in this life, perhaps due to my transformation, Jiang Nan developed an immense sense of trust in me and specifically approached me for advice. Jiang Nan, have you heard about the youth song contest for National Day? What song do you think I should sing? As she began to ask, I suddenly realized that in my previous life, she had faltered on this very song. If she were to stumble again, this time at my prompting, what would be the purpose of my rebirth? Did the heavens not grant me a second chance to save the world? Well, while I may not be able to save the world, I could at least attempt to assist those close to me. To my surprise, this thought indeed altered Jiang Nan's future trajectory. In her previous life, she had pursued a degree in English at university. In this life, well, you might guess. Sister Lan, I have 2 plans for you. One is free, and the other comes at a cost. Which do you prefer? Let's hear about the free option first. Free? What ambition is there in that? I feigned disappointment, stifling a laugh as I continued. For the National Day Song Contest, the song you choose must certainly be relevant to the nation to fit the occasion. I suggest you sing the national anthem. Before I could finish my sentence, a playful punch landed on me. Get lost. I knew you wouldn't come up with anything good. Hurry and think of a better idea, or I'll tell your mother that you bullied me. My mother and Aunt May seem to have conspired, treating each other's children as if they were their own, while my own child seemed to be more of a burden, especially my mother. If Jiang Nan were to report me, I would undoubtedly face at least 10 minutes of scolding. You made the choice yourself. Can you blame me for it? I rose from my bed, straightening the clothes that Jiang Nan had wrinkled. Now, Tell me, what is the other option, the one that comes at a cost? Are you certain you do not wish to first hear what that price entails? Observing the mischievous grin upon my face, Jiang Nan's cheeks flushed. And after a prolonged moment of gazing at her toes, she finally uttered in a voice barely above a whisper, "What do you envision as the price?" Oh, the thrill of teasing this young lady is indeed delightful. At this moment, I resolved firmly, in a past life, I may have let you slip away, but in this life, you shall not escape. Come to me. The price, you see, is that you must kiss me, and in return, I shall compose a song for you. You are merely bullying me. Jiang Nan's face reddened further. Yet, she realized that using this reason to complain to my mother would be quite embarrassing to voice. Gazing at Jiang Nan's radiant countenance, a sudden flutter gripped my heart. This girl is older than I, having already begun her second year of junior high. Coupled with the memory of her witnessing my desperate need to relieve myself while at her home, she must surely comprehend some matters of romance. One ought not to play with fire. This young girl is still naive, and should things spiral out of control, it would be disastrous. Moreover, she is 2 grades ahead of me, and I cannot watch her constantly. If I ignite a spark within her and fail to extinguish it, and she is lured away by another, I would suffer a great loss. Although early romances are rare in middle school these days, they still exist. Very well, I shall compose the song for you first, then instruct you on how to sing it. You may ponder this for the time being. Should you decide to use this song for a competition, then you may kiss me afterward. If not, consider it as though I never spoke of it. Agreed? I ceased my teasing, and Jiang Nan gradually returned to her usual self. I retrieved a sheet of stationery from the desk and began to write, letting my thoughts flow into a song that would later serve as a tribute to our homeland, one that has garnered numerous accolades. Is this a new song? Did you compose it? After about 20 minutes, Jiang Nan read the lyrics in her hands, scarcely able to believe her eyes. When I mentioned writing her a song, she had assumed I meant merely a title, not that I would actually create a new piece. Well, one could say it is a song of my authorship, albeit with a hint of borrowed inspiration. As I embarked on this endeavor, I found myself somewhat unaccustomed to the role of a scribe, my cheeks flushing with modesty. I shall tell you this. I have crafted the lyrics for you and can teach you to sing them, but I am unable to provide the musical score. You must seek someone to transcribe it. To be candid, while I could produce a score, my knowledge of music was acquired solely in school, and I possessed no proficiency in any instruments. To directly write out a score would be quite beyond my capabilities. Truth be told, Jiang Nan's singing talent is rather average, at least in my eyes. At best, she reaches the level of a karaoke enthusiast. However, her pitch and sense of rhythm are commendable, and she is not dim-witted. Within half an hour, I managed to teach her the entire song. By the way, the song's lyrics are grand and narrative. Should you attempt to sing it solo, it may lack the necessary dynamism and variation. I suggest you consult your music teacher regarding this segment, particularly the chorus, and have him organize your classmates to accompany you in song. This collaboration may enrich the emotional depth of your performance. Chapter 24. The Tale of the Kettle. As for the second matter that diverged significantly from my previous life, it pertains to our school's autumn sports meeting. In my past existence, our homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, either consumed the wrong medication that morning or had his head caught in a door, as he insisted that I participate in the men's 3,000-meter middle distance run. Despite my reluctance, I dared not voice my dissent and complied, dutifully collecting my number in preparation for the competition. The outcome was that, having seldom exercised, I was utterly oblivious to the implications of the 3,000 meters and had no idea how to manage my stamina. When the starting gun fired, I bolted forward. But within less than half a lap, I was utterly spent. Unable to continue running, I resorted to walking, then running again, and so on. Ultimately, the event concluded, and both teachers and students departed, yet I remained, still trudging along. This incident became one of the many points of ridicule for Miale throughout that year and into my transition to junior high. In this lifetime, Mr. Wang's head has indeed been caught in the door once more. However, I am not the same person I was before. I am determined to assert my rights. Seizing the opportunity during the morning intermission, I confronted Mr. Wang outside his office. Mr. Wang, why must I participate in the 3,000 meters? Could you not select someone else? Mr. Wang, sipping water from a canister, seemed taken aback by my audacity to challenge his authority, before finally sealing the canister's lid. Jiang Nan, which row do you sit in? The 10th row. Our school is a prestigious elementary institution, and Mr. Wang is an exemplary homeroom teacher. Our class is sizable. I occupy the last row, my back pressed against the wall. Why the 10th row? Because I am tall. In these times of inadequate nutrition, children generally lack sufficient sustenance, and my height of 1.47 meters renders me a veritable giant among my peers. You see, you are aware of your stature. Each stride of those long legs covers more ground than others. If you do not participate, who will? This rationale momentarily left me speechless. Very well, you may return now. Class is about to commence, Mr. Wang waved dismissively. Sensing my silence. Yet, I wish to make one final stand. Mr. Wang, your selection of athletes for the sports meeting is intended to bring glory to our class. But what if I falter? You must not. Before I could finish, Mr. Wang slammed his hand on the desk. Jiang Nan, if you do not place within the top 6, I expect 10 essays from you next month. Was I not the unluckiest of souls? Well, in the face of 3,000 meters versus 10 essays, I opted for the former. Life without a keyboard made writing arduous. Since I must run, I shall prepare diligently. Beyond my attire and footwear, I made ample provisions for energy and hydration, arranging for my steadfast friend, Song Xiaola, to await me at the trackside with a jug of cool water. Subsequently, I purchased 2 bars of chocolate. Once the starting gun fired, there was little to articulate. Even though I did not sprint from the outset, my performance mirrored that of my previous life. What good was experience if I found myself panting, unable to continue? I persisted, hydrating intermittently, pouring water over my head to cool down, and continued to run. The issue lay with Song Xiaola. I had drained the water from my bottle, consuming it, and splashing it over myself before reaching the halfway mark. And this fellow had no inclination to refill it for me. Thus, while I was parched and without water, a familiar face unexpectedly emerged ahead. That visage was brandishing a pink water bottle adorned with a Mickey Mouse design, conversing with classmates by the track, occasionally lifting the bottle to take a sip. It was Miao Lei. Without a moment's hesitation, I snatched it and took 2 gulps directly from the spout. Ah, this little lady had filled it with orange soda, delightfully sweet. Miao Lei had been so vexed that she stood frozen at the edge of the track, speechless, though the moisture in her eyes quickly began to rise. In the blink of an eye, tears as large as soybeans cascaded down her cheeks. I learned of Miao Lei's tears from Song Xiaola later. Just after I finished my race and was about to find a faucet to wash up, I was surrounded by Shui Wenqi and several other girls. They vociferously condemned my audacity to seize a girl's water bottle and drink her orange soda. Spittle flew onto my face as they spoke. Shui Wenqi was my high school girlfriend, my first love. Her story is one for another time. Had it been in my former life, I would have defiantly denied the whole affair. I participated in the 3,000 meters to bring glory to my class. What was wrong with drinking a couple of sips of soda? Moreover, I was on the track. Must I pause the competition to find a cup to pour it into? However, now it seemed wiser to appease the little girl to avoid unnecessary trouble. Consequently, Shui Wenqi insisted that I apologize to Miao Lei, and I willingly complied. Yet, Miao Lei's temper flared. I don't want that water bottle anymore. It's yours now. I know you're well off, so buy me another one. I was taken aback. While I could forego it, her bottle was pink and emblazoned with Minnie Mouse. How could I possibly use it? Sullenly, I returned home with Miao Lei's water bottle. Just in time to encounter Jiang Nan, who had come to discuss the upcoming singing competition. Hey, isn't that Miao Lei's bottle? Why do you have it? I recounted the events of the sports meet, and Jiang Nan chuckled. Since I don't have a water bottle, why don't you give it to me? It was not until much later, through subtle hints and the vague expressions of those involved, that I began to discern the intricate rivalry between the 2 girls, manifesting through the water bottle. The machinations of women can be quite daunting. One was in the 2nd year of middle school, and the other in 5th grade. Already embroiled in such scheming, would it not be better if they directed their thoughts towards their studies? Jiang Nan approached me again, mentioning that their music teacher wished to meet me, and I surmised it pertained to that song. The following day after school, I arrived at Jiang Nan's school, where she introduced me to the music teacher. This, in fact, is also my music teacher, but it will only be next year. Jiang Nan. This song, did Jiang Nan mention that you composed it? Indeed. Did you also arrange the melody? As expected, composing music is a specialized endeavor, and my cautiousness is justified. I wouldn't say it was entirely my composition. I merely hummed along to the lyrics repeatedly until I settled on a tune. Come, sing it for me. I wish to ascertain whether Jiang Nan has strayed off key. Thus, I found myself in Teacher Lu's office, singing the song once more. As I performed, Teacher Lu listened intently, making minor adjustments to the manuscript with a pen. After I finished, He played the refined version on the organ, allowing me to confirm there were no issues. Please convey to Lan Lan that I envision the chorus of this song being sung collectively by the students. Can you share your thoughts on how this song should be performed, and even how we might present it on stage? I indeed have ideas on this matter, for I have observed various interpretations of this song in the future. Gradually, we began to discuss it with Teacher Lu. 2 hours later, as I declined Teacher Lu's invitation to dinner and prepared to return home, he, somewhat sheepishly, remarked, "Jiang Nan, you are the lyricist and composer of this song. While I merely notated it, I suppose that makes me a co-author. I wish to submit this song to Music World magazine. Do you have any thoughts?" Oh, I suddenly realized. Teacher Lu, was this your true purpose for summoning me? I hadn't expected that someone as refined as you would. Chapter 25. Champion of the singing competition Jiang Nan, I wish to submit this song to Music World magazine. Do you have any thoughts? I had no thoughts. No, that is not entirely true. I had a few thoughts. By the way, what is the remuneration for submissions to that magazine? Noticing that I brought up nothing but the payment, Teacher Lu seemed to relax. The specifics are somewhat unclear to me. It likely depends on the quality of the song and the reputation of the author. For ordinary authors without a reputation, it might range from 200 to 500 yuan, with renowned authors being compensated differently. However, it doesn't matter. Regardless of the amount, all those fees belong to you. Do I care about this remuneration? Of course. Before 1992, I must find every possible means to save money. 200 yuan is substantial, and 500 isn't insignificant. Gaining a few hundred now equates to potentially thousands in the future. How could I not care? Very well, please proceed with the submission. Oh, by the way, do not use my real name. Instead, use my pen name, Jiang Xiaoyer. This name is not merely a diminutive form. It is genuinely 4 characters, Jiang Xiaoyer. I neatly inscribed these 4 characters on Teacher Lu's score. All right, if it is indeed published, I will have Lan Lan inform you. On Friday, September 30th, in the afternoon, the youth singing competition in celebration of National Day was held at the county auditorium. Lan Lan later informed me that Teacher Lu had indeed arranged the singing portions of the song according to my suggestions. However, after the arrangement, he did not register it under Lan Lan's name, but rather submitted it as a collective entry under the name of Class 2, Grade 2. As a form of compensation, Lan Lan was appointed as the lead singer, which turned out to be quite favorable. Despite her lack of innate talent in singing, her youthful voice, still innocent and somewhat unclear, added a certain charm. That afternoon, I attended the singing competition as an audience member, fully engaged in the entire event. The term "to seize the initiative" came to mind. What does it mean to seize the initiative? While other participating teams were introduced with the phrase, "Please enjoy the performance of this song by a certain class from a certain school," when it came to Lan Lan and her group, the announcement took a different tone. Our nation boasts a rich history spanning 5,000 years and encompasses an expansive land of 960,000 square kilometers. This land, having withstood the test of time, has experienced both joy and sorrow, yet continues to radiate a brilliant light amidst the myriad rays of dawn. The sun rises in the east, illuminating the vast path ahead. How fortunate am I to be born in your embrace, carrying the flow of our shared blood. Now, please listen to the song Wanjing, co-created by our guiding teacher Lu Wenli, performed by the 2nd grade Class 2 of the 2nd Junior High School, led by Lan Lan. I remain uncertain whether it was a gift from Teacher Lu or a favor from the principal of the school, or perhaps the excitement from the host upon hearing the song led to an impromptu change in the announcement. Regardless, after the introduction, the judges seated below the stage stirred slightly, whispering among themselves, clearly having noted the involvement of the guiding teacher in the song's creation. However, many in the audience perceived the host's favoritism towards this group, and I could hear a music teacher from another school grumbling behind me. As the host stepped back, the performers lined up to take the stage. Soon, Jiang Lanlan's clear voice resonated through the speakers in the auditorium. The sun rises in the east, illuminating the vast path ahead. How fortunate am I to be born in your embrace, carrying the flow of our shared blood. Though we may not share the same fortune, we stand tall, united by love and an unwavering faith in our nation's vastness. This segment was sung solo, and after these lines, Teacher Lu's organ accompaniment joined in, followed by the harmonious voices of the choir. To paint the sky, one need only capture a corner of the sun and moon. To depict the earth, one must only illustrate a tranquil mountain and river. The melodious voices, cheerful melodies, and the gentle swaying of the children's small heads created a delightful echo throughout the auditorium. The previously complaining teachers ceased their grievances, and even the excited young performers stopped whispering among themselves. The auditorium staff, who had been leaning against the walls and door frames, straightened their postures. Even the judges, brought in from the municipal song and dance troupe, set down their scoring pencils and removed their spectacles. The grandeur of the homeland depicted in the song, the admiration and respect expressed towards it, and the deep emotions and heartfelt wishes for our country profoundly moved every individual present. The sun rises in the east, illuminating the vast path ahead. As the song concluded, it was once again Jiang Nan's solo that brought it to a close. Following the performance, the auditorium seemed to linger in a moment of silence. Suddenly, one of the judges rose, loudly applauding the performance. The resounding applause erupted, as if it might lift the very roof of the auditorium. Throughout the entirety of the 1980s, although the policy of opening up to the outside world had begun to gradually liberate people's minds, and songs from Hong Kong and Taiwan had started to penetrate the mainland market, there was a notable scarcity of songs suitable for children that celebrated the motherland. This afternoon's competition featured 3 renditions of Singing for the Motherland and 2 of My Country and I, alongside others such as the anthem and I Love Tiananmen Square, each making its appearance. However, songs like Wanjing, characterized by its melodious tune, smooth rhythm, and grand lyrics that could profoundly evoke a sense of patriotism and national pride among listeners, had yet to emerge. Moreover, not only were the songs striking in their style, but Jiang Nan and her peers also presented themselves in a remarkably distinctive manner. Other contestants wore identical hairstyles and garments, adorned with rosy cheeks and red scarves, forming a neatly arranged line on stage. When the music commenced and the instructors signaled, they began to sing in unison, conventional and rigid. In contrast, Jiang Nan and her group showcased a vibrant array of costumes, each distinct, an explosion of colors and styles. Their positions on stage varied, some standing, others seated, yet they appeared strikingly harmonious. Furthermore, at the conclusion of their performance, they executed a reformation of their formation, complemented by simple sign language movements, which instantly recaptured the audience's focus, drawing their attention back to the performers, who were already immersed in the emotional depth of the song. The performance of Class 22 from the second middle school was met with resounding success. There was no longer any doubt that they would claim the championship. The audience was captivated by the questions. What song was this? Which vocalist had performed it? Why had they never heard it before? Before Class 22 could bow and exit the stage, a member of the judging panel had already made their way backstage. Later, Teacher Liu informed me that this individual was the deputy director of the city's song and dance troupe. The impact of Wanjing extended even further. The deputy director sought out the local television station's camera operator, requesting a recording of Jiang Nan and her peers' performance to be sent to the city. Subsequently, around 8 o'clock that evening, the principal of the second middle school dispatched several teachers to each student's home to deliver notifications. They were to assemble at the school at 6:30 on National Day morning. They were to perform the songs once more for the city leaders at the National Day Cultural Gala, commencing at 9:30. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Nan excitedly dashed to my home, and, while my mother was momentarily distracted, planted a kiss on my forehead, leaving me utterly bewildered. After some time, feedback from Music World also arrived. Teacher Liu instructed Jiang Nan to summon me, specifically advising her to bring either my father or mother along. My mother was perplexed as to why a middle school teacher sought her out, and I was equally baffled. Jiang Nan shared in our confusion, only knowing that Teacher Liu had confirmed this with her 3 times, indicating its significance. With no other choice, my mother requested leave from work early, and together we made our way to the second middle school. Upon arrival, I realized that the matter was indeed trivial, yet the financial reward was substantial. After submitting my work to Wanjian, it was promptly published in Musical World, where the editors bestowed high praise upon the song, resulting in a generous fee of 2,000 yuan. Concerned that such a considerable sum might lead to complications, Teacher Liu requested my mother to collect the payment. During the journey home, my mother remained silent. It was only after we reached home and noticed that Comrade Lao Jiang had not yet returned that my mother secured the door and led me into the bedroom. "My son, please tell me, what exactly is going on with you? Why does my heart feel so unsettled? Over the past few months, you have assisted your father and Uncle Zhang in their production endeavors, helped Gongzi brainstorm ways to earn money, and even aided the criminal police in solving cases. Now, you have taken up songwriting as well. Is there anything you cannot do? I am a bit frightened. What is truly happening? Indeed, the events of recent days had left my mother feeling alarmed. As an ordinary worker with limited education, she was most comfortable discussing mundane family matters and local gossip. If we were to talk about the latest television dramas, she could easily engage in conversation for hours. However, the recent occurrences were somewhat perplexing for her. What should I do? Explaining the situation seemed daunting, and I was at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, Comrade Lao Jiang returned, knocking on the door and calling out. I quickly rose and opened it for him. Why is the door locked? He muttered, only to be ushered into the inner room by my mother. You wrote a song? 2,000 for the manuscript? In just 3 minutes. Comrade Lao Jiang and Comrade Lao Lin emerged from the back room, allowing me to regain my composure during that brief interlude. What was there to be troubled about? I simply needed to convey to Jiang Nan what I had told the 2 elder comrades. Teacher Lu would surely understand, and my parents would have no issues with it either. As expected, the 2 came out and began to inquire, prompting me to reiterate the reasons I had given to Jiang Nan and Teacher Lu. My father and mother exchanged glances, and then my mother uttered a statement I could never have anticipated. Son, if you wish to learn the piano, I will find you a teacher tomorrow. From now on, the songs we write will bear our own names, rather than letting that teacher take the credit. After I offered suggestions to Comrade Lao Jiang and Uncle Jiang, I was unaware of the production conditions at their factories, but it appeared they were in a competition to return home later each evening. Seizing the opportunity of Lao Jiang's relatively early return that night, I casually inquired about the situation at the knitted underwear factory. Their circumstances were even worse than those at the leather factory. Funds were low, and they had begun to issue incomplete salaries, making it impossible to allocate money for the development of new products. Once Lao Jiang familiarized himself with the factory's conditions, he returned to consult me on potential solutions. I paced the living room anxiously, racking my brain for ideas, until finally, I proposed a solution. Let us halt the production of all other products at the knitted underwear factory for now and focus on manufacturing sun protective clothing. The fabric utilized is slightly finer than that of medical gauze, designed for the sun protection garments commonly worn by girls under the sun 2 decades hence. When I instructed them to create these garments, I insisted that they include a hat and a detachable face mask. Moreover, the entirety of the sun protection attire, when gathered, should not exceed the size of a fist, and its retail price must remain below 3 yuan. Although I harbor doubts regarding the efficacy of this sun protection apparel, at this juncture, desperate measures are necessary. If we fail to recoup funds from the market, we will struggle to afford even the raw materials, let alone salaries. The lingerie factory, however, is staffed with capable individuals. Based on the product model I devised for my father, they managed to produce it, reportedly at a cost just above 2 yuan. When I inquired about the factory's status, Comrade Jiang paused to swallow his food and set down his chopsticks. The situation is relatively promising. Over the past 2 months, the type of sun protection garments you mentioned has seen an introduction of 80,000 pieces to the market, with anticipated gross profits exceeding 50,000 yuan. Yet, the current cash flow is not particularly favorable. As of today, our account holds less than 100,000 yuan. The remaining sum of over 100,000 may take months to recover. I am somewhat troubled about next month's materials. In these times, businesses face a plethora of triangular debts. I instructed the supply and marketing department to pursue outstanding payments, offering bonuses based on the amounts recovered. Furthermore, regarding production materials, we should discuss potential loans with the bank. Have you ever heard of a promissory note? I suggested to Comrade Jiang. Are you familiar with promissory notes? Being from a financial background, Comrade Jiang indeed recognized the term, despite the fact that such instruments have only recently begun to gain traction domestically. He was slightly aware of it, chuckling. Winter is swiftly approaching, necessitating the development of new products. I deftly sidestepped the topic and redirected the conversation. Indeed. What ideas do you have? As anticipated, my slight redirection refocused Comrade Jiang's attention on production. Given the current circumstances of your factory, it can merely regain some momentum. Any drastic changes would likely be unsustainable, thus it is essential to explore potential within existing products. In contemporary society, clothing serves the fundamental purpose of warmth. Beyond mere warmth, there is a growing demand for aesthetics, health, and even auspicious connotations. For instance, If your factory were to produce cotton socks adorned with phrases such as success at first try, top of the list, or smooth sailing, would they not sell better than those with only ordinary patterns? Furthermore, autumn wear is typically worn underneath. Could you design an outerwear variant? An outerwear variant? Wouldn't that be akin to sports or gym attire? Yes, 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 that is precisely the concept. Father, have you heard of a leg-bearing device? Chapter 27. The Spring Festival. I truly underestimated the influence of Wanjing. Approximately 3 weeks after the National Day holiday, one day while I was teaching, Teacher Lu arrived at the school accompanied by a man seeking me out. At that moment, I was engaged in class when Vice Principal Su interrupted Teacher Wang's lecture at the classroom door. Jiang Nan, could you step out for a moment? In an instant, every gaze in the classroom turned towards me, filled with sympathy. Even Teacher Wang cast a curious glance my way. No, I sensed that Miao Lei's eyes were brimming with schadenfreude. The principal stood outside the window, and it seemed that matters were about to take a turn for the worse. The principal had come directly to address the issue, and it was no minor affair. Indeed, in Vice Principal Su's office, I encountered 2 individuals. One was Teacher Lu, while the other, a man I did not recognize. The office featured a long sofa, with the 2 of them seated on either side, separated by a distance of about 40 to 50 centimeters. The man appeared to be in his 30s or perhaps nearing 40, with small eyes, a prominent nose, a mole at the corner of his mouth, and a slightly balding head, a rather standard appearance. Observing Vice Principal Su's somewhat obsequious demeanor, I surmised that this man might hold some authority. Jiang Nan, this gentleman is Minister Xia from the propaganda department. You should be acquainted with Teacher Lu from now. To high school. Good day, Minister Xia. Good day, Teacher Lu, I said respectfully, lowering my head. Minister Xia was at most a deputy minister. I had heard from Uncle Lu that the head of the propaganda department was a nearly 50-year-old woman named Li. Jiang Nan, please, take a seat. Vice Principal Su urged as he led me in. Teacher Lu stood politely, while Minister Xia didn't so much as shift in his seat, now beckoning me to sit beside him. Initially, they had maintained a socially acceptable distance on the sofa, but should I take a seat, it would likely result in our shoulders and thighs brushing against one another. When I was in middle school, Teacher Lu had treated me quite well. I did not wish to push her into a predicament. I opted for a stool instead. I pulled one over from the side and sat opposite the sofa. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Minister Xia's eyes, but he quickly masked it, maintaining a smile as he addressed me. Jiang Nan, I hear from Teacher Lu that the song Wanjing was penned by you? Yes, I nodded, uncertain of his intentions. We have received notification that this patriotic song is exceptionally well written, both in terms of lyrics and composition. However, your pen name, Jiang Xiaoyer, lacks seriousness, and we hope you might consider changing it. Is that all? I thought to myself, acknowledging that my choice of a pen name had indeed been somewhat playful. Yet, did such a trivial matter warrant a visit from a deputy minister of the propaganda department? Moreover, why must a pen name be so grave? Can you think of another pen name? If not, we shall use your real name. How about Jiang Nan? Like the fragrant wood. This was a name I had later adopted online, and it seemed suitable for a pen name as well. Oh, Jiang Nan, that works. Minister Xia nodded and proceeded to address the second matter. This song has been forwarded from the city to the province, and then to the central television. They have decided to include it in next year's Spring Festival Gala. Here is an authorization letter. I hope you will sign it. To be featured on the Spring Festival Gala? I must admit, I did not foresee this. However, upon reflection, it is not entirely unreasonable. In this contemporary era, the number of individuals engaged in the arts is not as abundant as it will be in 2 or 3 decades. And the plethora of artistic works is also significantly diminished, with exceptional pieces being exceedingly rare. Were I the director of the Spring Festival Gala, upon hearing the song Wanjing, I would undoubtedly include it in the program. Additionally, they have entrusted me with a sum of 200 yuan as a service fee. Vice Principal Su, standing nearby, wore a grin that nearly stretched to his earlobes. He also participated in the National Day singing competition, yet the school's team only secured a 3rd prize, which is marginally better than a consolation award. This matter had seemingly faded into the past, but to my astonishment, I learned today that the standout piece from the competition, Wanjing, was actually penned by a 5th grade student from our school. Mr. Su has already begun to contemplate how to present this achievement to the Education Bureau. I had not anticipated that the central television station would adopt such rigorous standards in their operations. They not only selected your song for the Spring Festival Gala, but also took the courtesy to consult you beforehand. In this day and age, which songwriter or performer would refuse an opportunity to appear on such a prestigious platform? As I accepted the pen handed to me by Vice Principal Su, I perused the printed authorization letter and casually inquired, will it still be Jiang Nan performing? To which, it seemed they were considering another vocalist. Minister Xia, observing my readiness to sign, could not suppress a smile and instinctively replied, looking for someone else to sing? I pondered whether the director of the Spring Festival Gala had viewed the footage of Jiang Nan and her performance. If I were the director, I might also opt for a different artist. However, this song was crafted specifically for Jiang Nan. It was her work, even outside of the current context. The axiom holds that whoever performs the song will achieve fame, especially when introduced on the Spring Festival Gala stage. Now, they casually present me with a piece of paper and a meager 200 yuan, believing they can seize this golden opportunity. In the end, who will the audience remember? Will it be Jiang Nan or Jiang Nan? Neither, for it is the performer on that illustrious stage who will be etched in memory. With a decisive motion, I placed the pen on the small table before the sofa. Minister Xia, if Jiang Nan is not permitted to sing, I shall not sign this authorization letter. The three individuals in the room were taken aback by my swift change of heart. Just moments ago, I had been poised to sign, and now I was expressing my discontent. Jiang Nan, you must understand that Jiang Nan's vocal abilities may not meet the criteria for the Spring Festival Gala, Minister Xia. Vice Principal Su and Teacher Liu exchanged glances, with Teacher Liu being the first to speak. I would later learn that on their way to the school, Minister Xia had expressed his intention to transfer her to the publicity department, and she was intrigued by the prospect. Rather than advocating for her student, she turned to persuade me. Teacher Liu, the issue you raised ought to be addressed by the Spring Festival director. I am merely articulating my demands. Poor vocal quality? There are many who perform at the Spring Festival Gala despite lacking ideal vocal conditions. Jiang Nan is not the first. Furthermore, the Spring Festival Gala is no longer a live broadcast. If one feels that their vocal abilities are lacking, the director could easily arrange for someone to dub their voice in synchronization. Ultimately, what I desire is for her image and name to be featured during the gala. Observing my steadfastness, Minister Xia signaled to Vice Principal Su, who smiled and patted my shoulder. Jiang Nan, it appears that you share a close relationship with this Jiang Nan. Why do you defend her so fervently? Chapter 28. A stalling tactic. Vice Principal Su, Jiang Nan is my neighbor. We have played together since childhood. Although I sensed that Su wouldn't inquire about my relationship with Jiang Nan without reason, there remains an innocent bond between us, leaving him with no leverage. Childhood companions. A classic case of childhood sweethearts. Jiang Nan, do you comprehend the significance of the Spring Festival Gala? Su frequently brings up my relationship with Jiang Nan, and I initially thought he would accuse me of early romantic involvement, but it appears he merely sought to distract me. Do not presume that the stage of the Spring Festival Gala merely surpasses that of the county auditorium in size and lighting. It is a platform that every artistic worker in China, and indeed the global Chinese community, aspires to grace. It is said that even foreign artists take pride in the opportunity to perform at our nation's gala. To appear on the Spring Festival Gala is an unparalleled credential, regardless of whether one is a singer, dancer, performing artist, playwright, songwriter, or even a humble stagehand. If your song makes it to the gala, not only you, but also your parents, neighbors, teachers, and classmates will feel immense pride in you. Do not let your stubbornness lead you to forsake such a remarkable opportunity. Vice Principal Su possesses a modicum of wisdom. At least, his words would likely sway someone who is truly naive, perhaps even a mere songwriter, into capitulation. Unfortunately for them, I am not that person. Yet, I decided to tease them. Vice Principal Su, is what you say truly the case? Indeed it is. Upon sensing a hint of wavering in my tone, all three individuals exhibited expressions of delight. Oh dear, perhaps this time I shall genuinely disappoint my parents, neighbors, teachers, and classmates. I could almost hear the sound of Minister Xia and Vice Principal Su gasping in disbelief. Minister Xia's countenance darkened, prompting Vice Principal Su to express his irritation. Jiang Nan, why are you so disobedient? Minister Xia, Vice Principal Su, I believe it may be best to allow Jiang Nan to return home and contemplate this matter. Perhaps he will change his mind by tomorrow. Teacher Liu, having discussed the song with me, was aware of my steadfast resolve and knew I would not easily be swayed by others' opinions. Thus, she sought to employ a stalling tactic, perhaps even to exert pressure on my parents. Understanding her intent, Minister Xia nodded towards Vice Principal Su. Very well, Vice Principal Su. Why not allow Jiang Nan to reflect on this and reconvene tomorrow to discuss? With Minister Xia's suggestion, Vice Principal Su had no choice but to permit my early departure. However, he still clung to hope. After exchanging pleasantries with Minister Xia, he hurried out from the office and caught up with me just as I reached the classroom door. The bell had just rung. Yet Teacher Wang seemed to have a few more words to deliver, so the students remained seated in neat rows. Jiang Nan, are you disregarding the teacher's words? What exactly do you intend to do? You mustn't provoke the school into taking disciplinary action against you. Old Su's voice boomed. Teacher Wang had just declared the end of class and stepped down from the podium, thereby allowing the entire class to hear his words. I was incensed. This matter had nothing to do with you, and yet you dare to threaten me with a punishment simply to curry favor with Minister Xia? Fine. Let us discuss this matter thoroughly. I swiftly positioned myself beside Teacher Wang. Principal Su, in front of our homeroom teacher and my classmates. Enlighten me as to why I should heed your words. Furthermore, what sort of punishment do you intend to impose on me? Are you considering a major demerit or expulsion? The classroom erupted, akin to a swarm of flies, buzzing with commotion. Indeed, the principal had intervened directly, indicating that the matter was serious. What trouble had Jiang Nan stirred up to warrant old Su's summons midway through class, only to return declaring an intention to expel? The school had never expelled a student before, not even during the strictest years. Was Jiang Nan about to break that precedent? Old Su was taken aback by my audacity to challenge his authority before such an audience, leaving him momentarily speechless, his face flushed, lips quivering. And he could only manage to stammer a single word, you. Teacher Wang, perceptive as he was, did not grasp the specifics of the situation and could only admonish me initially. Jiang Nan, how can you speak to Vice Principal Su so rudely? Return to your seat. I will address this matter with you shortly. He hurriedly led Vice Principal Su away. It was clear that leaving was imperative, otherwise, old Su might suffer a stroke from the stress. Jiang Nan, what transpired? Why does old Su want to expel you? Yes. Did you break his windows? No. Breaking glass wouldn't warrant expulsion. Jiang Nan must have been caught peeking at old Su's wife while she was bathing. Oh dear, why are your thoughts so lewd? Jiang Nan, what is truly happening? My friends quickly surrounded me, including Shui Wenqi and Miao Lei. The other classmates also refrained from going out to play, even neglecting restroom breaks. All straining to eavesdrop. Hee, it's a matter of intrigue. Don't ask too many questions, you might find out in a few days. I wasn't intentionally being coy. The truth was, even if I revealed the situation, no one would believe me. It was better for them to hear it from others and return to inquire. Jiang Nan, are you really all right? Should I ask my mother to speak with Principal Zheng? Miao Lei whispered beside me. Principal Zheng was the head of the school and Miao Lei's uncle by marriage. It is of no concern. I assure you, it is indeed a fortuitous matter. Do not be misled by the antics of old Su. He finds himself in a predicament. Just as I was speaking, Teacher Wang returned and summoned me to his office. Whether out of curiosity or a sense of responsibility towards his students, as the homeroom teacher, he felt compelled to understand what had transpired. What did you say? You pinned a song that could grace the Spring Festival Gala, yet when approached, you exhibit reluctance? Are you filled with nonsense? At that moment, the song Wanjing had yet to gain popularity, and old Wang was unaware of the situation. However, I surmised that his reaction would remain unchanged even if he were informed. Teacher Wang, are you aware that during the song competition, it was Zhang Lanlan who performed this piece? Now they wish to withdraw it, preventing her from singing at the gala. Old Wang fell silent. Vice Principal Su might not know Zhang Lanlan, but old Wang certainly did. It is said that Aunt May and old Wang were classmates in middle school. I have witnessed them greet each other warmly on the street. Should he support Vice Principal Su, I could easily learn a few words from Aunt May to counter him. Chapter 29. Two choices. Teacher Lu's strategy of surrounding the enemy to rescue Zhao was well conceived, yet it bore little fruit. Upon returning home that evening, before my father or mother could inquire, I recounted the events and their potential ramifications in detail. Instantly, comrades Jiang and Lin fell silent. After a moment, Comrade Lin murmured, "Perhaps we should consider Lanlan's perspective. What if she does not wish to perform at the gala? Nonsense. Who would shy away from the opportunity to appear at the Spring Festival Gala?" My father understood my mother's sentiments. This matter must be communicated to Uncle Zhang's family. Regardless of whether Zhang Lanlan ultimately performs at the gala or what role I played in this affair, it is imperative they are informed. How could that be? The fool before you clearly does not wish to go. My mother stubbornly retorted. Does he not want to go? He desires to see Lan Lan succeed. My father's words unveiled my intentions, yet his subsequent question sent a shiver down my spine. Son, you wouldn't truly be involved with Lan Lan, would you? You must not engage in early romance. I was unprepared to respond, and Comrade Lin began to adopt a serious demeanor. Son, although I have watched Lan Lan grow up and the Jiang family is well acquainted with us, your primary focus must remain on your studies. You are merely 11 years old. With your 12th birthday yet to arrive, now is not the time for such distractions. Once you have entered university, should you and Lan Lan. Enough. Please stop. I interjected, unwilling to endure my mother's further admonitions. My desire for Zhang Lan Lan to perform at the gala primarily stemmed from considerations for my father's factory. I had long since formulated my rationale, and it was opportune to share it with them. For the sake of our factory? How so? Comrade Jiang, intrigued, turned and settled beside the small table, retrieving a cigarette. Did I not mention the leg-enhancing device the other day? Do you have an estimate on how long it will take for your factory to develop it? The task at hand is rather straightforward. It merely entails lengthening and thickening a pair of stockings. I estimate that it will take no more than a month to accomplish. Upon my mention of the new product, Comrade Lao Jiang promptly responded without hesitation, with a month dedicated to development and an additional month for production. The period leading up to the Spring Festival is perfectly timed for you to saturate the market with your product. If an individual were to don your leg-enhancing device during a performance on New Year's Eve, what impact do you believe it would have on your newly launched product? With a swift clap of his thigh, Comrade Lao Jiang exclaimed that he would seek out Zhang Wuqing. Within 5 minutes of my father lifting the curtain to exit, Aunt May hurried over in her slippers, followed closely by Zhang Lan Lan, and then came Uncle Zhang and my father. Where is Xiao Nan? Xiao Nan, do you think Lan Lan can perform at the Spring Festival Gala? Aunt May grasped my wrist and pulled me from the inner room. This is indeed a matter of consideration, though I cannot be entirely certain. I recounted to the three of them the events of the day at school. Xiao Nan did the right thing. Aunt May scoffed. That teacher Lu is ungrateful, failing to support Lan Lan, and instead joining in on the ridicule of Xiao Nan. Not a good person at all. Although Aunt May is far more beautiful than my mother, the essence of these two middle-aged women is not vastly different. Uncle Zhang, however, pondered more deeply. Xiao Nan, if you outright reject them, could there be repercussions? I understood Uncle Zhang's concern and shook my head. It should not be a problem. If they truly wish to proceed, they wouldn't have sent someone from the publicity department with an authorization letter to seek me out. Now that I have declined their offer, they would be even less inclined to use the song without my consent, unless they choose not to use the song at all. Will they choose not to use it? Aunt May inquired nervously. Well, Sister Lanlin's first performance of this song was during the National Day singing competition, and it has yet to be a month since then. In such a short span, the song has ascended from the county level to the city and then to the province, and now it has entered the selection process for the Spring Festival Gala. I suspect there are individuals at both the city and provincial levels advocating for this song to be featured, making the likelihood of its removal slim. After all, both the melody and the lyrical meaning of this song are exceptionally suited for the Spring Festival stage. It could even potentially become the theme song for next year's gala. So what should we do? Uncle Zhang, Aunt May, Zhang Lan Lan, and even my parents looked at me eagerly. You need not worry. Place all responsibility upon my shoulders. The publicity department still wields a degree of influence. The following day, after Lao Su left with a grim expression, having not received news of my change of heart, Uncle Lu arrived at my home bearing 4 dishes and a bottle of wine. Once the dishes were arranged and the wine uncorked, Uncle Lu raised his glass to speak. But I promptly interrupted him. Uncle Lu, please convey a message to your minister. Ask him whether it would be more advantageous for him, and for our county, to have just one song featured at the Spring Festival Gala, or to have both a song and a performer representing us. If he agrees with my perspective, let him relay my thoughts to the central station. This is a decision that any individual would know how to make. The publicity department is devising various strategies to persuade me to sign the authorization letter. On one hand, this is an act of submission to the authority of the central station, fueled by a lack of confidence in Zhang Lanlin's potential to appear on the Spring Festival Gala, a possibility they had scarcely considered. On the other hand, this task has been delegated from above. Once I affix my signature to the authorization, I will have effectively gifted a song to the Spring Festival Gala, so why complicate matters further? However, my current stance has provided them with a foothold, suddenly igniting a glimmer of hope. They can reasonably relay my request to their superiors at the central station. We have engaged in discussions with the song's composer. Yet some of their demands remain beyond our capacity to fulfill. Perhaps you could send someone to negotiate directly with them? If the negotiations falter, the publicity department bears no significant loss. At worst, they would simply forfeit a portion of credit. Life will go on as it always has, irrespective of this credit. Yet, should the negotiations succeed, the impact would be markedly different. Presenting a singer versus merely submitting a song with only the composer's name displayed carries vastly different weights. Upon hearing my sentiments, Uncle Lou grasped the situation immediately. Though merely a messenger and part-time lobbyist, he has immersed himself in the workings of the publicity department for 2 decades and surely comprehends the underlying dynamics. Consequently, he and my father enjoyed a convivial drink, their conversation bearing no relation to the song at hand. Even upon departing, he warmly invited me to visit their daughter, Lu Chi, whenever I found the time. Attempting to employ feminine wiles on me, but I shall not be deceived. Lu Chi has grown into a plump girl, her waistline now capable of rivaling mine. Our relationship shall remain limited to that of half-siblings from different parents throughout this lifetime. Chapter 30. Doubt or Mockery. Several days later, Uncle Lou visited our home once more. The central station indeed expressed a willingness to discuss matters with me and wished to meet Jiang Nan to hear her sing in person. However, the director's team is exceedingly busy, prompting an invitation for us to travel to the capital. This suggestion met with unanimous approval from all levels, with the publicity department even convening a meeting to determine who would accompany Jiang Nan and me to the capital. Ultimately, Vice Minister Xia would lead the delegation, assisted by Lu Wenli, a music teacher from our school, while each of us could be accompanied by a parent. Mr. Xia, while neither the head nor the executive vice minister would typically not be involved in such a trip to the capital. However, Uncle Lou indicated that he has been particularly proactive in this matter and was initially responsible for it. The head and the executive vice minister are somewhat advanced in age, allowing him to seize this opportunity. It is said that Lu's involvement was largely due to Mr. Xia's strong recommendation during the meeting. The primary objective of this trip to the capital is not merely to represent Jiang Nan, but to ensure Jiang Nan graces the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. As her music instructor and mentor, Lu possesses both the requisite expertise and familiarity with Jiang Nan, in addition to being a woman, which facilitates easier communication. This arrangement is a win-win, presenting the most suitable candidate for the task. As for our side, my father and Uncle Jiang happen to be engrossed in launching a new product into the market, with production demands at the factory being tight, rendering it impossible for anyone to attend. My mother, reluctant to take leave and forfeit her wages, conferred with Aunt May, who readily agreed to accompany us. Rest assured, I shall attend to you even better than your own mother, she promised, leaving the latter part of her statement unspoken. My mother and Aunt May shared a conspiratorial laugh. Thus, the publicity department secured tickets, and the 5 of us boarded the train in the evening. After a restful slumber, we arrived in the capital the following morning. Despite having called the station beforehand, upon our arrival, Deputy Minister Xia sought out a public telephone to call again. Yet no representatives from the television station came to receive us. We were left to navigate on our own. Xia's expression turned grim after hanging up. I surmised he regretted not having brought an additional companion along. With our party of 5, 2 women and 2 children, though our luggage was minimal and did not require his assistance, he could hardly shirk the responsibility of inquiring for directions. Fortunately, the attendant at the public telephone recognized that it was Xia's first visit to the capital and, after confirming our destination, offered him guidance. He returned to us with a renewed sense of excitement. After determining our route, we took the subway loop line and then transferred to the first line, eventually arriving at the entrance of the central station. Utilizing the telephone in the security room, Xia made another call, and at last, someone came to escort us. Director Chai had a tight schedule, with many programs still under review. He could only spare a few moments to converse during lunch, suggesting we wait in the broadcasting hall. Embracing the situation, I was eager to see if I might encounter those idols I had only ever glimpsed on screen in a past life. The broadcasting hall appeared desolate. Devoid of elaborate stage designs, the lights were simply illuminated. On stage, numerous dancers were rehearsing their movements, familiarizing themselves with the space. The staff member who guided us approached the stage and whispered to a man with a large beard, who nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, it was time for lunch. I noticed someone outside the back door of the broadcasting hall, unloading numerous foam lunchboxes akin to those sold on the train. One would presume that the central station had an internal cafeteria. It was surprising they would not wish to waste even this brief interval, opting instead to have meals brought to the broadcasting hall. The bearded man clapped his hands, pausing the performance and instructing everyone to eat in the corridor outside. Before making his way toward us, Deputy Minister Xia promptly stepped forward. Director Chai, allow me to introduce Jiang Nan, the lyricist and composer of Wan Jiang, and this is Zhang Lanlan, the song's performer. Here is their mentor, Lu Wenli, and this is Zhang Lanlan's mother. Jiang Nan, Zhang Lanlan, Lu Laoshi, this is Director Chai, the chief director for next year's Spring Festival Gala. Xia led Director Chai to us, making the introductions. It was evident that Xia harbored a particular interest in Lu Laoshi, having fervently recommended her at the publicity department meeting and now solemnly presenting her to Director Chai. The so-called guiding teachers, those from the central station or the capital, far surpassed the prowess of Teacher Lu in abundance. If Director Chai believes that Zhang Lanlan is worthy of cultivation, he could effortlessly procure a guiding teacher for her, leaving no room for Teacher Lu to intervene. Moreover, last night on the train, old Xia's enthusiasm for Teacher Lu was palpable, a sentiment that even Aunt Mei and Zhang Lanlan seemed to notice. Now, it all hinges on whether Teacher Lu will accept the proposition. Teacher Lu, please do not let me down. At the very least, you ought to inquire if old Xia is married. Director Chai cast a glance at us, his eyes finally settling on me. This fellow appeared somewhat lean, yet his gaze was piercingly intense. When he looked at me, I felt as if his eyes were tangible, resting upon me. I observed the man before me, adorned with a full beard yet slightly balding, and silently repeated his name in my mind. This gentleman must be the remarkably talented individual with a distinctive style who has directed numerous grand events, served as the chief director for the Spring Festival Gala 7 times, yet fell from grace in the new century due to bribery. I was surprised to learn he was once again in the role of chief director this year. You are Jiang Nan. Your song is splendid. I never imagined such a piece could be penned by a child. He continued. Your parents and teachers must have provided you with considerable support, correct? As he spoke, he glanced at Teacher Lu. This man was indeed lacking in courtesy, or rather, he was outright rude. He began by questioning my abilities. The irony was that he was correct, though no one was aware of this. His words elicited a somewhat awkward reaction from those present. Old Xia appeared slightly embarrassed. Although Director Chai's tone was not particularly forceful, it was evident that he was mocking the publicity department for elevating my achievements to the level of a young child. Teacher Lu's face fluctuated between shades of green and red. In truth, she had offered minimal guidance on this song. Rather, I had provided considerable assistance in Zhang Lanlan's performance. Zhang Lanlan's small face fell. She had witnessed me compose the song and had learned to sing it through direct instruction. Now, this fellow did not even bother to inquire and simply stated his assumptions, which would irk anyone. If Director Chai doubts my capabilities, I am prepared to compose another song on the spot, and I assure you, it will meet the standards of your Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 31. Recompose. If Director Chai doubts my abilities, I can indeed write another song live, guaranteed to match the caliber suitable for your Spring Festival Gala. My intention in stating this is not solely to confront him. As I have mentioned previously, before 1992, I must exert myself to accumulate wealth. In my past life, I was merely a lowly doctor, neither involved in finance, nor the internet, nor technology. Aside from a few widely circulated opportunities that allowed grassroots individuals to achieve overnight success, I could only recall a few lottery numbers. Therefore, I must seize these rare opportunities. The first of these opportunities is the stock subscription certificate from 1992. Subsequently, it was said that those who purchased stock subscription certificates in 1992 enjoyed an astonishing average return of 90-fold. To illustrate, if one had invested 300 yuan to acquire 10 certificates, within approximately 6 months, one could potentially reap a return of 27,000 yuan. Is such a yield not impressive? This figure pertains to individuals who were entirely oblivious to the historical developments of that era, relying solely on their own knowledge, experience, and predictions to navigate the market. If I were in their position, might my returns not be even greater? To amass wealth, one must first attain recognition. This is my strategy. Returning to the studio, I was invited to compose a piece on site, assured that it would meet the standards of a performance at the Spring Festival Gala. Director Chai chuckled softly, not in response to a humorous jest, nor in delight at an enjoyable occurrence, but rather with a nonchalant, dismissive smile. Despite his apparent indifference, it was not outright rudeness. My time is quite limited. You are Jiang Nan, correct? Please take the stage and perform Wanjing. To my surprise, he bypassed me entirely. Well, for the sake of Sister Lan's opportunity at the Spring Festival Gala, I endured it. It must be said that the audio conditions in the central television studio far surpassed those of the Weinan Grand Auditorium. Although Jiang Nan appeared somewhat anxious, her performance was evidently superior to her rendition during the earlier singing competition. Perhaps the prospect of performing at the Spring Festival Gala had motivated her to practice diligently. Upon finishing, Lao Xia, Teacher Liu, and Aunt May could not restrain their gentle applause and commendations. However, Director Chai remained impassive and summoned a staff member. Go outside and find Xiao Kai. Have him come here immediately. Shortly thereafter, a young and handsome lad hurriedly entered the studio, making a beeline for Director Chai. I recognized him as the performer of the Bridge of the Capital, who had later become an idol for my mother and Aunt May. I casually glanced at Aunt May, who, engrossed in Jiang Nan's performance, had not even noticed the young man. Director Chai, you called for me? Xiao Kai, this young man here is the composer of Wanjing. Please ascend the stage and perform the song for him. Upon hearing Director Chai's directive, Xiao Kai's expression as he looked at me was somewhat perplexed. I surmised he had been aware of the arrival of Wanjing's composer and had likely prepared an array of flattery. After all, for a singer, a talented lyricist and composer are akin to one's sustenance. However, upon realizing I was merely a young boy, he seemed unsure of how to articulate his previously rehearsed compliments. Li Eru, please play the accompaniment for Wanjing once more. Understood, right away, Director Chai. From the sound system, the audio engineer's voice echoed. Lao Chai, this seems a tad unfair. When Jiang Nan sang, she performed a cappella, yet now that Xiao Kai is here, you allow the accompaniment. Is this not a form of bullying? There was no recourse for complaint, so I chose to endure yet again. As the music commenced, Xiao Kai took to the stage and performed Wanjing. One must concede, professionalism truly shines through. In everyday circumstances, one might not discern the nuances of professionalism, yet the contrast reveals the truth. After the song concluded, Director Chai remained silent, merely casting a sidelong glance in our direction, conveying a clear message. Listen closely. Are we on the same level? Do you still insist on having Jiang Nan perform? Frankly speaking, were I the chief director of the Spring Festival Gala, if any songwriter presented conditions, I would promptly withdraw the song without hesitation. There is no room for negotiation. However, Wanjing is a different matter. I later learned that it was explicitly requested by the leadership of the general administration, leaving Director Chai with no authority to remove it. Moreover, disregarding other factors, it was evidently superior to the other songs of the time. Should it not be performed at the Spring Festival Gala, but rather be preempted by another event, it would undoubtedly frustrate Director Chai immensely. Even at this point, he still did not recognize this song as my creation. He continued to believe that sending Jiang Nan to the Spring Festival Gala was not my idea, but rather a maneuver by certain leaders in the publicity department leveraging my name. Director Chai, may I have the opportunity to rearrange this song? I spoke again. Upon encountering me, the nominal author of the song who had just challenged him, Director Chai finally regarded me with seriousness. You wish to rearrange it? Not a complete rearrangement, but rather a reordering of the vocal segments. Director Chai fell silent, and I too remained quiet as we exchanged glances. Fortunately, he was seated while I stood before him, allowing my gaze to slightly look down upon him. Observing my fearless demeanor as I met his gaze, filled with fervent anticipation, Director Chai could no longer resist. Very well. You may take charge. I requested 3 microphones and led Jiang Nan to join Xiao Kai. As I reallocated the segments of the song according to its original child's voice and lead singer's parts. As the music played, Jiang Nan's childlike voice rose in harmony with the melody. The red sun rises in the east, its vastness bathed in rosy light. How fortunate I am to be born in your embrace, inheriting the blood that flows through us. Following this, Xiao Kai seamlessly transitioned into the lead vocals. To right of the heavens, only a corner of the sun and moon's eternal journey to paint the earth. Merely a fragment of mountains and rivers remaining unscathed. This song, as published in the musical world, only featured the melody of the lead vocals, and during the singing competition, Jiang Nan had merely sung the preceding chorus a cappella. However, the accompaniment for the Spring Festival Gala was clearly a rearrangement. far more robust than the accompaniment by Teacher Lu's organ during the competition, and perfectly timed for Jiang Nan to perform the chorus in full. My reallocation, though only slightly more varied than the previous solo performances, greatly enhanced the overall experience. Director Chai, with headphones on, sat below, subtly nodding along with the melody. After viewing the recording of Jiang Nan and the others' performance, he had originally contemplated this idea, but had not yet acted upon it, unaware that I would unveil it today. Only the essence of Huaxia shines brightly, and the path unfolds in full bloom. Soon, the first stanza of the main melody is nearing its conclusion. Chapter 32. Compose another song. Just as anticipated, the first stanza of the main melody is about to finish. Following the usual sequence of the book, it should be the turn of Xiao Kai to sing the subsequent chorus. However, no one expected that I would grasp the microphone in my hand. As the sun rises in the east, its grandeur envelopes the sky, and I feel immensely fortunate to be cradled in your embrace, with the bloodline coursing through me. When I abruptly began to sing this chorus with a theatrical tone, everyone widened their eyes, searching the venue for the performer. Clearly, Jiang Nan and Xiao Kai had not opened their mouths. I had just informed them that they need not sing this chorus, and they assumed I intended to leave it vacant for future ensemble singers. In the singing competition, this chorus is meant for a choir. Only Chai the Bearded knew it was I who was singing, as I stood right before him. However, singing a pop song in a theatrical manner had never been attempted before. The earliest memory I have of Rap Face was still several years away. Thus, when old Chai heard me sing this chorus in a tone strikingly similar to that of a Jingju Danjiao, he too was left in disbelief, mouth agape. At this moment, my voice had not yet changed. It was still high-pitched, allowing me to perfectly capture the essence of the melody. If I were to grow a few more years without proper training, it would truly be challenging to achieve this. Nonetheless, old Chai must have understood that I merely wished to demonstrate that this song could be interpreted in such a way. I harbored no aspirations of showcasing myself on the Spring Festival Gala. With my theatrical tone, it was neither here nor there, and even if I had such ambitions, he would not dare to take the risk. Director Chai, what do you think? Find a renowned Jingju performer to sing these lines. It would embody our national essence. After finishing my performance, I set the microphone down and turned to old Chai. All right, old Chai responded succinctly, decisively, without delay. Compose another song. And if it truly reaches the level to grace the Spring Festival Gala, I will have Jiang Nan sing these opening lines. At this moment, he seemed to believe that I had indeed written this song. Since I could transform this piece, it indicated that I possessed some level of talent. However, since I was capable of composing a song like Wan Jing, and I had just claimed I could write another, how could they possibly refrain from extracting every ounce of my creativity? For me, my pursuits were limited to this. With Sister Lanlin's vocal prowess, having a few lines was commendable. It was impossible to expect her to take on the lead. Moreover, the fact that old Chai had not included her in the ensemble already demonstrated considerable respect. Composing another song was feasible, but it certainly would not be without compensation. And I promptly stated my terms. A new composition is acceptable, but it will cost you 5,000. Oh, such boldness from a child, demanding 5,000 at the outset. Can you assure that your song is worth that much? I remained silent, observing him, which made old Chai feel somewhat embarrassed. Finally, he slapped his thigh and declared, fine. As long as your song reaches the level of Wanjing, I guarantee you 5,000. While I couldn't promise to reach the heights of Wanjing, I could assure him it would be worthy of the Spring Festival Gala. Beside us, old Xia, Teacher Lu, and Aunt Mei were utterly astonished. In the span of a mere song, not only did I finalize Jiang Lanlin's appearance on the Spring Festival Gala with Big Beard Chai, but I also managed to sell another song, yet unwritten, for 5,000 yuan. Is there any swifter way to seize money? Ultimately, I reached an agreement with old Chai. Regardless of who sings the song I composed, as long as it meets the standards of next year's Spring Festival Gala, he will ensure that I receive the 5,000 yuan. It is evident that he would not be pocketing this amount himself. The song Wanjing may not qualify for the gala, yet it is certainly capable of catapulting a singer to fame. Should I unveil another piece of similar caliber, not only the aspiring singers, but even those already basking in success would find it hard to resist the allure. A mere 5,000 yuan is enough to entice someone to fetch us a few boxes of lunch. I am quite famished. Alas, it is my fault. Old Chai assumed I desired to ponder over the song during the meal, but in truth, I was simply hungry. I had only nibbled on some food while on the train that morning, and now, with mealtime at hand, My appetite was insistent. After dining, we had a half-hour respite, during which the selected candidates for auditions were resting in the lobby. I instructed Deputy Minister Xia and Aunt May to take a break while I sought out Big Beard Chai. My song is ready. Please find someone to transcribe it. Is there an electronic keyboard or piano available on site? Although I am not adept at playing the piano, I can manage to strike a chord with a single finger. Yes, we have Xiao Huang, came the reply. It is said that Xiao Huang hails from the Central Conservatory of Music and works as a music editor at the Central Television. He would undoubtedly be capable of transcribing my composition. Upon discovering the electronic keyboard, I casually pressed a few keys and prepared to sing. Upon seeing me, Xiao Huang extended a finger, and not only he but also old Chai and several onlookers furrowed their brows. What is this child doing? They murmured. It was rumored that he was the lyricist and composer of Wanjing and had just penned another song. What? Are you jesting? I do not underestimate youth. But can he truly claim to have written Wanjing with such rudimentary skills? When 3 individuals had sung Wanjing moments ago, I could have sworn his theatrical flair was evident. It was indeed novel, yet lacked substance. The chatter grew louder, prompting old Chai to cast a sharp glance in our direction, causing the crowd to hush immediately. I began to sing. I beheld a flourishing expanse of blossoms, faintly echoing a melody that bloomed with the brightest smile, outshining even the sun. A good song bears its own radiance. The gathered crowd consisted of either staff from the Central Television Music Group or singers auditioning, and the quality of a song is discernible upon first hearing. Thus, although I had sung but 2 lines with merely a single-fingered chord, the whispers around me faded into silence. O fluttering butterflies with silver wings, reclaiming the distant, ancient times. O birds, brave and free, singing unceasingly. As I concluded a stanza, the eyes of everyone present sparkled with excitement. Despite the accompaniment being solely the single chord struck by my finger, the lively rhythm, melodious tune, and simplistic yet authentic essence of Chinese music resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Some singers have begun to stir restlessly. The gentle splashes of water dancing upon the leaves occasionally dampened the tips of my hair, as the sunlight cast its enchanting glow upon this tiny realm, transforming it in wondrous ways. As the final note was struck and the last word sung, a brief silence enveloped the venue, only to be shattered by a resounding applause. Xiao Huang, clutching her meticulously noted score, promptly seated herself at the electronic piano and played it once more. I listened attentively and, finding no fault, nodded in approval. She then hurriedly approached Lao Chai, whispering something in his ear, but I was obstructed by the crowd that had gathered around me, their voices blending into a cacophony that rendered their words indecipherable. Moreover, the throng consisted entirely of women. Chapter 33. Staying in Beijing. The song by the Butterfly Spring, indeed, lacks the grand narrative flavor of Wanjing. However, not every performance at the Spring Festival Gala can be steeped in grandeur. Such fresh and lively melodies are essential elements as well. Furthermore, this song is particularly suited for spirited young girls and children to perform. By penning this piece, I not only capture attention but also align it with my current age and identity. Consequently, those female singers, possessing a discerning, yet lacking significant influence in the domestic music scene, flocked to me. However, I could not acquiesce to any of them. Although I had not signed any formal agreement with Lao Chai, we both understood that if the quality of my song was adequate and it were to grace the Spring Festival stage, the decision of who would perform it rested solely with him. This was my way of doing him a favor, expressing gratitude for having Zhang Lanlan featured in the gala. In that moment, Lao Chai and I reached an unspoken understanding. I even contemplated whether to entice this fellow a bit. After all, he is undeniably talented. His prowess in directing grand events is commendable. The galas he directed are not only magnificent and artistically refined, but also brimming with innovation, earning accolades from leaders, media, and audiences alike. To succinctly define him, this bearded director holds a position akin to that of the 5 greats in the legend of the Condor heroes within the realm of directors for large-scale domestic stages and television galas. However, success and failure are 2 sides of the same coin. A few years later, this fellow stumbled while directing a gala, and it was due to a song's author. Should I, the author of the song, come to his rescue? Yet, there is no rush. I must first address the matters at hand. Lao Chai extricated me from the throng surrounding Xiao Huang and led me to a secluded corner. Once we were shielded from prying eyes, he earnestly stated, "The initial quality of this song is satisfactory, but whether it can be included depends on the arrangement and a subsequent trial performance. Only upon approval from the directing team can we move forward. Additionally, while I have promised you that Jiang Nan will perform, she must remain here. I need to find her a teacher to properly instruct her in vocal techniques. She must meet the required standards before she can take the stage. Although I am the chief director, I do not wield absolute power. With less than 2 months until recording, time is of the essence. Do you have any objections? No, I have no objections. Indeed, I have heard that your spouse is a renowned singer. Perhaps it would be prudent for Jiang Nan to seek her as a mentor. While the wife of the burly Chai is indeed a celebrated vocalist in our country, her life was tragically cut short due to illness, exacerbated by the burdens imposed by her husband. In this lifetime, I fervently hope that my intervention will alter the fate of this couple. Are you acquainted with my beloved? Lao Chai found this curious. According to his information, I am merely a primary school student hailing from a small county in northern Hunan. How could I possibly be privy to his family matters? Oh, I overheard other actors discussing it behind the scenes. It suddenly dawned on me that my casual mention of this might be rather inappropriate. In the absence of the internet, where one could easily research any information, the details of Lao Chai and his family's situation would likely remain obscure to outsiders, known only to his colleagues and peers in the industry. Fortunately, I quickly devised an excuse to deflect the conversation. To be candid, for Jiang Nan to apprentice under Lao Chai's wife would indeed be a lofty aspiration. She is an esteemed singer, and taking on disciples requires a certain innate talent, which is precisely what Jiang Nan lacks. The act of apprenticeship differs vastly from attending a conservatory. In a music academy, even a mere administrative staff member could be considered a nominal teacher. However, in the traditional sense of apprenticeship in our culture, it signifies a profound bond, where the fates of both individuals become intertwined, sharing both glory and misfortune. This is why when Lao was disciple defected from his crosstalk troupe, it created such a significant stir in society. As for my wife's affairs, I cannot dictate her choices, but I believe it would not pose a problem for her to offer some guidance to that young lady. They belong to the same circle, and Lao Chai will undoubtedly be able to discern whether there is potential for development on this path. A disciple with no prospects is hardly worth recruiting merely to inflate numbers. Thus, Chai politely declined my suggestion for Jiang Nan to apprentice, though his refusal was not entirely definitive. Fortunately, my intent was merely to create an opportunity for Jiang Nan to forge a closer relationship with the Chai couple, allowing me to strengthen my own ties with them. The specifics of apprenticeship were not my primary concern. Aunt May, it seems that Lan will be staying in the capital until the new year. Upon returning to Aunt May and Deputy Minister Xia, I relayed this news to them, as well as to Teacher Lu and the others. Naturally, they were delighted. As long as Jiang Nan can perform at the Spring Festival Gala, staying for 2 months, or even 2 years, would pose no issue. Deputy Minister Xia promptly made a decision, instructing Aunt May to find accommodation in the coming days, with the expenses of their rental in the capital covered by the publicity department for the duration of their stay. Aunt May felt a twinge of apprehension. Though she worked in a hospital and encountered a variety of people far more diverse than my mother, she remained, at her core, a middle-aged woman from a small county with limited exposure. The sudden transition away from familiar surroundings surely left her feeling uncertain. Moreover, this was not merely about her. She was responsible for Jiang Nan as well. What would they do about learning? Yet, Jiang Nan appeared somewhat exhilarated, her blossoming peach blossom eyes sparkling with excitement. I pulled Aunt May aside and quietly explained the identities of Director Chai and his wife, as well as their esteemed positions within the domestic art and entertainment circles. Having spent over 2 months, at most 3, in the capital, the time lost in studies was negligible. However, the opportunities for networking and broadening one's horizons were unparalleled. Such experiences were unattainable in Weinan throughout a lifetime. Furthermore, if Sister Lan could establish a connection with the Chai couple, while it may not guarantee future fame and success, it would certainly set her on a path paved with golden prospects. Aunt May, you must grasp the importance of this. All right, Xiaonan, you are right. Aunt May finally resolved to take action. I will call old Zhang shortly and ask him to request a leave of absence for me from the hospital. Once we leave the television station, I will go rent an apartment. The process of renting was remarkably straightforward. Upon learning of our intention to rent, old Chai arranged for a production assistant to assist us, and we found an available room in the television station's dormitory with minimal hassle. It was fully equipped with amenities, including heating, and the rent was merely 20 yuan a month, which, given the prices in the capital at that time, was quite reasonable. Moreover, its proximity to the television station ensured relative safety when returning home late from rehearsals, even if it was somewhat distant from Old Chai's residence. Such compromises were simply inevitable. Chapter 34. Intoxication. Having finalized matters concerning Jiang Nan, we resolved to return the following day. Regarding the payment for the song by the Butterfly Spring, I instructed Director Chai to settle it directly with Aunt May. And I also mentioned my intention to compose a song for his wife, when time permitted. This was not mere empty promise. It was, in fact, an investment aimed at fostering a closer relationship with them. Naturally, before departing, I shared my thoughts on Wanjing and By the Butterfly Spring with Old Chai. Both songs were steeped in Chinese cultural elements. Thus it would be ideal for the instrumentation to incorporate traditional instruments. The inclusion of the pipa, bamboo flute, and even the halusi could enhance the arrangement, even if just for a few bars. Additionally, between the chorus and the verses, a passage featuring a solo of ethnic instruments could be woven in. Furthermore, given that Wanjing aimed to convey a grand narrative, the presence of numerous performers was essential. Not only should we have accompanying dancers, but it would be preferable to arrange for 3 to 4 young Peking opera actors to join in a choral performance. Of course, the specific details of the arrangement would ultimately depend on Old Chai's on-site coordination. My suggestions seemed to resonate with him, as he nodded appreciatively, elevating my significance in his eyes. That evening, while dining with the 5 of us, an amusing incident occurred. We were at a renowned roast duck restaurant, and Deputy Minister Xia insisted on indulging in some drinks. Citing Jiang Nan's successful ascension to a prospective Spring Festival gala performer and the inclusion of my song in the gala's program as reasons for celebration, Aunt May and Teacher Lu, in high spirits, acquiesced to his wishes. However, as the drinking continued, I soon realized that this rascal had ulterior motives, persistently toasting Teacher Lu and boasting about having cultivated such a promising student. Earlier that afternoon, Aunt May and Jiang Nan had secured a 2-bedroom apartment, allowing each of them their own room. However, Aunt May still remembers what my mother entrusted her with. I must return to sleep with them at night, for I can certainly manage to doze off. This matter coincidentally requires discussion with Old Xia and Teacher Lu. It seems that Old Xia, perhaps due to this, has entertained some unsavory thoughts, contemplating the kind of errors that men often commit. Aunt May has likely noticed this, as she has been subtly alluding to Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu, I am a tad older than you. Let me address you as sister. I wonder if you are married? Oh, Sister May. I just graduated from teacher training 3 years ago. I am not married yet. Not married. Such a beautiful person like you, with a good job. What kind of man are you hoping to find? Sister will assist you. Let me tell you, when a woman seeks a man, she must keep her eyes wide open and discern the true nature of the other person. One must not be easily swayed by sweet words and unwittingly board another's ship. I am uncertain whether Old Xia was too inebriated to catch on, or if he possessed remarkable composure, for his expression remained unchanged. Nevertheless, he adjusted his focus, no longer solely targeting Teacher Lu, but also raising a toast to Aunt May. Nurse May, you and Director Zhang are quite remarkable, having raised such a child as Lan Lan. You both can look forward to enjoying the blessings of your child. Aunt May smiled radiantly, lifting her glass to clink with Old Xia's. It is all thanks to the leaders of the publicity department. Old Xia harbored no impure thoughts towards Aunt May, or rather, he dared not entertain any notions. Jiang Nan is currently a treasured gem in the county, and before the Spring Festival, I doubt anyone would dare lay a finger on her family. After the Spring Festival, it is likely that even fewer would dare. He merely found Aunt May to be overly talkative and sought to incapacitate her before proceeding with his intentions. However, I suspect his plans were destined to falter. Though I have rarely witnessed Aunt May drink at home, her reputation for alcohol tolerance has long preceded her in the hospital. It is said that she once outdrank the director, the executive deputy, and the head of surgery, leaving the medical department head stripped to the waist in the dead of winter. Although she is not yet the head of the nursing department, her drinking prowess must surely reflect that of a director by now. The 3 of them, primarily Old Xia and Aunt May, continued to toast each other. And soon a bottle of baijiu was nearly depleted. Another bottle. Another bottle. Let me tell you, Winley, Old Xia is truly a silver-plated spearhead. Though he himself consumes a bit more, he has only managed half a gene, yet his eyes are already glazed. And he is rambling incoherently while calling out Teacher Lu's name to Aunt May. Although Aunt May's cheeks are flushed from drinking, her eyes remain bright and clear. She took the remaining baijiu and poured it into old Xia's glass. Come on, Minister Xia, finish this cup. If you can still drink, we shall order another bottle. Before Aunt May could finish her sentence, old Xia had already collapsed onto the table. After assisting Teacher Lu in escorting the inebriated Deputy Minister Xia to the guest house, Aunt May turned and pulled Teacher Lu into her room. Sister, this old fellow is clearly a lecherous character. You must not think that I have hindered your prospects. On the train, I discerned that you might be too young to understand how to defend yourself and are seeking his favor. Allow me to advise you, dear. It is imperative for women to maintain clarity. If this old man, Xia, were truly someone of profound affection, even if he were married, I would not stand in your way. However, it is evident that he is merely a lecherous man seeking to take advantage of you. Do not be deceived into thinking that once he has tasted the fruit, he will still think of you. He is merely toying with you. After this exchange, Teacher Lu's face, already flushed from drink, turned an even deeper crimson. I must tell you, should he truly promise you something you desire, you must approach it with caution. If you do not wish for it, simply disregard my words. With that, I departed with the two children, leaving you to make your own decision regarding this matter, of which I remain unaware. Upon returning to the rented accommodation of Aunt May, she prepared water for me and Jiang Nan to bathe and rest. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I inquired of Aunt May what she had instructed Teacher Lu. Aunt May, having removed her outer garment, reclined gracefully on the living room sofa. Her figure, adorned with voluptuous curves, and her face, as vibrant as plum blossoms, radiated an intoxicating allure, mingled with the scent of alcohol, rendering me momentarily parched. I hastily rose to fetch her a glass of water, deliberately avoiding the direct gaze of her seated position. Upon hearing my question, Aunt May erupted into a fit of laughter, her joyous peals causing her hair to dishevel, which only piqued the curiosity of both me and Jiang Nan further. We eagerly urged her to share her thoughts. I suggested she instruct Lu to clandestinely enter that old rogue's room at dawn, tear her undergarments, and seize his trousers, then loudly proclaim her indignation at the inn. In this era, should this scheme be executed flawlessly, it could very well land the old man in trouble. However, ever since I mentioned to Aunt May how Lu had aided old Xia and old Su in intimidating me at school, it seemed she harbored some reservations about him. How could she then offer assistance? What transpired at the inn and how it was resolved remains a mystery to me, though my mind swarmed with anxious thoughts. Nevertheless, observing Lu and Xia, I surmised that Aunt May's teachings to Lu had been largely effective, even if not entirely utilized. When Aunt May and Lan accompanied me to reunite with them, old Xia appeared despondent, seemingly devoid of words, his gaze evasive as he regarded us three. In contrast, Lu exuded a newfound confidence, the initial shyness he had displayed now absent as he boldly linked arms with Aunt May. Aunt May appeared to possess an uncanny awareness of the situation, not uttering a single word as she assisted in gathering our belongings and escorted us to the capital's train station. The train was set to depart in the afternoon, leaving us with several hours to spare. As it was our first visit to the capital, and having been preoccupied the previous day, Lan suggested that we take the opportunity to explore the square. In the early days of 1988, the Tiananmen Gate was open to the public, a memory that lingers in my mind. Upon sharing this with a few friends, they immediately abandoned thoughts of lunch and hurried to the square. We marveled at the monument, ascended the Tiananmen, and took photographs in the square, leaving our addresses for them to be sent home. As the time drew near, we parted ways with Aunt May and Lan. Before leaving, I pulled Jiang Nan aside and urged her to diligently learn from Director Chai's partner, promising to visit her in the capital during my winter break. The little girl, with tears welling in her eyes, almost clung to me, reluctant to let me go. The return journey was different from our arrival. Sister Lan and Aunt May remained in the capital. Unfamiliar with old Xia and Teacher Lu, I simply settled into my seat and fell asleep. Old Xia seemed transformed, as if he had become a different person. Like me, he removed his shoes and reclined on the bunk, even facing the wall. Only Teacher Lu was in high spirits, though he too had removed his shoes. He leaned against his blanket, engrossed in a magazine purchased at the train station, occasionally humming a tune. Upon closer listening, I realized it was the melody of By the Butterfly Spring, a song I had just composed. To my surprise, she had memorized the tune after just one listen. Upon my return, I resolved to rewrite the lyrics as a gift for her. When I got back, Shui Wenqi inquired about my absence over the past few days, with Song Xiaola joining the conversation. A casual glance revealed that Miao Lei seemed to be eavesdropping. The courtyard was small, and secrets were hard to keep. However, our trip to Beijing was shrouded in discretion due to its connection to the Spring Festival Gala, and under the publicity department's directives. Both our families refrained from discussing it openly. Yet, the fact that Lan and I had vanished for 3 days did not escape Miao Lei's keen perception. The difference was that while I returned, Lan did not, prompting me to fabricate an excuse to placate Shui Wenqi, inadvertently deceiving Miao Lei as well. Next came the midterm examinations. Uncle Zhang's factory successfully developed a student study desk, based on the design concepts I provided. The desk surface could be both horizontal and slightly inclined, catering to the distinct needs of students for reading and writing. The desk was available in 2 versions, with and without a bookshelf, and included a dedicated lamp socket on the side. Even the drawers beneath the desk were meticulously designed with compartments tailored for various stationary items. Most importantly, and highly praised by parents, was the adjustable height of the desk and chair, allowing customization according to a child's height. This adaptability meant the study desk could accommodate students from elementary to high school, and even university students, particularly those in distance learning programs. The woodworking factory thoughtfully included adjustment recommendations in the instruction manual, specifying how to set the height based on the user's stature. Thus, this desk became the first piece of furniture in the country to come with a user manual. Simultaneously, it is worth noting that my suggestion stems from the wood factory's financial constraints, which hindered its ability to afford advertising. Uncle Zhang, a principal developer of the learning desk at the wood factory, was interviewed by a reporter from the provincial television station, catapulting their learning desk into a phenomenon. Consequently, the wood factory experienced a surge in popularity, inundated with orders, while other factories in the county faced operational shortages, with many workers taking scheduled leave or undergoing restructuring. The wood factory struggled to fulfill its orders despite operating in 3 shifts. Regardless of whether it was a weekday or weekend, day or night, large trucks laden with goods perpetually lined the entrance of the factory, prompting Uncle Chui to nearly set up a post at the factory's gate. Coincidentally, as Aunt May and Lan were away, Uncle Zhang opted to reside at the factory, not returning home for a week or 2. Approaching New Year's Eve, one evening, Uncle Zhang instructed the factory staff to deliver a set of learning desks to my home as a token of gratitude for my strategic input. Accompanying him was an uncle from their supply and marketing department, surnamed Kong, seemingly a trusted confidant of Uncle Zhang. In addition to the learning desk, there were 2 cases of liquor, 2 cartons of cigarettes, and several prepackaged dishes. With 3 individuals, 2 cases of liquor, and 2 cartons of cigarettes. It was evident that not all would be consumed, allowing these gifts to rightfully remain in my home. I understood the underlying strategy. The former factory director had relinquished substantial authority, counting down the days until retirement. It was said that he cheerfully proclaimed to anyone who would listen that the organization had chosen a commendable successor. Observing Uncle Zhang's cautious manner in presenting gifts to our family, it seemed the factory had established financial regulations, though it remained unclear whether they were instituted by him or the former director. Nevertheless, as long as Uncle Zhang could uphold these principles, the factory's future appeared promising. Human nature is often vulnerable to trials. In a previous life, Uncle Zhang had no opportunity. The factory could not even disburse salaries, with not only the machinery but also the land going unclaimed. Even if he had desired to act greedily, the conditions were simply not present. This time, however, the circumstances have shifted. Currently, all enterprises in the county, including 2 that produce optical instruments and electronic components for the military, are experiencing varying degrees of impact from the reforms and opening up. The extent of this impact differs across the board. The wood factory situation was similar, but it was only after the learning desk was developed that the tide turned. It was rumored that this month's bonuses nearly equaled a month's salary. At the dining table, Uncle Zhang, brimming with enthusiasm, animatedly discussed his forthcoming endeavors, including plans to recruit more sales personnel and expand the product's reach to Northeast China, Jiang Nan, South Guangdong, and even penetrate the Hong Kong market. However, I noticed a conspicuous absence of discussion regarding product upgrades or the development of new offerings, prompting me to coldly remark, "Surely, you do not intend to rely solely on this one product for your entire career, do you?" Chapter 36, Modularization and Outsourcing. Surely, you do not intend to rely solely on this one product for your entire career, do you? Witnessing Uncle Zhang's smugness, I could not help but douse his exuberance with a bucket of cold water. Comrade Lao Zhang was in high spirits, and coupled with the effects of alcohol, he failed to grasp my intention. However, the young fellow, Xiao Kong, who accompanied him from the supply and marketing department, discerned the subtlety in my expression and promptly set down his chopsticks. Jiang Nan, Director Zhang mentioned that this product was your idea. Pray, enlighten us on how we should proceed. Recently, I had been engaging in frequent discussions with my father, and although the products from their factory had yet to reach the popularity of learning desks, I had already helped clarify the path forward for their enterprise. Upon hearing my words, Xiao Kong understood that I was preparing to offer a gentle reminder to Uncle Zhang, and he could not help but discreetly nudge my leg. You ought to converse with your Uncle Zhang properly, without any sarcasm. At that moment, Uncle Zhang caught on, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Haha, I seem to have lost my composure. Xiao Nan, do share your thoughts on how we should advance. I suggest you find someone to apply for a patent for your learning desks. I suspect you haven't done so yet. Since I was invited to speak, I wasted no time and went straight to the crux of the matter. I recalled that in 1984, our country enacted the patent law. Although it was rather vague and lacked practical application compared to later iterations, it was a start nonetheless. When I sold a segmented watermelon at the stadium, it took less than a week for someone to replicate my effort. Once the wood factory's hot-selling product emerged, the outcome was all but certain. A patent is not something one must utilize constantly. However, when the need arises, it is imperative to possess one. This was something I relayed to my father when discussing lingerie products. Uncle Zhang's expression turned slightly awkward. Well, Xiao Nan, could you elaborate on the utility of this? Not only does it require a plethora of written documentation, but it also demands a substantial financial investment. What is the purpose? This reflected the mindset of most people at the time. It was not that they lacked rationality or foresight. Rather, their vision was limited, and their experiences were scant. How much has your factory earned in the past 6 months? I've heard you are even considering purchasing a car. How do you know? Uncle Zhang's eyes widened in surprise. He had only mentioned this in passing to Xiao Kong. Although he harbored this notion, the factory situation had only improved significantly for 2 to 3 months, making the prospect of buying a car seem somewhat ostentatious and reminiscent of a newly wealthy individual. Despite his earlier joviality, he was still mindful of what could or could not be said. To my surprise, he had not anticipated that I would know of this. Regardless of how I came by this knowledge, do inform me if it is indeed true. Of course, I was unaware. I merely sought to provoke a reaction from him. Uncle Zhang was quite different from my father. While my father was reserved, Uncle Zhang was flamboyant. The most effective means of displaying such flamboyance, it seems, was through the acquisition of a car. Faced with my inquiry, Uncle Zhang was convinced that I was privy to the details, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Well, I only just had the thought. I haven't tea. Uncle Zhang, I do not oppose your purchasing a car, I interjected, halting his explanation. After all, he might soon become my father-in-law, and I could not allow him to lose face in front of others. However, your factory currently offers only one product, the study desk. In 2 variations, it is far from being in a position to confidently rest on its laurels. Your primary task now is to seize the opportune moment and capitalize on your temporarily ample financial resources to expedite the development of new products, leaving those who imitate you far behind. Believe it or not, within 3 months, by the time the new year arrives, there will likely be products akin to your study desk entering the market. Perhaps someone else will even register the patent first, rendering your production of the study desk impossible. It is absurd to think that a product we developed ourselves could be barred from our own production. Uncle Zhang expressed his disbelief at my statement. Though Xiao Kong seemed to have heard something similar and quickly interjected, Director, I have indeed heard of this. It is just as Xiao Nan said. If you wish to produce it, you might even find yourself embroiled in a lawsuit. Really? Uncle Zhang was taken aback, observing Xiao Kong nodding in affirmation, and immediately declared, I will arrange for someone to handle this tomorrow. I nodded in agreement. This is one commendable trait of Comrade Lao Zhang. He is open to suggestions, unlike my father, who can be quite obstinate at times. Given his humility, I shared with him a set of methods to enhance production efficiency. With only about 100 employees in their factory, it would be impossible to double the production rate of dozens of desks per day without exhausting them. Therefore, the next developmental direction for the wood factory should be to abandon pure production, retaining only design and assembly. In the case of the study desk, even assembly may not be necessary. Since the study desks can already be easily adjusted in height by parents at home, the components can be segmented and entirely outsourced. This not only greatly enhances production efficiency and maximizes profits, but also allows for control over a significant number of downstream factories. Currently, the wood and furniture factories in surrounding counties and provinces face situations similar to Uncle Jiang's. Witnessing the popularity of the study desk, it is likely that someone will attempt to replicate it. Yet, as long as Uncle Jiang outsources the production tasks, would the leaders of state-owned or collective enterprises dare to risk litigation by imitating? With livelihoods at stake, who would take such a gamble? Moreover, by outsourcing production to them, Uncle Jiang is effectively extending a favor. While this may not be immediately apparent, it could prove invaluable in the future. This is the essence of networking. Uncle Jiang and Xiao Kong nodded in agreement, and even my father appeared contemplative after hearing this. In the days that followed, it was reported that Uncle Jiang strictly adhered to the strategy one outlined for him. He first arranged for the registration of the study desk patent and, based on my suggestions, developed a second generation of the study desk. The most significant difference between the second and first generation of study desks is modularity. The tabletop, drawers, table legs, chair surfaces, bookshelf panels, and chair backs were all segmented by the technicians at their factory and outsourced to nearby wood or furniture factories. The woodworking factory has almost transformed into a packaging facility. Modules returned from various subcontracted factories were assembled by their own workers and packed into cardboard boxes for shipment. This second-generation study desk is 5 yuan cheaper than the first generation. If parents can assemble it themselves, they save that 5 yuan. However, if they struggle with the assembly at home, they must then hire workers to do the job. Yet, due to the outsourcing model, this reduction in price has not diminished profits. In fact, profits have surged by 10%, which has left everyone at the woodworking factory in high spirits. Chapter 37. The conspiracy unveiled. Sister Lan wrote to me, mentioning that she has begun studying under teacher Lu, who is old Chai's partner, and has participated in several rehearsals for the Spring Festival Gala, where she encountered many celebrities previously known only from television screens. She even sent me a group photo of all the performers after one of the rehearsals, in which I recognized numerous renowned artists of later generations. Truly, they are seasoned artists, devoid of any pejorative connotations. As a vocalist, Jiang Nan stood on the left side of the stage alongside Xiao Kai, beaming with extraordinary joy. Sister Lan was elated. The woodworking factory's business was thriving, and the workers were jubilant, but Uncle Jiang's happiness was short-lived. Trouble had arisen. From snippets of conversation eavesdropped between my parents, as well as fragmented information I gathered from Luo Honggang at the barbecue shop, I learned that Uncle Jiang had been caught in a compromising situation. Piecing together various bits of information, I reconstructed the sequence of events. Ever since the woodworking factory implemented my suggestion, productivity, sales, and finances have surged exponentially. Consequently, a new cashier was introduced to the finance department through a recommendation. I did not inquire extensively about her background, but it was said that she possessed an enchanting presence, with a captivating silhouette that could easily draw attention. If she could sway her slender waist while walking, she would undoubtedly captivate souls. The finance department was conveniently located near the factory, and Uncle Jiang, a frequent visitor, naturally attracted the cashier's attention. Within a few days, they became entangled. Aunt May had taken Sister Lan to the capital and was unable to return. And with Uncle Jiang preoccupied with work, he ended up setting up a bed in the factory. Thus, a place was secured. One night, he was confronted at the factory by the cashier's brother and his associates. The incident escalated significantly, reportedly reaching the county level. Given Uncle Jiang's status as a married man luring an unmarried young woman, he risked being charged with moral misconduct. However, with Jiang Nan in the capital preparing for the Spring Festival Gala, and while nothing could be confirmed until the gala aired, the news had not spread widely in society. Nevertheless, the higher-ups in the county were largely aware of the situation. Ensuring that Jiang Nan participated joyfully and completely in the gala to bring happiness to the nation had become a political imperative. Consequently, Uncle Jiang's matter was suppressed, resulting only in his suspension. Moreover, this matter is currently at the center of controversy, and others are unaware of Sister Lanlin's situation. Even those who have maintained close relationships in the past now hesitate to approach him. Even when visiting my home, my mother regards him with a skeptical eye. The frustration within Uncle Jiang is palpable. One afternoon, after school, Uncle Jiang intercepted me outside the courtyard, asking me to convey a message to Comrade Lao Jiang, stating that he was waiting for him at the barbecue restaurant. Upon Comrade Lao Jiang's return, I discreetly relayed the message and accompanied him to the barbecue establishment. Indeed, Uncle Zhang sat alone in a corner, already nursing a bottle of wine. Old Luo, 20 meat skewers, 2 large kidneys, and you may choose the other vegetables. I called towards the kitchen. Upon hearing my voice, Luo Honggang emerged briefly, greeted my father, and then returned inside. Just as I settled down, a sharp slap landed on my head. "You little rascal, what do you want with those kidneys?" I could only seethe in silence, for it was my father who had chastised me. After reprimanding me, Comrade Lao Jiang finally took the bottle of wine and poured himself a glass. "Ah, old Zhang, I'm not criticizing you, but how could you make such a blunder?" Although Uncle Zhang had ordered a bottle of wine, he hadn't finished even a single glass, likely finding no pleasure in any drink. Hearing my father's words, Uncle Zhang wished to defend himself, but only uttered one word before lowering his head again. After a moment, he lifted his glass and took a sip, then began to speak. "I never intended to pursue anything with that woman, but one day, while I was alone in the office—" "Wait a moment," Comrade Lao Jiang interrupted Uncle Zhang, waving his hand at me. "Jiang Nan, go inside and chat with Luo Honggang for a bit." "Comrade Lao Jiang, isn't that rather unsporting?" Just as I was about to hear something intriguing, "You wish to dismiss me? If I must be sent away, at least a reason should be provided." Such blatant dismissal felt inappropriate. I resolved not to go without justification, lest I incur another slap. I pondered. No, I must listen to Uncle Zhang's story. I can solve cases for the criminal police. Certainly I can assist him with this matter, examining if there is any conspiracy, even without any intrigue. I ought to provide him with advice regarding his future at the timber factory. Conspiracy? This is just. My father had just countered my statement. But upon hearing the latter part of my words, he found merit in my reasoning and ceased his efforts to shoo me away. Instead, he cast a glance towards Uncle Zhang, indicating he should continue his narrative. I added, "Uncle Zhang, please take your time and elaborate further. I seek details, the more intricate, the better, so that I may assist you with analysis." Another slap met my head, though this time Comrade Lao Jiang remained silent. Thus, Uncle Zhang resumed his tale. "That day, I was lying alone on the office bed when she entered, claiming there was a discrepancy in the accounts that she wanted me to examine, bringing the ledger with her. Upon entering, she remarked that the stove was burning too fiercely, the office door was tightly sealed, and it felt rather warm. So she promptly removed her cotton coat. On that day, she donned a snug red sweater with a V-neck. After shedding her cotton jacket, she casually pushed up the sleeves of her sweater, revealing her delicate, fair wrists. Comrade Lao Zhang truly grasped my meaning, as he vividly described the act of her rolling up her sleeves to expose her wrists. I speculated that beneath her V-neck sweater, she likely wore neither an undershirt nor a blouse. As she settled beside me, a wave of fragrance wafted towards my nostrils, intoxicatingly pleasant. Yet, until that moment, my thoughts had not wandered in that direction. As I saw her approach, I hastily sat up from the bed. However, she showed no hesitation. Plopping down right next to me, our thighs brushing against each other. Initially, I felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, she was an unmarried young woman, seeking to lean closer. But when she placed the account book on my lap, the ensuing conversation was abruptly curtailed by Uncle Zhang. I surmised that there might have been some inappropriate, perhaps even scandalous, undertones involved. After all, once she set the account book down, she might have casually touched something or pretended to lose her balance, inadvertently pressing against me. Even with the most virtuous intentions, it would be nearly impossible to evade such a situation. It was evident, this was indeed a scheme. Chapter 38. Extricate yourself from this quagmire. How many times did it happen between you? Just twice. Aside from the first time, there was the subsequent occurrence. There's definitely something amiss. My father offered Uncle Zhang a cigarette. Not only I, the little Zhuge, but even my father discerned the issue from Uncle Zhang's account. This woman was clearly approaching you with ulterior motives, attempting to extort something from you. Yet, if her intent were truly coercive, silence would serve her best. How could the entire factory be aware? Now even those outside are in the know. How could she possibly threaten you? My father analyzed the situation briefly before retracting his earlier conclusion. Luo Hong had just emerged to serve skewers, deliberately positioning the handle towards me. I instinctively grabbed a skewer of lamb kidneys. However, under my father's watchful gaze, I reluctantly handed the skewer over to Uncle Zhang. Patience, Comrade Lao Jiang. Let us dissect this matter piece by piece. Uncle Jiang, how did this woman come to work at the factory, and how long has she been employed here? She has been here for over 2 months, having joined before Lan Lan and the others left. At that time, the factory was already quite busy, with various positions in need of personnel. Subsequently, the old factory director decided to hire some temporary workers, and she was among them. At that juncture, old Fong from accounting also mentioned the staffing shortage. She had completed junior high, seemed trustworthy, and appeared physically frail, thus she was assigned to accounting. Completed junior high? Seemed trustworthy? Physically frail? There must be some unspoken reasons known to men. I inquired further, has she ever made any inappropriate demands of you, such as asking for money or proposing that you divorce Aunt May to marry her? Never. She has never mentioned such things. Uncle Zhang's response was resolute, his gaze unwavering. If that is the case, then the actions of that young lady merit some exploration. What could she possibly desire to willingly embrace you? Are you more charming than Xiao Kai? Or is it that you possess remarkable prowess? Ah, prowess. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Uncle Zhang, how long have you been at the woodworking factory? Over 2 years now. By next spring, it will be 3. Oh, the old factory director will be retiring by next spring. If you are unable to take over his position, do you know who will? Comrade Lao Jiang also perceptively sensed the implication in my words and turned to look at Uncle Zhang. If not for me, it should logically be Director Shan, the other deputy director of the woodworking factory besides Uncle Zhang. According to Uncle Zhang, Director Shan is merely a year younger than the old director and is not in good health. The organization has no intention of promoting him. Otherwise, they would not have transferred Uncle Zhang from the leather factory. What if we exclude Director Shan? Then there are many possibilities. Heads of departments in the supply and marketing section, financial accounting section, office, and even deputy-level or section-level officials from other factories under the Industrial Bureau. Based on what he said, it seems that identifying the true culprit may be an impossible task for the time being. It is likely that it won't be resolved before the Spring Festival Gala. Furthermore, even if one were to find the culprit, what would it matter? She merely set a bait, perhaps a tad too proactive, but who compelled you to take the bait? It is better to contemplate future actions. My father, like me, felt that pursuing this matter was futile. It would be wiser to set it aside for now and think of what lies ahead. So, how do you intend to handle this matter in the future? Has Director Li spoken to you about it? Uncle Zhang and Director Li of the Industrial Bureau have been childhood friends. Had this issue not escalated so quickly and dramatically, Director Li might have been able to contain it. However, as it stands, even Director Li is at a loss. He mentioned that a demotion might occur, which he could endure, but dismissal would be unacceptable. Even if demoted, I would be too ashamed to continue. Uncle Zhang's spirits were quite low, and my father sighed alongside him, unsure of what to say. Then, rather than waiting for them to act, perhaps you should resign. I, well versed in the trajectory of history, suggested nonchalantly. What do you know, you little brat? Resign? What would you do after that? A perfectly good cadre status would be lost. Comrade Lao Jiang turned to scold me. Hey, what good is being a cadre? Luo Honggang is now self-employed. Doesn't he earn more in a month than you cadres do? In response, I patted my chest and casually reached for another slightly cooled kidney, but obediently placed it before my father under his piercing gaze. I could even send Sister Lan Lan to the Spring Festival Gala. Is it so difficult to find a profitable avenue for Uncle Zhang? However, Uncle Zhang began to speak, but fell silent again, seemingly lost in thought. Uncle Zhang, don't be anxious. Allow me to analyze this for you. The woman approached you with deliberate intent, yet refrained from making any requests. Instead, her so-called relatives escalated matters during your second encounter, clearly aiming to tarnish your reputation. What value do you possess that warrants such defamation? Merely your position as the factory director, particularly in a time when various enterprises in the county are struggling. While your woodworking factory stands out as a beacon of success, your position is akin to a coveted prize, and many have their eyes set upon it. Even if you manage to evade this current predicament, I suspect there are second, third, or even more traps awaiting you. Who knows if they have even exerted their full effort? A mere femme fatale ensnared you. Lao Jiang, do not chuckle. I speak of him, and you should heed my words. Your position is not dissimilar to his, and you may well find pitfalls ahead as well. My father, displeased with my tone, struck the back of my head, causing me to retract instinctively and hasten to offer Lao Jiang a conciliatory smile. Do you know why this is? Why? Both of them inquired in unison. Because the woodworking factory does not bear the surname Zhang. We're at the Zhang factory. Even if they were to apprehend you over this issue, they would gain nothing. Would they still pursue such actions? This statement left Uncle Jiang and my father pondering. Furthermore, regardless of how well you perform in your role at the woodworking factory, what does it ultimately amount to? Your salary remains unchanged, and while bonuses may be increased, would you dare to award yourself 5 or 10,000? I suspect you wouldn't even dare to grant yourself a bonus of 2,000. Yet, how much has the factory earned under your stewardship in recent months? If not 1,000,000, then certainly around 700,000. Seize this opportunity to extricate yourself from this quagmire and forge your own path. I assure you, the 1990s and even the next century will undoubtedly belong to the realm of private enterprise. Chapter 39. Registering a company. The final exams occurred not long after the new year. According to my agreement with Aunt May, Sister Lon Lon, and Director Chai, after the winter break, I was to revisit the performance of the song Wan Jiang in the capital. Should any issues arise, adjustments could be made prior to the formal recording. My parents and Uncle Jiang also encouraged me to visit the capital to gauge Aunt May's sentiments. Uncle Jiang, being well informed, would surely be aware of any developments. Yet, she remained inexplicably silent. Previously, she would call Uncle Jiang at least once a week, but with his recent suspension, such communication was rendered impossible. Uncle Jiang still trusted me. Just days after sharing drinks with my father, he submitted his resignation to the bureau, relinquishing his role as deputy director and opting to venture into entrepreneurship. The term going private had yet to become a commonplace phrase in the late 1980s. In the official media, its occurrence was limited to less than a handful of times each year. It would only be several years later, during the Great Leaders' Southern Tour, that more officials and cadre would either take unpaid leave or resign from their positions to establish businesses, thereby popularizing the term among the populace. It is said that after Uncle Jiang submitted his resignation letter, Director Li specifically invited him for a drink. However, Uncle Jiang had firmly made up his mind, and thus was not swayed any further. When he inquired about what I intended to do after resigning, I jokingly suggested he might consider competing with the wood factory. Uncle Jiang looked quite astonished. Emotionally speaking, he would certainly have been inclined to challenge the wood factory. Yet, he was self-aware enough to recognize the limitations of his situation. He had indeed cultivated some connections through collaborations with nearby wood and furniture factories. But now that he had resigned, those connections would inevitably lose much of their value. Although he had saved some money, it was insufficient to establish a new wood factory to compete for the market of study desks against his former employer. Collaborating with other factories could likely result in him merely enriching someone else, and he did not believe I would propose such a foolish idea. Why establish a wood factory? Must the competition with the wood factory be centered around study desks? At Luo Honggang's barbecue restaurant, I smiled at this man who might become my father-in-law. At that moment, there were 4 of us at the table. Once Luo Honggang finished his kitchen duties and noticed that the guests were nearly gone, he removed his apron and joined us. Competing with the wood factory without relying on study desks? Not just Uncle Jiang, but my father and Luo Honggang were equally puzzled by my elusive suggestion. Reflect on it. When you first produced study desks, what was your promotional slogan? Protecting students' eyesight, maintaining good posture, ensuring healthy growth and development. However, a study desk is, after all, a piece of furniture, and what was your factory price again? 47. That nearly matches the monthly salary of many individuals. Even if we set aside the issue of expense, many families, even if they could afford it, would struggle to find sufficiently spacious places to accommodate such a desk. Wouldn't they? So, could you devise a product that is affordable, space-efficient, and still capable of protecting eyesight and ensuring healthy development? I savored the barbecued meat in my mouth, chewing slowly, unable to contain my delight at having conceived yet another brilliant idea. Oh dear, how have you changed so much? I detected my father's exasperation. You've grown more verbose with age, rambling incessantly, unable to express a single coherent thought. My behavior of teasing had finally irked my father, who playfully swatted me on the backside. Of course, it was merely symbolic. However, I dared not continue my antics and quickly revealed the answer. The product I was referring to is called a posture correction belt. A posture correction belt? Uncle Jiang and my father exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss. Indeed, a posture correction belt. I corrected their pronunciation and proceeded to elaborate on the design concept, functionality, necessary materials, and target market for a product akin to the one by Bebegia. The 3 of them looked on with eyes wide open in astonishment. Moreover, I had already devised a strategy for its success, but it was evident that something was still lacking. What is that? Uncle Jiang eagerly inquired. Money. Money? I nodded gravely in response. If you wish for your product to achieve great sales, the most effective and swiftest method is to advertise, particularly on the central television network. Over there, I had Sister Lanlan study vocal music under the guidance of Director Chai's spouse, intending to forge connections. It seems that the groundwork has nearly been laid. As long as you possess a legitimate product and have Director Chai's endorsement, producing an advertisement should not pose significant challenges. However, the issue at hand is that the advertising fees on central television are quite exorbitant. Even a few seconds of airtime could exceed $1 million. Thus, this avenue must be postponed unless you can procure several million in advertising funds immediately. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiang appeared somewhat disheartened. Where am I to find several million for advertising? I don't even have tens of thousands. Therefore, we could only pursue a secondary option to create massive billboard advertisements in each city. Observing their lack of understanding, I elaborated on the operation of these large-scale advertisements. The flickering spark of hope reignited in Uncle Jiang's eyes, and even my father was filled with excitement. Let us commence with one city at a time. And once you have accumulated sufficient funds for advertising, we can then launch a major campaign on central television and relax as the profits roll in. Thus, your primary task now is to register a company. Avoid becoming a sole proprietorship and establish a corporation instead, as this will facilitate future endeavors in advertising and product development. Uncle Jiang nodded in agreement, but then recalled something and asked, what is the required startup capital? I lacked extensive experience in this area, glancing towards my father, who had a background in finance. I was uncertain about the registration requirements for private enterprises, but I estimated it would require at least several tens of thousands. My father took a sip of his drink, pondered for a moment, and replied slowly, however, I only have a little over 10,000, and I cannot withdraw at all. As Lanlan still needs to attend school. Jiang Nan, over these past few months, I have managed to save 4,000. If you have no objections, should we lend it all to Uncle Jiang? Luo Honggang had indeed been earning a decent income recently, but 4,000 was nearly all his profit from these past months. I have no objections, but let us not treat it as a loan. Let us consider it as our investment. I waved my hand at Luo Honggang and then turned to my father. Dad, the 2,000 in royalties for my songs, you have been keeping it safe, right? Let us use that as well. I will invest it in Uncle Jiang's company. Chapter 40. The mountains will remember, and the rivers will too. Under my enthusiastic portrayal of the future prospects of Uncle Jiang's company, my father ultimately succumbed to my persuasion and agreed to invest in Uncle Jiang's enterprise. Of course, it was not our family's investment, but rather from the knitted underwear factory. In the end, we settled on a total registered capital of 30,000 yuan. Uncle Jiang contributed 12,000, holding a 40 stake. Luo Honggang invested 4,000, securing 13. 3. I contributed 2,000, accounting for 6. 7. And the knitted underwear factory contributed 12,000, also holding a 40 stake. The company was named by me, Beibejia. On one hand, the name bears a phonetic resemblance to a product from my previous life. On the other, a child is akin to a budding flower of the motherland. And the character Jia not only conveys a sense of beauty, but also embodies the connotation of commendation. Thus, in the fleeting weeks leading up to the spring festival, Uncle Jiang found himself immersed in a whirlwind of activity. I, too, was not idle. Rather than busily preparing for the final examinations of the 5th grade, where studying would seem futile, my thoughts were consumed with crafting a song for Teacher Lu, the wife of Director Chai. Upon returning from the capital, I had casually mentioned this to Director Chai, although he appeared unfazed. The sudden constriction of his pupils did not escape my notice. That old fellow had quite a knack for facial expression management, yet I saw through him. Much to my amusement, Teacher Lu is a soprano who has performed numerous songs. However, I must confess that in my present life, I have seldom listened to folk music, making it a challenge to find an appropriate song for her. In the days that followed, amidst my classes, I found my mind incessantly preoccupied with this task. At times, I nearly hummed a tune aloud during class, much to the chagrin of Teacher Wang, who caught me on several occasions and even made me stand as punishment twice. Yet, despite these distractions, I was still at a loss for a suitable song to dedicate to her. If only I had listened to more folk songs in the past. As the exams drew to a close, I still had not settled on a fitting tune. Soon, I would receive my report card, and the school would break for vacation. I would also head to the capital for the Spring Festival Gala recording, and I planned to bring Jiang Nan and her friends back with me. However, approaching Director Chai empty-handed felt rather awkward. On the third day after the exams, as I returned to school to collect my report card, I was preoccupied with thoughts of the song for Teacher Lu while simultaneously dealing with Song Shaola and Shuiwenqi. Suddenly, I heard Teacher Wang call my name. Jiang Nan, come to my office for a moment. Instantly, the expressions of my peers transformed, their curiosity piqued, including that of the ever-curious Song Shaola. Teacher Wang led me to the office and pointed at a line from my essay. Jiang Nan, could you explain what you mean by smooth and firm? I was taken aback. Did I truly write this? Indeed, it appeared that I had. The final exam's essay prompt required us to write about a friend, limited to 300 words. Having been reborn for 6 months, my only familiar friends were two, Luo Honggang and Zhang Lanlan. There was little to describe about the clumsy giant Luo, so I naturally chose to write about Sister Lanlan. Not to mention, I could easily conjure up 300 words merely describing her appearance. Thus, when I wrote about her figure, I unwittingly included those 4 words. However, I cannot be blamed. My mind had been solely focused on finding a song for Teacher Lu, and writing the essay by instinct seemed quite natural. Fortunately, Zhang Lanlan had yet to fully develop. Had she been like Zhao Huiwan, I might have unwittingly pinned something quite inappropriate. It is indeed the consequence of being overly immersed in contemporary online literature. However, Teacher Wang, with your level of expertise, how have you come to be a language instructor? Is there truly a need for me to elucidate the meaning of this term? It is entirely self-explanatory. I hesitated and uttered a few words, intending to offer him an explanation, when Teacher Wang slammed his hand on the desk. Do you not comprehend its significance? I merely wish to inquire where you encountered such vulgar terminology. Speak. Have you been perusing any inappropriate literature? His stern reprimand left me momentarily at a loss. What? Guess how old I am? Not even 12, and you are indulging in such literature? What do you aspire to do when you grow up? Another harsh outburst, yet fortunately, he began to speak with a more earnest tone thereafter. Jiang Nan, you must not allow your modest talents to lead you astray. Your journey in life is still long, and every step must be taken with certainty. Do you know, I had a classmate in middle school, who was also a classmate of Zhang Lanlan's mother. He was just like you, often penning poetry and prose for leisure. It is said that his works were even published in newspapers. He constantly boasted to his peers that he would grow up to be a great poet like Li Du, but what of him now? Is he not still living in obscurity, hiding away in some remote mountain, repairing radar? Yes, it sounds quite noble, dedicating oneself to the defense of the nation. Yet in such a place, one remains for a lifetime. Apart from family, who would remember him? Teacher Wang's performance was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Though I maintained a facade of respect, my mind had already drifted elsewhere, preoccupied with pondering what to write to Teacher Lu. Suddenly, Teacher Wang's words seemed to ignite a spark of inspiration within me. Your essay this time can only— Wait a moment, Teacher Wang, what did you just say? I said, your essay this time can only earn you 10 points as a form of punishment. Goodness, there is no precedent for such a thing. You deduct 20 points from an essay worth 30 in total? I had just been wondering why I received only 80 points in language, thinking it was due to my illegible handwriting, only to discover that this single criterion cost me 20 points. Yet at this moment, I had no time to argue with him. I sought my inspiration. Not that sentence, the one preceding it. I mentioned my classmate, who sounds quite honored for dedicating himself to the nation's defense. Yet in reality, no one would remember him. Yes, that is the sentence. Suddenly, clarity washed over me. I bowed deeply to Teacher Wang, expressing my heartfelt gratitude for his earnest teachings, which I shall forever cherish. I intend to pass your words down to my descendants, and their descendants, and so forth. However, I believe what you just said may not be entirely accurate. You claim that no one remembers your classmate. Yet you yourself remember him, do you not? I am certain Aunt May will remember him as well. There are undoubtedly many individuals in our country, like your classmate, who live quietly in desolate places for a lifetime. While it may seem that few remember them, in truth, many do. Even in absence, the mountains will remember, the rivers will remember, and the motherland will always remember. Chapter 41. The sole good news: Mr. Wang's conversation with me proved to be quite beneficial. The most significant effect was that it sparked inspiration within me, illuminating the path for the song I wished to compose for Mr. Lu. Upon returning home, I diligently transcribed the lyrics from memory. Alas, time was too pressing, even if I were to fly to the capital and present the song to Mr. Lu. It is likely I would miss this year's Spring Festival Gala. Sister Lanlan wrote to me a few days ago, informing me that her song by the Butterfly Spring had also been selected for the gala, to be performed by a relatively unknown female singer. Had I 3 songs featured in a single Spring Festival Gala, it would indeed be an extraordinary feat. Both my parents had to work and were unable to escort me to the capital, so I arranged for an uncle, who was on a business trip to the city, to take me along. In truth, it merely involved a night's sleep on the train. In these times, although there are human traffickers standing beside me, it remains uncertain who could deceive whom. Nevertheless, I had no intention of proving anything to them. I called Director Chai to inform him of my train schedule and requested that he relay the message to Aunt May. Soon after, I boarded the train. Upon my arrival in the capital the following morning, I spotted Aunt May as soon as I exited the train station. My uncle confirmed her name multiple times and verified that it was indeed Aunt May who had come to receive me before he felt assured enough to hand me over to her. Aunt May's demeanor appeared unchanged, yet her 2-month stay in the capital had rendered her attire more fashionable and contemporary. She wore a coat I had never seen before, and her hair was styled. Jiang Nan, Lanlan is busy with rehearsals and will be recording soon, so she couldn't come to fetch you. She asked me to apologize on her behalf. Oh, there's no need for apologies. Rehearsals are of utmost importance. We conversed as we made our way to the subway. By the way, Aunt May, how is Lanlan doing with her studies under Mr. Liu? Oh, Mr. Liu mentioned that Lanlan has an average talent. However, since her voice has not yet changed, if she practices diligently now, she may have a chance to pursue this career in the future, albeit she might not reach the pinnacle of success. It is peculiar that I am over 2 years younger than Jiang Nan, and I am already experiencing vocal changes, while she has yet to undergo this transformation. I recall her singing competition having some setbacks. Could it truly be attributed to her voice change? My memories of this period in my past life are somewhat vague, leaving me perplexed, yet such matters are not of importance now. Aunt May, do you wish for Lanlan to pursue this line of work? Initially, I had reservations. I always felt that singing and acting lacked stability. I envisioned Lanlan focusing on her studies, aspiring to attend university, securing a good job, and eventually marrying a reliable partner. At this point, Aunt May cast me a glance and smiled subtly. Well, I suppose I have fulfilled my duties as a mother. However, after over 2 months in the capital, having listened, observed, and met many people, I find myself less resistant to the idea. Moreover, if Sister Lanlan enjoys it, then let her be, lest she blame me in the future as she matures. In that era, for families outside the circle, I fear most people's thoughts were akin to Aunt May's previous notions, believing that pursuing the arts was rather impractical. However, few are like Aunt May, who can shift her perspective to align with her daughter's aspirations. I cannot help but feel fortunate for Jiang Lanlan. There is a matter Aunt May wishes to discuss with you, seeking your assistance in making a decision. As the subway reached our destination, Aunt May and I exited the carriage and paused at the ticket checkpoint. Aunt May is contemplating allowing Lanlan to attend school in the capital next semester, while I would seek temporary employment in the city. This way, Lanlan could continue her studies while also learning singing from Teacher Liu, with hopes for her to eventually apply to a music academy. What do you think? Oh, I truly did not foresee such a turn of events. My mouth fell open in astonishment, yet no words escaped. I would never believe she had not heard of Uncle Zhang's situation. The county hospital is a domain reserved for the influential leaders within the county, with many nurses being the relatives of officials. For Aunt May to rise to head nurse in the emergency department and subsequently to director of nursing, she must be an extraordinary individual. I suspect that in the capital, she may have received news of Uncle Zhang's predicament even before my parents did. I glanced up at Aunt May's expression. Her demeanor was grave, her gaze clear, and when she noticed my scrutiny, she showed no signs of evasion. I found myself perplexed. Was she genuinely concerned for Sister Lanlan, or was it her intention to part ways with Uncle Zhang that prompted such words? I had come to the capital with the task of gauging Aunt May's stance. After more than half an hour of our meeting, Aunt May had yet to mention Uncle Zhang, and I already sensed an intuition forming within me. Yet, intuition can sometimes be mere conjecture, so it is prudent to clarify. Aunt May, regarding such a significant matter, will you not consult Uncle Zhang? Oh, why ask? This is a matter for our family, and I can decide. My premonition intensified. Though Aunt May did not specify whether it was a family of 3 or merely her and Sister Lanlan, I began to mourn for my future father-in-law in silence. Uncle Zhang, I fear that the task you entrusted to me may remain unfulfilled, it would be wise for you to prepare yourself. When my father and Uncle Jiang assigned me my task, I understood their intentions clearly. Discovering Aunt May's attitude was the first layer of the mission. If she had not heard any rumors, then all would proceed smoothly. However, if she had, it would fall upon me to placate her, ensuring that the three of us could return to the capital without incident after the Spring Festival recording. Yet, Aunt May's actions today have rendered my subsequent words futile. In modern parlance, this is a blatant strategy. Any further discussion would be in vain when faced with the reason of Sister Lanlin's singing lessons. For the health of our children, for their future, and for their happiness, any matter that aligns with these reasons proves advantageous before parents. I never anticipated that Aunt May would learn this so swiftly. Now, Aunt May, if you are to accompany Sister Lanlan here, what becomes of your duties at the county hospital? Oh, I shall simply apply for a leave of absence. I have inquired and discovered that many people in the capital undertake this. When the time comes, I will just handle the necessary paperwork. This is the only piece of good news I have heard in the past half hour. Aunt May must return to arrange her leave of absence. Chapter 42. The nation's first celebrity agent. It seems Aunt May has made her decision. Therefore, I shall refrain from meddling further in this matter. If Aunt May were merely upset with Uncle Jiang, I could assist in alleviating the tension. However, given her resolute determination, it would be unwise for me to overstep, lest I find myself in an unfavorable position as well. It is best to consider Aunt May's future endeavors in the capital. Upon arriving at the residence rented by Aunt May, I opened the door to be met by a wave of warmth. As expected from one of the nation's premier news and cultural institutions, the heating was ample, and I felt beads of sweat form on my forehead as I stepped inside. Aunt May promptly urged me to remove my heavy winter coat and prepared a basin of warm water for me to wash my face. Jiang Nan, did you have breakfast on the train? She inquired. I have eaten, Aunt May, I replied. Oh, if you feel hungry, just hold on a little longer. Lunch will be served shortly. Lanlan is in the studio, and the cafeteria will deliver our meals soon. We shall go out to eat together. All right. After washing my face, I retrieved 2 pairs of the newly designed legwear from my bag and presented them to Aunt May. Annie, these are the newly crafted legwear from my father's factory, also known as leggings or tights. This is the autumn-winter collection. I brought 2 pairs for you and Sister Lanlan. Oh my, you even brought us clothes. Thank you so much, Jiang Nan. Aunt May did not hesitate to accept them eagerly. Wait, don't be in such a rush. Let me finish. I was concerned she might stow them away in a drawer, thus thwarting my intentions. Indeed, upon hearing my words, Aunt May paused, a look of curiosity crossing her face. These leggings are not only a gift, I also hope you will wear them to promote their factory. Oh. Aunt May then shifted her focus back to the tights in her hands. To be candid, I have not extensively studied women's tights from the future. Unlike some experts who seem to have worn countless pairs, I only know that they should closely match skin tone, fit snugly, and the autumn-winter versions may feature a plush lining for warmth. The knitwear factory has adept craftsmen who have flawlessly met these 3 criteria. At that moment, Aunt May's reaction mirrored my mother's when she first received a pair of tights. She stretched them to examine the length, tugged to test their elasticity, and pinched and rubbed them to assess the thickness of the inner lining. Her eyes fluttered, as if pondering the situation after donning the garment. Is it a pair of socks or trousers? Tights, indeed, eliminate the need for pants. Auntie, why not try them on first? In hindsight, my assertion about not needing pants was rather thoughtless, and I found myself engulfed in embarrassment. The dressing mirror in their living room reflected Aunt May's figure as she emerged from the bedroom clad in tights, notably without any lower garments. To my astonishment, she seemed utterly unconcerned about my presence on the sofa, nonchalantly adjusting her sweater while inspecting herself in the mirror, turning left and right to assess how the tights conformed to her waist and hips. She resembled those young women in short videos flaunting their yoga pants, voluptuous and curvaceous. At that moment, I recalled the reprimand from Teacher Wang just days prior. It is not always advantageous to possess an extensive vocabulary, you see. Auntie, although I have just celebrated my 12th birthday, I am still a boy. In this conservative era, such behavior borders on indecency, do you not realize? Auntie, I need to use the restroom. I dashed into the bathroom like a thief, yet Aunt May continued her twirls. After an indeterminate amount of time, I emerged, and thankfully, she had ceased her spinning, though she had not reverted to her original trousers. Fortunately, her sweater's front remained suitably modest, covering her thighs as she sat, thus alleviating my embarrassment. Jiang Nan, these tights are rather nice. What do you think would happen if I sold them in the capital? A perceptive individual, indeed. Aunt May had swiftly discerned a business opportunity after merely trying them on. Selling such items is not inherently objectionable, though it lacks ambition. Even if executed flawlessly, it would merely position one as a secondary vendor. I believe individuals like you should aspire to greater heights. To speak candidly, from the perspective of professional equity, the head of the nursing department and a secondary vendor do not distinctly reflect superiority. Furthermore, with my assistance, Aunt May could potentially establish a world-renowned fashion brand. However, would that not squander the exceptional resources that Jiang Nan currently possesses? Oh dear, who am I? Come, enlighten me. What higher aspirations should I possess? I suggested. You are inherently meant to be a figure of authority, gazing down upon the world. Not necessarily a Wu Zetian, but at the very least, akin to figures like Shi Taijun or Mu Gui. How can one settle for being a secondary vendor? Aunt May erupted into laughter at my words, unable to contain herself, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Wu Zetian, Mu Guiying, my, your flattery is truly delightful. After an enjoyable spell of laughter, she leaned back against the sofa, crossing her legs in a manner reminiscent of a certain hosiery advertisement. Enough jesting. If you dissuade me from being a secondary vendor, what do you propose I should pursue? What to do? You mentioned not returning to Weinan, so I have contemplated a path for you. Annie, there exists a profession abroad known as a cultural agent. Have you heard of it? Upon meeting Aunt May, I took the opportunity to elucidate the role of an agent, particularly emphasizing the responsibilities of a cultural agent within the realm of star management. In essence, the primary duty of a star agent is to discover and nurture talent while leveraging extensive social connections, astute market awareness, and entrepreneurial acumen to package and secure opportunities for artists. Auntie, there are currently no professional agents or agencies in our country. Should you embark on this path, you would become the pioneering star agent in the nation. Who knows, you might even ascend to the heights of the performing arts industry like Wu Zetian. Just jesting. Of course, merely having a steady meal would suffice. Aunt May smiled in retort, yet the spark in her eyes indicated her intrigue. However, she soon posed a question. Jiang Nan, your words are quite persuasive, but most stars are already affiliated with agencies. What gives me the right to become their agent? I replied. Just because they are affiliated now does not guarantee permanence. There will always be individuals who wish to break free from constraints for various reasons, such as yourself. Moreover, numerous talented individuals are unable to enter professional institutions for myriad reasons. If you could become their agent, wouldn't that provide them with a chance to achieve fame? I continued. Above all, you possess distinct advantages. Chapter 43 Advertisements. What advantages do I have? She inquired. Well, you have a close relationship with Director Chai, who is not only a Spring Festival Gala director, but also holds a significant position in the Central Television's arts department. This role commands respect within the domestic artistic community. Frankly, while he may not guarantee anyone's stardom, his influence is such that without his endorsement, it is improbable for one to achieve fame. Furthermore, you are well acquainted with Jiang Nan, the most renowned, enigmatic, and versatile composer and lyricist in our country. For anyone aspiring to stardom, having connections with Director Chai is a prerequisite, while Jiang Nan provides the foundation. To achieve fame, one merely needs to secure a song or two from Jiang Nan through you. Oh dear, now you're inflating things. The most famous and talented composer and lyricist? Why not just fly to the moon? Aunt May playfully jabbed me with her finger. I assure you, I'm not exaggerating. You'll understand once the Spring Festival Gala airs. Aunt May nodded thoughtfully. Is there a third point? A third point? 2 reasons are already more than sufficient for you to embark on this journey. Of course, there is a third. With my familiarity with the dynamics of the artistic community, if Aunt May wishes to become a star agent, it would be a piece of cake. However, I refrained from voicing this rationale, as I had already been accused of boasting. Nevertheless, it would be best to involve Director Chai in this venture. If that proves inconvenient, then perhaps Mr. Liu could be approached. Personal connections, no matter how strong, will never outweigh the allure of mutual benefit. You make a valid point, Aunt May mused, nodding in contemplation. After lunch, we arrived at the entrance of Central Television. Aunt May is not an employee of the Central Television and did not participate in the Spring Festival Gala rehearsal. Hence, she could not obtain the access pass. We called Director Chai at the entrance, and after a brief wait of over 10 minutes, a stagehand hurriedly arrived to guide us inside. Since lunchtime, Aunt May had drawn the gaze of everyone around her, regardless of gender, almost like a magnet. The impression of her bare legs was so striking that onlookers genuinely believed she had ventured out in the depths of winter without any leg coverings. Fortunately, her coat was of a mid-length design, reaching down to her knees. Otherwise, she might have faced reproach for being indecent. The rehearsal for the Spring Festival Gala is a closed affair, seldom allowing entry. Thus, as Aunt May and I traversed the corridor and entered the studio from the rear, all the actors waiting in the passage and those who had completed their rehearsals in the audience area turned their attention towards us. The moment I laid eyes on Aunt May, I could distinctly sense a mix of fervor, curiosity, envy, disdain, and even malice in their gazes. Aunt May was inherently beautiful. Despite approaching 40, her skin remained fair, her figure graceful, with not a single strand of white hair nor a wrinkle to be found. Upon entering in her current attire, she was tightly wrapped above, yet from below appeared to be bare-legged, inevitably provoking various thoughts. However, Aunt May seemed utterly unfazed. As soon as we entered, she turned to me and said, "Jiang Nan, could you hold my coat for a moment? I need to use the restroom." Before I could even attempt to stop her, she swiftly unbuttoned her coat and removed it. Once the coat was off, it became clear to everyone that Aunt May was not actually without trousers. Rather, she wore a pair of pants that appeared almost as if she were unadorned. These trousers clung tightly to her shapely lower half, accentuating the contours of her hips and legs, making her posterior particularly prominent. This design was something I had specifically suggested to Comrade Lao Jiang, advocating for an upward support at the rear of the pants. Although Comrade Lao Jiang may be somewhat traditional, he is never rigid when it comes to enhancing work. Thus, what everyone beheld was a pair of trousers that perfectly showcased the allure of the female form. Those in the artistic community tend to be more accepting of novel or unconventional ideas than the average person, and they are also more attuned to the societal implications of such matters. In an instant, I perceived that the previously varied gazes had transformed into a collective, fervent envy. Upon emerging from the restroom, Aunt May did not even consider donning her coat again. Rather, she walked confidently through the crowd, almost defiantly. I immediately understood her intention. I had suggested that she and Sister Lan advertise for the knitted underwear factory, and Aunt May had taken this to heart, continually showcasing her figure. Consequently, I would need to discuss with my father the possibility of formalizing a contract with Aunt May, as she could potentially manage nationwide advertising and sales within the capital. Actors and staff acquainted with Aunt May approached, quietly inquiring about the allure of her seemingly bare legs. I observed Aunt May, her countenance radiating warmth as she engaged in conversation with others, nodding and gesturing with her fingers, evidently having secured several business deals. As the clock approached 6, Director Chai announced the conclusion of today's rehearsal. Sister Lan, having removed her makeup, emerged from the dressing room clad in a striking cobalt blue coat, rushing to my side to envelop me in a heartfelt embrace. "Jiang Nan, I didn't come to meet you. You won't hold it against me, will you?" "How could I? It's only been a couple of months since we last met." "Why is she so polite? Is it true that people grow faster in unfamiliar surroundings?" "I came to Beijing just to see you. How could I possibly be upset with you? I even brought you 2 pairs of trousers. You'll look splendid in them." "Really? What kind of trousers?" "Look at what your mother is wearing now." Upon spotting me, Jiang Nan's gaze fixated solely on me, seemingly oblivious to Aunt May's striking attire until I prompted her, at which point she glanced over. "My mother? Wait, did you say she's wearing trousers?" As Lan turned to look at Aunt May, she was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended, yet her gaze lingered on Aunt May's legs. "Is the pair you brought for me similar to this? Do you like them?" "Very much." Suddenly, Lan's cheeks flushed, as if a thought had crossed her mind. Aunt May, having concluded her conversation with a familiar actor, approached us with a smile. "Jiang Nan, I fear you'll need to call your father and have him send a shipment to Beijing." Aunt May's eyes sparkled with pride as she regarded me. "Is that so? How many did you manage to introduce?" "Not too many, around 30 or so. Mainly, I don't know that many people. However, once this batch is worn, the demand should multiply significantly." Just then, Director Chai approached us. "Jiang Nan, did you arrive today? What time did you get here?" "I happened to arrive just as the rehearsal concluded early. Why don't you all come to my home for a meal?" Chapter 44. Can you write beautiful songs? It's peculiar that he would not know I was coming today. He even mentioned the early conclusion of the rehearsal and invited me to his home for dinner. Wasn't this all prearranged? This is unlike 20 years hence, where a last-minute invitation for dinner could be settled with a few phone calls, and pre-prepared dishes delivered promptly. In those days, inviting someone for dinner required several days of advanced planning, purchasing vegetables, meat, fish, and shrimp. Though the sale of groceries in Beijing has been liberalized, with no longer a reliance on ration coupons, many items remain in short supply. Without prior preparation, one might find it impossible to procure them. I have no faith that he would genuinely invite me for a home-cooked meal. Yet, such thoughts are best kept to myself. After all, we are not that familiar yet, and bringing it to light would only create awkwardness between us. That sounds wonderful. Sister Lanlan wrote to me saying that teacher Lu's culinary skills are exceptional. I have been eager to taste them. I never expected my wish to be fulfilled so soon. I adeptly navigated Director Chai's inquiries, even prompting a curious glance from Jiang Nan. She mentioned that during her studies under teacher Lu, when time was tight, she would occasionally dine at old Chai's home. Yet she never remarked on teacher Lu's culinary skills. However, my polite comment was unmistakable. Even Aunt May could discern it, and naturally, Director Chai would not take it to heart. Nevertheless, my willingness to dine at his home was evident, and we would not delay any further. Old Chai's residence is in Dongcheng, not far from Choyingmen. He introduced me to teacher Lu, who works at the Opera House, a location conveniently close to her workplace, making her commute manageable. Furthermore, performances sometimes extend late into the night, and living nearby enhances her safety. In my previous life, I was aware of the couple's profound affection for one another, but I was surprised to discover the depth of his love for his wife. After entering, teacher Lu remained steadfastly devoted, even taking on numerous performances to maintain their daughter's standard of living, which ultimately led to his untimely demise. Truly lamentable. I hope my presence can alter their fates. Indeed, upon arriving at old Chai's home, when teacher Lu opened the door, the apron around her neck and the sounds emanating from the kitchen indicated that old Chai had already informed her of my visit. Before me stood teacher Lu, her shoulder-length permed hair slightly fashionable for that era, yet holding a spatula in hand. She had shed the aura of a soprano from the stage, returning to the image of an ordinary housewife. Here you are? Oh, this must be the fabled little one from Jiang Nan. Your sister Lanlan has spoken of you many times. Come in and warm up. It was evident that teacher Lu had heard of my name, and due to my works Wanjing and by the butterfly spring, she likely had a vivid impression of me. Although her tone resembled that of speaking to a child, her expression was notably more solemn. Upon entering the living room, a delicate little girl was seated on the sofa, watching cartoons. Upon seeing us, she immediately leaped down and rushed towards Jiang Lanlan. Sister Lanlan. Hey, Chai Fei. Were you good at kindergarten today? I was very good. The teacher gave me a little red flower. It seemed this was old Chai and teacher Lu's daughter, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old. Chai Fei, you already know my mother. Today, your sister will introduce you to a brother. Jiang Lanlan pulled Chai Fei in front of me. This is Jiang Nan. You can call him Brother Xiaonan. You love singing, right? This brother is particularly good at writing songs, and he can compose one just for you. Oh dear, Jiang Lanlan. What a silly girl, using me to entertain a child. I charge at least 5,000 for a song now. How could I possibly waste it on a child? However, it seemed it was too late to worry about wasting it. After Jiang Lanlan finished speaking, little Chai Fei showed no signs of shyness, gazing up at me with wide eyes. Brother Xiaonan, is what Sister Lanlan said true? Can you really write beautiful songs? Could you write one for me now? Can I hear it? Not only must I compose a song, but it also needs to be melodious, and I must create it now. I find myself in a predicament. There are scarcely any songs from my memory that are suitable for children to sing. If I were to sit down in quiet contemplation, I could perhaps conjure up a couple of tunes, but under the present circumstances, I glance over at Lao Chai. This fellow was the last to enter, having just removed his coat and hung it on the door. Yet he clearly heard Chai Fei's words and is now smiling at the three of us engaged in conversation, not uttering a single word, evidently hoping to benefit from my song for free. Brother, why are you silent? Seeing my reticence, Chai Fei unexpectedly took my hand and began to shake it. Oh dear, this isn't merely a desire for a free song. I suspect Lao Chai has already taught this little one at home, and I have fallen into his trap. Moreover, it was Jiang Lanlan who pushed me into it. It seems I must part with a bit of my resources. However, I cannot let Lao Chai benefit from this too easily. Of course it's true. Brother can write beautiful songs. Would you like to hear one now? Of course I want to hear it. But, brother cannot produce so many at once. I can only write a few lines. Would you still like to listen? This question was clearly not one Lao Chai had prepared her for, and the little girl was momentarily at a loss as she turned to look at him. Lao Chai promptly nodded vigorously. The little girl's voice immediately rang out. Feeling a bit embarrassed under my gaze, Lao Chai quickly retreated to the kitchen, claiming he would assist Teacher Lu with the cooking. Though I suspect that both he and his partner were eavesdropping from the kitchen. At the very least, Lao Chai certainly was. All right, I will sing it just once. If you cannot remember it, I shall not sing it again, I warned. Fei Fei will definitely remember. The little girl's eyes widened, her words somewhat gritted, which I found rather amusing. There was a piano in the living room. I lifted the dust cover and opened the keyboard, extending a finger. Listen closely. As I began my melodic accompaniment, the room fell silent. Even the clattering from the kitchen ceased. I could not tell if a dish had just been completed or if Teacher Lu had simply removed the pot from the heat. On the high green mountains, the daylilies bloom. Pick one and send it to me, my little girl. Pin it in your hair, hold it close to my heart, and as you grow up, I shall watch you become a bride. Did you remember these 4 lines, Fei Fei? I remembered. You wouldn't believe it. This little girl is truly clever. I sang it only once, and she managed to recall it all. However, she remembered the melody while the lyrics became distorted starting from the second line. Chapter 45. Sister Lan Lan has grown up. Everyone wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Lao Chai emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 dishes. I knew he must have prepared in advance. This braised ribbon fish could not have been whipped up in a moment. Aunt May was adept at concealing her habits, rarely indulging in alcohol outside. Thus, no one drank, and the meal proceeded at a somewhat brisk pace. Though we ate quickly, laughter was abundant at the table. Lao Chai and Sister Lan Lan shared amusing anecdotes from their rehearsals, and Teacher Lu recounted tales from the opera house. Aunt May began to recount tales from my childhood with Lan Lan, and so Chai Fei occasionally interjected with anecdotes about the children from kindergarten. An hour later, the 6 dishes on the table had been reduced to mere remnants at the bottom of the plates. You all continue your conversation. I shall attend to the dishes, said Lao Chai, truly a modern gentleman. Upon finishing the meal, he promptly donned his sleeves and apron, clearing the leftovers from the table into the kitchen. However, I caught sight of him exchanging glances with Teacher Lu. Jiang Nan, what was the song you taught Fei Fei to sing just now? I inquired, captivated even from the kitchen. Don't you wish to complete it? Sitting on the sofa, Aunt May was on my left and Zhang Lan Lan on my right, while Teacher Lu had pulled a chair to sit directly opposite me. I just came up with a few lines at random. When I finish writing, I certainly hope to, but Teacher Lu, as someone in the industry, you must understand that inspiration isn't something one can summon at will. The 4 lines indeed sprang to mind when I saw Fei Fei, yet beyond that, I found myself at a loss. To complete it, I would likely need to wait patiently for inspiration to strike. This was entirely a fabrication on my part, but for Teacher Lu, it was an undeniable truth. It is common for artists to spend months, or even years, refining a single piece. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across Teacher Lu's face. However, I had previously promised Director Chai that I would gift you a song. After 2 months of doing nothing else, this song occupied my thoughts. And it was only after the recent examination that I managed to finish it completely. Here are the lyrics. Please have a look. I handed the prepared lyrics to Teacher Lu. Upon hearing that I had completed the song I promised her, Teacher Lu's surprise was palpable, quickly followed by a hint of nervousness as she reached out her hands to receive the lyrics. To be honest, in this era, if a song akin to Wanjing were to emerge, it would likely overshadow all other artists for the year. Although Teacher Lu is a soprano, she is still merely in her 30s. While she can be considered first-rate, who does not aspire to reach the pinnacle? In the vast sea of humanity, which one am I? Amidst the surging waves, which blossom am I? All right. Teacher Lu began to read the lyrics, and after just 2 lines, she nodded in approval. You need not sing my praises, nor do I seek your gratitude. I merge my brilliance into the constellations of our motherland. As Teacher Lu continued to read, her excitement grew, and her pace quickened until she was standing. Director Chai, who had been washing dishes in the kitchen, heard the commotion outside and set down his task, quietly observing the lyrics in Teacher Lu's hands. The mountains know me, the rivers know me, my motherland will not forget me. Upon completing the lyrics, Teacher Lu's eyes glistened with emotion. This song, originally composed for the aerospace personnel, has since evolved into an anthem for all ordinary yet significant roles. If the song Wanjiang resonates profoundly with listeners, evoking a deep sense of national pride and confidence, then, based solely on its current lyrics, it has already struck a chord with every ordinary worker. Teacher Jiang Nan, The enthusiasm with which Teacher Lu began to refer to me as teacher was unexpected. No, please just call me Jiang Nan. There is no sheet music for the song. Although my mother found a teacher for me to learn the electronic piano, I have only just begun and am not yet proficient in composition. I will sing it once, and you can transcribe it yourself. We can discuss any discrepancies that arise. Fearing her inquiry about my ability to play chords yet not compose, I simply deferred to my inexperience. After all, children seldom lie. All right, wait a moment. Teacher Lu entered the bedroom and emerged with paper and pen, as well as a small tape recorder. The English digits on it indicated that it was evidently imported from the land of cherry blossoms. Likely the first-generation tape interview machine I had only heard of but never seen. I wondered if it was something they had on hand or borrowed specifically for my visit. Once she was prepared, I took my place at the piano, and an immediate silence enveloped the room. Even Chai Fei seemed to sense the significance of our impending task. Keeping her lips tightly sealed, I closed my eyes, inhaled deeply, and then slowly opened them, finding the first note on the piano. In the bustling crowd on the subway ride home, Zhang Lanlan held tightly to my hand, prompted by Aunt May's remark as we boarded. Lanlan, hold on to Jiang Nan. Don't fall. I realized that while I could often engage in equal conversation with Uncle Zhang, my father, Aunt May, and even Director Chai and Teacher Lu, there were still many instances where they regarded me as a child. This was evident in the routine aspects of daily life. For instance, in the mornings, my mother would scrutinize my attire to ensure I hadn't misbuttoned my shirt. At bedtime, she would frequently check on me to see if I had fallen asleep, adjusting my blanket in the process. And then there was tonight. Aunt May seemed to forget that during our last visit to see Director Chai, when we were accompanying Sister Lanlan, I had indeed spent the night at their home. Jiang Nan, do you fear the dark sleeping alone? Perhaps let Lanlan keep you company? She suggested. Auntie, I'm not afraid. It's fine. No, your parents entrusted you to me, and I cannot allow you to feel even the slightest discomfort. Sometimes, I questioned Aunt May's true intentions. Did she genuinely believe I would be afraid, or was she anxiously scheming to pair me with her daughter? Even though my talents were beginning to shine through, I was still only 12 years old. Aunt May had only purchased 2 blankets, one for herself and one for Sister Lanlan. Thus, Lanlan and I had to share a single blanket. I was grateful it was winter, and that bathing was not an option, sparing us the embarrassment of undressing completely. After our nightly routines, Lanlan and I donned our thermal tops and bottoms and nestled into the blanket together. Jiang Nan, could you turn off the light? You do it. Rock, paper, scissors. All right. I have succumbed, reluctantly descending from the bed, extinguishing the light, and with a few hurried steps, I darted to the bedside. Lifting the covers, I nestled in, only to inadvertently press my hand against a soft spot. Zhang Lanlan emitted a barely audible sound of discontent. Ah, Sister Lanlan has matured. Chapter 46. Urgent deployment. As the specially invited assistant to Director Chai, I entered the studio before the rehearsal commenced the following day, seeking a vantage point that afforded a view of the entire scene. At the entrance of the studio, a large sign proclaimed that there were 3 days remaining until the official recording of the Spring Festival Gala, and the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. As the music played, 4 hosts ascended the stage. I could not recall if these were the same 4 from my previous memories: a film actor, a crosstalk performer, and 2 professional hosts. Nevertheless, the crosstalk performer was indeed a frequent guest host of the gala. Most of the programs had faded from my recollection, save for the performance of A Day in the Life of a Heroic Mother by the Plump Master and Aunt Zhao, along with Sister Wei's rendition of Dedication. This song, aired during the Spring Festival Gala of 1989, had skyrocketed to fame, becoming the year's popular anthem. However, this year, the prospects seemed bleak. My primary concern, of course, was the 2 songs I had penned. The first to be presented was by the Butterfly Spring. This lively and whimsical song, suitable for both solo and group performances, captivated anyone who heard its cheerful rhythm. Ultimately, Director Chai arranged for a girl named Xia Ji, around 16 or 17, to perform alongside the young members of the art troupe. The performance featured both singing and dancing, and being placed forth in the opening sequence was already a commendable position. The execution of the song was delightful, whether in solo or ensemble, accompanied by the adorable little dancers. It exuded charm and innocence. Yet, I had never heard of this girl named Xia Ji in later years, and I could not ascertain the reason. Nevertheless, with so many talented singers available at the central television station, her selection for this performance suggested she possessed commendable abilities. It remained a mystery why she did not gain prominence in the future. Perhaps she simply had not found the right material. While a singer's success greatly depends on their inherent qualities, having a song that suits their voice is equally crucial. Should this young girl wish to pursue a career in music, it might be worthwhile for Aunt May to inquire on her behalf. Perhaps she could become the second artist under her agency's representation. Approximately an hour and a half later, I observed Xiao Kai and Sister Lan Lan standing at the edge of the stage, signifying that the next program would be the song Wanjing. At this juncture, Sister Wei had just completed her performance of dedication, which, according to my memories, had already elevated the ambience of the gala to a crescendo. Could Wanjing ascend to even greater heights? Director Chai, true to his word, had heeded my advice. Xiao Kai took Zhang Lanlan's hand, and together they stepped onto the stage. But the song commenced with Lan Lan's chorus. The simple orchestration accentuates the clarity of Zhang Lanlan's voice, instantly captivating the audience and drawing their attention away from the preceding performance. The instrumentation throughout the piece, particularly in the interlude and embellishments, indeed features traditional Chinese instruments such as the eru, pipa, and bamboo flute, creating a melodious composition imbued with rich Chinese cultural hues that refreshes the senses. However, the true astonishment lies ahead. After the first segment concludes, both Xiao Kai and Zhang Lanlan gracefully turn towards the sides of the stage, followed swiftly by 4 Peking opera performers emerging from the backstage passage. They are fully adorned in elaborate makeup and costumes befitting their roles. Based on my rudimentary knowledge of Peking opera, I can identify one as Qin Xianglian, another as Mu Guing, and a third as Yu Ji, while the fourth remains unrecognizable to me. The 4 performers advance slowly, their voices resonating in harmony with the chorus sung in operatic style. Beautiful, to be frank. When compared to the Spring Festival Gala of over 20 years hence, the current production appears rather rustic in terms of lighting, sound, and stage design. Yet, solely based on the vocal performances I witnessed live, whether it be the popular singing styles of Xiao Kai and Zhang Lanlan or the operatic tones of the 4 performers, their voices are far more pleasing than many that emerge from recording studios. The other cast members and audience members, having likely heard this multiple times, may not exhibit my level of excitement, yet they cannot help but applaud the performers. Many, already familiar with the lyrics, softly sing along. It is evident that this song is a success. I couldn't resist gently tapping the armrest of my chair. Aunt May, having accompanied me to the central television station, then sought out Teacher Lu to deliver some trousers. Yesterday, upon seeing the leg-bearing garment Aunt May wore, Teacher Lu couldn't help but inquire about it, to which Aunt May expressed her intent to gift her a pair. Unable to decline, Teacher Lu accepted but remarked that wearing such a garment alone might seem somewhat improper, suggesting that it would be more suitable to wear a skirt over it. However, since Aunt May arrived in the capital during late autumn, she surely did not bring any skirts with her, resulting in an agreement between the 2 women to find time today to purchase clothing together. I encouraged Aunt May to discuss the establishment of a talent agency with Teacher Lu today. Although Teacher Lu may have no firm ideas on the matter, Old Chai would undoubtedly be interested. Previously, he had not contemplated such things, mainly because similar institutions did not exist domestically, leaving him without a frame of reference. Now, I have not only pointed him in a direction, but also found a suitable person for the endeavor. Over the course of the past 2 months, he must have gained insight into Aunt May's character, and considering the mentor-student relationship between Zhang Lanlan and Teacher Lu, after contemplating for a couple of days, he will surely accept my suggestion. Today, Zhang Lanlan also donned the leg-bearing garment. Although the studio is equipped with heating, the space is vast, making it difficult for the temperature to rise significantly, even with ample heating. On stage, Sister Lanlan's attire consists of a student-style short skirt that reaches her knees. Without the leg-bearing garment, she would have to endure the studio's temperature, which hovers around 10 degrees Celsius. Now, I sense that her vocal performance has significantly improved during her singing. While I was lost in thought, Director Chai had already sent someone to locate me and brought me before him. Xiao Nan, were you satisfied with the recent performance of Wanjing? He inquired. Director Chai, you jest. You are the true professional. I merely composed a song, I replied, exchanging a few light-hearted remarks before he adopted a serious demeanor. Xiao Nan, you must have noticed Zhang Lanlan's performance. It was vastly superior to her previous appearance when she wasn't wearing those pantyhose. I have an idea I wish to discuss with you. Yesterday, you mentioned that this outfit was produced by your father's factory. Could we urgently request them to allocate a batch for our Spring Festival Gala production team? Whatever the cost, please let them speak freely. Chapter 47. 3 seconds worth a million. Could we urgently request them to send over a batch of the bear leg artifact? Whatever the cost, please let them speak freely. To be candid, my initial intention regarding the promotion of the bear leg artifact was simply to have Jiang Nan wear it on the Spring Festival stage and then leverage that gimmick for publicity. I never anticipated that Director Chai and the others would so swiftly recognize the advantages of these pants. Upon reflection, the reasoning becomes clear. If we can have those actresses in skirts don the bear leg artifact, it would significantly mitigate the issues of unstable breaths, trembling voices, and distorted movements caused by temperature fluctuations. This could save them countless post-production troubles. However, since this matter pertains to my father's factory, I felt hesitant to bring it up. Now that they have discovered the benefits themselves, it is no longer my concern. No problem. How many do you need? I will call them right away and have them delivered overnight, he assured me. All right, let us compile the numbers. I will provide them to you shortly. Once I received the figures from Director Chai, I was escorted by a staff member to call my father. Such a splendid opportunity for advertising necessitated my father's personal involvement. Furthermore, I needed him to notify Uncle Jiang, as I couldn't manage matters with Aunt May. Whether he wished to accompany my father was for him to decide. Oh, and regarding the dozens that Aunt May has sold, my father must prepare the stock as well. By the afternoon of the next day, with just over a day remaining until the official recording of the Spring Festival Gala, my father arrived at the entrance of the central television station, accompanied by a truck he had borrowed from somewhere, delivering over 2,000 bear leg artifacts. The gala required only about 500, yet a single truck could carry only 500, leaving half of the truck bed empty. Considering the future sales in the capital, he opted to bring a larger quantity. Aunt May and I waited at the entrance, and upon seeing my father jump down from the truck, I immediately approached him. However, when I spotted Uncle Jiang leaping down from the back of the truck, I abruptly turned around and walked back inside the central television station, seemingly unfazed by my surroundings. Uncle Jiang attempted to pursue, but was halted by the armed police at the gate. I was unsure whether to laugh or feel sympathy for Uncle Jiang, but it was evidently not the time for such sentiments. I pulled my father back to the truck and whispered in his ear, "No charge? Consider it a gift for the Spring Festival Gala crew." The host was permitted to utter but a single phrase. The glorious leg-enhancing garment from the Weinan County Knitting Underwear Factory extends festive greetings to the people of our nation. My father was taken aback by my audacity. Could such an approach truly be sanctioned? Regardless of whether approval was granted, I insisted on proposing it. I cannot recall if the Spring Festival Gala of the 1980s featured corporate New Year telegrams, though I seem to remember a clock manufacturer seizing the advertising slot at midnight. If that space was available for promotion, then allowing the host to recite a mere 19-character script should pose no significant challenge. Upon receiving word from my father that the goods had arrived at the central television gates, Director Chai promptly reached out to the security office, instructing them to permit the vehicle entry. He also summoned a crew to assist my father and his team in unloading the cargo, which was then transported directly to the studio and stored in a dressing room. Indeed, when Director Chai discussed the payment for the goods with my father, he readily acquiesced to my father's requests, even inquiring if the amount was sufficient. I quickly interjected, suggesting that while additional broadcasts would be advantageous, it was imperative for the first airing to occur before 9:30. Furthermore, it would be ideal for the female host to deliver the message, accompanied by a full-body shot of her. No problem. The cost of a few thousand yuan for props and costumes was trivial for the Spring Festival Gala crew. Yet one must always seek to economize. Although Director Chai recognized that my father's request was essentially a subtle advertisement, asking the host to read a New Year greeting from a local business would scarcely consume 3 seconds of airtime. Thus, what was the harm in allocating that brief moment? Consequently, what would later be deemed by marketing experts as a 3-second segment valued at no less than 1 million yuan came into existence. Once the required goods were delivered to central television, the remaining items were stored in the residence rented by Aunt May. There was no evading her presence this time. However, even if avoidance was impossible, she did not bestow a warm demeanor upon Uncle Jiang. She engaged in light-hearted banter with my father, the factory accountant, and the 2 drivers, yet maintained a frosty demeanor towards Uncle Jiang, as if he were a stranger. Uncle Jiang, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, appeared timid and compliant, even when he inadvertently bumped his finger while assisting my father and the others with the cargo. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that Uncle Jiang was merely feigning distress. And poorly at that. The vehicle was laden with a dozen large boxes, filling Aunt May's rented space to the brim, leaving little room even in the 2 bedrooms. After unloading the goods, my father invited the accountant and the 2 drivers to rest at the guest house for the evening, suggesting they enjoy a meal and some drinks before heading back the next day. Although the new year was merely days away, their overnight journey had been arduous, warranting a night's rest. As they exited, my father discreetly pulled Uncle Jiang aside, signaling him, before securing the door from the outside. Director Chai arranged accommodations at the Central Television Guest House, not far from the studio, and my father took me there, where we deposited our luggage and freshened up, just in time for dinner. Shortly thereafter, Aunt May and Uncle Jiang entered, one after the other. My father inquired about the situation with a glance, to which Uncle Jiang responded with a look of resignation, followed by a deep sigh. Aunt May suggested a dining establishment for us to proceed to while she went inside to fetch Sister Lan Lan, promising to meet us at the restaurant shortly before she turned and departed. Upon arriving at the restaurant, we reserved a private room, and my father invited several individuals to take a seat. The 2 drivers began to tease Uncle Jiang. It turned out that the delivery drivers and their vehicle had been arranged by Uncle Jiang for my father, and they were quite familiar with him. During the National Day holiday, how can you allow yourself to be so lacking in stature as a man? One driver remarked. Although you have made some mistakes, it is quite normal for a man to stumble in such matters. You must not let a woman take advantage of you, or you shall be at her mercy for the rest of your life. Ha, do not speak so rashly. Perhaps Guoqing enjoys being dominated by women. Another driver retorted, leading to a fit of laughter. As their banter escalated, my father cleared his throat twice, offering cigarettes to the 2 drivers, the accountant from the factory, and Uncle Jiang. Every family has its own circumstances, my father continued. I know old May well. She can be rather proud. And you, old Jiang, should not be so hasty. When the time comes, bow your head and admit your faults. If it proves difficult, consider extending your stay in the capital. Do not heed old May's insistence on not returning. With the new year approaching, can Lanlan's grandmother truly expect her not to visit? Even if she were resolute in her decision, would she deny the child the chance to see her grandparents? Chapter 48. The cup of toast is not to be shunned. My father's words gradually relaxed Uncle Zhang's furrowed brow. However, the 2 drivers resumed their playful suggestions. Guoqing, when it comes to women, if you treat them well, they will acquiesce to your desires. One driver declared. Old May has been out for several months. Does she truly not want to return? At 30, a woman is like a wolf. At 40, like a tiger. Jiang Nan, please step outside and see if Aunt May and Lan Lan have arrived. The drivers, lacking any discretion, seemed oblivious to my presence as a mere 12-year-old boy. I found their conversation quite engaging, yet my father urged me to step outside. Before long, Aunt May arrived with Sister Lan Lan, immediately spotting me sitting at the entrance. Jiang Nan, why aren't you waiting in the room? Aren't you cold sitting here? She asked. I'm fine, this restaurant is quite warm. My father was concerned you might have trouble finding us, so he sent me to wait for you, I replied. Oh, don't tell me your father and the others are inside plotting against me, sending you here to keep watch and report back when I arrive? She teased. Aunt May possesses a keen insight. Had our roles been reversed, I would never have made such an astute deduction. Yet, she merely blinked and grasped the situation. As for that, I cannot say, but it did seem they were indeed discussing you when I left. Since the conjecture has already been made, Aunt May might have anticipated how to handle the situation. Why would I align myself with a clearly doomed party? However, to openly capitulate would lack decorum, and, truth be told, I was unaware of the underhanded schemes they had concocted, so I resorted to vague expressions instead. Aunt May offered a faint smile and led me into the room. I apologize for my tardiness. I thought you would begin without me. Ha, sister-in-law. You are the star of this gathering. How could we possibly commence without your presence? Aside from the old accountant from the knitting factory, neither of the 2 drivers nor my father possessed the stature of Uncle Jiang. Thus addressing her as sister-in-law seemed entirely appropriate. Very well, I am here, let us begin. Pour the wine. The suggestion from the 2 drivers was evidently aimed at getting Aunt May intoxicated. They likely believed that no matter how adept she was at drinking, one person would struggle against 5, especially 5 men who had already conspired together. Yet, they had not anticipated that the service staff would bring forth a local spirit of over 60 degrees. It was aptly named, claiming that one must drink the local liquor upon arriving in the capital. Though this spirit was only 10 degrees stronger than the 53-degree liquor my father and his companions frequently consumed in Weinan, that mere 10 degrees could resolve many matters. The old accountant succumbed after half a bottle, slumping into his chair and snoring. My father fared only slightly better, rushing outside to vomit before returning, looking rather lethargic and on the verge of following the old accountant's lead. The two drivers could indeed hold their liquor to some extent, yet suddenly consuming such potent spirits left them feeling quite unwell. The frequency with which they raised their glasses diminished, the intervals between each drink lengthened, and their tongues began to tie. Aunt May, however, was not far behind. Her cheeks grew increasingly flushed, and her gaze became more glistening, truly embodying the phrase as radiant as blooming flowers. She was indeed a formidable drinker. In a one-on-one scenario, no one at the table could rival her. Nevertheless, when faced with a barrage of opponents, even a divine being would likely falter. At present, she appeared slightly more coherent than everyone else at the table. Her speech remained logical, unlike my father and the two drivers, who had begun to reverse their statements in confusion. Uncle Jiang was the quietest individual that evening. He raised his glass when called upon, poured wine when instructed, and drank whenever he lost at games of chance. Thus, he seemed inconspicuous at the table, yet he consumed his fair share, and his eyes were beginning to glaze over. I thought it best to intervene, lest we find ourselves unsure of who would settle the bill. Just then, the two drivers unexpectedly piped up, "Sister-in-law, it has been months since you and Guiqing have seen each other. You must have missed one another. Why not share a drink?" Of course, their original words were fragmented, taking 5 or 6 attempts to articulate fully. Upon hearing this, the table erupted in applause. Even the old accountant, who had seemingly fallen asleep, opened his eyes and began to clap. When he noticed my gaze, he grinned and then returned to his slumber. "This cunning old fox, share a drink?" Hee. Aunt May chuckled meaningfully twice, her laughter resonating with me like the cry of an owl in winter. The ceremonial wine could certainly be consumed. Yet my eyes are not accustomed to deception. You, Zhang Guiqing, are well aware of the wrongs you have committed against me. Bang. Aunt May forcefully placed the last unopened bottle of Erguotu before Uncle Jiang. "If you drink this bottle, I shall share a toast with you." At that moment, I could not quite discern Aunt May's expression. Perhaps describing her with furrowed brows and wide-open almond eyes is fitting, but the fierce energy on her face was unmistakable. No, old May, this liquor is over 60 degrees. Besides, we have already drunk so much. Forcing Guiqing to finish this bottle could lead to disaster. My father interjected hastily upon hearing Aunt May's words. "It's nothing," Aunt May retorted defiantly. "When you were hospitalized, I attended to you. If you drink yourself to death, I will mourn for you, and I shall care for Lanlin's grandparents in their old age." As these words left her lips, the previously vibrant atmosphere at the table instantly cooled, leaving even the two drivers at a loss for words. Uncle Jiang glanced at Aunt May, then down at the deep green bottle on the table, and finally back at Aunt May's coldly smiling face. Slowly, he raised his hand and firmly grasped the bottle. "Guiqing, no, you cannot drink that." My father quickly reached out to stop Uncle Jiang. The two drivers moved forward as well, one pressing down on him, the other snatching the bottle away, successfully removing it from Uncle Jiang's grasp and placing it aside. However, upon witnessing the mocking expression on Aunt May's face, I suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. She was undoubtedly testing Uncle Jiang. Even if he had indeed opened the bottle to drink, it is likely that Aunt May would have intervened after just a sip. But now, not only had Uncle Jiang refrained from drinking, he had permitted the bottle to be taken from him. Regardless of whether it was truly taken or merely a convenient surrender, the situation appeared precarious. Women, particularly those as seasoned as Aunt May, do not yield easily. Mere sweet words and a submissive demeanor will not suffice to deceive them. Chapter 49. As observers, in my view, the ultimate outcome of this gathering would likely be one of discontent. Nonetheless, both my father and the two drivers were striving to ease the tension, hoping that Uncle Jiang would have a constructive conversation with Aunt May later that evening. Aunt May, too, displayed remarkable maturity, maintaining a warm smile as she greeted everyone. However, upon hearing my father suggest that Uncle Jiang accompany them home, she immediately interjected. "The place is too small. It cannot accommodate so many." She then called for me and my sister Lan, preparing to leave. "Mei Hong, let Xiaonan accompany me. I would not disturb you when I was absent, but now that I am here, how can I impose?" My father still wished to make an effort. Aunt May paused in her tracks. "I have yet to mention that when you drink, Your snoring at night grows louder and louder. How can Jiang Nan possibly sleep? With this reasoning, my father and the others found themselves at a loss for words. Aunt May, I am not afraid of my father's snoring. I wish to return home with him, for he may very well be my future father-in-law, and I desire to contribute in some way. No, you do not wish to. She insisted. I truly do wish to. I shall grant you another opportunity. Contemplate carefully whether you truly desire to or not. The words do not wish were forced out of Aunt May with great emphasis. I surmised that should I utter wish, I would be pierced through the heart by the arrows of her gaze, leaving me only to regretfully glance at Uncle Jiang. I do not wish to go. I am going home to sleep. Aunt May, like a victorious general, grasped both me and Jiang Nan by the arms, and, with her head held high, turned to leave. That night, I once again shared a bed with Sister Lan. I inquired if she was aware of her parents' situation, to which she affirmed. I further asked why she did not defend her father that evening, and her response illuminated the profound wisdom of Aunt May. In the days to come, this wisdom would prove advantageous for her in both business and artistic circles, establishing her as a formidable figure in the domestic entertainment industry. My mother remarked that, in my father's eyes, this matter hardly constituted an issue. Ever since he became the deputy factory director, she anticipated this day would inevitably arrive. She stated that when a man excels, numerous women will inevitably gravitate towards him, and such occurrences are beyond control. My grandfather had experienced the same. However, a man must discern the ripe peaches from the rotten apricots, knowing which are worth a bite and which should be avoided entirely. My father, in this instance, mistook a rotten apricot for a ripe peach, taking a bite and smacking his lips. Sister Lanlin's grandfather was a university student before the founding of the nation. The original chief engineer of the tying factory, now retired. I had not anticipated that the conversation I shared with Sister Lan that night would also rouse her grandfather. It is no wonder Aunt May claimed indifference. Moreover, I had not heard of the smacking of lips. Did Uncle Jiang omit that detail when he spoke to me? My mother further stated that a man must stand tall and firm. While it is not forbidden to err, one must accept the consequences of their mistakes. Regardless of the punishment, one must be capable of bearing it. A man who only seeks ripe peaches, yet when caught refuses to admit his fault, attempting to shift the blame onto others while contemplating escape, is unlikely to achieve greatness. Alas, this topic was absent from the banquet, was it not? Could it be that the incident occurred in the rented apartment after my father whisked me away? My mother declared that men and women are two distinct species. Men conquer the world to win over women, while women conquer men to conquer the world. Yet, those who can achieve this are exceedingly rare. The majority of men, even before they have begun to conquer the world, are preoccupied with seducing one woman after another. Ultimately, they succeed in neither, and may even suffer a fall. My mother asserted that my father belongs to this category. Alas, in Aunt May's eyes, Uncle Jiang has been classified as a scoundrel, and a rather insubstantial one at that. Unworthy of mention. The following day, before Comrade Lao Jiang and the others departed, I hurried to the guest house to convey Aunt May's intentions to them. Ultimately, Aunt May decided to return, not only to visit Jiang Lanlin's grandparents for the new year, but also to handle the necessary paperwork for Jiang Lanlin's enrollment. She had already informed Teacher Lu of her desire for Lan to study in the capital, and Teacher Lu was elated, promising to assist in finding a suitable middle school. According to Aunt May, Teacher Lu had made several calls in the past few days and gathered substantial information. Upon learning that a small actor who could perform at the Spring Festival Gala was coming, the school immediately agreed, even waiving the enrollment fee. In the coming days, she was to accompany Teacher Lu back to the school to meet with the administration and complete the required documentation, ensuring everything was arranged in time to return home after the recording of the gala. However, I said nothing regarding the relationship between Uncle Jiang and Aunt May. Last night, Lan, while nestled in her blanket, pinched the soft flesh at my waist, insisting that I promise not to divulge a word to her father. She mentioned that Aunt May had a plan in place, and our involvement might disrupt it. Naturally, she dared not inquire about the specifics of the plan, leaving me in a state of anxious uncertainty. Aunt May had already labeled Uncle Jiang as a scoundrel. What other plans could there be? Could it be that after more than 2 months in the capital, she intended to seize the opportunity to part ways with him? This nagging worry lingered in my mind. Casting a sympathetic gaze towards Uncle Jiang, fortunately, he appeared too preoccupied to notice. Well, if my suspicions prove accurate, I shall compose a song in your honor. Jiang Nan, aren't you coming with us? Didn't you say your business was concluded? No, Director Chai sent me 2 tickets. Aunt May and I will be audience members at the recording site. I'll get to see the Spring Festival Gala 3 days ahead of you, haha. The thought of it filled me with pride. Although I had already witnessed a complete rehearsal, the official recording promised a distinct experience. Moreover, as an audience member, there remained a possibility of being caught on camera, allowing me to briefly appear before the eyes of the entire nation. Most importantly, in the future, whether in middle school, high school, or university, when boasting to classmates, no matter what they say, I could simply declare, that face you saw on the Spring Festival Gala at a specific minute and second, that was me, who wouldn't have to cover their face in embarrassment. Upon hearing my reasoning, Comrade Lao Jiang refrained from further remarks, offering a few words before taking his leave. Very well, you can return with Aunt May and Lan Lan. In the next few days, help Aunt May with additional tasks. Don't just laze around like a lord. Chapter 50. Hot Pot. The Spring Festival Gala was truly splendid. As an audience member, my little hands were sore from clapping. However, to be candid, the experience of watching live was not nearly as captivating as viewing it on television. At the very least, the sound quality was compromised by the noise of the audience. Additionally, many parts lacked dialogue prompts, leaving one to rely on guesswork. Nevertheless, I still believe that this was the finest gala I have ever witnessed. At the very least, the proximity between myself and the stars has greatly diminished. Those celebrities I could only admire from afar on screen are now less than 20 meters away. I could almost feel the spittle from Aunt Zhao as she vehemently declared her disdain for Sima Gang. Naturally, my 2 songs elicited considerable excitement among the live audience. To ensure an authentic atmosphere, the audience during the actual recording was different from that of the rehearsal, meaning many attendees were hearing my songs for the first time. The first piece, by the Butterfly Spring, was heartening, with an upbeat melody, and performed by a group of children, which effectively stirred the emotions of the audience. Yet, it was generally understood that the initial performances were merely for warming up. While the songs were enjoyable, they did not linger in the minds of the listeners. However, everyone remembered the girl named Xiaji. The second song, Wanjing, genuinely moved the audience. The fusion of pop and traditional operatic elements not only refreshed the senses, but, more importantly, the lyrics, melody, and orchestration fostered a profound sense of national identity among the listeners. Had there been Weibo at that moment, Wanjing would undoubtedly have surged to the trending topics. After today, no? It should be after the eve of the Lunar New Year. Xiao Kai and Zhang Lanlan are destined to achieve remarkable fame, illuminating the sky. I must remind Aunt May to hasten the registration of her agency. I will also need to speak with Lanlan and Xiao Kai. Although Xiao Kai has a job, Aunt May's company could assist him with various performances in society, provided he is agreeable. Additionally, there is Xia Ji, who sang by the Butterfly Spring. I am unaware of her background, but her singing foundation and style appears significantly stronger than Lanlan's. She simply needs to be informed that Aunt May's company possesses the authors of By the Butterfly Spring, and I trust she will make the right decision. Furthermore, other performers on the Spring Festival stage should also be approached, particularly the female actors, with the assistance of the leg-lengthening device and Lanlan as excellent intermediaries. I believe several actresses will eventually sign with the agency. Of course, merely registering the company is insufficient. Personnel are required. For this, we must enlist Director Chai and Teacher Liu for introductions. It is imperative to establish the framework promptly after the new year. The day after the formal recording of the Spring Festival, Aunt May brought Lanlan and me back to Weinan. Having been away for over a week, I felt little change. Though Zhang Lanlan appeared somewhat unfamiliar to me. However, this is understandable. Her trip to the capital was at the end of October when the streets were not bustling with vendors selling New Year's goods. At this time, the Spring Festival granted only 3 days of leave, and it was not yet the holiday, so the adults were still working. When Aunt May returned us to the residential compound, it did not cause much of a stir. However, Aunt May merely tidied up at home before departing with Zhang Lanlan, stating that they would first visit Lanlan's maternal grandparents. Alas, it appears that Uncle Zhang will be alone for quite some time. Yet, this matter is beyond my assistance, and I choose to turn a blind eye. Once they had left, I made my way to Luo Honggong's barbecue establishment. "Ah, Xiaonan, you're back," he exclaimed. The restaurant was quiet, as it was not mealtime, and Luo Honggang, Granny Luo, a hired chef, and a server were gathered together skewering lamb. "Yes, I just returned. How has business been these past few days?" I inquired. "Quite well. With the new year approaching, more people are going out for drinks. And our business has improved significantly compared to the previous months, Luo Honggang replied, wearing an endearing smile. Just 6 months prior, he was a recent vocational school graduate struggling to find work, forced to associate with petty delinquents. Now he is transformed into a successful entrepreneur, earning more than many. Even after paying his chef and server and sharing his earnings with me and Jiang Nan, he remains content. Granny Luo greeted me with a beaming smile. I not only guided Luo Honggang onto the right path, but also devised a lucrative business for him. She is immensely grateful to our family and Uncle Zhang's. Time and again, she has expressed to my mother her singular wish in life, to see Luo Honggang married, after which she could peacefully reunite with his grandfather. This has brought my mother to tears on several occasions, albeit tears of joy and comfort. Is business thriving? My inclination for relentless endeavors resurfaced. Brother Han, have you ever had hot pot during your time in the military? I queried. The chef, Han, was in his late 20s. I initially intended to address him as Uncle Han, but he preferred otherwise, so I settled on brother. Brother Han is a veteran, rumored to have served on the southern battlefield, albeit in a culinary unit. He is a distant relative of an elderly man from the knitting factory. Yet due to a lack of connections, he has been unemployed since returning to Wei Nan a year ago. Hearing of this, my father referred him to Luo Honggang when he was seeking a chef. However, the main focus of Luo Honggang's restaurant is barbecue, with perhaps a few cold dishes. And I had yet to sample his culinary skills. Upon my inquiry about hot pot, Brother Han squinted thoughtfully. Are you referring to the kind that resembles a tower, encircled by a pot at the waist, heated by charcoal, where thinly sliced lamb is cooked? Yes, precisely that, I affirmed. However, those hot pots are made of pure copper, which I hear is quite expensive. If we were to acquire one for our restaurant, wouldn't that be? He grasped my implication, but still voiced his concerns. Who says we must have a pure copper hot pot? A pot is merely a tool. What truly matters is that customers enjoy the lamb slices cooked to perfection. I instructed Luo Honggang and Han Ge to take some time tomorrow to visit the market in search of a pot with a wide mouth and shallow body. One that could be used for hot pot, as well as a small charcoal stove suitable for placement on the table. Once they find these items, they should purchase 1 or 2 so we can try preparing a meal at home. The two nodded in agreement. Consequently, the following evening, I savored my first hot pot meal since my rebirth. Chapter 51. Child, strive on when it comes to hot pot. The question arises, is it the quality of the meat that makes it delectable, or is it the dipping ingredients that elevate the experience? Each person holds their own perspective. However, I believe that during the late 1980s, when one primarily had access to local meats, the variety available was essentially equitable, thus making the dipping ingredients the linchpin of success. For someone like me, who has indulged in various hot pot experiences and studied an array of dipping sauces in later years, this was not a daunting task. I persuaded Luo Honggang to push the small cart that once belonged to Jiang Nan and accompany me to the agricultural market, where we procured an assortment of ingredients. In the end, we mixed everything with sesame oil, filling a large bucket to the brim. During our tasting that evening, I invited my father and Uncle Zhang to join us. After indulging, my father praised the meal and suggested that we should serve this dish for the New Year's Eve dinner. However, with the holiday approaching, it was impossible to prepare a hot pot in the restaurant. We could only ready the ingredients and wait until the 6th day of the new year to proceed. In a moment of curiosity, I inquired about Luo Honggang's current relationship with Zhao Huiwan. Since the holiday began, I had scarcely seen my second sister. Although I had been away in the capital for a while, I had returned 2 or 3 days ago, yet I had not laid eyes on her. Oh, they won't be on holiday until tomorrow morning, he replied. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, after all. Indeed. They would only be free on the morning of the 30th and return to school on the 4th day of the new year. Wow, is the 3rd year of high school that intense? I remember having at least a week off back then. Yet, upon reflecting on the summer vacation, it seemed quite reasonable. Can she speak to you normally now? I asked. Luo Honggang, blushing, shook his head. I return home later than she does every day. She is already up for morning study while I am still asleep, so we hardly cross paths. Admittedly, this was an objective situation. Neither of them adhered to a conventional schedule. Well, there was one time, around New Year's, when they might have been on break. She came to the store with a few classmates for a meal. Oh, did you collect any money for my sister? I inquired. I had no idea. It was Xiao Hong who attended to them. My grandmother happened to arrive and encountered them at the door, but they had already settled their bill. Later that evening, my grandmother informed me, and then I probed. What happened next? Nothing happened. He exclaimed. Come on, you wooden-headed fool, I retorted, plopping down on a nearby bench. No longer wishing to engage with Luo Honggang. My friend, pursuing a girl is not conducted in this manner. Those individuals often find reasons to connect with the girl without needing to create excuses. You are already at a disadvantage with her. Why not seize this opportunity to make your presence felt? A month has now passed, and the daylilies have withered. Noticing my sudden silence, Luo Honggang cautiously inquired, Xiao Qi, do you think I have erred in some way? Brother, do you know how Zhu Beiji met his demise? Zhu Beiji? That was never mentioned in Journey to the West. Did he not consume that miraculous ginseng fruit? How could he possibly die? How did I not realize this fellow was as dense as a rolling pin, solid through and through? Hey, brother, let me ask you. Is it possible to wait at the school gate with money when Erji finishes class to intercept her? How did I not think of that? But what if she refuses to take it? Damn it. I nearly uttered a curse out of frustration. Did I suggest you give her the money? That is merely an excuse. Regardless of whether she accepts it, you could seize the opportunity to walk her home. Sigh, I fear this child may be beyond saving. Kan Gu, who was slicing meat nearby, must have overheard our conversation, his lips struggling to contain a grin, yet he had to stifle his laughter, likely finding it more excruciating than I did. Wait a moment. I suddenly recalled the situation between Lao De Luo and Zhao Huiwan. They used to engage in lively banter with me, so why had Zhao Huiwan suddenly ceased to acknowledge him? Was it solely because Lao De Luo attended a vocational school? Erji does not strike me as the type to be so superficial. However, it seems their relationship began to deteriorate precisely from the moment he enrolled in that school. I must clarify this matter and avoid giving misguided advice. When I broached the subject, Luo Honggang's face flushed deeper than if he had been drinking, squirming and refusing to divulge any details, even when I resorted to threats of severing ties. The more he resisted, the stronger my curiosity grew. How could I possibly let him off the hook? Fine, you choose not to speak, that is acceptable. After all, you aren't the sole keeper of this secret. I shall inquire with Erji tomorrow. Please, don't go. Upon hearing my intent to question Zhao Huiwan, Luo Honggang finally panicked, glancing furtively at Kan Gu, and pulled me outside when he deemed it safe. I must insist, you must not share this with anyone. Isn't that self-evident? If I were not eager to unite you with Zhao Huiwan, would I be so idle as to seek this information? I patted my chest confidently. Lao De Luo, though I was not born in a time of war, I have been schooled in the ways of the organization for many years. I can indeed keep a secret. Rest assured, unless subjected to severe torture, I shall remain silent. Luo Honggang clearly did not comprehend the full meaning of my words. After I reassured him, he whispered, over 2 years ago, during the summer after I graduated middle school with Huiwan, one morning. Thus, I finally uncovered the reason behind Zhao Huijuan's unyielding demeanor towards Luo Honggang. According to his account, on that summer morning 2.5 years ago, Luo Honggang had risen early to relieve himself in the only restroom within the compound, uncertain whether it was the lingering grogginess from just waking or some unexpressed reason. Luo Honggang inadvertently turned into the women's restroom on the right. Coincidentally, Zhao Huiwan was present. Although Luo's words were somewhat vague, I suddenly recalled that before my sister entered high school, she had always dressed like a tomboy, eschewing skirts entirely. Did you see that? Yes, I did. Luo Honggang seemed to take a deep breath before nodding. How could one mistakenly enter a restroom after years of familiarity, even with eyes closed? I was at a loss for words. I must admit, aside from feeling speechless for Luo, I found myself experiencing a twinge of envy. Gathering my thoughts, I wiped my mouth. Didn't you apologize to her? Since then, she ignores me and avoids me when she sees me. This situation could be easily resolved or could prove quite complex. At least for me, a simple solution came to mind. As long as the two could eventually come together, there would be no more issues. I urged Luo Honggang to bend down and mimicked my father's gesture, gently patting his shoulder. Child, strive for it. Consider, if you cannot marry Zhao Huiwan in this lifetime, you will likely wear the label of a rogue forever. Chapter 52. Coupons. In the Steel Man, the new year was quite lively, especially before the firework restrictions were imposed. From the night of the 30th, the sound of firecrackers resonated continuously, extending into the early hours. However, for someone like me, who had experienced the thrill of a Gatling gun, merely setting off firecrackers felt mundane and lacked excitement. Yet, the variety of fireworks was limited and costly. Families without wealth could only afford a couple for their children to enjoy. Thus, I preferred to stay glued to the television. waiting for the moment the camera panned across my face. Nonetheless, as per my father's advice, I resolved to keep a low profile while attending the live recording of the Spring Festival Gala. Even if someone recognized me, I would feign ignorance. My father believed I was still too young, lacking the ability to protect myself, and that being too conspicuous could lead to unforeseen troubles. Furthermore, I wished to keep my academic journey aligned with my previous life. The spotlight carries weight. Excessive attention can impose invisible pressures that detract from genuine happiness. Therefore, aside from a select few, hardly anyone in the county knew that I had submitted songs to the gala and participated in its recording. Even during my New Year visits to my grandparents, I refrained from mentioning it. Only my aunt casually remarked that she saw a young audience member resembling me on the Spring Festival Gala, which my mother quickly brushed aside. Aunt May hardly stayed in Wei-Nan for a few days. I cannot fathom how she managed to expedite her leave of absence and the borrowing procedures for Sister Lan Lan so swiftly, especially when most establishments had already commenced their holiday break. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, Aunt May escorted Sister Lan Lan back onto the train bound for the capital. Before their departure, Sister Lan Lan seized the opportunity while my parents were out visiting friends and found me in my home, pulling me into the inner room for over an hour. As she was leaving, her eyes were somewhat swollen, having wiped her tears on my face, which compelled me to fetch a towel to clean up. Jiang Nan, after I leave, you must think of me and study diligently. Do not indulge in idle thoughts. Is that not a contradiction? One moment she implores me to think of her, and the next, she forbids me from daydreaming. When the holidays arrive, I shall return, and you ought to visit me in the capital. This year, I cannot go. I am in my graduating class, and there is little time to spare. However, it is only fitting for you to visit more often, as your grandparents and maternal grandparents are still around. Hee. And you must not grow too close to Miaolei. Huh, what is this about? Why mention Miaolei? And why advise me against getting too close to her? How could I be on friendly terms with her? We are adversaries. No, she is my adversary. As a physically immature, yet psychologically mature young adult, I harbor no feelings for Miaolei. Though I acknowledge that she is blossoming into a beauty, still in her early stages, who would find such an unripe bud appealing? No. What I mean is that we have always been at odds. How could I possibly grow close to her? Seeing my perplexed expression, Sister Lan Lan playfully rapped my head. You silly boy, just remember my words. Do not grow too close to her. With Sister Lan Lan's departure, she carried away my longing. Nonsense, what longing? That girl will eventually be mine. Knowing she cannot escape, I need not worry. Rather, I should concern myself with the matter of the hot pot at Luo Honggong's shop on the 6th day of the new year. I had mismanaged the preparations before the new year, leading to a large bucket of dipping sauce with little opportunity to utilize it. In the end, I had to distribute it among a few employees, including Uncle Zhang, to take home and consume. After all, they all know how to enjoy hot pot by now. With the shop opening again on the 6th, I could only prepare another bucket. Fortunately, the agricultural market was set to open early, so it would not cause any delays. As I had predicted, business was mediocre on the 6th day. After all, most households still had their festive provisions of vegetables and meats untouched. Moreover, during these days, who isn't indulging in daily libations? It was not until the Lantern Festival on the 15th that the hot pot restaurant truly flourished. With an average of at least 2 table turnovers each evening across 6 tables, I advised Luo Honggang to hastily rent the 2 adjacent rooms, clear them out, and remodel them into a dining space to temporarily alleviate the seating shortage for customers. Additionally, the insulated container I had purchased finally proved its worth. Offering complimentary sour plum juice with hot pot attracted a considerable number of female patrons. Boss, have you seen Urgi in the past fortnight? On the evening of the 15th day of the first lunar month, the shop was relatively quiet, as most people had gone to admire the lanterns. I, however, was disinclined to jostle amidst the crowd and opted to remain in the store. I had already visited their home on the morning of the first day of the new year, where Uncle Zhao kindly offered me a cigarette. By the way, what is going on between you and my second sister? I could not help but roll my eyes at the unexpected inquiry. Huiwan greeted me with a simple, Happy New Year. Just that one phrase? Indeed, Luo Honggang must have been reminiscing about that moment, as a sweet smile graced his face. Heavens, please help this boy. Although Zhao Huiwan had not taken many days off, and their time together was limited, she had only uttered 3 words to him throughout the entire festive period. Yet he appeared blissfully content. Wasn't he that a bit shameless? I could hardly recall the multitude of words my second sister had shared with me. Yet, He only received one phrase and dared to flaunt his happiness. Perhaps I should assist this earnest lad. After all, I did call him Big Brother. Listen, in a couple of days, take the printed materials to my second sister and give her 50 vouchers each month. I instructed Luo Honggang to find a small printing factory to produce some vouchers, redeemable for 1 yuan off every 20 spent. He would then distribute these vouchers to Zhao Huiyuan at her school, redeeming 1 yuan for every 20. That equates to a discount of 5, he calculated swiftly, showcasing a remarkable improvement in his mathematical skills. However, his performance in other areas left much to be desired. But why not provide all the vouchers directly to Huiyuan? I pondered. The printing factory would likely produce thousands of these vouchers, and giving only 50 to Huiyuan each month seemed rather excessive. I was exasperated, fearing he would become idle and restless. This ironclad man was truly testing my patience. If it weren't for the opportunity one sought to create for him to connect with my second sister, those vouchers could be distributed in mere moments. Let us not even mention the woodworking and knitted underwear factories, which currently offered the highest wages in the county. They could easily utilize dozens of vouchers each month. I could stand on the street and hand them out to eager recipients. Chapter 53. I went to the wrong restroom as the new term commenced. I was too indifferent to deal with Luo Honggang's trivial matters. Nonetheless, despite not issuing any strict commands, he faithfully adhered to my request, providing my second sister with 50 vouchers each month to distribute among her teachers. It was likely either Han Ge or Xiao Hong who had subtly guided him regarding this behind the scenes. This not only enhanced my second sister's standing among the principal and teachers due to her academic excellence, but also added another reason for her to be well regarded. I became aware of Luo Honggang's compliance with my request not only by observing a 40% increase in business in March compared to February after the Lunar New Year, but also when, one afternoon in April, he unexpectedly came to the school seeking me out. He relayed that my second sister had approached him during lunch, inquiring if it would be possible to receive an additional 50 vouchers that month. It has been said that teachers from other grades, such as those from first and second grade, have also approached her for vouchers. I perceive this as a commendable phenomenon, as it indicates that my sister has thoroughly relished the sense of vanity derived from distributing vouchers to teachers and classmates. Furthermore, she has proactively sought to increase her interactions with Luo Honggang. However, dear Luo Honggang, you foolish lad, why did you not contemplate the matter yourself? Why did you inform my sister that she needed to seek my approval? If you had simply stated that you would consider it and ultimately provided her with the vouchers, she would have felt indebted to you, and the dynamics of your relationship would have softened. But you insisted on mentioning my approval. Will she even approach you again? Why wouldn't she come directly to me? Moreover, by exposing my involvement, are you not concerned that Zhao Huiyuan may overthink the situation? Top students can sometimes be quite intimidating. Indeed, during dinner that evening, my sister cornered me in the room. Xiao Nan, come out for a moment. It was Huiyuan. Xiao Nan is eating. Have you eaten? Come join Xiao Nan. Upon seeing Zhao Huiyuan, my mother hurriedly stood to greet her. No, Aunt Lin, I just want to speak with Xiao Nan for a moment. I reluctantly set down my chopsticks and followed Zhao Huiyuan outside. Was it your idea to have Luo Honggang distribute vouchers at school? Indeed, it was, I replied. My sister, who previously resembled a tomboy with short hair and a sun-kissed complexion, seemed to have transformed, perhaps due to the prolonged hours spent in high school classrooms. Her hair had grown longer, her skin had lightened, her chin had sharpened, and her figure had begun to embody the essence of a young woman. Why approach me for distribution? Are not Zhao Zhigua and Wang Xueqiang also in the first high school? This girl was undoubtedly suspicious. Fortunately, after hearing Luo Honggang's remarks earlier in the afternoon, I had already devised a strategy. Sister, in business, one must consider the cost-benefit ratio, do you understand? Although these vouchers are hardly worth 50 cents, there are still costs associated with their production. When we print them, do you think we hope for them to be discarded or returned? I gazed at my sister, adopting what I believed to be my most sincere expression. Frankly, the act of distributing vouchers to encourage customers to visit the store for consumption was a concept that, while commonplace in the 21st century, was still relatively novel at that time. Many could not grasp it. When these vouchers are brought to the store, a $20 meal could be reduced by $1. Wouldn't that mean a loss for the store owner? A loss of $1 per table amounts to $10 for 10 tables. Many people do not earn even $10 in a day. Naturally, we desire them to return more frequently, as each return signifies an additional $20 in sales. Top students indeed possess a unique perspective on problem solving that differs from the majority. Thus, we certainly do not wish for others to dismiss them as counterfeit and discard them casually. And you, excelling in your studies and maintaining good relationships, are trusted by many. Therefore, having you distribute these vouchers will significantly reduce the number of individuals who might question their authenticity. I do not doubt the capabilities of the third and fourth brothers. However, in comparison to you, they fall slightly short. Are we not striving for the maximization of benefits? Zhao Huiwan seemed to grasp this, nodding in understanding. Yet suddenly furrowed her brow. Wait a moment, you almost led me astray. According to your reasoning, if one were to approach an esteemed individual in another establishment to deliver messages, wouldn't that also yield results? Uncle Jiang is still the director of the knitting factory. Having him address the workers there would surely be more effective than my efforts at school, wouldn't it? I had not prepared for this question this afternoon. This girl's intellect is truly formidable. Alas, second sister, I suddenly feel a twinge in my abdomen. If you're not in a hurry, please stay a while at my home, and I shall respond to you once I have finished my business. Engaging in a battle of wits with an astute individual requires utmost caution. If I do not carefully deliberate this issue, she will undoubtedly uncover my shortcomings. In truth, resorting to such a ruse is a rather desperate measure, but it is the only option I have. I dashed into the house, grabbed a few sheets of toilet paper, and hurried out the door, racing toward the solitary restroom in the yard. Ah, Jiang Nan, you scoundrel. What on earth is Miao Lei doing in the restroom? To be frank, I had no intention of using the facilities. I merely sought a place where Zhao Huiwan could not intrude, allowing me to ponder the situation. But how could I have made the same mistake as Luo Honggang and entered the wrong restroom? Surely, that fool must be casting some sort of spell against me. I apologize, I saw nothing. Jiang Nan, you vile rogue, sob. Just wait, I shall fetch Aunt Len. Sob. Just wait. Tonight I will ensure that Uncle Jiang punishes you with his belt. I truly saw nothing. The day is nearly over, and besides, you have already put on your underwear. How can you say I did not see? You are wearing underwear. How could I possibly have seen anything? Through the wall that separates the restrooms. We exchanged words from afar. Miao Lei, whenever she is upset with me, insists on calling me Jiang Nan, as if to assert her slight seniority over me. My name is Jiang Nan, not Jiang Nan. Furthermore, how do you know I am younger? A fellow can choose to be either young or mature at will, you know? Ah, this is truly vexing. The matter with Zhao Huiwan remains unresolved, and now Miao Lei appears as well. I should focus on the issue with Zhao Huiwan, as it pertains to Luo Laodao's lifelong concerns. As for Miao Lei, I suspect the worst consequence would be a mild reprimand. I doubt I shall face any punishment. Just moments ago, Zhao Huiwan was speaking to me, and I had no inkling that Miao Lei was in the restroom. It is merely a misunderstanding of someone rushing and entering the wrong restroom, not an intentional act of impropriety. Besides, making such an error is not something I have done alone. Luo Honggang. Oh no, this matter must not be divulged. Chapter 54, Change Indeed. My mother would surely understand that my actions were unintentional. Just moments ago, Zhao Huiwan was engaged in conversation with me, right before her eyes. Nonetheless, she must maintain a certain demeanor in this situation. Thus, she gave me a couple of kicks on my backside, and then took me to Miao Lei's home, insisting that I apologize to her in front of Aunt Tong. Aunt Tong could hardly interject. The children, with their incomplete growth, seemed inconsequential. What could be done upon witnessing them? Would it lead to me being blamed for Miao Lei's marriage to me? With gentle words and a warm demeanor, the elder kindly reassured me, and the matter was swiftly laid to rest. Zhao Huiwan departed as well, having evening study to attend. Her time was already scarce, leaving no room for delay. This, in fact, offered me a breath of relief. All things considered, dealing with Miao Lei was far less complicated, requiring fewer machinations. Days passed steadily, yet certain individuals and matters began to shift, stirred by the flutter of my butterfly wings. A remark made by the host during the Spring Festival Gala catapulted the bare-leg artifact from the Weinan knitting underwear factory into the limelight. However, due to the general economic constraints faced by the populace, the garment sales locally were not as exuberant as anticipated. Yet, as my father noted, in the capital, the metropolis, and the city of sheep, demand surged, with sales personnel dispatched to these areas continually sending telegrams requesting increased supply. Aunt May from the capital had also called my father multiple times, following its appearance at the gala and the numerous performers donning it. The bear leg artifact swiftly became a favored choice among women in the capital. Nevertheless, my opposition to Aunt May becoming a middleman compelled her to collaborate with Director Chai and Teacher Lu, transporting the remaining 2,000 pieces to the department store, which, surprisingly, sold out within a week. Consequently, while she was pressing my father for more stock, she could not refrain from expressing her grievances towards me, claiming I was hindering her prosperity. Given the favorable sales situation, my father and the leadership of the knitting underwear factory were deliberating the feasibility of establishing a branch to expand production. However, due to the need for bank loans and land approval from the county, discussions remained ongoing. Nonetheless, the knitting underwear factory, much like the woodworking factory, had emerged as one of the two thriving enterprises in the county, markedly improving the dietary standards of its workers' families. One event can be perceived in myriad ways. Some observed the factory's continuous development of new products that resonated with consumers, particularly women, thus driving its success. Others attributed the factory's fortune to the line uttered by the host during the Spring Festival Gala. If other factories could also gain advertising exposure on national television, could they not keep pace with the knitting underwear factory? Yet, how easily could one secure such advertising on national television? Reflecting on Jiang Nan's brief performance at the gala, and recalling that my family had resided in the same courtyard as hers for over a decade, with whispers of my betrothal to her still lingering, a network of connections began to form. This thread of evidence suggested that old Jiang had leveraged old Jiang, and subsequently Jiang Lan, to gain access to national television, thus allowing the knitting underwear factory to feature in the gala. Consequently, individuals from our residential complex began to seek out Uncle Jiang incessantly. After Uncle Jiang registered his company, he spent most of his time in various provincial capitals, except for a few days around the Spring Festival. I advised him to leverage connections to produce a small quantity of Bebegia products, which he managed to accomplish despite being indebted. He then enlisted Sister Lan to shoot advertisement photos and swiftly launched large-scale advertisements in prominent locations across major cities. After securing a deposit for the orders, he sought local factories for production, paying upfront and settling the labor fees post-sale. This initiated a relentless pursuit city by city. Within 2 months after the Spring Festival, aside from the provincial capital, he had established offices in several other cities such as the bustling metropolis, Jinling, Linen, and Luzhou. Unless he called back, even I was oblivious to his whereabouts, making it nearly impossible for others to track him down. Consequently, some individuals turned their attention to Aunt May, reaching out through the contact address left by Sister Lanlin's grandmother. Aunt May was well aware of how that particular remark had come about during the Spring Festival Gala. Had it not been for a fortunate coincidence where the knitwear factory's products proved beneficial for the gala performance, such a statement would not have been uttered so easily. However, the locals, leveraging their connections, sought Aunt May's assistance. Refusing to entertain them would be inappropriate, yet accommodating them without tangible results could tarnish her reputation. Therefore, she called my father for advice. I decided to write her a letter, suggesting that since a talent agency had been established, it would be entirely reasonable to form an advertising department as well. Regardless of the connections, the central television station is not owned by the May family. Everything must adhere to the principles of a market economy. The only requirement is to ensure that the local connections are treated fairly, allowing them to secure advertising opportunities under equal conditions. Consequently, the number of people approaching Aunt May diminished significantly. In the county, many enterprises struggled to pay wages, leaving little room for advertising expenditures. One individual who did see a change was Sister Lan. According to our previous agreement, we were to exchange letters twice a month, one in the first half and one in the latter half. However, shortly after her return to the capital, she wrote to inform me that Teacher Lu believed she lacked sufficient talent in singing. Even with relentless effort, her future achievements might only land her a position as a music teacher at a certain school. Nonetheless, given her newfound fame from the Spring Festival Gala, it seemed a waste not to pursue a career in the performing arts. After weighing her options, it appeared more prudent to consider a path in acting. With her physique and appearance, combined with dedicated effort, she might indeed carve out a niche in this field. After careful consideration, Aunt May and Sister Lan decided to heed Teacher Lu's advice. Consequently, Teacher Lu assisted her in finding an instructor from a film academy, initiating her training in physicality, dialogue, and performance. Additionally, she was given opportunities to audition for suitable roles within the industry. This aligned perfectly with some of my own thoughts. In the entertainment industry, Many excel in singing and subsequently transition to acting, yet there are also plenty who find success the other way around, when one truly achieves a certain level in performance. If there is a genuine passion for singing, returning to tread that path becomes considerably easier. Numerous male and female celebrities from Hong Kong and Taiwan seamlessly traverse both realms, some even excelling in film, television, and music. Thus, I wholeheartedly support her transition into acting, affirming that she will forever remain the leading lady in my heart. This young girl, still quite youthful, seems to have been touched by my simple and straightforward words of affection, which resonated deeply within her. No longer adhering to our agreement of sending 2 letters a month, she writes whenever she feels inspired, and sometimes I receive 2 or 3 letters in a single week, leaving me scarcely enough time to respond. One day, she wrote to inform me that after more than 2 months of practice, her physical training had met her teacher's initial requirements. She can now perform a full split. Instantly, a flame of excitement ignited within me. As for Uncle Lou, there have been changes as well. He works in the publicity department and has seen the county contribute 2 original songs and an actor to the Spring Festival Gala, thereby gaining recognition within the provincial publicity system. Following the merit-based rewards, the top position remains unchanged for now. But rumors suggest that the city is contemplating a new director for a certain bureau. The executive deputy, having reached retirement age, has been appointed as the vice chairman of a negotiation meeting, marking a step towards retirement. Meanwhile, Old Xia, the deputy minister who was caught by teacher Liu from the second high school, has advanced due to his direct contributions while escorting us to the capital, now serving as the executive deputy of the publicity department. Uncle Lou, having worked at my home, has also progressed, surprisingly becoming the vice minister of publicity, concurrently holding the position of director of the Broadcasting and Television Bureau. Furthermore, I heard that teacher Liu has transferred from the second high school to the Education Bureau, though I did not inquire about the specific department or position. However, with Old Xia's advancement, if she can keep Old Xia's undergarments well preserved, her future is undoubtedly bright. With promotions come celebrations, and on a certain day in April, Uncle Chui, Uncle Chong, and my father gathered once more. This time, the gathering was not at my home, nor at Uncle Lou's, but rather at Luo Honggong's establishment. Over the past 2 months, Luo Honggong's hot pot has gained considerable fame in the county, prompting 3 or 4 other restaurants to follow suit. Yet, their dipping sauces do not compare to mine, and the unique flavor of my barbecue dishes ensures that Luo Honggong's restaurant remains in high demand. At Uncle Lou's invitation, I made a special appearance at their banquet. Jiang Nan, by rights, I should first toast you with this drink, but you are still a child and cannot partake in alcohol. Perhaps I should have your father drink on your behalf? What a curious notion. It is customary for sons to drink on behalf of their fathers, not the other way around. My father was not fooled. He swiftly blocked Uncle Lou's drink with his hand. I found it amusing to observe that whenever middle-aged men gather over drinks, without fail, after 3 cups, they inevitably resort to complaints and grumbles, none of them raising their glasses in praise of our great nation. My father and his companions were no exception. As we sipped our drinks, an unbidden topic emerged, prompting Uncle Chui to lament about their arduous days spent under the sun, earning a pitiful wage. Uncle Chong immediately interjected, asserting that everyone endures the same hardships. At least the traffic police have their salaries secured by county finances, while those in construction face no such guarantees. Uncle Lou remarked that despite the assurances of pay from the propaganda department, there are persistent rumors in the bureaucratic circles about errors stemming from their oversight, leaving him under immense pressure. Although he holds a leadership position, he ranks low within the department, constantly needing to appease both his superiors and the heads of various divisions. Caught in a vice of expectation, despite his dual role as the head of the Broadcasting and Television Bureau, each morning he awakens to a throng demanding wages and bonuses, his heart perpetually in his throat. In summary, all 3 men expressed envy for my father, the factory director of a knitwear company. While the work may be strenuous, the compensation is significantly higher, and the tangible rewards are what truly matter. My father quickly waved his hand, acknowledging that everyone has their own challenges. I too have my burdens, as evidenced by the gray hairs sprouting on my head. He jested that being a factory director might cost him a decade of his life. Then, all 3 men turned their eyes towards me, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over me. Teacher Jiang Nan, we've heard that the changes in your father's factory are largely due to your insights. Perhaps you could share some ideas with us as well? Frankly, I had never encountered men in their late 30s or 40s, aside from their wives, who could display such flattering demeanor, especially three at once. Their yearning gazes sent shivers down my spine, and the lamb skewers in my hand suddenly lost their allure. Well, you all continue your conversation. My mother insists I eat well and return home early. As I stood to leave, Uncle Chang reached out, playfully squeezing my neck. This sturdy, jovial man relished teasing me in this manner. You're quite the ungrateful lad. Which of us here have you not called uncle or aunt for over a decade? Why do you want to escape when we ask for your input? Indeed, you're being rather disingenuous, only ever seeking to evade responsibility, Uncle Chui chimed in, echoing Uncle Chang's sentiments. I'm taking charge here. Once you come of age, I'll arrange for you to marry Lu Qi, Lu Uncle's daughter. Whoa, you must be jesting. I refuse to entertain such nonsense. I protested immediately. Lu Qi, even now, could easily overpower me. The notion of her growing up was absurd. I had previously declared that we were akin to siblings, albeit with different parents. I said, is that not sufficient? Just let go of my neck. I managed to free myself from Uncle Chang's grasp and plopped back down onto my seat. You all mentioned that I wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Who is stepping up first? I'll go first. Uncle Chui eagerly declared, jumping at the opportunity. Both he and Uncle Lu serve in government roles. While Uncle Lu has advanced, Uncle Chui remains stagnant, not quite feeling jealousy, but certainly experiencing a twinge of discomfort. You? I pondered, mulling over my options. It's quite challenging to stand out in the traffic police department. At least for me, the ideas I could muster were few and far between. Their primary responsibility is to ensure the safety and smooth flow of road traffic. Ostensibly, as long as no incidents occur, it is deemed a success. However, the notion that merely avoiding accidents constitutes merit is a pleasant sentiment, easily understood by all. Yet it is rather naive to believe that such an approach would lead to promotion. The traffic police manage the drivers. I pondered this repeatedly, and suddenly, inspiration struck. As I spoke, I picked up a large kidney from the plate before me. To advance, one must achieve notable accomplishments. Moreover, these accomplishments must align with the current national policies, with a central theme and two foundational points clearly articulated. It follows that the achievements of the traffic police must revolve around economic development. I propose two approaches, both external and internal. Exercise discernment in their application. When executed well, they yield tangible results. The external strategy is termed a service area. Consider, the National Highway 107 traverses our county, serving as a vital artery for north-south transportation. Daily, this road sees an influx of buses and trucks, numbering no less than 14 or 1,500. It is essential to contemplate what these drivers and passengers fear most on their journeys. Facilities such as gas stations, repair shops, restrooms, restaurants, accommodations, and bathing houses are paramount. Envision consolidating all these amenities within a single expansive compound. I conveyed the concept of future highway service areas to Uncle Chui. With a multitude of drivers traveling from the south and heading north, many undertake long hauls, who wouldn't desire a safe, comfortable, and economical place to rest, enjoy a hot shower, and savor a satisfying meal. Establishing this service area specifically to cater to passing drivers would lead to word of mouth within the driver community, thereby elevating our county's reputation within the realm of road transport. Wouldn't that qualify as an achievement? Should a journalist come along to interview you, the name Chui Wenhui would surely shine. However, I must admit that this initiative would be more suitably handled by the Transportation Bureau. Uncle Chui, deep in thought about my suggestion, suddenly perked up as I added, no, this idea is perfectly aligned with the traffic police. The Transportation Bureau, after all, is only capable of patching up potholes on the roads, lacking broader competencies. Yet, the police department is constrained by budgetary limitations. While the Transportation Bureau may seem less impressive than the traffic police, they possess financial resources. I'm suggesting you charge modestly, not to provide services for free. You can create the space, and the gas stations, small eateries, and bathhouses can certainly generate revenue. Just set clear prices. Drivers fear being cheated, not the expense itself. Everyone knows that frugality on the road is wise. Furthermore, if you prefer not to manage it directly, delineate the area and lease it out, collecting rental fees while overseeing daily operations. This requires a significant initial investment, but thereafter, it will become a self-sustaining venture, allowing you to generate income. Old Chui, I believe this plan is feasible, If you wish to pursue it, our county construction company will certainly offer you a cost-effective rate. Uncle Chui has yet to come to a conclusion, while Uncle Chang has already begun to seek opportunities for his organization. All right, I shall ponder this further. You mentioned you have an internal proposal? Upon hearing Uncle Chang's words, Uncle Chui nodded and then recalled my mention of another idea. The internal proposal is somewhat akin to the external one. The latter primarily concerns services aimed at outside drivers, while the former targets the drivers within the county. Drivers within the county? Are there truly that many drivers here? Not only Uncle Chui, but also my father and the other two were left perplexed. There are indeed numerous factories in our county, yet considering both large and small vehicles, including those employed by government and law enforcement agencies, we scarcely exceed 300 drivers. Should we really establish a service area for them? Currently, our county lacks such facilities, but if you decide to embrace my idea, perhaps we might just see one. My proposal is to establish a driving school within our county. A driving school? The four of them spoke in unison, expressing their bewilderment. Yes, a driver training school. You see, nowadays, to become a driver, one must first be affiliated with an organization, demonstrate good performance, pass a political review, and undergo a physical examination, all while obtaining approval from their superiors to be recommended for driver training. What about those without an organization who aspire to become drivers? My father's immediate reaction was one of disdain towards my suggestion. Without an organization, how can one become a driver? Do you expect them to purchase their own vehicles? Comrade Lao Jiang, that's rather narrow-minded, isn't it? Why can't individuals purchase their own vehicles? The state now advocates for economic revitalization, permitting certain individuals to prosper first. Not to mention, how can you be so certain that no one has considered buying a vehicle for individual transportation? I heard from Uncle Zhang that in the South, people have already started doing this. Even if one family cannot afford it, why can't several families pool their resources? If all else fails, they could take out a bank loan. In my view, to invigorate the economy, we must remove various restrictions and allow the populace to showcase their talents. As long as they remain within the law, why should the government interfere so much? Rather than imposing constraints, the government ought to find ways to provide the populace with necessary conditions, such as bank loans. Could the government possibly act as a guarantor for these loans? Upon hearing this, my father fell silent. In Weinan, situated in the heart of North China, compared to the reform-minded regions of Lingnan or even Jiangsu and Zhejiang, the prevailing mindset is indeed considerably less progressive. Even my father, who has embarked on the path of reform, exhibits a fair degree of ideological restraint. Xiaonan is correct. In recent years, the state has implemented a contract system, which applies not only to former workers, but also to future employees. Should the economic situation of enterprises deteriorate, workers may find themselves without support, as is the case with many factories in our county. Uncle Lu, being part of the publicity department, has a clearer perspective on the national situation and readily supported my assertion. For government units, it is indeed essential to provide these employees with pathways for reemployment. Whether by introducing them to other enterprises or aiding them in individual endeavors, it all contributes to creating new opportunities for these individuals. This initiative is a commendable endeavor. Lao Chui, pursue it, and I will arrange for the television station to provide free advertising for you. If you perform well, you might even be selected as one of the exemplary figures in this year's county reforms, Uncle Lu remarked as he painted a moderately grand vision for Uncle Chui. Instantly, the dullness in old Chui's eyes, dulled by alcohol, sparkled with renewed hope. Have you finished, old Chui? Now it's my turn, Uncle Chang interjected eagerly. What should I do? You have nothing to say on your end. Acquire land, construct buildings, sell houses, repeat the cycle. Let us ponder upon the overarching policies we just discussed. The aim of invigorating the economy is not to render the common people increasingly impoverished, surely. When the citizens possess wealth, do they not desire better food, finer clothing, more spacious homes, and improved environments? Thus, for the next 30 years, your sole endeavor should be to construct houses. That is sufficient. Furthermore, I recommend finding an opportune moment to resign from your position and assemble your own team to embark on this venture. All the profits will belong to you. Earning for others pales in comparison to earning for oneself. His words resonated not only with Uncle Chang, but also made my father contemplate deeply. What about me? What about me? At last, it was Uncle Lu's turn, and he turned to me, brimming with impatience. Uncle Lu, how old are you this year? 36. I'm the youngest among our 4 brothers, including old Chui's father. Why do you ask? At 36, you've only attained a position of deputy division chief. Your age is not in your favor. Even if I exert all my efforts on your behalf, you might only achieve a deputy provincial retirement, which is quite challenging. Why not resign from your public office and join Uncle Chang in real estate? Spend a decade in that field, and together you could become renowned entrepreneurs. Figures on the rich list. Wouldn't that be delightful? Speak to me respectfully, I retorted as my father playfully slapped the back of my head. Uncle Chui and Uncle Chang chuckled nearby. Jiang Nan, do you not comprehend what a deputy provincial position entails? If your Uncle Lu were to retire at that level, his family's ancestral graves would require renovation. Do you believe that? How could I not know what a deputy provincial position is? There are levels: chief, deputy chief, division chief, deputy department head, deputy provincial, and Uncle Lu still has 5 levels to climb, with a promotion every 5 years. A half-level jump before retirement would just suffice. Do you think your Uncle Lu hails from a family of founding fathers? Advancements every 5 years? In our region, a promotion every 10 years is commendable. Precisely. You are 12 this year, just in time for university graduation in 10 years. If you can help your Uncle Lu attain a division chief position by then, I shall take charge of Lu Qi. Goodness, why bring up Lu Qi again? Chapter 57. Begin with a matchmaking program. Let us not jest. Let us not jest. Uncle Lu, noticing my disinterest in Lu Qi, quickly sought to redirect the conversation. Jiang Nan, what you mentioned about becoming a renowned entrepreneur and being on the rich list does not pique my interest. As for the notion of retiring at a deputy provincial level, I shall take that as your kind wish for your uncle. Just tell me how we can ensure that I can provide additional bonuses for the employees at the Broadcasting Bureau each month. Uncle Lu chuckled as he patted me on the back. What? Do you not believe what I just said? Although I must admit, my remarks about retiring at a deputy provincial level were indeed rather fanciful. However, I firmly believe that even if I am not well versed in the subsequent political developments, securing a senior official position for him before his retirement should pose no insurmountable challenge. Moreover, Uncle Lu is situated within the realm of public relations, a notably significant system. In the future, Aunt May and Zhang Lanlan will be striving within this industry. Should Uncle Lu ascend, he could potentially provide them with invaluable support. Thus, for my own sake, I must endeavor to elevate him. It is of little consequence whether he believes it or not. I scarcely believe it myself. And if I do not, why would anyone, even a dog, believe it? Before Uncle Lu could voice his thoughts, my father had already spoken. Since my rebirth, I have been quite put off by my father's often brusque manner of speaking to me, which invariably includes some form of disparagement. Yet, Comrade Lao Jiang, to equate yourself with a dog is rather disheartening for me as your son. What about you all? Do you not believe it either? I observed Uncle Chang and Uncle Chui shake their heads in unison. Ah, Lao Chui, I had just proposed 2 brilliant ideas to you, and yet you turn around to oppose me. A thankless wretch. Very well, if none of you believe. Allow me to give you a glimpse of my capabilities with a modest suggestion. Uncle Lu, you just mentioned wanting to increase bonuses for the employees of the Broadcasting Bureau, correct? Listen closely. My idea may be simple, yet it could easily augment the Bureau's revenue by at least 10,000 yuan a month. What did you say? An additional 10,000 yuan a month? Not only Uncle Lu, but also Uncle Chui and Uncle Chang appeared incredulous, unable to believe their ears. The Broadcasting Bureau currently has minimal income. Salaries and operational expenses are entirely reliant on county financial allocations. Though labeled as a public institution, it resembles more of a government agency. Aside from meager rental income from a few storefronts, which barely amounts to 1,000 yuan, how could my single idea bring in an additional 10,000? Uncle Lu was suddenly intrigued. Responding to his inquiring gaze, I nodded affirmatively. Establish a song request segment at the television station. It need not be lengthy, perhaps 20 to 30 minutes daily. Our county's residents, whether celebrating birthdays, achieving academic success, marrying, or marking other joyous occasions, could come to request songs. Each song lasts 3 to 4 minutes. You could have the announcer read a few words, charging patrons a modest fee of several dozen yuan. This would not only enhance the atmosphere, but also serve as an effective promotional tool. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Oh, this is indeed feasible. How could it not be? It is exceedingly practical. Oh, Jiang Nan, I truly wish to peer into that mind of yours to see how it functions. Uncle Chui and Uncle Chang, like eager spectators, were animatedly contemplating my proposal, almost wishing they were either Uncle Lu or employees of the Broadcasting Bureau themselves. Uncle Lu, naturally, was even more exhilarated. The primary reason for his enthusiasm was the sheer simplicity of the idea. It was so straightforward that any discerning individual could grasp its implementation with ease. Furthermore, for the television station, it would require no initial investment. If one were to nitpick, the only potential drawback would be the necessity of appointing someone to manage the reception and registration of those coming to make song requests. More importantly, he had just arrived at the broadcasting bureau, where numerous individuals with various connections surrounded him, although the head of the bureau ostensibly showed respect for him as the deputy minister. It was evident that many were adept at presenting one face in public while harboring another in private. Now, with his sudden introduction of a lucrative initiative for the bureau, this represented an income beyond the fiscal allocations for the staff. Should anyone dare to engage in duplicity, it would be clear that if the head decided not to distribute funds to someone, they would indeed receive nothing. In truth, even without my involvement, someone at the television station would eventually conceive of this idea in a year or two. I merely intercepted their creative thought, allowing the segment song request to debut ahead of schedule. However, Uncle Lou did not share this perspective. He was at a loss for words, having patted my head. What? Are you so overwhelmed with excitement that you don't know what to say? Patience, there's more. The realm of propaganda, radio, and television is a crucial bastion of spiritual civilization, tasked with safeguarding the nation's economic development. Yet have you considered that this vital bastion of spiritual civilization can also directly generate economic benefits? I illustrated my point to Uncle Lou with the example of the bare-legged artifact featured during the Spring Festival Gala. Do you know how many pairs of such trousers were sold by the knitting factory in the 2 months following the hostess' remark? Furthermore, do you realize how much profit the quartz clock manufacturer made from the few seconds their name was displayed during the gala? Uncle Lou appeared somewhat embarrassed upon hearing my words. Jiang Nan, I understand you are referring to advertising. However, you are speaking of the Central Station, which has nationwide coverage. Our Weinan station is merely a small county-level television station. How extensive can our reach be? Even if we include neighboring counties, our audience does not exceed 600,000. Who would choose to advertise with us? Just ask Zhang Zi. If he were to open a larger restaurant, would he consider advertising on our television station? Uncle Lou's perspective seemed rather narrow. You are being short-sighted again. The television signal does not necessarily equate to the status of our county station. If one day, your Weinan station has personnel and funding, if your hosts are more attractive than those of the Central Station and possess greater skill, and if your programs achieve higher viewership than the Spring Festival Gala, do you not think your signal could reach nationwide? My words brought a smile to Uncle Lou's face. Higher viewership than the Spring Festival Gala and hosts more beautiful than those of the Central Station. You see, you still do not believe. It's not that I don't believe, it's that I lack confidence. No worries, there's no rush. Progress is made bite by bite, step by step. The 3 individuals beside us observed, as if witnessing a reversal of our ages, with Uncle Lou appearing merely 12 while I was the one at 36. Let me first share a concept for a program. You might consider discussing it with your television station's director, editors, and hosts. You might consider initiating a program centered around romance and relationships, a genre that garners widespread appeal. Chapter 58, Graduation Exams and Popular Dramas. Following a rather startling suggestion from me, Uncle Chui, Uncle Chong, Uncle Lou, and others began to take action. On the traffic police front, Uncle Chui secured a plot of land at the intersection of National Highway 107 and a provincial road, reportedly spanning 20 acres, nearly equivalent to 2 football fields. Nestled in the angle formed by the 2 roads, there was already a gas station along with some modest storefronts. Someone had recognized the advantageous geographical location and had already commenced business in this area. It remains unclear what methods Uncle Chui employed, yet all the original structures, save for the gas station, were demolished. After leveling the site, it was reorganized according to the plans I had shared with him. The construction responsibility fell to Uncle Chang's County Building Company. Although Uncle Chang's unit may lack qualifications for bridge and road construction, erecting buildings posed no challenge. In less than a month, the initial form of the service area had fully emerged. I estimated that by the time I completed my elementary school graduation exams, the service area would be ready for a trial opening. Additionally, a driving school had been established, and I noticed that the county television station aired advertisements for it. Reportedly, the training fee for each driver amounts to 500 yuan, and those unable to afford it could seek a loan from the county credit cooperative, repayable with interest within 3 years. I am uncertain who suggested this idea to Uncle Chui. I distinctly recall that I had never mentioned to him the possibility of students obtaining loans from the credit cooperative when they faced difficulties paying tuition. I only advised him that if the traffic police station lacked construction funds, they could approach the bank for a loan. This illustrates that I am not the sole clever individual in this world. However, a year later, when Uncle Chui and the others were drinking with my father, I specifically inquired how many students had financed their tuition through loans from the credit cooperative. Uncle Chui calculated and stated that out of 12 batches totaling 600 students, no more than 3%, or 18 individuals, had actually taken out loans. In these times, people would rather borrow from relatives and friends than seek funds from public institutions, let alone the credit cooperative with its interest rates. Indeed, I later came across a document stating that during that period, the bad debt rate in Huaxia's banks was the lowest in the world, likely reflecting the prevailing mindset among the populace. They would rather risk severe consequences robbing a bank than approach one for a loan. Of course, this may also relate to the stringent scrutiny banks apply when evaluating personal loan applications. Regardless, these two initiatives by Uncle Chui, the National Highway Service Area and the driving school, once fully operational, are expected to generate no less than 300,000 yuan annually for the county police department, significantly alleviating their financial strain. It is said that Uncle Chui swiftly became a favored contact among his peers, with various captains, station chiefs, and instructors frequently calling him, eager to acquire funds to improve their office conditions. Additionally, there is another piece of news that has emerged from Uncle Lu of the publicity department. It indicates that next year's People's Congress may promote him to a deputy position in the Public Security Bureau, thereby transforming his role into a legitimate deputy-level official akin to that of a formal subdepartment head. However, what truly stirred the public sentiment was the county television station. Following my suggestion, aside from the song request segment, the county television station launched a new dating variety show titled A Match Made in Heaven shortly after Children's Day, which caused quite a stir within the county. This matchmaking program, featuring 12 female guests who signal their interest to determine the male contestant's fate, employs a three-stage process to ascertain whether a successful match can be made, closely mirroring the later if you are the one. Yet, considering the current societal context, particularly the reserved nature of the women, the results of each guest's signals are not revealed to the audience or the male participants. Only the indication of whether any lights remain lit is shown. Moreover, at my behest, Uncle Lu invited Professor Zhang from the psychology department of the local normal university and the retired editor-in-chief of the city's daily newspaper, the renowned poet Mr. Yu Jia, as special guests. Their clever commentary on the interactions of the male and female contestants quickly turned the show's dialogue into popular catchphrases. It is said that the city television station has already reached out to Uncle Lu, expressing a desire to collaborate on the production, thus sharing the program's copyright. Of course, I shall not be involved in the final outcome of this matter, as I must soon prepare for my graduation examinations. While I am indifferent to the exams themselves, the pressure from my parents compels me to feign diligence for a few days. Upon receiving the results, I felt neither joy nor sorrow. True to form, I was once again admitted to the county's number 2 high school, although a girl who had been in the same grade as me has since left the school. A pity. By the way, Miao Lei, like me, also gained admission to number 2 high school. Although I am well aware of the historical outcomes and believe that whether one scores full marks, 80, or even 60 in 2 subjects, the result remains the same and does not warrant such attention. Miao Lei still managed to achieve a score of 187, averaging 93.5, which is reportedly the 3rd highest in the county. From the moment she learned of her results, her gaze towards me has been fiery and provocative. I truly wonder what there is to flaunt, if it weren't for my leniency. Do you really think you could achieve 3rd place in the county with your level of skill? Even with all your effort, you'd barely scrape by in 4th place. Never mind. Sister Lanlan has advised me to keep my distance from Miao Lei, so I shall ignore that insufferable girl. Sister Lanlan has written to me again, stating that Aunt May has recently become acquainted with a multitude of individuals involved in filmmaking and television in the capital. Just a few days ago, she even invited her to audition for a role in a production after her final exams. It is said that the auditioning project is a family drama reflecting the lives of ordinary citizens in the capital, and Sister Lanlan is set to portray the younger version of the female lead's daughter. If she passes the audition, she will have to spend the summer in the production team, unable to return to Wei Nan. As I gazed at the letter from Sister Lanlan, My eyes fixated on the name Lu Xiaofeng inscribed on the paper, I was inevitably reminded of a television drama that captivated audiences in the early 1990s. Could it be that very show? Given the timeline and the character's name, there is a significant likelihood that it is indeed that production. If Sister Lan Lan were to secure a role in that series, albeit not a leading one, it would nonetheless mark her entry into the purview of certain directors. With this thought in mind, I promptly composed a response to Sister Lan Lan, enclosing a set of lyrics. It was not the theme song, for although that particular melody garnered widespread acclaim, it did not resonate with my personal taste. Instead, I shared with her another song titled Every Time, which speaks of the vast sea of humanity and the lifelong quest that endures as long as one breathes. I also suggested that if she was indeed auditioning for the aforementioned television drama, she should have Aunt May approach the renowned composer, Teacher Lei, to set the lyrics to music, presenting it to the director as a potential insert for the series. Ultimately, it would suffice if Aunt May's Stardust Performing Arts Agency were to be acknowledged in the production credits. Chapter 59. A favor to ask of you both. The college entrance examination for my second sister has concluded. Although the atmosphere surrounding the current exams is not yet akin to that of future times, where the entire society rallies in support, Uncle Chui, upon my suggestion, implemented traffic control measures near the first high school examination site during the testing period. He even collaborated with the Education Bureau, neighborhood committees, and television stations to inform local residents in advance, addressing concerns such as noise disturbances, leading to one of the quietest examination years on record. This phenomenon caught the attention of the city's educational inspection personnel, who reported it as a noteworthy update from the Wei Nan examination site to the city bureau, subsequently elevating it to the leadership level. As a result, the Wei Nan County Education Bureau, the first high school examination site, and the traffic police unit received commendations, while the television station and local neighborhood committees were given verbal praise. Notably, Uncle Chui's name once again came to the forefront of the county leader's attention. A few days after the examinations, likely on an evening shortly after the grading period, the weather was slightly breezy. I was seated in the courtyard, cooling off with a fan, when Zhao Huiwan unexpectedly appeared before me. "Xiao Nan, have you eaten?" "Ah, sister, I've already had my meal. Would you accompany me to Luo Honggong's shop?" "What?" For a moment, I was taken aback, uncertain of what expression to display to Zhao Huiwan. Should I be astonished, intrigued, pleased, or simply bewildered? It was quite the conundrum. Fortunately, she seemed oblivious to my inner turmoil. Several others were also enjoying the cool air around us, and while she conversed with me, she simultaneously greeted neighbors who inquired about her exam performance. After finishing her greetings, noticing that I remained stationary, she thought I hadn't quite grasped her request and reiterated, "Shall we go to Luo Honggong's shop?" "Oh, all right, I'll inform my mother." I returned home, placing the fan down, and recounted to my mother the incident where Zhao Huiwan had invited me to the shop of Luo Honggong. In haste, I rushed to the entrance of the family compound, where Zhao Huiwan awaited me. "How did you fare on your exam, sister?" It was merely adequate, representative of my own capabilities. It seemed that my sister had answered such inquiries numerous times in recent days. Upon hearing my question, she subtly wrinkled her small nose, betraying no emotion. This response was astutely crafted, neither ostentatious nor excessively modest. Of course, if one were to truly grasp her academic prowess. Suddenly, I realized that Zhao Huiwan was quite the beauty. Her eyes, though not large, appeared soft and gentle due to a slight nearsightedness that caused her to squint unconsciously while observing the world around her. Previously, her underdeveloped figure had rendered her somewhat androgynous, easily overlooked in terms of her femininity. However, now she had grown her hair, donned a dress, and her modest bosom and curvaceous waist had begun to take form. Most captivating, however, was the delightful fragrance that enveloped her, compelling me to inhale deeply as I walked beside her. If I were to rate beauty based on my own criteria, while she may not attain the lofty score of 90 like Aunt May, she would undoubtedly merit at least a 70. Should she graduate from university, enter the workforce, don a pair of glasses, learn to enhance her appearance, and wear more suitable attire, elevating her score to 80 or even 85 would not be out of the question. Is she beautiful? Indeed. Oh, I did not intend to. It's just that you walk faster than I do. Zhao Huiwan, standing close to 165 meters, was not short among girls and walked briskly, soon leaving me behind. I found myself inadvertently fixated on her swaying hips, only to realize she had caught me in the act. "I knew you were following Luo Honggong." You learn anything good? Before I could react, her fingers pinched my ear. Ouch, ouch. That hurts. Though she had not yet exerted much force, I yelped, prompting her to chuckle mischievously. What are you crying out for? I haven't even begun. Well, I thought I'd preemptively brace myself. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huiwan felt a bit embarrassed and ceased her ear-tugging, playfully flicking my forehead instead before releasing her grip. Jiang Nan, Luo Honggang has changed significantly this past year. Alarm bells rang in my mind. What could she possibly mean? Why would Zhao Huiwan speak of this? Hadn't she previously shown little interest in Luo Honggang? How could she be aware of his supposed transformation? In truth, only I comprehended the extent of Luo Honggang's changes, for I had just pulled him back from a path leading to juvenile delinquency. Hence, it was only someone like me, who held two contrasting images of Luo Honggang in mind, that could assert he had changed considerably. As for the neighbors in the compound, although Luo Honggang had been idle for a few months, his lack of any wrongdoing, at least within the confines of the compound, would hardly warrant the claim of significant change. Jiang Nan, thank you. A sudden chill coursed through me. Sister Heir cannot possibly be someone who has been reborn, can she? Sister, the Imperial Jade liquid wine. What? What wine? The Imperial Jade liquid wine. What's the matter? Do you know how much a cup costs? I'm not sure. Is it a new wine at Luo Honggang's place? Sold by the cup? My heart, which had been in suspense, was finally set at ease. If she doesn't even know that it's 180 a cup. It seems that Zhao Huiwan's earlier remarks stemmed from some other reason I'm unaware of. But what could it be? Just as we were approaching Luo Honggang's shop, Zhao Huiwan suddenly grasped my arm. Jiang Nan, I know that many matters, including those concerning Luo Honggang, are your ideas behind the scenes, aren't they? Before I could respond, Sister Heir continued speaking to herself. Over the past year, not only Luo Honggang, but I have also noticed your transformation. I realize that you can no longer be regarded as a mere 12-year-old child. Your maturity of thought seems to surpass even mine. I truly wonder what books you have been reading. If convenient, please let me have a look as well. This leaves me somewhat dumbfounded. How should I introduce this to her? Should I really tell her that my understanding is derived from reading thousands of online novels from the future? Fortunately, Sister Heir's purpose for summoning me today is not this. Without waiting for my response, she continued. Today, I brought you to find Luo Honggang because I have something to ask of both of you. I hope you can help me with some advice later, all right? So that's the case. I initially thought Sister Heir had discovered my subtle matchmaking efforts between her and Luo Honggang, but it turns out she has another matter at hand. Sister, please do not speak of seeking favors. Having grown up together, in my heart, you are my dear sister. Whatever it is, just tell me. Chapter 60. Luo Honggang's opportunity. Upon entering the shop, I found an empty table to sit down. I ran to the back to call for Luo Honggang, informing him that Sister Heir had arrived and was looking for him, which made him quite anxious. I'm not sure what she wants, but she mentioned needing our assistance. It seems she genuinely has something important. All right, today I isn't too busy. Luo Honggang instructed Han Gu briefly, then removed his apron and sleeves, following me out from the back. Huiwan, you are here. From their manner of address, one could discern the attitudes they held towards each other. After the initial greetings, the atmosphere at the table turned somewhat awkward, and it was up to me to break the silence. So, Sister Heir, didn't you say you had something to discuss? Oh yes, I do have a matter to ask of both of you. It seemed the situation was not simple. Zhao Huiwan found it difficult to articulate her request. Huiwan, feel free to say what you need. I will not refuse as long as I can be of help. This Luo Honggang is not a fool. Is he subtly confessing through this opportunity, all while using such flowery language? I want to refuse, indeed. Perhaps Luo Honggang's words helped Zhao Huiwan stabilize her emotions. After keeping her head down for a while, she took a deep breath before finally raising her gaze to meet ours. Luo Honggang, I would like to borrow 5,000 yuan. Borrow money? Luo Honggang exchanged a puzzled glance with me. Huiwan, has something happened at home? They have nothing to do with this. It is my own wish to borrow. Her desire to borrow? Luo Honggang cast another look my way. Sister, money is not an issue. I can lend you more if needed. However, may I inquire about the reason behind this request? I don't know what you are going through, but sometimes the solution to a problem isn't solely financial. Zhao Huiwan appeared somewhat embarrassed, yet fearing that Luo Honggang might refuse if she remained silent. She hesitated for a moment before slowly revealing her reason. The estimated results have come out, and I have assessed my scores quite optimistically, believing I can gain admission to a prestigious school. However, when discussing it with my parents, they wish for me to apply to a teacher training institution. They reason that not only are the tuition fees lower, but the financial aid is also significantly more generous compared to other schools. Furthermore, becoming a teacher is a stable and respected profession for a girl. Most importantly, teachers enjoy 2 vacations, during which they can conduct tutoring sessions to supplement their income. I must admit, Zhao Huizhuan's parents' perspective is quite practical, their logic impeccable. The prevailing thought in the region is that attending university is merely a means to secure a good job, with professions like teaching, medicine, police work, and taxation being highly sought after due to their clear career trajectories. However, I do not wish to become a teacher. Zhao Huizhuan gripped her cup tightly, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. I dislike the mundane nature of that career, one so predictable that retirement is easily foreseen. Yet, I cannot bear to watch my parents toil and scrape by, seeking every possible means to support my college education. During my high school years, the leather factory struggled, and my mother had to gather discarded corn cobs in the fields outside the city every summer. I had thought it was simply a preference for corn, but it was far more dire than that. You cannot imagine, the night before last, I overheard my parents quietly calculating their finances in the back room. What they were deliberating was surely not a topic of joyful spirits. Please lend me 5,000 yuan. Once I graduate and secure a job, I will repay you with my salary. I will return it to you. I will return it to you. I will return you 10,000. Tears welled in Zhao Huizhuan's eyes, her urgency and helplessness unmistakable. Huizhuan, please hold on. Luo Honggang, observing Zhao Huizhuan's expression, seemed at a loss for words and exchanged an awkward glance with me. I felt similarly unprepared. I had little experience dealing with a girl in tears. Typically, those with whom I shared a close bond would find solace in my embrace, resting their heads upon my broad shoulder. In the absence of a closer relationship, one could only offer a tissue. However, in this era, even a tissue is not readily available. I certainly couldn't venture into the kitchen to fetch a roll of toilet paper for her. Fortunately, my second sister did not allow the situation to remain awkward for long. She quickly wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand and resumed her smile. I had asked Jiang Nan to accompany me, partly as a witness, but also because I was aware that many of your recent ideas have been assisted by her. I understand that the sum of money is somewhat substantial. Whether to lend it or not, please discuss it with Jiang Nan. If you choose not to lend it, that is also perfectly fine. The last sentence, spoken by Zhao Huizhuan in a barely audible whisper, trailed off as she lowered her head again. Of course, the answer must be affirmative. Xiao Qi. Luo Honggang unexpectedly interrupted me. At such a moment, you do not rush to assert yourself, but instead, while I am attempting to express my resolution, you choose to hold me back? Have you become complacent with a little profit? Xiao Nan, come with me for a moment. Huizhuan, please take a seat. Luo Honggang led me into the kitchen, and only then did I understand the reason for his interruption. Since the barbecue restaurant opened, Luo Honggang has been earning over 1,000 yuan each month. After deducting the wages for himself, Honggu, and Xiaohong, he still manages to save a few hundred yuan each month. However, prior to the Spring Festival, Uncle Zhang registered a company, and we all contributed capital. Luo Honggang invested all the cash he could muster. Currently, he is left with barely 5,000 yuan, and if he were to lend it all to Zhao Huizhuan, it would leave the restaurant in a precarious situation. If it were solely his establishment, he would likely not hesitate to part with it, but in his mind, this is a venture shared by myself, him, and Zhang Lanlan. Should any mishaps occur, I thought it was something significant. Is it merely this? Allow me to resolve it. Upon seeing us emerge from the kitchen, the previously calm expression on Zhao Huizhuan's face shifted to one of unease. Sister, lending you 5,000 yuan is not an issue. However, I have 3 conditions. Can you agree to them? What conditions? Zhao Huizhuan's expression, which had initially softened, visibly tensed again at the mention of conditions. Do not be anxious. These are not difficult matters. I offered a slight smile. The first condition is that the money can only be lent to you upon your receipt of the university acceptance letter. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. That is only fair. Zhao Huizhuan had approached us under the pretext of not wishing to attend a normal university. And while I have more confidence in her academic success than I do in my own, it is only right that we wait for her official acceptance letter. The second condition is that for the next 2 months, you will work as a waitress in Luo Honggang's restaurant. Naturally, he will compensate you, and let it be at the same rate as Xiaohong's wages. I glanced at Luo Honggang, who nodded vigorously. Actually, It has already been less than 2 months. Your acceptance letter should arrive soon. Perhaps we can settle the payment by the day, based on the actual number of days you work in the restaurant. My intention in this was twofold. I did not wish for Xiao Hong and Han Gu to harbor any misgivings. Nor did I want Zhao Huiwan to feel as though we were merely offering charity. The self-esteem of an academic achiever is often exceedingly delicate. Undoubtedly, the most crucial matter is to afford Luo Honggang an opportunity. My dear friend, I can only assist you to this extent. You must seize this chance. In Chapter 61, a major undertaking, Zhao Huiwan readily acquiesces. From her perspective, this is not a condition, but rather a form of assistance. She is certainly aware of the salaries of Han Gu and Xiao Hong, having heard her mother mention them. Although they cannot be compared to the earnings of my father and others in managerial positions, they are certainly more substantial than those of ordinary workers. Even if she receives the notification letter relatively early, by the time she is required to report, there will be at least a month and a half. This amounts to 200 yuan. Zhao Huiwan shows no hesitation whatsoever. Is there another condition? Indeed, there is another stipulation. The store recently expended a significant sum of money, and funds are currently somewhat strained. Therefore, the 5,000 yuan cannot be provided all at once. Instead, Luo Honggang can lend you 2,600 yuan initially. The remaining 2,400 will be remitted to you in monthly installments of 50 yuan, should you eventually gain admission to a postgraduate program. The remittances will continue until you cease your studies and enter the workforce. How does that sound? Excellent. Zhao Huiwan remains resolute without a trace of doubt. To her, the borrowed 5,000 yuan merely represents tuition, travel expenses, and living costs. Receiving it all at once is no different from obtaining half now and receiving a portion monthly thereafter, akin to a salary. However, for me, no. For Luo Honggang, it is an entirely different matter. Providing 5,000 at once signifies an outright gift, should anyone recall it. They might merely regard Luo Honggang as a benevolent soul for lending such a sum. Yet, if it is divided into installments, each time the remittance is due, Zhao Huiwan will anticipate it, much like workers eagerly await payday. Over 4 years, she would look forward to over 40 such occasions. Surely, any animosity between them would have diminished by then. At the very least, this young lady would no longer use the excuse of having seen him in a compromising state to view him as a rogue. I silently pondered this, a smile unwittingly gracing my lips, unsure if the two before me noticed. Luo Lauda, for your lifelong happiness, I have truly labored with great concern. You must realize this. My friend, Zhao Huiwan, displaying no skepticism, was ready to begin tidying up the table like Xiao Hong, but was promptly stopped by Luo Honggang and me. By the way, sister, you haven't yet shared which school you aspire to attend. Do tell, and I can offer you guidance. I shifted the topic to divert Zhao Huijuan's attention, sparing her any discomfort. To be honest, I haven't fully decided. However, I am resolute in not wanting to return to our small county, rising with the sun and resting at sunset. I envision working and living in a big city, as I believe remaining in Weinan would offer little in terms of development. To my surprise, Zhao Huiwan indeed harbors a restless spirit. Although the aspiration to develop in large cities is not only prevalent among the youth of that time, but continues to resonate with future generations. The number of individuals capable of turning such dreams into reality is indeed exceedingly rare. I could not help but cast a glance at Luo Honggang. My friend, if you wish to win the affections of this woman, the journey ahead is fraught with challenges. However, rest assured, as long as I am by your side, even if she were to flee to the moon, I would ensure she returns to you as your bride. I propose you consider pursuing international finance. Such opportunities are undoubtedly abundant in major cities. Even if you eventually enter the bureaucratic system, it is likely to be in places like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen. In my previous life, my second sister pursued journalism at Shuangdan University and became a sharp-tongued reporter. Yet, now that she has entered my sphere of influence, I shall guide her back onto the right path. The International Finance program at Shuangdan Economic College is also a commendable choice. Moreover, the metropolis holds significance for my grand plans in the coming years. International finance, you say? I shall contemplate it. As expected, Lan did not return during the summer vacation. She remained absent until the commencement of my middle school year, which was quite disheartening. On September 1st, after bidding farewell to my second sister, as well as my third and fourth brothers, I too stepped into a new academic environment. My second sister had indeed heeded my advice and enrolled in the economic college. Before her departure, She summoned me to Luo Honggong's establishment to reiterate her obligation to repay him the sum of 10,000 yuan, which he graciously declined. This time, both my third and fourth brothers performed admirably in their examinations. One headed to the capital, while the other went to Jinling, both securing spots in prestigious 985 and 211 universities. Astonishingly, our modest family compound produced 3 students bound for key universities, drawing considerable attention from families of candidates in rural areas and even county towns. As the latter half of the summer vacation drew to a close, inquiries began to surface regarding available rental housing within our compound. However, in these times, every household faced housing shortages. Aside from Lanlin's family's vacant property, others were tightly occupied, leaving no one willing to lease out their homes. Those who inquired returned empty-handed. Good news also arrived from Uncle Jiang. Beibeijiao has successfully penetrated the markets in several provincial capitals across Zhejiang, Jiangsu, Guangdong, and Hunan, utilizing a model that leverages order deposits to stimulate processing. Uncle Zhang's liquid assets associated with Beibeijiao have expanded to nearly 300,000 yuan. Of course, the actual profit remains to be determined after all receivables are collected and processing fees settled. Yet, within just 6 months, starting from a mere 30,000 yuan, Comrade Zhang has managed to inflate his balance sheet assets nearly tenfold, a remarkable feat, one that even I must admire. Indeed, this world is replete with talented individuals. I instructed my father to call Uncle Zhang, advising him not to retain excessive funds in the account. Enough should be kept for basic operations and daily expenses, while the remainder should be strategically invested in various municipal markets. Furthermore, at critical intersections, bridges, and entrances along national highways, we should endeavor to establish large advertising billboards, swiftly promoting the name Beibeijiao throughout the region. Furthermore, I implore Uncle Zhang to devise a strategy to register a business on Hong Kong Island, with the intention of eventually transferring all of Beibeijiao's rights to this enterprise. Cloaked in the guise of foreign investment, this maneuver would facilitate numerous advantages within the domestic market. The knitting underwear factory is finally poised to establish a branch, thanks to the booming sales of the leg-bearing artifact in cities like Beijing and Shanghai. The factory has been generating substantial income, amounting to hundreds of thousands of yuan each month in the months following the new year. Naturally, as the weather warms, the sales of the leg-bearing artifact have seen a downturn. However, the onset of heat coincides perfectly with the peak season for some protective apparel. This innovative clothing, which only gained modest popularity within the province last year, has now also penetrated the Beijing and Shanghai markets through the sales channels of the leg-bearing artifact, ensuring that the production levels of the knitting underwear factory remain consistently high. Yet, with only a limited number of machines and around 100 workers, the factory is unable to fulfill the overwhelming number of orders, even with their utmost efforts. After numerous meetings held by the Industrial Bureau and the factory's leadership, the decision to open a branch factory has finally been solidified. With the assistance of Director Li from the Industrial Bureau, the county has secured a parcel of land adjacent to the national highway, spanning less than 200 acres. The knitting underwear factory has leveraged its own assets and orders, in addition to the county government's credit, to secure a loan of 2,200,000 yuan from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, enabling the purchase of numerous machines in preparation for a significant expansion. Chapter 62. A lengthy novel. Although I intentionally underperformed on several tests, I still found myself assigned to the same class upon the commencement of the school year in September. Song Shala and Shui Wenqi are both in my class. Such is life in Weinan County. The locality is so small that many individuals remain in the same class from kindergarten through high school. Moreover, numerous relationships persist across generations. For instance, I share a class with the chubby girl, Lu Qi. Incidentally, Miao Lei has also been placed in Class 1, sparing me from her incessant scrutiny. I fervently hope that in 3 years, when we take the entrance examination for high school, I will still be able to maintain the status quo from my previous life and be separated from her. Amen. My former classmates, teachers, and curriculum remain unchanged, a mere replication of the past. Yet, I am no longer the person I once was. Oh, and the music teacher is not the same either. The previous one has moved on to the Higher Education Bureau. Thus, the first half of my 7th grade experience has been somewhat lackluster. That is until January of 1990. This year's spring festival arrives rather early, and consequently, the winter break is also shorter, with barely half a month past New Year's before we complete our exams. I find myself quite eager for this winter break. Firstly, Sister Lan Lan is finally returning. Upon reflection, it has been a year since we last saw each other, and I am curious to see how this beautiful young lady has transformed. Is she now 14 or 15? When we meet, I must insist she demonstrate her splits for me. Secondly, I have heard that the song I penned for Teacher Lu will be featured in this year's Spring Festival Gala. In fact, the piece titled The Motherland Will Not Forget has already been performed in a limited capacity by Teacher Lu during various performances, garnering enthusiastic applause. This song, tried and tested through practice, naturally did not escape the discerning eyes of the Spring Festival Gala directors. Ever since my vacation began, I have been counting the days on the calendar, eagerly awaiting Sister Lanlan's return and the arrival of New Year's Eve. Niale has begun to tease me about my fixation on the calendar featuring a woman in a swimsuit. This little girl, we are no longer in the same class. So why does she still keep her gaze on me? On the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the first day of vacation, Uncle Zhang returned from the south. He took a stroll around the courtyard and visited their home. Displeased by the emptiness of the house, he locked the door and went to stay at the county guest house. Oh, by the way, in a bid to attract investment and improve the business environment, the county guest house has erected a new 4-story building with an elevator at its original site. It is said that each room is equipped with its own bathroom, allowing guests to bathe right within the room. When Song Xiaola informed me of this, his tone was infused with immense envy. His father serves as the sales manager at the paper mill, and it is rumored that when clients come to negotiate business, he has booked rooms at the county guest house for them. A few days later, Aunt May finally returned with Sister Lan Lan. While Sister Lan Lan remained unchanged, Aunt May had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her formerly smooth, long hair had been styled into glamorous waves, and not only did she wear lip gloss, but she also adorned her ears with exquisite golden studs that sparkled in the sunlight. With her left hand carrying luggage and a small bag slung over her right shoulder, she greeted people at the entrance of the family compound. Even before speaking, her laughter resonated. She possessed a certain charm reminiscent of Fengjia. Sister Lan Lan appeared to have matured significantly as well. Dressed in a deep red coat and carrying a slightly smaller travel bag, she quietly followed Aunt May. Upon encountering familiar neighbors, she nodded gently and greeted them with a soft, "Hello, uncle and aunt," before falling silent. Only her round, sparkling eyes betrayed her restlessness. Although she kept her head lowered, they roamed around, likely searching for me. From a distance, through the window, I spotted the two of them entering the family compound, prompting me to set down my copy of Dream of the Red Chamber and rush outside. In this day and age, finding a book with a hint of color is exceedingly difficult. I exhausted all avenues before finally discovering this edition of Dream of the Red Chamber at the County Xinhua bookstore, only to find it was the version for middle and primary school students. Well, better than nothing, I suppose. Xiao Nan spotted me and rushed over, lifting the curtain, while Sister Lan Lan also set down her bag and ran towards me, grabbing my hand. I had anticipated a dramatic embrace, but my expectations were unfounded. Perhaps due to an increase in my consumption of beef and lamb, I have grown over 10 centimeters this year, now nearing 1.65 meters. I now sit in the last row of the classroom. Fortunately, in junior high, the class size has decreased, and I no longer have to sit against the wall. Sister Lan Lan has also grown considerably, yet she is still a bit shorter than me, her lips just at the level of my chin. Why do I specifically mention her lips? Sister Lan Lan's hands were somewhat cold. Her fingers, which should have been soft and tender like spring onions, felt rather stiff at that moment. I hastily clutched her hand, intending to warm it with my own. However, upon turning over Sister Lan's hand, I noticed several indentations upon it. "What on earth do you have in your bag that makes it so heavy?" I inquired, knowing your fondness for reading. "I brought you some books from the capital," she replied. "Oh dear, those are quite heavy. Could you not mail them back to me?" I suggested. "It happens to fit perfectly in my bag. Besides, who knows when they would arrive by mail? What if they get damaged again? Such profound affection and deep friendship. When I grow up, I shall be at a loss as to how I can repay Sister Lan for her unwavering devotion. I fear that only by venerating her as a matron could I adequately express my gratitude for her heartfelt kindness. Why is the term matron surfacing in my mind? I pondered. "Xiao Nan, why are you sweating on such a chilly day? Quick, wipe it off so you don't catch a chill." Aunt May, having exchanged pleasantries with the neighbors, approached while carrying Sister Lan's bag. Noticing the cold sweat on my forehead, she promptly retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket. The handkerchief, imbued with the scent of jasmine, exuded a mature and elegant fragrance. Sister Lan took it and carefully wiped my forehead before returning it to Aunt May's pocket and accepting the bag from her hands. Come, Jiang Nan, let us first place our luggage at your home. Aunt May removed her woolen coat and took off her gold earrings, placing them in a small pouch. She then donned a coarse laborer's jacket, pulled out a mask seemingly from nowhere, and covered her hair with a white cap, meticulously tidying up the house. She ignited the fire in our home, stoked the coal, and lit the stove. Seizing the opportunity of the pleasant morning sun, she took out the blankets and quilts from the trunk to air them in the courtyard. When Sister Lon and I attempted to help, Aunt May insisted we stay warm inside. Sister Lon retrieved the books she had brought for me, all of which were thick novels. Nearly 2 centimeters in breadth: Ordinary World by Liu Yao, New Star by Ku Yun Liu, Wasted Years by Yi Xian, and Second Handshake by Zhang Yang. As I weighed these books in my hand, I felt a wave of emotion wash over me once again. I resolved that in a few days, when I next met Uncle Zhang, I must discuss with him the idea of designing a wheeled suitcase for production. Wait, there's even a copy of Memoirs of Mana. Chapter 63. Thoughts seated by the stove, inhaling the fragrance of the young lady by my side, and reflecting on our recent conversation. I found myself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. What is this book? I inquired. First, tell me where you purchased it. I've forgotten. Some of these books were bought from Xinhua bookstore, while others were casually acquired from street vendors. Goodness. It wouldn't happen to be one of those shady characters in military coats who sneak up and ask if you want to buy a book, would it? I recalled the encounters I had while waiting for trains during my university days. Have you read this book? I haven't. What is so special about it? Nothing much. It's a book about Liu Bei. What on earth is Liu Bei? I leaned closer to Zhang Lanlin's ear and softly explained who Liu Bei was. The gentle fragrance of the young girl wafted into my heart, and as I gazed at her delicate earlobe, with the fine down visible upon it, I nearly succumbed to the urge to kiss it. Zhang Lanlin's mouth fell agape, her expression one of disbelief as she looked at me. Noticing her skepticism, I nodded emphatically. Indeed, it was Liu Bei, though I had only heard of him and had never seen him. Suddenly, Lanlin's face was mere inches from mine. Her eyes fixed intently upon me, her breath brushing against my skin. Do you want to see? She asked. Just moments ago, I had been jesting about the juvenile edition of Dream of the Red Chamber resting by my pillow. Did she think I wouldn't want to see? Yet, how could I articulate such thoughts in the presence of a flower-like maiden, especially with her so close? Do you want to see or not? Lanlin pressed again. Never mind. You needn't answer. Your gaze reveals the truth. Her neck retracted, yet her eyes twinkled with an unusual brightness, mischievous and bold. What if we both take a look together? Before she could finish her thought, her cheeks flushed a vibrant scarlet, brighter than a monkey's backside. I sprang to my feet, hastening to the kitchen, where I filled a ladle with ice-cold water and gulped it down. Together? Just together? The thought alone was perilous. Indulging in forbidden literature could lead to catastrophe. My friend's pet insect had undergone numerous changes over the past year. I could no longer be regarded as a child. When my parents returned that evening and learned that Aunt May and Lanlin were visiting, they insisted on inviting them for dinner. During the meal, my father poured a glass of wine for Aunt May, expressing gratitude for her assistance in promoting the leg-bearing gadget and sunscreen garments in the capital's market. Upon hearing my father speak of this, Aunt May downed her drink in one gulp and casually ruffled my hair, chiding, if it weren't for this lad's interference, I could have earned a tidy sum selling your factory's clothes this past year. This remark left me feeling somewhat awkward. I hadn't anticipated that the 2,000 leg-bearing gadgets I had initially provided for the Spring Festival, later distributed to department stores, would create such a stir. Over the course of a year, more than 20,000 units sold in the capital alone, with a factory price of 27 and a suggested retail price of 35. If Aunt May truly took charge of selling the leg-bearing gadget, renting a counter in the capital for wholesale and retail, a pure profit of over 100,000 could indeed be within reach. Mom, Jiang Nan's starry performance has brought you considerable earnings this year, Lanlin defended me, only to be met with a rebuttal. That's not quite the same, is it? The profits from the leg-bearing gadget, regardless of how much, are all saved for your dowry. But with starry performance, your mother and I only hold 30% of the shares, no matter how much she earns. It's still for your future husband. In a single moment, both Lanlin and I found ourselves blushing profusely, eliciting laughter even from my father and mother. The inception of Starry Entertainment was my suggestion, and I enlisted the support of Director Chai, Teacher Liu, Aunt May, and Sister Lanlin. After thorough consideration of each of our contributions to the company and the initial investment at its founding, we ultimately agreed upon a share distribution of 35, 35, and 30%. Over the past year, with the assistance of Director Chai and Teacher Liu, Aunt May has forged connections with several singers and actors within the industry, successfully negotiating performance contracts beyond their regular assignments. Furthermore, the two female singers, Jiang Nan and Xia Ji, who are not affiliated with any formal organization, have both signed contracts with Starry Entertainment. With Teacher Liu's aid, Aunt May helped Xia Ji release a tape featuring the song by the Butterfly Spring, which began its national promotion after the summer, achieving commendable sales over the past 6 months. Regarding the advertising business, Mei Hong, do you, Jiang Nan, and that Director Chai know how much your Starry company earned last year? I heard a mention from Jiang Nan, but I am still unclear about the exact nature of your company. My mother, ever more interested in numbers, asked with a smile. Aunt May responded like a comedian, seizing the moment perfectly, and laid down her chopsticks, straightening her back. Our company, she began, outlining the principal business activities to my mother point by point, before clearing her throat. Since its establishment, in just over 8 months, the company has garnered a total revenue of $138 million. She paused, surveying the room like a proud peacock, yet the only response she received was my mother's gasp of astonishment, devoid of any applause. Aunt May chuckled softly, perhaps finding the moment lacking in excitement, and shook her head, bending her back once more. The total revenue stands at $138 million. However, in response to Jiang Nan's requests, I procured several songs and novels for the company's inventory, and at year-end, I distributed bonuses to the employees, leaving us with just over $600,000 in the accounts. With the impressive figure of $138 million as a foundation, my mother refrained from exclaiming in surprise this time, though it was evident that she was beaming with delight. Ai Hua, sometimes I envy you. Just look at how your son has turned out. Perhaps we should switch? Lan could be yours, and Nan could come to me. What do you think? Are you serious? Having a major star as my daughter would make me wake up smiling from my dreams. My mother embraced Sister Lan, sharing a knowing laugh with Aunt May. Mei Hong, you and Guoqing, my father, perhaps unaware of the inappropriateness of his remark, mentioned Uncle Zhang's name, causing Aunt May's expression to turn frosty. Before my father could continue, Aunt May swiftly lifted her glass and took a sip. Chao Sheng, have you not noticed that he is staying at the county guest house? Does that not suggest anything to you? Chapter 64. Can we finalize the management contract? Chao Sheng, have you not noticed that he is staying at the county guest house? Does that not suggest anything to you? In society, many matters remain unexamined until someone dares to unveil them. Once articulated, a collective realization dawns upon everyone, as if a mere veil has been delicately pierced. When Uncle Zhang returned, he merely strolled around the courtyard and, citing the property's lack of liveliness, decided to move to the county guest house. The neighbors did not find this particularly strange, for the house had indeed been uninhabited for a year. After all, Mei Hong and Lan had yet to return. Zhang Guoqing had amassed considerable wealth in the south, so his choice to enjoy a stay at the guest house seemed quite reasonable. However, Aunt May, whether due to a surplus of gossip in the courtyard or her own sources of information, was quick to ascertain Uncle Zhang's whereabouts upon her return. Moreover, she astutely discerned his underlying intentions. Old Zhang, could it be? Mei Hong, are you overthinking this? After all, they had been neighbors for over a decade, having coexisted since their youth, and were relatively familiar with one another. My mother, furrowing her brow in contemplation, shook her head. It appears you both remain unaware that he returned from the south accompanied by a secretary resembling a seductress. Goodness, such a development? To be candid, my father, mother, and I were not particularly well-informed individuals in Weinan County. Moreover, when Uncle Zhang visited the courtyard, he had specifically left a message for my father, suggesting they gather at Luhanggang's shop sometime after the new year, which we both took at face value. During the festive season, every family is inundated with various matters. Uncle Zhang had hardly returned in a year, and Lan's grandfather surely warranted her filial attention. Who could have anticipated such a twist? A sudden wave of unease washed over me. Instinctively, I turned to Lan. Initially, my sister seemed oblivious to the implications of Aunt May's words, her expression one of naive bewilderment. Yet, upon hearing the term seductress, her countenance shifted dramatically. She glanced at Aunt May with a hint of shock, then averted her gaze, her eyes growing distant, though her demeanor remained remarkably composed. Clearly, This was either something Aunt May had previously broached with her or a thought she had entertained herself. Nevertheless, the slight downturn of her lips betrayed her current distress. At this juncture, the atmosphere at the table had become exceedingly awkward. Aunt May finished her drink, casually flipping the glass upside down. Having just returned today, I find myself rather weary. Let us conclude here. Jiang Nan, I shall seek you out tomorrow. You mentioned needing to compose 3 songs for the company this year, yet you have only completed 1. You rascal. What? 3 songs in a year? Did I ever say that? Yet, observing Aunt May's countenance, whether genuinely inebriated or merely feigning intoxication, I dared not argue. Instead, I mumbled in agreement and, alongside Lan, escorted Aunt May back home. Upon entering the house and turning on the lights, Lan fetched water for Aunt May to wash her face, and she seemed to regain a semblance of clarity. Jiang Nan, this evening, my mother and I have some matters to discuss, so we won't be keeping you. I heard Aunt May say. Goodbye, Aunt May. Goodbye, Sister Lan. I swiftly darted out. Even I was perplexed as to why I lingered after escorting Aunt May home. It took her reminding me to finally depart. How embarrassing. The following morning, Aunt May appeared rejuvenated, although I noticed Sister Lanlin's eyes were slightly red, perhaps a result of a night spent in tears. Aunt May and Sister Lan had visited her family for lunch, returning around 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Nan, let's discuss the company's development for next year. I need to hear your sage advice, Aunt May urged. In our living room, Aunt May and my mother sat at either side of a small dining table, exchanging pleasantries before turning their attention towards me. The leather factory's performance had been dwindling, and my mother had long been receiving only half a month's salary, with the holiday break commencing early. Fortunately, the knitted underwear factory continued to flourish. My father's income, including bonuses, had surpassed what he earned when both he and my mother worked at the leather factory, easily supporting the two of us. Aunt May, how many singers and actors has the company signed? What are their levels? Please provide me with specific details so I can have a clearer understanding, I inquired. Currently, there are 16 signed singers, with the most prominent being 3 renowned vocalists, along with Xiao Kai, Xiaji, and your sister Lan, all of whom have appeared on the Spring Festival Gala, Aunt May elaborated. Through her introduction, I began to form a more vivid impression of Xingshan Entertainment. The company boasts 16 signed singers, 3 actors, and 8 administrative staff. The most notable among them are undoubtedly Teacher Liu, Xiao Kai, Xiaji, and Zhang Lan. However, both Teacher Liu and Xiao Kai are affiliated with formal institutions and have merely signed management contracts with the company. Xiaji, whom I previously assumed to be only 17 or 18, turned out to be 23 and a graduate of a music academy. This young woman hails from a prominent family. Aunt May mentioned she is the granddaughter of a founding general. Despite her passion for singing, she resists being managed. And my song by the Butterfly Spring resonated with her temperament, leading her to join our company. I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. I had initially thought that the ability to secure the performance rights for By the Butterfly Spring at the Spring Festival Gala so swiftly indicated a powerful background, only to discover it was rooted in a revolutionary family. As for next year, I believe there are 3 key directions to pursue. I pondered for a moment. Although Xingshan Entertainment currently possesses several artists whose names are recognized nationwide, we still have a long way to go compared to the established performance and management companies of the future. The strength and reputation of the company are one aspect. The perceptions of artists within the entertainment industry constitute another. First and foremost, we must capitalize on the popularity of By the Butterfly Spring and produce a blockbuster album for Xiaji. On one hand, it is essential to elevate her to the status of a leading singer. On the other hand, it serves as a demonstration to other artists that joining Xingshan Entertainment will provide them with opportunities. Additionally, we must strive to discover and cultivate our own producers and bands, as it is imperative that we earn our own income in the future. Furthermore, we should enlist the assistance of Teacher Liu and Director Chai to explore the possibility of obtaining a distribution license, which is of utmost importance and should be prioritized for the coming year. Thirdly, we aim to acquire some theme songs from various television dramas and films, granting opportunities to lesser-known singers within our company. Oh, and one more thought just crossed my mind. The company could also sign contracts with composers, lyricists, and even writers and screenwriters to enrich the depth of our production team. As I spoke, Aunt May nodded occasionally, even taking out a small notebook to jot down notes. That is all for now. The domestic pop music and film production scene is just beginning to take shape. Our primary goals are to enhance our visibility and ensure we acquire all necessary qualifications. Aunt May closed her notebook and smiled at me. Is it possible for the renowned lyricist and composer Jiang Xiaoyer to sign a management contract with our company first? Chapter 65. The disbandment. The Spring Festival Gala of 1990 witnessed numerous unprecedented occurrences, such as the first and, to date, the only occasion when the highest-ranking officials attended the event. It was also the inaugural performance conducted in a competitive format. Many individuals began their journeys on the Spring Festival stage from this edition, marking the start of years of dominance in the gala. Notable performers included Zhao Laonian and Lin Agon in sketches, as well as Sister Song singing Little Backpack, among others. This event also gave birth to many phrases that would later become widely recognized. Monkey head, first class nationwide, whether suffering from a cold, fever, seasickness, or motion sickness. Just one dose will suffice. Captain, don't shoot, it's me. Naturally, the song The Motherland Will Not Forget, which I composed and was performed by Teacher Lu, made its debut on the gala and quickly became a sensation across the nation. This should have been a joyous, peaceful, and carefree spring festival. However, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease lingered in my heart, casting a shadow over the festivities. After the holiday, Uncle Zhang invited my father and me to meet for drinks, and the mystery was finally unveiled. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Luo Honggong's barbecue hot pot restaurant opened for business for the first time after the holiday. The turnout was sparse, with only 2 tables occupied in the evening, and the guests hurriedly consumed their meals before departing. It seemed that during the spring festival, there was not much urgency for people to indulge in meat. At 6:30, my father and I arrived at the restaurant, greeted Han Ge and Xiao Hongjie, and settled into a private room at the back, awaiting Uncle Zhang's arrival. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Zhang appeared, but he was not alone. It was my first encounter with the legendary femme fatale. She wore a down jacket on the outside, but upon removing it, she revealed a chi pao, a rare sight for women at that time, with a high slit. Naturally, her lower half was not bare. However, she happened to be wearing a pair of leg-showing leggings produced by my father's factory, complemented by a pair of sleek black stiletto heels. Before a word was uttered, an overwhelming aroma reminiscent of a bustling metropolis enveloped the air. To speak solely of aesthetics, this woman was indeed captivating. With a curvaceous figure and a graceful waist that swayed as she walked, her hips leading the way, followed by her feet, her petite posterior twisting enticingly, she epitomized the essence of a seductress. Particularly striking was the moment she shed her down jacket. A waft of fragrance surged forth like steam from a bathhouse, leaving me to ponder whether she had just bathed in perfume. Judging by her visage, she appeared quite youthful, likely not exceeding the age of 25. Her complexion was fair, her eyes lively, lips rosy, teeth pearly white, her nose delicate, and her neck elongated, with her hair neatly tied back. While she may not possess the same beauty as Aunt May, her youth and refined skin rendered her a worthy competitor. Aunt May's defeat was not unjust. This was my father's way of fanning the air in front of him, seemingly uneasy with the potent scent. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offering one to Uncle Zhang and then, after a moment's thought, extending another to Luo Honggang. "Oh, this is my secretary, Xinyu," he introduced. "Xinyu, these are shareholders of our Beibeigia company. This is General Jiang, that is young General Jiang, and this is General Luo." Uncle Zhang, adhering to Southern customs, formally introduced her to us 3. "General Jiang, young General Jiang, General Luo, it is a pleasure to meet you." Xinyu stood and nodded to each of us in turn, greeting us sweetly. Yet, I sensed a hint of pride in her gaze. Brother Han brought forth a charcoal hot pot, accompanied by plates of lamb, cabbage, tofu, and beef tripe, along with 2 bottles of special liquor. "Let us not have this. Xinyu, bring out the mitai we brought." Xinyu retrieved 2 bottles of mitai from the bag they had brought and placed them on the table. "Come, Xiaosheng, try this. It's a 30-year-old mitai I specially had someone procure." At that moment, I finally understood the source of my unease. The circle Uncle Zhang had made around the family compound earlier in the year, while seemingly unchanged since his previous residence, now combined with the current scene, revealed his deliberate display of ostentation. Mitai remained mitai, and the 30-year vintage was unmistakable. As soon as the bottle was uncorked, the intoxicating aroma filled the air. Remarkably, after only 3 glasses, Uncle Zhang appeared somewhat inebriated. "Xiaosheng, I have endured great hardships this past year down south," he lamented, as he deftly picked up a piece of lamb, briefly dipped it in the broth, then in the sauce before savoring it. running the market, dealing with industry and commerce, tax authorities, and processing factories. When the goods were urgent, I even had to ride my bicycle to deliver them myself. When hunger struck, I'd grab a couple of pancakes. And when thirst beckoned, I'd sip from the tap. At times, when venturing into new markets without a proper place to stay, I would spend the night at train stations or hospital lobbies. Alas, it was tough. He continued, if it weren't for Shunyu and a group of colleagues. Uncle Zhang patted the petite secretary sitting beside him, albeit on her thigh. Enough of that. It's all in the past. Now let us drink. He lifted his glass, and after my father raised his as well, they gently clinked their glasses before downing their drinks in unison. My father listened quietly to Uncle Zhang, merely nodding when addressed, and refraining from uttering a single word otherwise. Luo Honggang felt the tension in the atmosphere. Since sitting down, he had not spoken a word, preferring to either drink in silence or occasionally pick up his chopsticks to taste a dish. Meanwhile, my mind whirred like a machine operating at full capacity, ceaselessly processing the implications of Uncle Zhang's behavior. What could it possibly signify? Fortunately, Uncle Zhang did not keep me in suspense for long. After the three of them had consumed a few more drinks, he laid the matter bare. Chaosheng, the business climate here is dismal, incomparable to that of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, or Fujian and Guangdong. I am considering relocating the company there. In the future, I may only return for a few days during the new year. Therefore, to facilitate future management, I would like to purchase the shares you hold at a premium. What do you think? Silence enveloped the private room like a shroud. Upon hearing Uncle Zhang's words, Luo Honggang's complexion turned ashen. He glanced at Uncle Zhang, then at my father, and finally at me, biting his lip and lowering his head. My father's face turned a deep shade of anger, his gaze fixed intently on Uncle Zhang. During Uncle Zhang's most desperate times, I had been the one to offer him advice, and together we had pooled our resources to help him produce the first batch of products. I had guided him in advertising, securing processing factories, and conducting local promotions city by city. Now, he intended to abandon us and go solo? Uncle Zhang maintained a jovial facade, yet he could not bring himself to meet my father's gaze, nor did he dare look at either Luo Honggang or me. He busied himself with his chopsticks, absently picking up lamb from the pot. Beside him, Xinyu dared not make a sound, even refraining from eating. Her head bowed as she stared at her toes. Uncle Zhang, what price do you intend to offer for our shares? I cleared my throat and spoke up. Chapter 66, 360,000. The thought echoing in my mind was that of a betrayal halfway through a venture. The shares of Beibeigia Company had initially required an investment of 18,000 yuan from the three of us, granting us 60% ownership. Now, Uncle Zhang was willing to offer 360,000 to buy them outright, an astounding 20-fold increase. To be frank, such an amount exceeded my expectations. Yet, money cannot always mend the wounds of the soul, and at least my father and Luo Honggang did not share that sentiment. Uncle Zhang departed with his assistant, leaving behind a neat stack of 36 bundles of 100 yuan notes on the table. I had conducted all negotiations with Uncle Zhang, while my father and Luo Honggang remained silent, unsure whether they chose to remain mute or had simply lost their ability to speak in that moment. Dad, you take 24,000 of this money. However, I suggest you clarify matters with the Industrial Bureau and document it to prevent any future discrepancies. All right, my father nodded in agreement. Though Comrade Lao Jiang was honest, he was not lacking in intellect. Without further ado, Uncle Zhang's experience at the woodworking factory has already served as a significant reminder for him. Brother Luo, of the remaining 120,000, you may take 80,000 to settle the accounts at the shop. I will take some time to contemplate how we might utilize this sum. Very well. Luo Honggang responded briskly, nodding in agreement. As for the remainder, I shall have my mother assist in storing it, for one never knows when it may be needed. I then addressed Comrade Lao Jiang. I am uncertain whether my previous expressionless demeanor and unusual calmness during the negotiation with Uncle Zhang unnerved my father and Luo Honggang, but upon concluding my statement, neither of them immediately reached for the money. Instead, they began to advise me. Son, your Uncle Zhang was never of such a nature. He must have been swayed by that vixen. Jiang Nan, let us part amicably. Without Uncle Zhang, I am still here. It's all right, I am fine. I merely need to reflect on this matter. I raised my hand to silence their words. Father, let us return home. As for what kind of person Uncle Zhang truly is, I must admit I am not entirely certain. Had it not been for this lifetime, my interactions with Aunt May and Uncle Zhang would have been rather limited, even during my later visits to the county hospital. At this moment, I recalled why the two families initially intended to become in-laws, only to gradually drift apart later. After the family quarters were demolished, the two families relocated to different areas, which contributed to their reduced contact. Perhaps my family's decline after the leather factory's bankruptcy also played a role. In this light, Uncle Jiang must be a rather pragmatic individual. Nevertheless, such considerations are of little consequence now. In truth, I believe the dissolution he has proposed brings him far greater loss than it does to me. Losses of an unimaginable magnitude, which he remains oblivious to. Prior to 1992, both Luo Honggong's barbecue restaurant and Aunt May's star performance could only be regarded as minor ventures, mere foundational steps. The true spring of commerce would only arrive after the elders' journey southward in 92. Although I do not recall many instances of sudden wealth, seizing a few significant opportunities would suffice. However, Uncle Jiang's uproar has compelled me to reevaluate my own strategies. Aunt May had already departed with Sister Lan Lan, but upon hearing of this incident, she returned hastily. It is unclear whether my mother informed her, or if Luo Honggang relayed the news to Sister Lan Lan, or if she acquired the information through her own channels. My father, accompanied by the finance team, reported to the Industrial Bureau, which led to this matter spreading within a limited circle. The shares of Bebegia being repurchased by the business operators raises questions regarding the potential loss of state-owned assets, of which I am not entirely certain, yet it certainly cannot be as straightforward as it seems. Nonetheless, at this juncture, it is as it is. Thus, I instructed my father to make a report to prevent any future blemishes on Comrade Lao Jiang. Upon entering, Aunt May enveloped me in a tight embrace. Fearing I might be unable to withstand such a blow, I am unsure how she managed it. Although I have grown considerably taller this year, when held in her embrace, my head still rested precisely against her elevated bosom. Fortunately, it was winter, and I was bundled in thick clothing. Yet I still feel it is somewhat inappropriate. The more I struggled, the tighter she held me, comforting me as she embraced me. Jiang Nan, my dear son, you have suffered. Aunt May will seek justice for you. Aunt May will definitely seek justice for you. I noticed Aunt May's nose beginning to twitch, and I could hear my mother coming over to console me. Finally, I summoned all my strength to escape Aunt May's embrace. If I didn't, I would surely suffocate. My forehead was drenched in sweat, and it was still winter. Aunt May, I do not feel wronged at all. Uncle Jiang has truly invested over 300,000 in cash. Foolish child, do you know how much he has earned this year? As I broke free, Aunt May still hesitated to let go, holding me close at the edge of the bed. Regardless of how much he earned, it was achieved with effort, selling one pei jia after another. I merely provided an idea and contributed a bit of money. Aunt May, I truly mean it. I do not feel wronged. I simply feel regret for Uncle Jiang, hoping he can find his next product in time. Relying solely on pei jia, while it can indeed generate substantial income, has its limitations. You still worry for him. He is nothing but an ungrateful wretch, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Perhaps seeing my emotions stabilize, Aunt May felt reassured and shifted the conversation with my mother. Mei Hong, did you come back alone? What about Lan Lan? No worries. I sent her to Teacher Lu's house to stay for a few days. I used to do the same when I left the capital on business. By the way, you promised last year to write 3 songs for the company. 2 are still pending, and now another year has passed. A total of 5 songs. When do you plan to fulfill this task? I was taken aback by Aunt May's dedication. Once she realized I was fine, she promptly began discussing work. 5 songs in total. It's as if they're demanding my very life, I said. Aunt May, I am still just a child. Do you think it appropriate to pressure a child in this manner? Have you ever seen a child write 3 songs for the Spring Festival Gala? You are a genius. You cannot compare yourself to other children. Her words left me at a loss for how to respond. All right. I shall not tease you any longer. However, you mentioned this year you would produce an album for Xiaji, yet none of the songs the company has collected are suitable as her title track. If we hire someone to write, who knows how much that will cost? So, you might as well exert yourself. Seeing me in a bit of a predicament, Aunt May lowered her demands. That is acceptable, but how can you be certain that the songs I write will serve as her lead track? Then just keep writing until you have something. Chapter 67. Su Yao keep writing until you have something was, of course, a jest. Although I could effortlessly produce hundreds of songs that would later become widely celebrated, if I actually did so, I might end up being taken for research. After all, it is said that when Zhou Dong rose to fame, he only wrote 50 songs in a month. How about this? I am about to start school. so I cannot go to the capital. You asked Xiaji to seek me out so we could discuss her musical preferences, and I would then compose a couple of songs for her. Upon hearing my words, Aunt May fell silent, casting a dubious glance in my direction. You rascal, are you enamored with her beauty or intrigued by her background, contemplating stepping out from the shadows? The artists and staff signed to Xingxin Company, save for a select few, were merely aware that among the shareholders was a remarkable lyricist and composer behind songs such as Wan Jing and By the Butterfly Spring, yet their identity remained a mystery. Now, I was voluntarily exposing myself to Xiaji, which undoubtedly warranted Aunt May's suspicion. However, her earlier remark left me feeling somewhat embarrassed. Regardless of Xiaji's beauty, I remained a mere underage middle school student. Realizing my words had gone awry, I quickly corrected myself. No, Xiaji may be beautiful, but she pales in comparison to Sister Lanlan. My interest lies primarily in her background. In terms of appearance, it was evident that Zhang Lanlan possessed a greater allure. While Xiaji was indeed beautiful, it would be more fitting to describe her as possessing a unique style. To be honest, my desire to meet Xiaji stemmed purely from professional considerations. I had no recollection of this female singer in my past life. Uncertain if she had abandoned her career or transitioned behind the scenes, I was aware that many prominent families, not just those with revolutionary backgrounds, often resisted their children pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. Given that Xiaji had performed at the Spring Festival Gala, signed under Aunt May's company, and released an album, it suggested that any familial opposition she faced was likely not insurmountable. Thus, I genuinely aspired to elevate this female singer to great heights. Achieving significant fame, at the very least, maintaining a positive personal friendship would bode well for my future endeavors. Ultimately, my youth may have led Aunt May to perceive her comment as a mere jest rather than a genuine suspicion of my intentions. Conversely, my explanation seemed to stir a flicker of intrigue in Aunt May's brow, as though she had recalled something. Very well. I shall speak to that girl and see if she is willing to meet you. Although she is one of our signed artists, few dare to impose upon her. Indeed, she is quite the young lady. One must entice her rather than confront her. I chose not to linger on this topic and instead inquired about Zhang Lanlan. Aunt May, Sister Lanlan is aware of this matter. Yet like you, she is preparing to return to school. I did not permit her to come back, and she is rather upset with me. You little rascal, at least you inquired about your sister Lanlan. It seems Aunt May's affection for you was not in vain. Once I had concluded the serious discussion, Aunt May's expression softened slightly, though it soon took on a teasing quality. Seeing how close you two are, perhaps when you turn 18, we could arrange a marriage for you. 18? Even if you celebrate your birthday, you would only be 13, leaving us with 5 more years. That seems rather impractical. Perhaps we shall wait until you graduate middle school? I found myself utterly unprepared for such a remark, especially with my mother delightfully watching from the sidelines. Resorting to my usual tactic, I discreetly excused myself. A few days later, Aunt May called my father from the capital, requesting him to inform me that Xiaji had agreed to meet with me. She advised me to make adequate preparations and not to neglect her. Furthermore, she mentioned that accompanying Xiaji was a former dancer, the first employee to leave the dance troupe and join our company after its establishment. At that time, she was performing as a backup dancer for the Spring Festival Gala and happened to witness my interactions with Director Chai and Aunt May, thus being aware of my identity. With such an individual in attendance, my status within the company would likely remain confidential. To me, it was of little consequence. However, the agents from the management company typically accompany artists and actors, assisting in negotiations and collaborations while providing various personal services, which was precisely what I had described to Aunt May regarding the company's operations. Thus, the former dancer who had promptly abandoned her role at the dance troupe to serve Aunt May piqued my interest. Not long after, Xiaji and the agent named Su Yao arrived. Unfortunately, I was in class at the time. It was only after returning home that my mother informed me that 3 women had come to see me, arriving in a small car. Comrade Lao Jiang had relayed Aunt May's message in my mother's presence, ensuring she was fully aware of the situation. However, my mother remarked that when she informed Xiaji of my ongoing education and that I would only return in the evening, Xiaji appeared notably surprised. It seemed that neither Aunt May nor Su Yao had disclosed my true age to this young lady. They proposed to visit me again after dinner, but my mother insisted they wait at the county guest house, allowing me to meet them directly after school. This was quintessentially my mother. She believed in reciprocating respect generously. I decided to forego dinner. After all, They had journeyed a great distance to see me, and it was only fitting that I treat them to a meal, especially since we were certainly capable of doing so. I made my way to the county guest house, located the room number where Xia Ji and her companions were staying, and knocked on the door. A girl with short hair opened it, her expression revealing a hint of surprise upon seeing me. "Who are you looking for, little one?" It had been quite some time since anyone had referred to me as little one. Although some adults in my life, like my parents, Aunt May, Uncle Chui, Uncle Lu, and even directors Chai and Lu, still regarded me as a child in everyday matters, they had mentally acknowledged me as an adult. I had also grown accustomed to this perception, no longer viewing myself as a child, except when sharing a bed with my sister Lan Lan. Yet, unexpectedly, this dark-haired girl addressing me as little one left me momentarily at a loss for words. Thankfully, another woman's voice soon resonated from within the room. "Little one? Could it be that teacher Xiao Jiang has arrived?" With that, a slender girl with a petite face and large eyes emerged from behind the short-haired girl. "Ah, indeed. It is teacher Jiang who has arrived. Come in, come in." It seems the young lady who recognized me at a glance is none other than Su Yao. Chapter 68. Your eyes. I was seated on the sofa in the room, while Xiaji occupied another sofa, our gazes locked in a curious exchange. The moment I stepped into the room, I instantly recognized her. Although her attire was markedly different from what she wore on the stage during the Spring Festival Gala, and she bore no makeup, identifying her posed no challenge for me. Xiaji, with her shoulder-length hair framing her petite inverted triangle face, was looking at me with her inquisitive, expressive eyes. "You are Jiang Nan?" she inquired, seemingly believing I must at least be a high school student, considering I had pinned Wanjing and by the butterfly spring a year prior. If I were only in my first year of middle school now, wouldn't that imply I was merely an elementary student a year ago? Absolutely, I proclaimed. You cannot fathom how genius exists in this world. My pretentious remark elicited an eye roll from Xiaji, prompting Su Yao to stifle a laugh. "Xiaji, he truly is teacher Jiang," Su Yao interjected. "I witnessed him performing by the Butterfly Spring solo at last year's Spring Gala, and it was then that the song was introduced." She added, "He seems to have grown quite a bit since then." Su Yao picked up the thermos on the table and poured me a cup of water. "I don't believe it," Xiaji retorted, "unless he sings a song for me." She gestured toward a box on the adjacent table, which appeared to contain a guitar. This left Su Yao somewhat at a loss. I understood Xiaji's skepticism. It wasn't that she doubted the existence of By the Butterfly Spring, but rather my ability to have composed such a piece. Allow me to dispel your doubts," I declared, opening the guitar case on the table and retrieving her guitar. To be honest, had it not been for my growth over the past year, I might have found playing this guitar somewhat challenging. "This guitar is quite exquisite," I remarked. "A custom model from Martin." Xiaji offered a brief acknowledgement, seemingly uninterested in discussing the instrument further. Coincidentally, I possessed little knowledge about guitars, and could hardly engage in a detailed discussion. However, the feel of Xiaji's guitar in my hands was undeniably comfortable, suggesting it was of considerable value. I strummed a few chords, and the strings resonated with perfect pitch, requiring no further tuning. "What type of song would you like to hear?" "Well, that is quite an audacious claim. What genre do you wish to hear? Do you know how to sing an aria?" she asked, her tone somewhat challenging. I was taken aback. She seemed to possess a spirit akin to Miao Lei's. Even if she harbored doubts about my abilities, a touch of courtesy would have been appreciated, such as the essence of politeness and personal demeanor. "An aria, you say? Shouldn't you first secure an orchestra for me?" I quipped. "You hand me this modest guitar, and yet..." I paused, contemplating. "Well, it's not entirely impossible. After all, it is just bel canto. Though I may not rival a professional, what I wish to showcase is my talent for composition and lyricism, not merely singing." "Very well. I shall attempt to sing a few lines." "You've heard Qianmin Qingxi Dewan Cha performed by Grandma Gu this spring festival, Haven to you, Longjin and Lijian Long." I strummed a few notes on the guitar. I apologize, I miss-sang. It's all the fault of that chubby fellow. I've listened to too many of his comedic performances, and now I can't help but take advantage of others." Xiaji's brows furrowed in annoyance. I promptly set down the guitar and bowed to her, sincerely apologetic. My tongue slipped. "I'm truly sorry." My contrition was earnest, and being just a child, Xiaji couldn't retaliate. She merely sat there glaring at me. "Let's start anew. My grandfather often played here in his youth. Stop it with the pretentious vocal techniques. Find a teacher and learn properly before boasting." Xiaji interrupted disdainfully, her puffed cheeks subsiding as my clumsy performance seemed to extinguish her ire. Haha, indeed. I've never received training. All right, let us switch to something more common. I felt a tinge of embarrassment, but it was fleeting. I had anticipated such a reaction in the presence of someone professionally trained in vocal performance. My strength lies in songwriting, not singing. Stop singing other people's songs. I want to hear your own, Xiaji coldly retorted. Clearly, my earlier attempt had ruffled her feathers. Mandarin ducks pair, butterflies fly in twos, the garden's spring colors intoxicate. Quietly asked the holy monk, is the daughter beautiful? I sang, but Xiaji's irritation resurfaced as I sang another excerpt from Journey to the West. However, my next performance silenced her. Though I am but a youth, tender-hearted and gentle. This piece, Tang Seng's Lament, had been performed by its original artist on rare occasions, so I was uncertain if Xiaji had heard it before. Yet, it mattered little. Merging the two songs should have showcased my abilities to her, and there was still one more to follow. In pursuit of the true scriptures, unafraid of hardship. How many times have I faced life and death? Trembling, I chant the Buddha's name, the daughter kingdom's ruler, my thoughts linger. Most fearful is the female bodhisattva, who entangles me relentlessly. No wonder heroes struggle against the allure of beautiful women. Except for me, the three women in the room erupted in laughter, primarily at my exaggerated, eyes-closed performance. Even Xiaji couldn't suppress her amusement. Speak of power and wealth. May we always be together in this life. Let your eyes no longer witness the sorrows of the world, entwined in wind and rain, sharing burdens, kissing your heart with my pain. As I sang this line, I noticed a change in Xiaji's expression. For her, if daughter's affection was particularly familiar and Tang Seng's Lament somewhat known, this song, Your Eyes, was undoubtedly new to her. Moreover, she could discern the distinct stylistic divergence, even though all three songs were lyrical in nature. Love, oh love, she exclaimed. The summer solstice can hardly wait for me to finish the final verse. In an instant, she seized my hand as I played the piano. What were those last two lines? What song was that? I replied with a playful smile. Oh, that song is titled Tang Seng's Reflections in the Kingdom of Daughters as he gazes into the eyes of the queen. I looked at her, teasingly adding, just wait. I shall reel you in yet. Ah, what a mess. My question pertained to the last two lines. She insisted. Oh, you meant those last lines? Yes, yes. Those very lines. With a chuckle, I responded, they have no name. No name? How can that be? Summer solstice was indeed a bit impatient, gripping my hand tightly. I have yet to finish writing them. Of course they have no name. I retorted playfully. Oh dear, you've made me squeeze too hard. I said in an exaggeratedly coy tone, eliciting another bout of laughter. Su Yao, noticing my playful banter with summer solstice, approached and took her hand, pulling her aside. When I arrived, Mei Jia warned me that little Jiang is clever beyond his years, and if you're not careful, you may fall for his tricks. See, it has come to pass. Fear not, he has undoubtedly completed that song. He was merely teasing you, she reassured. Chapter 69, What of Quanjude? Establishing summer solstice's confidence in me was crucial for our forthcoming discussions regarding her album and the style of her songs. It was rather amusing. A mere middle school student, engaging in a dialogue about artistic style with an adult singer and with a manager interjecting occasionally. However, perhaps my earlier performance had indeed captivated summer solstice, for she no longer regarded my age with disdain during our ensuing conversation. Ah, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I suddenly realized as my stomach let out a loud growl. Come, let me treat you to a meal. Today, I shall introduce you to a delicacy you've never experienced before. I rose from the sofa, clapping my hands together. Are you boasting? What could possibly be new to us? After chatting for over an hour, a comfortable rapport had blossomed between summer solstice and me, allowing us to joke freely. Have you ever tasted roasted lamb skewers? Oh, I thought it was something rare and exotic. Turns out it's just roasted meat. Young one, delve into history books more often. Roasted meat has been popular since the Han Dynasty, through the Wei, Jin, Southern, and Northern dynasties, as well as the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. Did you know that a fan used for roasting meat was unearthed from the Mwangdui Han tomb? How embarrassing. I had always assumed that roasted lamb skewers originated from the border ethnic minorities, unaware of their long-standing history. Thankfully, I had personally determined the proportions of the seasoning. The flavor would surely be unlike anything she had tasted before. Seeing that I had rendered her speechless, a smile crept upon summer solstice's lips. Finally, I found an opportunity to turn the tables. However, you've piqued my interest. I do feel like trying roasted meat now. Let us go. I'll grant you this chance. I gestured, and the dark-haired young lady, Xiao Qin, drove us to the entrance of Luo Honggong's barbecue restaurant. Dear Hongjia, could you please find us a table for 4? The flavor of the barbecue at this establishment in your county is quite exceptional. Furthermore, the dipping ingredients for the hot pot are rather delightful, surpassing those I've encountered in the capital. Indeed, it is delicious. Miss Qin Qin seems to be doing well. Perhaps she is the bodyguard arranged by Xia Zhi's family, adhering to a vow of silence as she sits quietly, yet she partakes in every dish laid before us. In stark contrast are Xia Zhi and Su Yao, whether it be from hunger or the delectable lamb skewers and hot pot here. They exhibit no semblance of the so-called graceful demeanor of modern beauties, unabashedly devouring skewers with great zeal, their chopsticks flying as the 3 platters of meat swiftly vanish. Meanwhile, I find myself fishing aimlessly in the pot with my chopsticks, left with naught but solitude. It is commendable that they can converse while indulging. I decided to have Hongjia bring 2 more platters of meat, including tripe and yellow throat, alongside 2 large kidneys that I requested to be grilled. This particular fare carries a pungent aroma, likely deterring any competition for it. This sour plum soup is also quite authentic. Hey Jiang Nan, do inquire with the owner here if he would consider opening a branch in the capital. I would gladly assist, as long as I am permitted complimentary meals during my visits. Xia Zhi, perhaps fatigued from the feasting, finally set her chopsticks down after a hearty meal, took a sip of the prepared sour plum soup to cleanse her palate, and patted my shoulder, saying, "Are you serious?" Of course, I wouldn't jest about such matters. I'm used to myself aligning with Xia Zhi, which could be equated to an alliance with the Xia family, ensuring a firm foothold in the capital. From there, one could expand nationally, echoing the successful trajectory of a certain hot pot chain from a past life. This endeavor is indeed feasible, yet the paramount challenge lies in sourcing capable management. Luo Honggong manages well with this small establishment of 3 or 4 individuals and a handful of tables, but scaling it up would present significant hurdles. While the venture is possible, the methodology requires further contemplation. Noticing my silence, Xia Zhi nudged me. "Hey, I'm talking to you. What are you pondering?" Although our acquaintance has only spanned a mere 4 hours, I have discerned her personality, a quintessential Beijing girl. When in good spirits, she is amiable enough to burn incense and offer sacrifices. Yet, should she take a disliking to someone, she could just as readily berate them publicly. I contemplated that if the illustrious Miss Xia were to speak up, she must surely persuade the owner to invest, even if it meant selling everything to establish a grand restaurant. To continue with a modest establishment of this size would indeed be beneath her dignity. Oh my, you understand what it means to be beneath dignity. This phrase is quintessentially Beijing dialect, and although it has become widely recognized in later times, it would have raised an eyebrow from Xia Zhi when uttered by me, given that Mandarin had yet to gain widespread usage. Yet, her curiosity was brief, as her focus remained on the idea of opening a restaurant. A grand restaurant? That is certainly a possibility. However, that would require a substantial amount of money. Can this boss truly afford it? If he cannot, isn't there still you? Why not join forces with him? Me? Xia Zhi was taken aback as I inadvertently shifted the focus onto her with just a few words, and she promptly shook her head. I have no interest. You can offer me barbecued meat, but opening a shop is beyond my capabilities. Hey, sister, don't be foolish. Are you aware of what angel investment entails? I jest. But once you embark on this journey with me, how could I let you retreat? Angel investment is fundamentally a commercial endeavor. It involves identifying and recognizing a particular industry, enterprise, or individual with promising prospects, even with the potential to become a national leader in that field. Consequently, one exerts their utmost efforts to support, assist, and financially back them, anticipating that, once they flourish, extraordinary returns will be reaped. And these returns are not merely a few times or even dozens of times. They can reach hundreds or even thousands of times over. As I reached this point, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. Discussing the concept of angel investment at this juncture was manageable, yet when it came to examples, all I knew were post-millennium instances. How could I address this? For instance, Elbaway. At this moment, Su Yao aptly chimed in, yet the individual she mentioned caused a pang of discomfort within me. He was far too emblematic. So much so that one could hardly meet a favorable end. Observing my momentary awkwardness, Su Yao sensed that her example might not have been the most appropriate, and was compelled to clarify. Well, Elbaway was around during the time of Qin Shi Huang's father. Puffed. Xia Ji spat her sour plum drink onto the ground. She had also noticed my embarrassment following Su Yao's reference. Perhaps my usual air of confidence was in stark contrast to my current distressed demeanor, prompting her to stifle a laugh. After a moment of amusement, she raised her hand to halt Su Yao. It's all right. No need to explain. I understand. Haha. With that, she turned back to me. You mentioned potential and the prospect of becoming a national leader. With such a modest establishment and a mere platter of skewers and a pot of hot pot, could it truly evolve into a Quanjude? Moreover, even if it did, what would that signify? Chapter 70. Inviting Brother Wolf to sing. Moreover, even if it did, what would that signify? Xiaoji clutched a skewer tightly, her words dripping with disdain for the very skewer she held. It is inevitable that when nearly everyone lacks a concept of chain dining, it is not just her. Even if anyone else were in her position, their sentiments would likely mirror hers. I felt compelled to enlighten her. Sister, you reside in the capital, surely. You have dined there, right? Yes, I have. So what? Are you aware of how many establishments they have globally, aside from our own country? How many? In response to Xiaoji's inquiry, I extended a single finger. 100? I shook my head. 1,000? Xiaoji amended her response. But the uncertainty in her voice was palpable. I chuckled softly and continued to shake my head. In truth, I am uncertain about the exact number of establishments that have opened globally at this point. However, over 30 years later, I came across a report stating that the mainland alone has entered an era of 10,000 stores. Presently, the prospect of establishing 10,000 outlets worldwide does not seem overly extravagant, does it? Although it may appear outlandish, it is of little consequence. For the summer solstice has nowhere to verify this. Impossible. While I did not articulate it explicitly, it was evident that the summer solstice had comprehended the implication of my outstretched finger. Beside me, Su Yao and Xiao Qin wore expressions of disbelief. There is nothing impossible about this. With so many cities across the globe, even if we consider merely the major ones, is it truly so remarkable to have 10 or 8 stores in a single city, culminating in a total of 10,000? Finally, the moment arrived for me to gently mock their ignorance. Although I refrained from doing so overtly, I tapped the edge of the hot pot with my chopsticks. It is a culinary delight that appeals to people of all ages, and unlike conventional dining establishments, it does not rely solely on the chef's skill. As long as we meticulously manage the base ingredients and dipping sauces, ensuring a uniform quality, flavor, and service standard across the nation, it should not be too challenging to open 1 or 2 establishments in a city in the future, should it? The expression on the summer solstice's face finally betrayed her calm demeanor, and even Su Yao's gaze began to waver. After a moment of contemplation, the summer solstice spoke again. I concede that your reasoning is compelling, but on what grounds can I trust that this particular establishment can achieve what you assert? Sister, do you have any idea how much capital was initially required to launch this venture? How much? I attempted to raise a finger, only to be interrupted by the summer solstice. Just say it directly. Stop making me guess. It's irritating. Another moment of awkwardness ensued. Since she seemed disinclined to play games, I decided to be forthright. $3.60. That's preposterous. To be honest, it is somewhat strained to connect the tale of selling watermelons for $3.60 to the history of this barbecue restaurant. Yet there is indeed a clear causal link between the two, and one cannot entirely dismiss the connection. Wait, how do you know this so well? Did you establish this restaurant? Haha, you guessed correctly, but there is no reward. I recounted to the trio the journey of how I, alongside Luo Honggang and Jiang Nan, transitioned from selling watermelons and making shaved ice to selling sour plum soup, ultimately developing into today's barbecue restaurant. It turns out, Lan had a stake in this as well. The summer solstice and Su Yao were familiar with Jiang Nan, and upon hearing her name, they instinctively nodded in acknowledgement. So, Miss Xia, would you be interested in venturing into the world of commerce with me, aspiring to become a trailblazer in the culinary industry? After hearing my somewhat teasing remark, the summer solstice initially shot me a disdainful glance before responding. I need to consider it first. Furthermore, if I were to agree, how much capital could you contribute? You wouldn't expect me to bear the entire financial burden, would you? Of course not. We can determine the share proportions based on our respective investments. We can contribute a maximum of 120,000. Only 120,000? Clearly, I was met with a slight disdain from the summer solstice once more. Let us first clarify the songs for the album. I will contemplate this matter and notify you later. Well, summer solstice, teacher Xiao Jiang, may I also invest? Su Yao suddenly interjected, sparking a new idea within me. It is not a matter of whether you can or cannot. Return to Aunt May and convey that this hot pot restaurant intends to open a chain in the capital, seeking to raise funds from the employees of Xingshan Company, 1,000 yuan per share. Those interested should prepare their funds promptly. You rascal, truly cunning, Summer Solstice remarked, seemingly discerning my intentions, with a slight curl of her lips. My motives were rather simple. I merely wished to utilize others' resources for my own endeavors. Additionally, I aimed to cultivate a sense of urgency in Summer Solstice, to prevent her from pondering too long and ultimately backing out. Summer Solstice and Su Yao remained in Wei Nan for 3 days. I provided Summer Solstice with 2 songs. Aside from Your Eyes, there was also, unfortunately, Not You. During our discussion of musical styles, I explained to her that melancholic songs resonate more profoundly with listeners, eliciting emotional responses, which earned me a pair of disapproving glances from her. Young women in the capital typically possess a bold and passionate disposition, straightforward in their affections. And considering that this young lady grew up in a veritable honeypot, it would indeed be a challenge to ask her to indulge in sorrowful musings. I had to promise her that should this song fail to gain traction, I would compose 2 additional songs for her 3rd album, which finally silenced her incessant chatter. Oh, indeed, Your Eyes would be best suited for a duet, and I suggested inviting the singer from Taiwan, known for About in Winter, Brother Wolf. His expansive vocal range and clear, resonant tone make him an ideal choice for this song, one I personally adore. As I saw Summer Solstice and Su Yao off to their vehicle, I reminded them that the car was borrowed from a local leader, who had once been a humble aide to Summer Solstice's grandfather and is now a city-level official. They were to first return the vehicle to the city before taking a train back to the capital. All right, I shall discuss with Sister May to see who might facilitate contact with him. With that, Summer Solstice departed. I held no concerns regarding her 2nd album. The 2 songs I provided her, while perhaps not commanding the spotlight in their era, had indeed won accolades in the past. Given the relative scarcity of cultural works compared to future generations, the emergence of these 2 songs could undoubtedly yield commendable results. However, more than 2 months later, Su Yao returned, this time alone. Chapter 71, 4 updates. Su Yao brought with her 4 pieces of news. The first was that Brother Wolf had agreed to duet with Summer Solstice on Your Eyes. According to Su Yao, as soon as the lyrics and score were sent, he readily consented. This proves that quality works possess a voice of their own. The second piece of news was that Summer Solstice had agreed to partner with us in opening a restaurant in the capital, and several employees from the company had also expressed their willingness to invest. The total amount raised from the employees alone, excluding contributions from Summer Solstice and our side, had reached over 50,000 yuan. I was uncertain of the exact contributions from Aunt May and Su Yao, but I imagine they must have exerted considerable effort to encourage others to invest. Given that I had explicitly stated there would be no coercion, everything was to be at one's discretion. The third piece of news is that the 2nd album of Xia Ji is still missing 1 song, and Aunt May has asked me to come up with another. When Su Yao mentioned this, the delight in her eyes was unmistakable. The original plan for Xia Ji's 2nd album was 10 songs, aside from the 2 you provided. We needed to source 8 more from the company's music library. However, after considerable searching, we found only 7 suitable songs for Xia Ji, and with the recording already underway, we simply do not have time to seek out others. You understand. Observing Su Yao's slightly embarrassed yet feigned composure, I knew full well they were hoping to exploit my talents for another song. Unfortunately, I have no more songs to offer, given the time constraints. If we truly are 1 song short, I suggested including some behind-the-scenes recordings for a fresh touch. Alternatively, we could feature the piece I performed during your last visit, titled Tang Sing's Reflections in the Kingdom of Daughters while gazing into the eyes of the Queen. Let Brother Wolf exert himself a bit more. I firmly rejected Aunt May and Su Yao's request. 1 song may seem trivial to me, but cultivating such habits is detrimental. We cannot rely solely on my contributions to sustain the company. Moreover, while the artistic circle may have marked the inception of my career, I do not wish to confine my focus exclusively to this realm. Thus, it is imperative to recruit more musicians to enrich our creative team. In the 1990s, which musicians were on the brink of emerging but had yet to gain prominence? I recalled 2 names. Once you return to the capital, seek out 2 bands, one called Bronze Instrument and the other, Black Panther. I am uncertain whether they have signed with a company yet. If not, expedite their signing. If they have already committed elsewhere, maintain a good rapport with them. Among them, 2 key figures stand out. one named AI Dying and the other Do Laotian. Find a way to bring them both into the company. Convey to Aunt May that, by any means necessary, we must secure these two individuals. Despite their quirks, they are exceptionally talented, and throughout the 1990s and even into the new millennium, they remained intertwined with the pop music scene, surrounded by numerous singers and bands. Acquiring these two would alleviate a considerable burden for me. Very well, I shall certainly relay this to Sister May. Perhaps my insistence on going to any lengths startled Su Yao. In our limited interactions, she had never witnessed me speak with such gravity. Thus, she promptly nodded in agreement. Hastily jotting down the names of the two bands, AI Dying and Do Laotian, in her notebook, embellishing them with large exclamation marks. You mentioned there were 4 pieces of news. What is the 4th? Upon my inquiry about the 4th piece of news, Su Yao's expression turned peculiar, caught between laughter and restraint. Sister May has asked me to convey to you that Sister Lanlan is aware of the 2 songs you composed for Xiaji, yet none for her, and she is quite upset. Ah, given Sister Lanlan's kindness towards me, she surely wouldn't harbor any anger. This must all be a scheme devised by Aunt May. I comforted myself with this thought, yet still felt a chill creeping down my neck. Oh no, oh no. When Xiaji departed, I sensed something was amiss, and now it becomes clear. Initially, Miao Lei had solemnly instructed her to remind me, and now, having written songs for Xiaji without offering even a token gesture to her, how could I not provoke her ire? Sister Lanlan is already 15, on the cusp of womanhood, and with that comes the intricacies of a young heart. Observing my facade of calmness, while internally restless, Su Yao finally burst into laughter. Why not simply write a song for Lanlan? Must it be so complicated? 1 song. Do you believe that would resolve the issue? Then 2, if not 3, or even 10. 10. I glanced at Su Yao, seated across from me. This former dancer, now the foremost talent agent in the company, possessed strikingly beautiful eyes. Noticing my gaze, she winked playfully. I became increasingly convinced that Aunt May was indeed orchestrating a scheme, had I merely complied with her earlier request. Su Yao's subsequent remarks might have transformed into, but fret not. Sister May has already smoothed things over. Perhaps Sister Lanlan's displeasure was entirely instigated by Aunt May. Humph. She simply seeks to exploit Sister Lanlan's anger to gain access to my songs. Realizing her intentions, I would not tread the path she had laid out for me. Yet, I still needed to devise a means to appease Sister Lanlan's grievances. Indeed, 10 songs. If you promise her an album, your Sister Lanlan will surely no longer be upset. Su Yao looked at me with a radiant smile, emphasizing the word your. Was she jesting? Or had Aunt May mentioned the matter of our engagement during the spring festival to her? Previously, Aunt May had remarked that Su Yao was her trusted confidant and dear friend. Perhaps she indeed had shared it. Sister Su Yao, have you ever been in love? Of course, why do you ask? If your boyfriend purchased a gift for another woman and you found out, would you forgive him if he then bought you 10 gifts? How dare he? Just watch me take action. Suddenly, I felt a chill beneath me. Su Yao, also a native of the capital but slightly older than Xiaji, typically masked her emotions well and navigated both work and life with grace. Yet, in this moment, I realized that a woman from Beijing should not be trifled with. One glare from her, and her formidable presence was unmistakable. Wait, you writing songs for Xiaji is a task assigned by the company. Your example is inappropriate. Su Yao snapped back to reality after her moment of outrage, only to recall our earlier discussion. I waved my hand dismissively. It's all the same. When women choose to be upset, they care little for what is reasonable or unreasonable, nor do they concern themselves with having any justification. Chapter 72. The Theft of Donations. In the end, I resolved to compose a script for Sister Lanlan. When a woman is enraged, what conditions must be met to quell her anger? She must certainly harbor certain expectations within her heart. The conditions you propose must transcend her anticipations, preferably by a considerable margin. Can you even write a script? I thought to myself, for if it weren't for the protection of her eyes, Su Yao's eyeballs would have surely fallen to the ground. Her previously outstretched legs instinctively drew back, and she leaned slightly forward, sitting up straight. Indeed, this former dancer possessed not only captivating eyes, but also a pair of alluring long legs. Even in the spring, clad in long garments, her figure remained enchanting once she shed her outerwear in the room. At this moment, Su Yao sat with her back straight, her waist slender and taut, creating a graceful arc as it descended. Her petite, yet rounded posterior connected seamlessly to her shapely thighs, which led to her delicate calves. I stole a glance or two before hastily diverting my gaze. It may not be a script per se. I could weave a story, and then you might have Aunt May find someone to adapt it into a script. Although I have never studied scriptwriting, I have perused a fair number of novels. I could select a suitable one and transcribe it. However, considering Sister Lanlin's current age and her somewhat immature acting skills, thrusting her into the lead role at this juncture might seem a tad forced. Please convey to Sister Lanlan that I am now in the process of brewing ideas. In a few years, when she graduates from high school, I shall surely present the script to her. Upon my rebirth, my first song was dedicated to Sister Lanlan, and my inaugural script shall also be hers. Who knows, perhaps many of my first will be for her in the future. Very well. Suyao understood my intent and nodded in agreement. After she departed, a few days later, I bid farewell to Luo Honggang, Brother Han, and little Hongjia. As the summer vacation for the first year of middle school approached, I found myself surprisingly idle. With Sister Lanlan gone, Zhao Huiwan departed, and both Brother San and Brother Si had left. Even Big Brother Luo had ventured to the capital to open a hot pot restaurant. To my astonishment, only Miao Lei and I remained among the children in the family compound. However, Miao Lei and I were hardly on the same wavelength, so in moments of boredom, I found myself playing with Song Xiaola and the others instead. Fortunately, over the course of this year, numerous events transpired both internationally and domestically. I quietly verified certain memories that still lingered in my mind, concluding that the world had not undergone significant changes due to my arrival. In March, the variety show Zhongyi Dogwan premiered on CCTV Channel 1. In April, the Liaoning team secured its first Asian Club Cup championship. In May, the inaugural World Cup of Table Tennis culminated, with the Chinese women's team triumphantly claiming the championship, while the men's team fought valiantly through 5 matches, narrowly succumbing to the Swedish team and earning the runner-up position. June brought the summer of Italy. Many in my generation began watching the World Cup that summer, and many also developed a fondness for football from that point onward. Yet, all of this felt distant from me. Among the various significant events anticipated in the latter half of the year, such as the dissolution of the Soviet Union, Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, and the unification of West and East Germany, of which many may not even be familiar with the term East Germany, none bear any relevance to me. However, there is one occurrence that tangentially connects to my financial interests: the forthcoming 11th Asian Games scheduled for September. As the first international multi-sport event to be held domestically, the organizing committee encountered a myriad of challenges during the preparation process, with funding shortages proving to be the most formidable obstacle. Consequently, the Asian Games Organizing Committee issued a call to action, urging the nation's populace to contribute financially to the event. At the end of May, our school organized a donation drive, and I resolutely decided to contribute 20 yuan, a sum greater than that of many of my teachers. Yet, by mid-June, just before our final exams, calamity struck, not for me, but for the Civil Affairs Bureau. A staggering sum of over 173,000 yuan, intended for the Asian Games and stored in the Bureau's warehouse, was stolen. Initially, the plan was for all towns, schools, and organizations throughout the county to collect funds separately, which would then be unified and submitted collectively. However, on the very night after the funds were finally aggregated, as the Civil Affairs Bureau was still in the process of registering the donations, the money mysteriously vanished. In my previous life, I had never heard of this incident. In this incarnation, had it not been for Uncle Chui leading Officer's son from the criminal police to seek me out, I would likely remain oblivious. At that point, we had completed our examinations and awaited our results. Fortunately, their visit was timely. I was preparing to collect my summer assignments and intended to visit the capital to check on the restaurant run by Luo Honggang and his associates. With their departure, the drinking establishment frequented by Uncle Chui and others had lost a patron, leaving them no choice but to arrive at our home bearing 2 bottles of liquor, 2 pounds of beef, and a roasted chicken. They ostensibly came to drink with my father, but upon noticing Officer Sun's presence, I suspected this was merely a pretense. Indeed, barely 3 drinks in, Officer Sun initiated a conversation regarding the theft at the Civil Affairs Bureau. What? The funds earmarked for the Asian Games have been stolen? Both my father and mother were equally astonished. How could such a thing occur? While it is not uncommon for homes to be burglarized or for drawers in financial offices to be pried open, the notion that donations intended for the Asian Games could be pilfered from the Civil Affairs Bureau's warehouse was indeed baffling. Regrettably, in an effort to maintain social stability and facilitate the investigation, the county imposed a gag order. You may know about this, but do not speak of it publicly. Uncle Chui hastily explained. I suspected that the gag order stemmed from a desire to avoid public embarrassment. After over a week of investigation without any leads, I beseeched Director Chui to accompany me in conversing with Jiang Nan, hoping to unearth some potential insights. Director Chui, having been appointed as the deputy head of the county bureau after the annual People's Congress earlier this year, still oversees the traffic police. I had a premonition that this nocturnal visitor had ulterior motives. The previous case involving the female corpse had been anticipated on my part, and upon hearing Director Chui's account, I realized they had misdirected their investigative efforts, which emboldened my remarks. However, this time, I had heard nothing, and I suspect that team leader Sun might find those 2 bottles of wine wasted. One must attribute some blame to you all for enforcing a silence order, rendering my past self unaware of any theft, the apprehension of suspects, or even the identity of the thief. Thus, should this case remain unsolved, the responsibility would inevitably fall upon your shoulders. Chapter 73. The thief's intent is clear. Uncle Sun, please elucidate the general situation. I wish to grasp the essentials first. When old Sun sought my advice, my instinct was to decline. I am no oracle, incapable of providing effective assistance for every case. They have been investigating this matter for over 10 days without any clue, and I fear I may be of little help. Nevertheless, outright refusal seemed impolite, and my curiosity compelled me to learn more about this case, which had never crossed my ears in my previous life. As old Sun gradually unveiled the details, the case began to unfold before my parents and me. The recent donations for the Asian Games have become a societal focal point. Consequently, contributions from various towns, schools, and organizations were predominantly submitted on the eve of the deadline to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Although there were no explicit demands made, an unspoken competition developed among the towns and organizations, driving them to maximize their donations. Even if they could not secure the top position, they aimed to avoid the bottom ranks. Every additional day afforded them greater opportunity. This situation burdened the Civil Affairs Bureau. Although the donations had been organized and stacked neatly upon submission, the Bureau was obliged to dismantle and recount everything. The total exceeded 170,000, with most contributions being small denominations and many coins as well. More critically, due to the concentrated timing of submissions from various organizations and towns, the Bureau was tasked with not only calculating the overall sum, but also reconciling it with the data provided by each entity. If left solely to the 3 financial personnel at the Bureau, even without food, drink, or rest, it would take 2 to 3 days to complete the task. The notion of expecting them to forego sustenance was utterly impractical. Thus, the Bureau's director selected 6 individuals, 2 men and 4 women, from various departments, all possessing commendable political acumen and sharp intellect, in hopes of expediting the completion of this daunting task and facilitating the swift relocation of these troublesome bags of money. Due to the fact that the head of the finance department is male, he felt compelled to address the need for additional personnel for the cash counting task. He approached the director, asserting that it would be inappropriate to select only female staff members for this responsibility. He reasoned that being the sole male among 7 or 8 women could lead to complications should any unforeseen incidents arise, leaving him unable to adequately explain the situation. Although the director considered his concerns somewhat excessive, he nonetheless heeded the suggestion and took the gender ratio into account. On the first day, everything proceeded smoothly. The 9 individuals joyfully engaged in their tasks, and by the end of the day, they had successfully counted and verified just over a third of the donations. However, the incident occurred on the following evening. With only a small amount of donations remaining to be processed, the head of finance decided not to keep the team working late as they had on the first day. He secured the doors and windows of the storeroom, instructed the on-duty personnel to remain vigilant about any disturbances, and then allowed everyone to return home for the night. That night, the money went missing. The next day, the head of finance, as he had done previously, waited for everyone to assemble before producing his key and unlocking the storeroom door in front of them all. To their astonishment, once they entered, they discovered that the substantial pile of cash, meticulously arranged on several desks in the center of the room, had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a single coin behind. In a state of shock, the 9 individuals stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had transpired, even questioning if they had entered the wrong room. Ultimately, it was the head of finance who demonstrated a higher political awareness, promptly instructing the other 8 to stand still and refrain from approaching the desks. He then ordered them to guard the storeroom entrance, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting, before hastily making his way to the director's office. Upon hearing the news, the director was equally alarmed, breaking into a cold sweat. He quickly inspected the storeroom door before turning to report the incident to the police. Captain Sun, while surveying the scene, received an official gag order from the county due to the gravity of the situation. This order prohibited any discussion or dissemination of details regarding the case until it was resolved, to avoid disrupting public order and the investigation, with disciplinary actions promised for any violators. Captain Sun's ability to discuss the case with me stemmed from a special request made during a meeting with the department, which was approved thanks to the endorsement of Uncle Chui. "Oh, old Sun, why did you have to complicate matters with special requests and endorsements? What if I find myself in a bind? Aren't you also putting Uncle Chui in a difficult position?" I couldn't help but roll my eyes internally. Had the 9 individuals involved in the cash counting and the personnel from the Civil Affairs Bureau been thoroughly investigated? Yes, they were. According to their statements, none had the opportunity to commit the crime and witnesses were found. However, I pondered, at night, people are typically asleep, which diminishes the reliability of those testimonies. Was there any evidence discovered at the scene? Nothing significant. The area was remarkably clean, and we only managed to retrieve a single shoe print. This was likely due to the head of finance requesting a thorough cleaning of the room the day before. Otherwise, although the doors and windows were intact, the lock on the door bore scratches within the cylinder, indicating it had been pried open. Old Sun was well aware of my unspoken inquiries. Typically, I need only utter a few words for him to elucidate the matter at hand. Is there anything besides money in the storeroom? Has it been accounted for? This storeroom belongs to the Civil Affairs Bureau, not designated for disaster relief supplies, but rather for everyday office necessities such as ballpoint pens, stationery, ink, safety gloves, and furniture. Following the incident, the Bureau conducted an inventory and found that, aside from the money, nothing else was missing. Were there any losses in other offices? No, nothing at all. Uncle Sun, are you suggesting that these thieves had a clear objective and directly targeted that storeroom, managing to evade the scrutiny of the Bureau's on-duty personnel, ultimately absconding with the funds? Indeed, I found myself momentarily speechless. According to Old Sun, a phrase flashed through my mind: an insider's involvement. Such an overt conclusion could not have escaped the notice of Old Sun and his colleagues, who promptly commenced an investigation, evidenced by their understanding of the 9 individuals involved. Analyzing this logically, if it were not for the cunning of an insider who successfully deceived the detectives, then these thieves could potentially be the group closest to the insiders, such as relatives of the Bureau's staff. I relayed this thought to Old Sun, who nodded in acknowledgement. We have indeed taken note of this situation and have assigned personnel to investigate the relatives of the Bureau staff. However, thus far, it appears that none of them have criminal records or any dubious backgrounds, making it challenging to identify a primary suspect. We cannot summon each individual to the police station to account for their whereabouts that night, as such actions would compromise confidentiality. Moreover, Old Sun glanced at me. It is not only the personnel from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Individuals from various departments and townships also deliver payments directly to this room. My goodness, could there truly be so many? With numerous townships and over 100 units, including schools, even if we consider just one representative per unit, nearly 200 people would be privy to the existence of this room. If each unit sent 2 or more individuals for security reasons, the number could easily swell to 500. I fell silent once more. How could we conduct a discreet investigation under such circumstances? If approaching the informed parties proves unfeasible, perhaps we should consider an alternative angle. Uncle Sun, to my knowledge, financial protocols dictate that all funds must be secured before the end of the workday. Even in the absence of a safe, there should be some sort of cabinet. According to the Civil Affairs Bureau, this sum amounts to approximately 170,000 yuan, comprising various denominations, creating quite a sizable heap that no cabinet could accommodate. The cabinets in the storeroom were already filled with items, making it exceedingly cumbersome to clear space for this money. Furthermore, those cabinets were primarily left unlocked, rendering the distinction between placing funds on the table or within the cabinets virtually negligible. I find it difficult to comment on this matter. However, at present, the explanation provided by the Civil Affairs Bureau seems reasonable, albeit slightly inconsistent with financial regulations, and there are no apparent doubts. Uncle Sun, what conclusion has your technical department drawn regarding that shoe print? It appears to be the impression of a half pair of Doshing sports shoes. The technical department's analysis indicates that it belongs to a size 40 Doshing shoe, presumably worn by a male approximately 1.75 meters tall, weighing around 70 to 80 kilograms. Doshing shoes were quite popular at this time, making it likely that many individuals owned a pair. This lead is better than none. Suddenly, a question struck me. Uncle Sun just mentioned that the head of the finance department cleaned the room before leaving work. Why then did the police only recover a half shoe print? Shouldn't there be numerous impressions? Even if many people entered the following day and disturbed the prints. Didn't Uncle Sun say that once the finance head discovered the money was missing, he immediately ordered everyone not to touch anything and to stay away from the central table in the storeroom? Shouldn't that have allowed for the collection of more shoe prints? Upon raising this question, Uncle Sun explained that the shoe print was not found within the storeroom. According to him, after the thief stole the donations, it seems he leisurely cleaned the room, resulting in no traces being found. However, the storeroom has a threshold nearly 20 centimeters high, presumably to deter rodents, and typically, no one would intentionally step on it. Those aware of its presence would simply stride over it. Yet, for reasons unknown, the thief stepped on it that day, leaving a mark while neglecting to clean this particular spot during the tidying up. Can it be confirmed that the print was indeed left by the thief? Essentially, yes. The finance department had mentioned that during those days, as there was a substantial amount of cash stacked inside, personnel from the Civil Affairs Bureau avoided the storeroom entrance to evade suspicion. If that is the case, the shoe print is likely indeed that of the thief. However, it is perplexing that the thief was meticulous enough to clean up after the theft. Whether the footprint was left intentionally or accidentally remains debatable. Is there a dog kept in the Civil Affairs Bureau's courtyard? Yes, but it did not bark at night. It seems this thief was knowledgeable about training dogs. Suddenly, I recalled a seemingly overlooked question. How high was the stack of money, and what was its total weight? Have you assessed whether the thieves were one individual or several? We enlisted the help of the bank. If all the money consisted of 1 yuan notes, it would weigh approximately 80 kilograms. But if it were all 10-cent coins, it would exceed 800 kilograms. Given that there were also numerous coins involved, we estimate the total weight to be at least over 100 kilograms, translating to roughly 300 pounds. For them to stealthily abscond with such a significant sum without arousing the attention of the Civil Affairs Bureau's on-duty personnel, we surmise that there were at least 4 individuals. I inhaled sharply. 300 pounds. If it truly involved 4 individuals, each would have to carry around 70 to 80 pounds. Typically, a household gas cylinder weighs just over 30 pounds. When filled with gas, its weight doubles to over 60 pounds. This implies that each of the 4 individuals could effortlessly hoist a fully charged gas cylinder. My recollection suggests that thieves often regard themselves as skilled craftsmen, with physical labor being less within their realm of expertise. Could it be that these 4 are indeed formidable thieves? Or perhaps the number of thieves exceeds 4 by a considerable margin. Within our team, opinions diverge on this matter. Some contend that 4 strong thieves are not particularly alarming, while others argue that the number involved should surpass 4. However, a larger group increases the likelihood of making mistakes, whereas a smaller number complicates the logistics of transporting the stolen money. Alas, over a week has passed, and we remain uncertain about the number of perpetrators. Old Sun took a swig of his drink in frustration. As for this case, I too find myself utterly at a loss. I am not a criminal investigator. The previous case was merely straightforward because I was aware of the outcome. It is easy to deduce in retrospect. This time, I hesitate to offer unwarranted suggestions, as a misstep could mislead the detectives in their investigation. After some contemplation, I retreated to the inner room, retrieving my notebook and a pen to meticulously record the conclusions and evidence I had just analyzed. The criminals demonstrated skills in lock-picking, dog training, and their number exceeded 4. Someone wore a pair of twin-star shoes. They were aware of the collection schedule at the Civil Affairs Bureau and familiar with the layout of its offices. They displayed audacity and meticulousness, even going so far as to clean the floor after the crime. They knew the schedule of the duty personnel's rounds or had someone positioned outside to act as a lookout. Ultimately, they were unfamiliar with the storage room at the Civil Affairs Bureau, inadvertently stepping on the threshold. After I finished writing, I handed the notebook to Old Sun for his review, ensuring I hadn't overlooked anything, while I sat beside him, propping my chin in contemplation. To evade the patrols of the duty personnel, one must either understand their patterns or have someone monitoring the duty room. But could the criminals truly number so many? As the saying goes, 6 ears cannot conspire in silence. If indeed so many were involved in this case, how could the mastermind guarantee that each participant would remain tight-lipped and not reveal their involvement? Yet, if the number were fewer, how could they successfully abscond with the money, leaving not even a dime behind for the Civil Affairs Bureau? I rummaged through my mind, recalling theft cases I had encountered in literature or heard of in the annals of history. To be frank, theft often requires considerable physical effort, as depicted in numerous films. For instance, in Now You See Me, they stole gold bars employing various high-tech methods, with multiple vehicles at their disposal for transport. Thus, the entire operation unfolded with remarkable fluidity. Don't ask me why that little dilapidated car could carry so many gold bars and still move swiftly. It was merely a narrative device orchestrated by the director. But would the mastermind behind the theft of the Civil Affairs Bureau's 17,000 arrange their plans with such meticulousness as portrayed in the films? After Old Son read my work, he returned the notebook to me, nodding and then shaking his head. The nod indicated that there were no issues with my writing, while the shake signified a lack of additional evidence or clues. I picked up the notebook and marked a question mark beside the note about the number of assailants being greater than 4. I also drew 2 lines from courageous yet meticulous to able to pick locks and stepped on the threshold, then handed it back to Old Sunday Uncle Son. I began. I would like to share my thoughts, though they should not be taken as advice, to avoid misleading your investigative direction. Frankly, I have never heard of such a case in my previous life. I truly do not know who could be responsible for this act of thievery. In the end, there has been no news on whether they were caught. The 11th Asian Games is a significant event for the entire nation. For a thief to dare touch the donations, it suggests either an extraordinary level of audacity or perhaps desperation born of poverty. I certainly do not wish for my musings to result in the criminal police failing to solve the case. This incident, considering the criminal's ability to leisurely clean the room after stealing, indicates that they were undoubtedly in a relaxed state of mind. This implies that they had almost complete confidence in their ability to steal the money without being detected by the duty personnel. It gives me the impression that either these individuals are seasoned criminals, highly skilled in such matters and well prepared for potential discovery, or they possess an unwavering certainty that the duty personnel would not notice their presence. Therefore, I believe it would be prudent to investigate the duty personnel, examining if there are any flaws in their schedule and who might readily have access to such information. Though I claim not to be offering suggestions, I find myself falling into the habit of being overly didactic, which is merely a reflection of my penchant for pretentiousness. Old Son nodded and made a note on the back of my notebook. Given the criminal's calm demeanor, I also pondered whether the traces left from the lock-picking and the footprints on the threshold might be too overt, possibly serving as a smokescreen. A smokescreen? My father, mother, and Uncle Chui, all captivated by my analysis, echoed my thoughts. Yes, a smokescreen. The presence of the lock-picking evidence suggests that the door was not opened with a key, thereby leading the criminal police to subconsciously overlook those who might have had access to the key. The same goes for the footprints. Since your technical department deduces that the suspect is a male approximately 175 meters tall and weighing between 70 to 80 kilograms, this would exclude females, as well as males shorter than 170 meters or taller than 180 meters. I am merely speculating based on these clues, so do not let me mislead you. I cautioned as I noticed Old Son taking notes in my notebook once more. While I also lean towards the notion that this case is unlikely to have been perpetrated by a woman, I cannot make any guarantees. After all, there are always exceptions, and one can never predict the emergence of a female thief. That's fine. I'll jot it down and discuss it later. We may not necessarily follow your leads. Old Son smiled, yet his pen continued to move. I decided to let it go. After all, I had already stated that my thoughts were mere conjecture. Moreover, I believe that the number of perpetrators should not be excessive. A larger group becomes difficult to manage, inevitably leading to potential leaks of information. The principal offender, given their remarkable composure, should be aware of this fact. If indeed many individuals are involved and this mastermind can exert such formidable control over their subordinates while orchestrating such a flawless criminal scheme, then targeting the Civil Affairs Bureau seems illogical. Surely, robbing a bank would yield far greater rewards. If the number of participants is limited, how could such a substantial sum, 300 pounds, be discreetly transported? With only a handful of strong laborers, how could it possibly be moved? After listening to my analysis for quite some time, Uncle Chui finally voiced his own doubts. 300 pounds is indeed considerable. Yet if the Civil Affairs Bureau's yard is not extensive, 2 individuals could feasibly carry 100 pounds at a time and complete the task in 3 trips. They must have had confidence in their ability to evade the on-duty personnel. Furthermore, the absence of barking from the dogs within the Bureau does not necessarily imply they were trained. If they were familiar with the individuals involved, they would likely remain silent. Lastly, the meticulousness of the plan and the audacity exhibited suggest that at least the principal offender possesses a degree of education. Well, Uncle Son, that essentially encapsulates my impressions of this case. However, do not let my conjectures mislead you. After all, you in criminal investigation are the professionals, while I am merely speculating. Old Son carefully tore down what I had just written, along with the 2 sheets he had noted, folded them neatly, and placed them in his pocket before speaking. Excellent. Jiang Nan, your insights are invaluable and provide us with new avenues for thought. Tomorrow, I will present your observations at our team meeting for further discussion, and we will then determine our course of action. The remainder of the evening was devoted entirely to the enjoyment of spirits. The 3 gentlemen indulged in drink, sharing toasts, and even engaging in a bit of playful sparring. Having had my fill, I declined to continue their revelry, excusing myself from the table to hastily wash up in the kitchen before retreating to bed. Beneath my pillow lay a copy of the Memoirs of Mana, wrapped in the cover of The Return of the Condor Heroes, a book I had read countless times, its corners slightly dog-eared, yet I found it difficult to part with. In this era, such literature is akin to a refreshing spring, a warm spring, albeit one with a slightly higher alcohol content, not suitable for prolonged immersion or for children. Fortunately, I am neither a child nor do I indulge excessively. Merely a brief soak before slumber each night sufficed. The leather factory, too, could no longer withstand the pressure and began granting employees periodic leave, leading my mother to return home with a heavy heart and frequent sighs. Observing her troubled expression, I couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Even setting aside my business dealings with Luo Honggang and Zhang Lanjun, my father's monthly salary and bonuses are more than adequate to support our family of 3. I fail to understand what old Lin is so worried about. You know nothing, my mother retorted without looking up as I spoke. I am not yet 40 this year, and retirement is still many years away. Even if your father can earn money, does that mean he will always be able to? What if, in 2 years, his knitted underwear factory fails again? What if, in 2 years, he is reassigned to another factory? What if he faces dismissal like Uncle Zhang and Zhang Wuqing? Chapter 76. Delivery. I was eagerly listening to my mother's barrage of parallel statements when I suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Previously seated quietly, Comrade Lao Jiang, who had no intention of interjecting, now cast a complex glance at my mother. Comrade Lin Aihua, realizing her indiscretion, chose not to apologize and stubbornly continued her defense. What I said is not incorrect, is it? To be honest, I do have a degree of faith in Comrade Lao Jiang's integrity. It is not solely due to my grandfather's somewhat traditional family teachings, but also a result of my observations of Lao Jiang over the ensuing decades. In the original world, after the leather factory he worked at went bankrupt, Lao Jiang engaged in various ventures, raising foxes, cultivating mushrooms, knitting sweaters, and even keeping accounts for some small private factories. Essentially, he explored every viable avenue for earning money that circulated in broadcasts or among the common folk. Yet, despite the hardships my family faced, he never resorted to any illicit activities. Even upon reaching retirement, Lao Jiang transformed into a leisurely figure, comfortably enjoying his pension without partaking in any public square dances with elderly ladies. Such a person, I found it difficult to believe, could err as Uncle Zhang did. However, this matter seemed beyond my involvement. Whether it was Lao Jiang comforting Lao Lin or Lao Lin acknowledging her mistakes and apologizing to Lao Jiang, my presence was not particularly appropriate. As per the usual custom, I discreetly excused myself. Upon my return, both of them turned their gazes toward me. And this time it was my father who spoke. Jiang Nan, having your mother idle at home is not a solution. You have a plethora of ideas. Why not suggest something for her? Even if she cannot earn as much as Gongzi, having a salary, no matter how small, would be beneficial. The main thing is to keep her occupied. Finding work for my mother? This task posed no challenge for me. What truly mattered was to find a suitable job. I knew my mother well. She possessed a modicum of education, albeit not extensive. She had her own opinions, but was somewhat pliable, kind-hearted, frugal, lacking ruthlessness, and devoid of leadership qualities. Therefore, any suggestions I devised for her had to be simple, not too conspicuous, and require minimal investment. After pacing around the small dining table 3 times, inspiration struck. Mom, do you know how to make liangpi? Liangpi? Jiang Nan. Are you referring to that type from Shaanxi province? Yes, precisely that liangpi. Well, that sounds good. I think it's feasible. While my mother remained puzzled about what liangpi entailed, Comrade Lao Jiang had already erupted in excitement. What do you mean it sounds good? What is liangpi? No need for me to explain. It seems Lao Jiang has tasted it before, and judging by his enthusiasm, he must quite enjoy it. It is only natural, as this is indeed the season for liangpi. Just as the lease for the house rented by Ganzi has not yet expired, it is fully equipped with all necessary kitchen utensils. You might as well sell your wares there. However, if it's just you, it might feel a bit sparse. Perhaps you could inquire if Guiqin and Xianglan would be interested in collaborating with you. Forming a partnership with the 3 of you, or even offering them a salary, would be feasible. Guiqin and Xianglan are good friends of my mother at the leather factory, akin to close confidants. One is surnamed Peng Guqin, and the other is surnamed Ma Xianglan. Although they don't reside in the family compound, they live relatively nearby. Why would they be willing to work with me? And even accept a salary? Is the cold noodle dish truly as delectable as you claim? Do you believe I could amass wealth from selling it? Comrade Lin Aihua harbors deep-seated insecurities and doubts regarding the cold noodles. My father shot me a knowing glance, signaling that it was my turn. Mom, one must taste the cold noodles to discern their quality. Come, let me teach you how to prepare them. To be frank, had it not been for the later generation's fondness for them, and my own attempts at making them, I would have felt rather sheepish. Although preparing cold noodles seems relatively simple, one might find it quite challenging without prior knowledge. I directed my mother through the processes of kneading, resting, and washing the dough, and after a long evening of toil, we finally prepared the dough mixture. That's enough for now, let us rest. Tomorrow, we shall steam it to perfection. The following morning, under my guidance, my mother successfully produced the cold noodles. However, lacking suitable tools, they turned out a bit thicker than desired, but the flavor was assuredly satisfactory. My mother nodded in approval as she tasted them. I needed to make another batch in the morning to deliver to Guiqin and Xianglan in the afternoon, so they could also sample them. As for the tools, I suggested to my mother that we seek someone on the street who fabricates tin buckets to make a larger steamer, proportionate to the size of the bamboo steamer, to avoid waste. Thus, while I returned to school to collect my summer homework and prepared to visit the capital, my mother's cold noodle shop opened its doors. Whether Guiqin and Xianglan were partners or merely employees, I was too indifferent to inquire further. Our household now boasted 2 promising enterprises, and if my mother were to expand her business similarly, I feared it would eventually overwhelm me. Let the 3 middle-aged women manage their enterprise, at the very least. They would earn their wages. An amusing anecdote arose. 3 sisters, originally referring to the trio, has since evolved into a term that patrons use to refer to them collectively, with all 3 now being addressed as 3 sisters. My mother later reflected with a sense of irony that both she and Aunt Xianglan are the eldest siblings, while Aunt Guiqin is the second born. Who would have thought that opening a shop would lead to such a hierarchy shift? However, my mother's foray into business affected my travel plans to the capital. No one was available to see me off. I had initially intended to request a ticket, believing I could find my own way, but I pondered that voicing it might prove futile, thus opting to refrain from unnecessary words. On July 13th, at last, my father's factory was scheduled to deliver a shipment to the capital, and I would finally have an opportunity to be transported there by an uncle from the sales department. Yet, the challenge remained. I would have to journey to the capital in the delivery truck. In the absence of speed, embarking on a truck journey to the capital is far from a comfortable endeavor. Moreover, the delivery schedule is rather pressing. Unlike my previous hauls of leg-lengthening gadgets and sun-protective garments, I cannot afford the luxury of nocturnal travel. At this time of year, the truck's cabin is devoid of air conditioning, and ultimately, this task was assigned to me. With the Spring Festival approaching, and in light of the news regarding the Asian Games set to commence in September, I proposed an idea to my father, to have his factory produce baseball caps adorned with the image of Pan Pan. Naturally, without authorization from the Asian Games organizing committee, I dared not let them brazenly print the mascot's likeness on the caps. However, I thought it feasible to enlist a few art students to illustrate various designs featuring pandas engaging in activities such as weightlifting, table tennis, swimming, and shooting, sans any reference to the Asian Games. Whoever beheld them would undoubtedly recognize Pan Pan, thus making the venture worthwhile. Upon hearing my suggestion, My father immediately sought designers. I advised him not to sell the caps right away, lest they be copied. I suggested waiting until the summer, 2 months prior to the games, when anticipation would peak, allowing him to launch the caps and reap substantial profits. Once the Asian Games concluded and the weather turned colder, the caps would inevitably be less marketable. My father took my counsel, yet for reasons unknown, the delivery to the capital was delayed by over half a month. Thus the responsibility fell upon me. I truly wished to inform my father that I would not be going. Chapter 77. Assisting Xia Ji in finding inspiration after enduring numerous hardships. I finally arrived in the capital. Luo Hongang and Brother Han welcomed me to their newly opened hot pot and barbecue restaurant. In 1990, an investment of 300,000 yuan to launch a hot pot establishment in the capital was considered quite respectable. Here, lamb hot pot is not a novel concept. However, it primarily features clear broth and sesame paste as the main condiments. Our hot pot, in contrast, boasts a variety of base flavors and distinctive dipping sauces. Most importantly, I encouraged Luo Hongang to incorporate discount vouchers and complimentary sour plum juice, which helped us establish a solid foothold in the capital. The restaurant is situated not far from Wangfujing. At noon, when Luo Hongang escorted me, the establishment was bustling with patrons and waitstaff flitted about like butterflies, eagerly attending to the customers' requests. A unified welcome, standardized service etiquette, coordinated attire and hairstyles, and consistent table settings, all hallmarks of modern dining service standards, exuded a sense of novelty in this era. Many diners were so engrossed in their meals that they forgot to converse, instead fixating on the waitstaff. Jiang Nan, your requests are indeed impressive. Since the opening over a month ago, the restaurant has maintained this level of activity daily, particularly in the evenings, often turning over 3 or 4 tables. 3 or 4 tables. What is the latest hour you operate until at night? Generally, we can serve until just past 11, sometimes even until midnight, and occasionally as late as 1 or 2 in the morning. 1 or 2 in the morning. If that is the case, the waitstaff and chefs who work overtime should be compensated accordingly. There is no need to be stingy over trivial amounts. Indeed, the current overtime pay is quite meager. Furthermore, convey to Mr. Huang that these waiters and chefs should be nurtured carefully, as we intend to open branches across the nation. And these individuals are our seeds for future growth. Are you inclined to meet Mr. Huang? He is the general manager, sourced from a prominent restaurant in Beijing, and is quite adept in management. Luo Hongang mentioned that he has learned a great deal under his guidance. There is no need for a personal meeting. You can represent me, thus sparing them the impression that a child is among the shareholders, which may provoke unnecessary thoughts. After lunch, Luo Hongang and Brother Han accompanied me to Aunt May's company. Oh, you mischievous lad. Only remembering Aunt May after a hearty meal? Upon meeting Aunt May, she immediately asserted her authority. This is not my fault. It was Brother Gang who first took me to the restaurant. I quickly threw Luo Hongang under the bus. He, being somewhat tongue-tied, could only awkwardly stand there without knowing what to say. Do not place the blame on Brother Gang. If you had mentioned coming here first, I doubt he would have prevented you. Aunt May was not so easily fooled and turned her focus back on me, leaving me in an awkward position. Of course, Aunt May was merely jesting with me. After a brief conversation, she had someone escort Luo Hongang and Brother Han to a nearby office for tea, then closed the door to discuss the development of Xingchen Entertainment. The 2 bands that Aunt May and Su Yao had found, King Tonki, has signed with the company, while Black Panther has not yet, although contact has been established with Do Laoxian. Aunt May remarked that several members of King Tonki are quite impressive, particularly the one I mentioned, who is talented in both writing and composing, and is even learning arrangement and production. However, he does possess a bit of arrogance and occasionally boasts. I chuckled softly, advising not to mind his bad habits. Engaging him is beneficial as he is indeed talented, and we also need him to attract some singers. The campus folk songs of the 1990s primarily revolved around these few individuals, and securing them would essentially mean capturing a significant branch of 1990s pop music. As for the other signed actors and singers in the company, apart from Xia Ji, the rest have yet to prove themselves. While personal style plays a role, a substantial part is due to the lack of suitable material. At this point, Aunt May shot me a pointed look through her glasses, prompting me to quickly avert my gaze. If I did not see, it is as if I do not know. If I do not know, it is of no concern to me. Observing my pretense of nonchalance, Aunt May could only glare at me fiercely before continuing. Xia Ji's second album has recorded 9 songs. Yet the final song remains elusive and has yet to be completed. When Su Yao approached me, she mentioned that the album had been confirmed with 9 tracks, but the last one was proving difficult to find. I provided her with my suggestions for her to relay back to the company. After synthesizing various opinions, including those of teacher Liu, Xia Ji herself, several music producers within the company, and even consulting with Brother Wolf, who flew in from Hong Kong specifically to record Your Eyes, it was ultimately decided that the 10th song of the album would be Tang Xing's reflections in the Kingdom of Daughters as he gazes into the eyes of the Queen. Xia Ji's debut album, By the Butterfly Spring, exuded a lively and cheerful spirit, yet the stylistic shift in her second album was rather pronounced. Even the 2 theme songs, Your Eyes and Unfortunately, Not You, carried a melancholic undertone. Consequently, some producers suggested that the final track should provide a twist for the fans, alleviating the sorrowful essence and leaving a sense of joy in music creation. This opinion garnered consensus during the production of the second album, leading to a smooth recording process for the other 9 songs. However, it was precisely with one of the theme songs, Unfortunately, Not You, that Xia Ji encountered difficulties. After recording over 10 times without capturing the right feeling, she became frustrated and decided to take a break in Beidei. In this day and age, mentioning a vacation or a retreat usually pertains to labor models or advanced workers. Hearing Aunt May mention Xia Ji's trip to Beidei made me envious to the point of nearly drooling. Ideally, I wished for Sister Lan Lan to accompany me. Sister Lan Lan has joined the group and won't be back for half a month, Aunt May remarked, as if she could see right through me. Dousing my enthusiasm with cold water and leaving me somewhat abashed, I decided to focus on work. Could you find someone to let me listen to those 10 recordings Xia Ji made earlier? I wonder if I could help her identify the issue. Aunt May quickly arranged for someone to take me to the recording studio. After listening to Xia Ji's previous recordings of Unfortunately, Not You, it became evident that they were progressively deteriorating. I sensed that Xia Ji had never truly experienced love, which posed a significant challenge. If she could not immerse herself in that emotion, no amount of repetition would yield results. What could be done? She was a graduate of a music academy, while I was merely an amateur. Attempting to teach her to sing would be akin to a novice brandishing a sword before a master. However, I felt confident in my ability to create an atmosphere that might inspire her. Aunt May, do we have a director in our company? Or could you find one? I would like to have him assist in shooting 2 segments of about 5 to 6 minutes, to see if that could help Xia Ji find her feelings. In seeking a director through Aunt May, I envisioned 2 scenes from a previous life. One was from the movie X-File 3, featuring the interlude Decent. It could also be described as a reassembled montage of various segments from the film. The other segment was the original of Unfortunately, Not You, which narrates the story of 2 deeply in love individuals who would rather sacrifice themselves for each other's happiness. Both stories convey a sense of regret, albeit from differing perspectives. I wish to immerse those who have yet to experience love, like Xia Ji, in a poignant sense of longing for what could have been. However, I find myself at a loss for suitable literary or cinematic works that could facilitate this emotional connection. Thus, I resolved to take matters into my own hands and film it myself. The company's advertising department had a director, and Aunt May quickly procured one for me. He appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a production vest even in the sweltering summer heat, with slightly disheveled hair. Upon learning that the company intended to produce a musical short film, this director, surnamed Fong, seemed initially perplexed. Such a format has only emerged from the United States since the 1980s, and even if some in our country have seen it, there is likely no established theoretical framework surrounding it. His confusion was entirely understandable, especially upon discovering that the producer of this short film was merely a 13-year-old child. Fortunately, Aunt May clarified everything to Director Fong in my presence, assuring him that for the successful production of the film, all resources, human, financial, and material, would be at my disposal, and even arranged for Su Yao to assist me. This reassurance seemed to confirm that the company's top brass had not lost their senses. Yet, he soon began to speculate about my identity. Director Fong, I am not adept at scriptwriting. Allow me to present the story outline to you. You have 3 days to craft the scripts for these 2 short films. Is that feasible? Each film should last about 5 or 6 minutes. I chose to ignore Fong's other musings. Let him speculate as he pleased, as long as it did not hinder my work. No problem. I can complete it in 2 days. I was uncertain whether Director Fong aimed to impress me or had genuine confidence, as he not only adhered to the timeline I provided, but also proposed to shorten it. Such a diligent employee deserves recognition. I decided to reward him with an additional chicken leg at lunch. Now, let me share the story with you. Indeed, Director Fong completed both scripts in just 2 days. However, upon reviewing them, I felt his grasp of emotional scenes fell short, even compared to contemporary short video creators. Yet, I dismissed it as a limitation of the times, particularly since he specialized in advertisements. While emotional shortcomings could be forgiven, the quality of work could not be compromised. Drawing from the visuals I recalled from my past life, I insisted on adding numerous shots to the scripts. Despite being mere 5 to 6 minute shorts, the transitions between shots were abundant, and each shot, though only containing 1 or 2 actions for mere seconds, needed to convey substantial content. After revising the scripts 5 or 6 times, when Director Fong finally saw my approval, he seemed on the brink of tears. With the scripts complete, it was time to select actors and begin filming. The company had many who could act. Even singers had some exposure to performance training, making it easy to cast male and female leads for a few minutes. Therefore, I chose not to involve myself in the casting process, leaving that authority to the director. I merely requested that he convey the character profiles to the actors, ensuring they fully understood the psychological depth of their roles. Once these arrangements were made, I stepped back from further involvement. I inquired with Aunt May about the filming location of Sister Lon Lon, eager to visit the set. She informed me that they were shooting in a quaint village in Huairou, working on a war drama. My interest, however, was not in the storyline but rather in a particular actress involved in the production. Yet, Aunt May pointed out that if I wished to go, I would have to take the bus myself. It dawned on me then that our agency did not even possess a few vehicles for transportation. How could it be that a company dedicated to providing personal services to artists lacked its own means of transport? Did this imply that there were no makeup artists or assistants either? Upon noticing the seriousness in my tone, Aunt May recognized the gravity of my words and set her pen down. Makeup artists? Aren't there makeup artists within the television stations and production crews? Adding another seems redundant, she remarked. As I began to refer to our company's singers and actors as artists more frequently, Aunt May followed suit. And what of that assistant? Isn't that merely a role for carrying bags and suitcases? Why would we assign an artist a mere bag carrier? Aunt, I apologize for not being clearer. This is an entirely new professional category in our country. Our company aims to provide comprehensive services to artists, not merely securing jobs and negotiating fees, nor just promoting and packaging them. We must be intricately involved in every aspect of their lives. For instance, in shaping their public image, managing their health, overseeing their daily diet, and even engaging in various facets of their existence. To illustrate with an extreme example, if they wish to marry, we ought to assist in evaluating potential partners. If they contemplate divorce, we should also help them determine the timeliness of such a decision. After I concluded, Aunt May and I exchanged glances in silence within the office. Then, unexpectedly, she burst into laughter. By your account, doesn't this merely amount to finding those artists another mother? Indeed, but it is not solely about finding a mother. Our entire management team must also act as their secretaries, drivers, massage therapists, makeup artists, prompters, the most devoted bodyguards, closest companions, ardent fans, and patient listeners. We share in their joys and sorrows, accompanying them in happiness and supporting them in grief. We would even wait outside the restroom to hand them paper. Even if they do not trust their biological parents or their children, they will have faith in their agents. Achieving such a level of dedication defines a truly competent management team. Aunt May gasped in astonishment, staring at me for an extended moment. When she sensed I was not jesting, she cautiously asked, "Are you certain you want to proceed this way?" "Absolutely," I affirmed with a nod. "Aunt, if we serve our artists as devotedly as one would a father, other artists will surely consider our agency." However, Rome was not built in a day. What I have described is the pinnacle of what an exemplary management team can achieve. For now, let us focus on what we can realistically accomplish. Firstly, the company must employ a makeup artist. Regardless of which artist has an event, it is essential that the artist has a familiar and trustworthy makeup artist. Trust is of utmost importance. A makeup artist or a costume designer, if they harbor ill intentions, can jeopardize an artist's career. Additionally, it is imperative to provide vehicles for the artists, ensuring that no matter who has an event, there is always transportation available. Furthermore, assistants must be assigned to the artists. It is unacceptable for a prominent star to carry their own clothing or a cup of water. Chapter 79. The recording studio. Ultimately, I found myself taking the bus to the rehearsal. Aunt May had asked Su Yao to accompany me, and Luo Hongang had also sent Han Ge to follow along. However, relying on the bus proved to be unreliable, as it stopped frequently, and by the time I arrived, it was already afternoon. I hastily met with Sister Lan, barely exchanging a proper embrace before I had to leave. This was partly because Sister Lan was in makeup, and also because if I lingered any longer, I would miss my ride. I truly wished to stay, but Sister Lan insisted I return home, claiming that my presence inhibited her performance, causing her to lose focus. She urged me to wait patiently for her, assuring me that she would finish filming in 2 weeks. I had no choice but to acquiesce, as I had matters to attend to back home as well. A week later, as I grew increasingly anxious waiting for director Fong's short film, Suyao informed me that it was completed. She smiled and recounted how director Fong had exerted every ounce of effort, halting filming at the slightest imperfection. It was said that a shot of a leaf falling was filmed over a dozen times. I suddenly recalled that during this period, digital cameras were non-existent, and everything was shot on film. Goodness, it seemed a bit wasteful to evoke emotions for Xiaoji's sake. The screening would take place in Aunt May's office, where a television had been set up. Aunt May and I sat quietly on the sofa, watching the 2 segments that director Fong had already edited, though they had yet to undergo any dubbing. Is this it? I failed to grasp the essence of it. After viewing, Aunt May pursed her lips, crossed her legs, and promptly stood up to attend to other matters behind her desk. This created an awkward silence. Not only I, but also director Fong, the cameraman, and the several actors who had participated in the filming stood in a shared discomfort. As a music video, it was supposed to utilize visual elements to supplement the content and information that music alone could not convey. Thus, as it played, the melody of "What a Shame It's Not You" echoed repeatedly in my mind. Yet, Aunt May undoubtedly did not share the same sentiment. Not just Aunt May, but director Fong and the actors were aware that the purpose of this music short film was likely tied to one of Xiaoji's songs, though they remained uncertain about which one. The current 2 segments were devoid of dialogue or background music, relying solely on actions, expressions, and the transitions of shots to narrate the story in a silent film style. Anyone watching would likely find it uninteresting. Let us move the equipment to the recording studio. The studio housed a piano and was spacious enough. Several male actors assisted in transporting the television and recording equipment to the studio. I instructed them to take a seat, turn off the lights, leaving only a small lamp illuminated in front of the piano. As the television flickered back to life, a flurry of static gave way to the opening credits of Fong Dao's first short film. Soon, the chords I played on the piano resonated within the recording studio. Having studied the electronic keyboard for nearly 2 years, I no longer relied on the rudimentary one-finger playing as I once did. Yet, intricate melodies still required extensive practice. Fortunately, chords are not overly complex. In this moment, a profound familiarity washed over me, as if yesterday and today were simultaneously unfolding, playing the song "Regrettably, Not You." This piece is quite challenging to sing. The initial notes are so low they resemble a murmured soliloquy. Moreover, I am still in the midst of my voice-changing phase. My tone somewhat husky, akin to that of a person suffering from a cold. Thankfully, the tempo and dynamics of the song are well matched. And since I accompany myself on the piano, I can adeptly manage the rhythm and pitch. It feels as though it were just yesterday, yet yesterday feels exceedingly distant. However, when I close my eyes, I can still envision it. Regrettably, not you, who accompanied me to the end, once walking together but losing our way at the crossroads. In this instant, I am reminded of Shui Wenqi from a previous life. Our story began in our senior year of high school and concluded upon our university graduation. Both of us managed to rank in the upper middle tier academically, perpetually trailing just behind the top students, separated by a distance that seemed insurmountable, yet was but a whisper away. Throughout elementary, middle, and high school, we shared classrooms, often studying, discussing, comforting, and encouraging each other, naturally drawing closer. Yet, ultimately, we could not escape certain curses. She remained in the bustling metropolis, while I returned to my hometown. Even in that previous life, I had long since cast this experience aside. Yet today, at this moment, I realized it was not forgotten, but rather deeply buried within my heart. That period when our hearts were closely intertwined. I believe I had every right to care for you, even as you stepped into another's world. How I wished for the glimmer of starlight to illuminate our path. On the screen, a bride in a wedding gown was led by the dashing groom into the church. But as they approached the grand entrance, they paused. The camera zoomed in on their tightly interlaced hands. The groom's hand gradually loosened, while the bride instinctively sought to grip tighter, only to be gently yet resolutely released. The focus shifted to their faces. The girl's expression transformed from sweet joy to alarm. And as she turned her head, her wide eyes brimmed with tears. The camera returned to their hands, and as the groom's hand withdrew, another hand slowly entered the frame. An elegant hand adorned with sheer gloves was gently offered to another. It feels as though it were just yesterday. Yet yesterday is indeed a distant memory. However, when I shut my eyes, I can still see it. The scene reverted to the girl's visage, capturing her gradual turn back, while the silhouette of the boy blurred in the background. I am grateful that it was you who held my hand, allowing me to still feel that tenderness. As a leaf gracefully descended on the screen, I pressed the final key of my chord. The music ceased, and the television screen transformed into static. Yet the room remained enveloped in silence for an extended moment. I rose to switch on the lights in the recording studio. The sudden illumination roused the actors and the director, including Aunt May and Su Yao, as if they were awakening from a deep slumber. They promptly stood up and began to applaud gently. I noticed several individuals with reddened eyes. While one might argue that the combination of television visuals and songs was a novel experience for them, it was not entirely the case. At the very least, some well-loved soundtracks from various dramas are often accompanied by classic scenes from those very productions. Yet, today's presentation was distinct. The entire short film was crafted to complement the song's narrative, with lyrics intricately intertwined with the visuals, a novelty they had not encountered before. Moreover, although regrettably Not You does not boast an extravagant melody, its melancholic tone and narrative style of singing profoundly resonate with the deepest emotions of the heart. Under such circumstances, eliciting tears from these individuals would undoubtedly prove to be a simple task. The door to the studio swung open, and Xiaji entered, clapping her hands. Her eyes were slightly red. In this age of limited communication, she only received word of my arrival after several days, while she was in Beidei. However, her schedule would not be altered by my presence. She continued with her engagements. Yet, upon learning that I had requested director Fong to film 2 short clips to help her get into character during her performance, her curiosity compelled her to return. She arrived just as I was about to begin singing. I truly wish I could delve into your mind to uncover what thoughts reside within, I remarked. I have long maintained that one must believe in the existence of genius in this world. Is it so difficult to acknowledge the excellence of others? We both shared a laugh, as her spirited personality often aligned with my own temperaments. During our previous encounter in Weinan, we had enjoyed a harmonious conversation. Luo Honggang mentioned that upon their arrival, Xiaji had shown them considerable kindness, despite their limited interactions. Did you hear that just now? I inquired. Yes, I did. She replied. Are you ready to sing? I felt confident that she was. Then why not give it a try? All right. I stepped aside from the piano, allowing Xiaji to take my place. Director Fong pressed the button, and the tape began anew. Clearly, Xiaji's rendition of Regrettably Not You was a more orchestrated version, its melodies richer than my mere chordal accompaniment. Furthermore, her vocal performance was more aligned with the narrative being portrayed. After one run-through, her performance surpassed the numerous takes I had previously heard. Yet, there lingered a sense of detachment, as if she were narrating someone else's tale. Though she exhibited emotion and sentiment, it still felt somewhat superficial. Nevertheless, others, including director Fong and Aunt May, had already begun to applaud, and I refrained from further comments. After all, this was not a formal recording, with a few more attempts. She might very well find her emotional footing. Director Chai was aware of my arrival and had already invited me to dinner at their home through Aunt May. However, since Sister Lan had not yet returned, I felt it was somewhat inappropriate to abandon her for Director Chai's abode. So I arranged to meet him after Sister Lan finished her shooting. At the beginning of August, Sister Lan completed her filming, and Aunt May promptly sent a vehicle to fetch her. Aunt May acted swiftly. After our discussion, she quickly procured 2 Jincheng vans. Though I was not particularly fond of this type of vehicle, its primary advantage was its capacity to accommodate several individuals at once, which aligned well with the number of personnel I had mentioned for the artist management team. Moreover, there are currently limited vehicle options available domestically, and the company had yet to reach a stage where extravagant spending was feasible. I merely voiced my internal grievances, choosing to remain silent on the matter. Perhaps in the future, when finances permit, we could consider additional acquisitions. The matter of drivers was also a concern. In this day and age, there are few individuals who possess a driver's license, and most are already employed. Fortunately, upon learning of this, Xiaji utilized familial connections to introduce two retired soldiers, both of whom had secured their licenses during their service, thereby resolving this issue. As for other personnel, such as makeup artists, costume designers, and assistants, they would have to be recruited gradually. In the evening, Aunt May accompanied Sister Lan and me to procure some items before heading to Director Chai's residence. Chai Fei had entered the first grade, appearing slightly taller and darker, with the baby fat gradually dissipating, now resembling a primary school student. However, in contrast to my previous visit, Chai Fei seemed noticeably more bashful. Upon seeing Sister Lan and me enter, she stood up, nodded in my direction, yet spoke little. Teacher Lu remained unchanged, seemingly unaffected by the passage of 2 years, although old Chai's hair appeared to be thinning. Jiang Nan, come on in and take a seat. Teacher Lu greeted us with his customary warmth. Old Chai, wielding a spatula at the kitchen entrance, called out to me before returning to his tasks. Is Jiang Nan in the first year of middle school? Is it exhausting? He inquired. This one here always complains of headaches when faced with math problems and claims her hand hurts when writing. Oh dear. Chai Fei, hiding behind Zhang Lan, timidly exclaimed. I don't. Before retracting her head, eliciting a disapproving glance from Teacher Lu. I heard recently that you had something filmed at the company, and it garnered quite the acclaim. It's akin to a music video. With visual accompaniment, it better conveys the essence of the song, possessing a strong narrative quality. This concept originated from the United States, and I stumbled upon it by chance, subsequently asking Director Fong to give it a try. To my surprise, the results were quite impressive. Oh, if there's an opportunity, do have one filmed for me as well. I'd like to experience it too. No problem, just say the word. The company belongs to you as well, and since I didn't write the script, we can simply let Director Fong handle it. Hee. I readily acquiesced to Teacher Lu's request. By the way, during your last visit, you wrote half a song for Chai Fei. It's been over a year now. Has that song been completed? I had completely forgotten about that. I didn't realize old Lu still remembered. Upon hearing Teacher Lu mention that song, Chai Fei leaned over, resting her head on Lan Lan's shoulder, her long eyelashes fluttering as she gazed intently at me. Observing the anticipation on the faces of Teacher Lu, Chai Fei, and even Lan, I felt compelled to rise and take my place at the piano. The composition was completed, and it was time for Teacher Lu to listen and offer her insights. Teacher Lu produced a small recording device and a few sheets adorned with staff lines. Settling herself at the dining table, both Lan and Chai Fei stood beside the piano, their eagerness palpable. This time, as I played the chords, they resonated with far greater fullness than before. On the lofty mountains, the daylilies bloom. Pick a flower and give it to me, little girl. If one day, your thoughts drift far away, pluck a petal to fashion wings and soar with the wind. If one day, you understand sorrow, contemplating it will bring forth sweet dreams. In the distant horizon, daylilies blossom, each one reflecting my cherished thoughts. La la la, la la la. Teacher Lu possesses the deepest understanding of the song. As I concluded my performance, she immediately recognized the melodious tune's true purpose and intent. While diligently noting the score, she glanced at me in surprise. As the final notes faded, not only Chai Fei and Lan, but even Aunt May joined in applause. Both she and Teacher Lu, being mothers, found profound resonance in my song. Once Teacher Lu had transcribed the score, I requested it back to inscribe the lyrics beneath. Teacher Lu then sat at the piano and played it through. Lan, shall we collaborate on this together? Chapter 81. Cooking shows and concert tours as a seasoned musician. Teacher Lu's experience in interpreting and performing a song far exceeds mine. Having taught Lan vocal techniques for over a year, she is acutely aware of Lan's vocal characteristics. Their rendition of Daylily was akin to a seamless mother-daughter duet. After listening, I could only marvel at the assertion that singers cannot perform popular songs. During our meal, old Chai inquired, I heard that the Wainan County TV station has a highly rated program. Are you aware of it? I sensed that old Chai had ulterior motives for inviting me to dinner. The recent performance of Daylily was likely just the first of his intentions. Are you referring to love at first sight? Yes, I heard from Aunt May that your father is a classmate of the station's director. Could you assist us in making contact? We would like to send someone to glean some insights. Director Chai, are you joking? In the domestic television scene, you are the titan. And now you wish to send someone to a county TV station for advice? Are you not concerned about intimidating them? Moreover, this year, Variety Spectacle Engine de Variety have already aired on your station, both achieving high ratings. What more do you desire? Perhaps you should leave some opportunities for the local city television stations. Hey, you scoundrel. Director Chai expressed his dissatisfaction with my response. I merely expressed a desire to send someone to seek knowledge, and if you are unwilling to facilitate that, you need not complain so excessively. It appears, however, that your demeanor is rather peculiar. Speak plainly. Do you have any connection to this program? Director Chai, having set aside his drink and chopsticks, gazed intently at me. Clearing my throat, I felt my composure had not been overly animated, yet it seems this was perceptible. Embarrassed, I touched my nose. Well, this program is essentially an idea I proposed to them. So, if you have inquiries, feel free to ask me directly. However, as you represent the central station, your program's orientation must be significantly more elevated, with a focus on ideological and educational value rather than mere entertainment. Their program is ill-suited for your station. Director Chai regarded me with disdain. Who said we must emulate their program? We simply believe the premise of this show is commendable and wish to engage in a dialogue to understand their initial thoughts and the motivation behind creating such a program. To my surprise, the notion originated from you, so there is little left to inquire. His assertion dismayed me. What does it mean that my idea warrants no further questions? Teacher Liu, too, found it curious and turned to Director Chai. This lad's ideas are often fantastical, leaving one utterly perplexed. If this program indeed stems from him, I am certain his intent is unrelated to the show's themes. It could very well be for profit or assistance. I never anticipated that the first to thoroughly analyze me would be Director Chai, though I could not concede to this notion. As you say, Director Chai, I accept the label of fantastical, yet I refuse to acknowledge any intent for profit. However, if you seek to conceptualize a program centered around profit, I could offer my insights. See, my assertion was not unfounded, as both Teacher Liu and Aunt May chuckled at our exchange. Old Chai waved his hand dismissively, reminding me of my earlier statement about our station's programming needing to uphold lofty ideals and educational value, asserting that not all types of programs are suitable for broadcasting. However, if a program were to encompass these elements, it would not be entirely out of the question. Before he could complete his thought, he turned towards me, an expression that even young Chai could decipher. Old Chai, does this not exemplify a contradiction? You just mentioned that not every program is suitable for airing. Yet here you are suggesting otherwise. It seems the central station is grappling with a shortage of programs. Very well, in light of the meal you prepared, allow me to offer a few pointers. Director Chai, your culinary skills are commendable. Have you trained specifically in this art? Where would I find the time to train? It's all trial and error. At most I glance at recipes. I suspect most people are similar to you. But have you ever considered creating a cooking show for your station? A cooking show? Director Chai initially thought I had digressed, yet to his surprise, I redirected the conversation back, piquing his interest. Indeed, our nation is becoming increasingly affluent, and the public's expectations for daily meals will undoubtedly rise. However, it is unrealistic to dine out for every meal. If you were to establish a cooking show, would it not align with the ever-growing material needs of the populace? Building upon this foundation, one could even envision grand culinary competitions pitting the cuisines of the North against the South, or contests to crown culinary masters. These are, after all, engaging programming concepts. Moreover, the oil, salt, sauces, and utensils utilized in such shows could serve as prime advertising opportunities. Ah, indeed. My words sparked a moment of inspiration in Lao Chai, prompting him to engage in an enthusiastic discussion with me. What a cheeky fellow. So eager to offer suggestions to others while neglecting his own affairs. What do you call that? Upon returning to the residence rented by Aunt May, after a refreshing shower and a change of attire, the three of us settled in the living room, enjoying the breeze from the electric fan. Aunt May had donned a loose-fitting floral silk nightgown, which gracefully draped over her form, revealing her fair arms and voluptuous legs, both radiating a striking whiteness. Beneath the soft fabric, two small protrusions caught my eye, compelling me to avert my gaze hastily. Sister Lon Lon wore a matching set of nightwear, though her ensemble featured trousers instead of shorts. Yet, even in a relaxed fit, the elegance of her long legs remained apparent. Her lustrous black hair, freshly washed, was gathered at the back with a plastic comb, while a droplet of water languidly rolled down her bangs. As the fan stirred, the delightful fragrance of shampoo filled the air. I, lacking a nightgown, found myself clad only in the loose shorts from earlier in the day, my upper body bare. Aunt May, do not fret. Our company is still in its nascent stages, haste may lead to missteps. Rest assured, once we flourish and expand, I shall offer you some splendid ideas, just as I do for Director Chai. Standing behind Aunt May, I mimicked the handmaidens on television, gently kneading her shoulders with my hands. In the latter half of this year, following the release of the second album by Xiaji, I aim to devise a plan for her to embark on a concert tour, inviting other artists from our company to join as guests, 1 or 2 per event. This would not only promote her new album and amplify her influence, but also provide exposure for the other talents under our banner. Concert tour? Aunt May turned to me, her expression one of surprise, making my throat dry. The neckline of her nightgown was slightly too revealing. Chapter 82. Little Nan has grown up a concert tour? Aunt May had not anticipated such a suggestion from me. Yes, a concert tour. I believe that the performance economy will play a significant role in the cultural market for the foreseeable future. I noticed that our management company's scope includes organizing performances, presenting an opportune moment for us to venture into this arena. Perhaps in the future, we could orchestrate global tours for our signed artists. Discuss with Xiaji the potential for a domestic concert tour, ensuring we secure at least 1 or 2 performances in key cities such as the capital, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Nanjing, and other economically vibrant provincial cities. If feasible, we might even explore the depths of the market in Hong Kong. Indeed, this endeavor may require a sustained effort for 6 months, or even longer. There is little else to say, except that it may be somewhat exhausting. Let us offer her our encouragement, striving to ensure she perseveres. A global tour, how audacious the thought. Aunt May, remaining noncommittal, muttered a few words before rising to her feet. I am rather fatigued today. I shall retire for the night. You two enjoy your conversation. With that, she retreated to her room, and with a resounding thud, she shut the door behind her. Sister Lan and I exchanged glances, bewildered. What could the closing of the door signify? Was it an indication of her discomfort in overhearing our conversation, or a subtle hint that Lan should not return to her own quarters just yet? The sound of a switch being flipped echoed from within, and the light dimmed. Likely Aunt May extinguishing the lamp. I moved to the front of the sofa and took Sister Lan's hand, inviting her to sit beside me. Our eyes met, and silence enveloped us. For a moment, words escaped me. After a while, Sister Lan burst into laughter. Jiang Nan, have you been heeding my words over the past 6 months? Oh dear, this girl even calls me Jiang Nan. Indeed, every word you spoke has been etched in my heart. Regardless of the truth of that statement, the immediate, positive response is the key to delighting a girl. Is that so? Are you truly this obedient, without a hint of deceit? Of course, I, Jiang Nan, am known in the realm as the honest and sincere gentleman, the radiant young master, who never speaks falsehoods. What nonsense! The radiant young master? Sister Lan chuckled at my jest. Now, let me ask you a question to see if you truly remember. Ask away, I replied nonchalantly, though inside, I felt a surge of anxiety. This girl has sent me so many letters. Who knows which line she might inquire about? Sister Lan gazed intently into my eyes, and as I faltered, unable to maintain the gaze, she chuckled once more. I won't tease you any longer, Xiaonan. Would you consider coming to Beijing to study? With your ability to craft such beautiful songs, if you were to attend school here, you could learn alongside me under Teacher Liu. In a few years, you could even audition for a music academy. The truth is, I had never truly contemplated this prospect. Since my rebirth, my thoughts have revolved around leveraging certain well-known historical milestones to amass wealth for a lifetime, ensuring that those around me can lead the lives they desire. After which I intended to relax. Thus, the only proactive endeavor I undertook was engaging in business ventures with Luo Honggang and Sister Lan. By 1992, I hoped Luo Honggang would utilize our earnings to seize stock purchase certificates, then sell them for a profit, allowing us to indulge in a few blue-chip stocks, thereby enabling a life of leisure. As for everything else, it could be described as a series of fortunate misadventures. However, Sister Zhang Lan's inquiry today struck a chord within me. Should I consider coming? The prospect of being with Sister Lan is secondary. The primary allure lies in the opportunity to connect with a wider array of individuals and information in Beijing, enabling me to observe Luo Honggang as hot pot restaurant and the operations of Xingchen Entertainment up close. However, upon reflection, I must admit that I possess no distinct advantage in the realm of corporate management, nor am I particularly adept at overseeing operations. My strengths lie solely in my familiarity with historical developments and my understanding of potential future business models, as well as my awareness of forthcoming innovations. Furthermore, My aspiration has always been to adopt a leisurely approach to life. Can I truly maintain this attitude upon arriving in the capital? To say nothing of the fact that should Aunt May find herself short of a song, she would undoubtedly consider seeking my assistance without compensation. Moreover, if I were to pursue my studies in the capital, my once familiar youth would be irrevocably altered. Would those brothers, with whom I have forged bonds since junior high, still remain my brothers? Observing my silence and lowered gaze, it seemed that Sister Lon Lon had an inkling of my thoughts. Yet, she likely desired to make a concerted effort. Rising to her feet, she deftly perched herself upon my lap, encircling my neck with her arms, causing an electric jolt to course through me. Although we had shared a bed, and the inevitable closeness that ensued, such boldness from Sister Lon Lon was unprecedented. The silk fabric of her sleep pants was smooth to the touch, initially cool, yet soon the warmth of her soft form, exceeding that of my own body, settled upon my thigh, rendering me momentarily bereft of coherent thought. It felt as though all my sensory awareness had converged upon that singular point. Despite my mind's abrupt cessation, my hands instinctively embraced Sister Lanlin's slender waist. Her delicate frame was supple and agile, her skin resembling the finest jade, slightly cool to the touch. How was I able to feel her bare skin? Upon my embrace, Sister Lon Lon stiffened, her back instinctively straightening, with her bosom barely inches from my face. Time seemed to both flow and stand still. Sister Lon Lon was undoubtedly contemplating some charming strategy to persuade me to join her in the capital for my studies. Yet, she likely did not anticipate such an intimate encounter would render her momentarily speechless. Although I was somewhat accustomed to such scenarios, I too was taken aback. What should follow? Initially, it was Sister Lon Lon who took the initiative. Should I now reclaim the agency? While reclaiming it posed no issue, to what extent should I pursue this? I am merely 13. Even in ancient times, I would not have reached the age considered appropriate for such romantic encounters. Yet, perhaps that is not entirely accurate. How old was Jia Baoyu, that foolish youth, when the 6th chapter of Dream of the Red Chamber unfolded? Regardless, the moment had arrived, even if I did nothing further. At the very least, a kiss was warranted. Just as I lifted my head, my hands moving to embrace Sister Lanlin's shoulders in preparation to draw her into my arms, she suddenly shifted from an embrace to a push, propelling me away and standing up. In her haste, she inadvertently jostled the tea set on the table behind her, causing the cups and teapot to tremble. The flush upon my cheeks had long since reached the roots of my ears. In Aunt May's bedroom, sounds emerged, leaving me uncertain whether she was awakened by Lanlin's movements or had been eavesdropping on us all along. Jiang Nan, Lon Lon, it's getting late. You should rest early, she advised. All right, Aunt May, I replied, while my mother chimed in, got it, Mom. The following morning at 6:30, I listened intently to the stillness in the living room before hastily changing into a fresh pair of underwear. However, while hiding in the bathroom to wash, I was caught by Aunt May, who had risen to use the restroom. Observing my embarrassed expression and the soapy underwear in the basin, she broke into a grin. Oh, Jiang Nan has grown up. Chapter 83. The audition. The term Jiang Nan, whether it referred to me or something else, remains a mystery I shall likely never unravel. This morning, I heard on the radio that the formidable Shadamu had invaded the neighboring nation of Kuwait. Suddenly, I realized I had seemingly missed an extraordinary opportunity. On August 2nd, Shadamu had occupied the entirety of Kuwait in merely 19 hours, shocking the world. Oil is the lifeblood of modern economic development and also the driving force behind contemporary militaries. Should Shadamu annex Kuwait and subsequently advance to attack the wealthy Sandar, it would be akin to seizing control of more than half of the world's oil resources, effectively choking the throats of the major industrial nations in the West. The influence of oil could dictate the economic trajectories of these industrial powers, affording them little room for maneuvering, a scenario that the United States and other leading industrial nations could not possibly tolerate. Naturally, this had no bearing on my personal affairs, yet the ensuing turmoil in global oil futures and financial markets might present a lucrative opportunity for me. However, to partake in the world financial markets, even to a modest degree, would necessitate a presence in Hong Kong. Although I had previously asked Uncle Zhang to register a company there when he had the chance, fate had taken a turn I had not anticipated. At breakfast, Aunt May noticed my lackluster mood and mistakenly attributed it to her earlier remarks, which had made me feel somewhat shy. With a twinkle in her eye, she suggested, "Would you like Lon Lon to accompany you on a tour of the capital? We could visit the Summer Palace, the Forbidden City, the Zoo, the military museum, or even the Great Wall. After all, we have a car for the company now. I shook my head. Setting aside the fact that I had visited all those places before, the sweltering summer sun made me disinclined to go anywhere. During this season, most workplaces and homes lacked air conditioning, with electric fans serving as the primary means of cooling. The most comfortable place in the capital at this time was likely the subway's entrance and exit passages, which offered shade and a breeze, proving preferable to many other locations. Aunt May, let us head to the company later. I want to hear how the song Summer Solstice has turned out. Additionally, I have another idea I'd like to discuss with you once we arrive. Subsequently, I plan to take Luo Honggang to the magical city of Shanghai to explore whether we could open a branch of the hot pot restaurant there. While establishing a hot pot restaurant in Shanghai was merely a pretext, my true intention was to visit my second sister. The girl did not return home during the winter break, claiming she wanted to save the cost of 2 train tickets and stay in Shanghai to work. At that moment, I suspected she would not return during the summer break either. Sure enough, when summer arrived, not only did she not come back, but her letters were scarce as well. She wrote just 2, one for each semester. Besides mentioning her academic progress, the remainder consisted solely of gratitude. I am unaware of how many letters she penned to Luo Honggang or what they contained. Considering the period spent in the restroom, I surmise the 2 of them had little to discuss. In my heart, I have always regarded my second sister as my future financial director. In terms of intellect, there is no one in my vicinity who surpasses her. Such a capable, astute, and utterly trustworthy individual is akin to a kite I have sent soaring into the heavens. And it is imperative that I can reel it back in. How can it be that I have not heard from her for such an extended period? Moreover, this pertains to Luo Honggang's lifelong commitment. Previously, in Weinan, he was surrounded by only Xiao Hongjia, and I was not overly concerned. However, upon arriving in the capital, the female attendants in the establishment are numerous, all in the bloom of youth. Should 1 or 2 of them seek shortcuts and throw themselves at him? And if Luo Honggang were to lose his composure and engage in a fiery affair, then what significance would my efforts to unite him with my second sister hold? Are you going to the Magic City? Before Aunt May could speak, Sister Lan Lan had already piped up, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Mom, I happen to be free in August too. I want to go. Aunt May shot a disapproving glance at Jiang Nan. Xiaonan's trip is serious business. What do you intend to do there? Merely cause a ruckus? How could I cause a ruckus? I am also a shareholder in the hot pot restaurant. I wish to contribute my ideas. Oh, my dear young lady, Luo Honggang is opening a hot pot restaurant in the capital. Aside from dining there, have you ever inquired about how he operates it? You think your ideas will be of any use? They wouldn't even pass muster here. Sister Lan Lan was taken aback by Aunt May's attitude, her lips pouting as tears began to glisten in her eyes. I quickly reached out and grasped her hand. It's all right, Aunt May. In truth, if I go to the Magic City, it is merely to explore, and since Sister Lan Lan wishes to accompany me, why not let her come along? Consider it a trip. Aunt May scrutinized me, then glanced at Sister Lan Lan, confirming my sincerity before dismissively waving her hand. You 2 can figure it out for yourselves. I'm not getting involved. On the way to the company, Sister Lan Lan and I walked hand in hand behind. Xiao Nan, didn't you just decide last night that you wanted to go to the Magic City? Last night? What about it? I wondered if she thought I was upset because she didn't let me kiss her, but that would be absurd. I am known in the realm as the honest and virtuous gentleman, the jade-faced young lord. Would I truly be irked by such trivial matters? Nonetheless, if Sister Lan Lan believes that, perhaps this trip to the Magic City may hold some promise. Upon arriving at the company, after listening to Xia Ji sing Unfortunately, at ISNTU, I felt a certain resonance, though she herself believed there was still a slight deficiency. Before my very eyes, Aunt May discussed the concert tour with Xia Ji. After some contemplation, Xia Ji nodded in agreement, selecting the initial cities of Shanghai, Chongqing, Nanjing, and Linan, to which I added Shenzhen. My intention was simply to explore whether there was a way to extend her influence to Hong Kong. After Xia Ji departed, Aunt May, Su Yao, and I turned our attention to another matter. A talent competition for singers? ISNT, the Central Television, already conducting such events every 2 years? Upon hearing my proposal for the company to initiate a singing competition among the youth in Beijing and Tianjin, both Aunt May and Su Yao expressed their astonishment. It is different. The Central Television's approach is far too formal. Many grassroots music enthusiasts find themselves unable to participate. Our format needs to be more flexible, and we cannot allow these individuals' fates to be determined by just 1 or 2 songs. I shared with them some processes and rules from talent shows I had studied in later years, and both Aunt May and Su Yao were filled with excitement. Currently, transportation is not highly developed, so we can only conduct this activity in Beijing and Tianjin for the time being. In the future, when conditions permit, we can broaden our reach to encompass the entire nation. Additionally, we must organize an original song competition. Chapter 84. The origin of Xiao Jiang Dong. The original song competition, or rather the solicitation of original songs, has always been my aspiration. Throughout the 1990s, the popular music scene in mainland China was predominantly overshadowed by that of Hong Kong and Taiwan. One can reflect on the songs from the 1990s that continue to resonate today. Most of them originated from these regions. Undoubtedly, this issue stems from the environment of popular music, cultural perceptions, and individual capabilities. But I believe a significant part of the problem lies in the absence of a suitable platform. There is no inclusive platform for singers and songwriters to showcase their work. And without discovery, appreciation, cultivation, or consumption, many will inevitably relinquish their passions when they realize these hobbies cannot serve as tools for survival. Only a fortunate few manage to capture attention and emerge as prominent figures on the musical stage over the decades. Imagine if, in the early 1990s, a short video platform had emerged in the country. Might a substantial portion of the emotionally stirring songs we hear today have originated from mainland musicians? Thus, my vision is to leverage Xingqian Entertainment to create this platform for music enthusiasts of the 1990s. Even if the initial reach of this starlight remains limited, it would illuminate a beacon amidst the fog. Our family's resources are somewhat meager, so I could request Director Chai to facilitate introductions and discussions with Beijing Television and Tianjin Television, which would enhance the appeal of their programs. I suspect they would be quite amenable to the idea. If there are financial shortcomings, could we consider selling the naming rights? Additionally, we could solicit advertisements for the on-site placements and sponsorships for the players' attire. If necessary, we can have the host mention it a few times during the event. Luo Honggang, upon hearing that I would take him to the bustling metropolis, was so thrilled that he nearly rushed back to pack his bags. However, I reassured him that I would ask you first. Since moving from Weinan to the capital, has he been sending the monthly 50 yuan to our second sister? Yes, indeed. Back in Weinan, he had the final say at the barbecue and hot pot restaurant, and no one questioned his withdrawal of 50 yuan each month to send to our second sister. However, after arriving in the capital, the ownership structure of the hot pot restaurant became more complex, and professional financial personnel took over its management. It no longer seemed appropriate for Luo Honggang to draw money from the restaurant's accounts. Fortunately, as a senior executive, his salary is slightly higher, exceeding 200 yuan monthly, allowing him to allocate 50 yuan from his salary to send to our second sister. Thankfully, he has no extravagant habits, apart from smoking. He has little else to spend on. After receiving his salary each month, he sends 100 to Grandma Luo, 50 to our second sister, and retains a few dozen yuan for himself. You should inform President Huang. Given the current popularity of the hot pot restaurant, establishing a branch in the metropolis should be prioritized. We can conduct an initial assessment during this visit. If the finances can accommodate it, we should expedite the opening of our branch in the bustling city. I was astonished at how seriously President Huang took the matter of opening a branch, as she decided to personally visit the metropolis for an assessment. Consequently, our entire delegation to the metropolis unexpectedly grew to 7 individuals. Alongside me, Sister Lan Lan, Luo Honggang, and Brother Han, Aunt May sent a manager to accompany Sister Lan Lan, and President Huang brought along a female assistant. 3 men and 4 women, a total of 7, we set forth towards the metropolis in grand fashion. Indeed, President Huang is also a woman. She appears to be in her 30s or 40s. While not strikingly beautiful, her attire and grooming are exceptionally sharp, and she carries herself with an air of confidence, clearly a woman of ambition. The manager attending to Sister Lan Lan is also a woman, under 30, with the surname Shi. I refer to her as Aunt Shi, but she kindly declined, suggesting I simply call her Sister Shi, just as Sister Lan Lan does. Although my status in the company has been somewhat revealed due to my interactions with Xia Ji, many employees remain unaware, though I presume Sister Shi is not among them. It is likely that President Huang has been briefed and knows that I, referred to as Jiang Nan by Luo Honggang and Sister Lan Lan, am a shareholder with a significant stake in the company. Therefore, while there is no flattery directed towards me, I am not treated as a mere child. Knowing I would be traveling to the metropolis, Xia Ji, to express her gratitude for my assistance in helping her find her footing, arranged for us to secure soft sleeper tickets. In this day and age, being able to travel in soft sleeper accommodations fills me with a sense of pride. However, even on an express train, it takes 14 hours, necessitating a good night's sleep on the train. With 7 individuals, we fit perfectly into 2 compartments. I sent Luo Honggang and Brother Han to the other compartment and invited President Huang to join me as we discussed the development of the hot pot restaurant. However, I cannot drive away Sister Lanlan. Fortunately, she is also a shareholder of the hot pot restaurant and is quite a prominent star, so Mr. Huang has little to say. Mr. Huang, the company needs to quickly expand our stores nationwide, but from a financial standpoint, we are not yet able to do so. Therefore, I hope you can explore a business model known as franchising. I am unsure if franchising exists in our country at this moment, but it is certainly well established abroad. You may want to look into it. I believe we can adopt this model to rapidly promote our brand across the nation. However, there is a significant challenge we currently face. We do not have many mature employees who resonate with our company's philosophy, culture, and development prospects to support this plan. I hope that by 1992, we can genuinely initiate this endeavor. Thus, the latter half of this year and the entirety of next year will serve as our preparation period. I urge Mr. Huang to seriously consider my suggestions and collaborate with the management team to devise a detailed action plan to present to the shareholders for review. Mr. Huang was momentarily taken aback by my words. She did not anticipate that after merely exchanging pleasantries in the private room, I would present her with such a substantial plan. Although it was our first meeting, her willingness to accompany me due to the simple reason of opening a branch in the Magic City indicated that someone had already informed her of my significance within the company's shareholder circle. This means that although I claim it is merely my personal opinion, I actually represent the views of the majority of the shareholders, compelling her to take it seriously. Very well, Director Xiao Jiang. Upon my return to the capital, I will consult with the management team regarding your suggestions and promptly create an action plan based on your input for the shareholders' consideration. Although the company has yet to establish a formal board of directors, Mr. Huang's address of me as Director Xiao Jiang filled me with a sense of vanity, prompting me to exchange a playful wink with Sister Lanlan. Chapter 85. Zhao Huiwan goes to university. Once Mr. Huang departed, only Sister Lanlan and I remained in the private room, and she kindly closed the door behind us. As the door shut, the atmosphere within the room became charged with ambiguity. Sister Lanlan, who had previously been so gracious in Mr. Huang's presence, now lowered her head and sat quietly. Sister Lanlan, allow me to show you something exciting. Would you care to see? Not interested. Ah, but I haven't even revealed what it is yet. Do you already know? No. Then let me pose you a riddle. Not listening. Hey, this is quite the act of non-cooperation. No worries, I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. I stood up and decisively locked the private room door. Sister Lanlan suddenly appeared a bit flustered. Jiang Nan, why did you lock the door? Hee. You refused to look at the good thing I want to show you, and you want to listen to my riddle, so now I'm preparing to. Before I could finish, Sister Lanlan abruptly closed her eyes, bit her lip, puffed out her chest, and assumed a stance of defiance, rendering me momentarily speechless. What is this? An invitation for a thief? I had originally intended merely to frighten her. Engaging with a charming young lady on the train can indeed be quite amusing. Yet crossing the line into inappropriate behavior is rather excessive. Moreover, this is the compartment of Luo Honggang and Han Go, who could return at any moment. Noticing my prolonged silence, Sister Lanlan opened her eyes, her face unexpectedly flushed. A timid soul, I thought, how could I possibly endure this? Just as I was about to take a step forward to demonstrate whether or not I was indeed timid, those 2 unwelcome companions returned. Jiang Nan. It's time for dinner. Upon our arrival at the bustling train station in the magical city, our party of 7 disembarked. To avoid the kind of fanfare often associated with celebrity sightings, I had requested Sister Lanlan to don a baseball cap, one that my father's factory produced to capitalize on the Asian Games' popularity. To my surprise, this only seemed to attract more attention. Thankfully, although Sister Lanlan had gained some renown, she still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching stardom. The onlookers were more captivated by the cap than by the pretty face concealed beneath it, which had already graced several television dramas in minor roles. Luo Honggang and I intended to seek out our second sister, and there was no point in having Jiang Nan accompany us, as it would be impractical to involve General Huang and the others. In the square, I conferred with General Huang. suggesting they explore the area and arrange to meet in 2 days. Consequently, the two groups parted ways, with the 5 of us boarding a bus toward Shuangdan. Upon arriving at the school, we exerted considerable effort to locate the dormitory of my second sister, only to find her absent. A fellow student, also remaining behind, informed us that she was working at a restaurant and would typically return quite late. It seemed today would not bear fruit. We left her a note, instructing her to wait for us in the dormitory the following morning, then checked into 3 rooms at the school's guest house, leaving our luggage behind as we ventured out to explore. In this magical city, I had heard whispers of delightful places, but like Luohonggang, I was entirely unfamiliar with my surroundings. The only locations I had ever heard of were Nanjing Road and the Bund. Fortunately, these 2 spots were not too far apart, and our exploration did not prove too exhausting. Perhaps due to its proximity to the sea, the summer temperatures in this city were surprisingly milder than in the capital, though the humidity was noticeably higher, creating a slight discomfort. However, the thrill of being in an unfamiliar city overshadowed any such inconveniences. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, we strolled leisurely towards my second sister's dormitory. From a distance, we spotted Zhao Huiwan standing below. Uncertain of our approach, my sister appeared anxious, glancing around intermittently. It was only when we drew near that she turned and noticed us, joyfully rushing over. Jiang Nan, Lan, Han Ge Gongzi. Sister sure was a new face, and my second sister was unsure how to address her, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Sister, it has been too long, Sister Lan exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Zhao Huiwan warmly, sharing a moment of intimacy. As I gazed upon Zhao Huiwan before me, I realized she bore little resemblance to the spirited young woman who had just entered university last year. Instead, she appeared somewhat like a weary housewife burdened by life's pressures. She looked even slimmer than the previous year, her clothes faded from washing, and her feet were adorned with a pair of inexpensive plastic sandals. Yet, her eyes still seemed to shimmer with a glimmer of hope. Let us not linger here. Come, let us retire to our dormitory and converse, I urged. Once we settled in the dormitory and engaged in conversation for a while, we learned of my sister's circumstances over the past year. Although she had been living at school, the cost of living in the bustling metropolis far exceeded that of Weinan by several magnitudes. Even with the monthly support of 50 yuan from Luohonggang, her financial situation remained precarious. Furthermore, as the leather factory faced increasingly difficult production challenges, the living expenses sent by Uncle Zhao occasionally arrived later than expected. Fortunately, my sister had grown accustomed to living frugally and, being a student of economics, was well aware of the national economic landscape. Even if Uncle Zhao elaborated on matters in his letters, Zhao Huiwan could easily infer the happenings at home. Meanwhile, I had managed to find a restaurant through the school's logistics department where I could work as a dishwasher. Having gained some experience from my summer job at Brother Gongzi's establishment the previous year, I was quickly accepted. For the 2 months of summer vacation, I would receive meals for 2 each day and a monthly salary of 60 yuan. After the school term commenced, I was only required to work in the evenings, earning a daily wage of 1 yuan. I quickly calculated in my mind. Even without factoring in my summer earnings, Zhao Huiwan's monthly income from her part-time work, combined with the money sent by Luohonggang and government subsidies, amounted to at least over 100 yuan. Although the living standards in the metropolis were somewhat elevated, at this juncture, over 100 yuan per month should suffice to sustain her, contrary to the evident struggles she displayed. Perhaps she was sending some of her earnings back to Uncle Zhao and Annie. However, it would be inappropriate to inquire directly, especially in the presence of so many others. I would have to wait until I returned home to discuss this with Uncle Zhao. Sister, our visit this time is not solely to see you. We also intend to explore the possibility of opening a hot pot restaurant here in the metropolis. Do you have any suggestions? Here? A hot pot restaurant? The notion took Zhao Huiwan by surprise. Although Luohonggang had mentioned the idea of opening a shop in the capital, that had only been a matter of 2 or 3 months ago. She could hardly fathom that he was already contemplating the ambitious step of establishing a restaurant in the metropolis. Chapter 86. Have you heard? During dinner that evening, I seized the opportunity to discreetly pull my sister aside. Sister, I have reliable information that by the end of the year, our country will open up securities trading, with the exchange located in the metropolis. As a student of international finance, you must have come across the saying, finance is the lifeblood of the national economy. I anticipate that as our nation progresses economically, the financial sector will experience explosive growth, Otherwise, it would not align with the pace of economic development. The establishment of the stock exchange serves as a testament to progress. I anticipate that the insurance sector will gradually liberalize as well, with state-owned, private, and even foreign insurance companies beginning to emerge. The financial industry is poised to flourish and thrive in the coming decades. However, drawing from international experience, it is essential to acknowledge the substantial risks that may accompany this growth. As a student of finance, you are undoubtedly familiar with securities trading, and I expect that your insights will deepen once the stock exchange is operational. I envision that once the exchange in our bustling metropolis is inaugurated, you might consider resigning from your current position to devote your full attention to the exchange's operations, exploring its establishment and the potential impact on our nation's economic development. Additionally, it would be worthwhile to investigate the profitability of securities trading and the means by which one can achieve financial success. Rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. I would personally hire you for this endeavor, offering a monthly stipend of 50 yuan, with the possibility of a bonus should your research yield significant results. How does that sound? Zhao Huiwan, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words, her eyes shimmering with a moist light. I raised my hand to prevent her from expressing any overly sentimental sentiments. Lan and Luo Honggang were seated at the dining table, and I wished to avoid any potential misunderstandings. While I was not particularly concerned about Luo Honggang harboring suspicions, I could not say the same for Lan. Women often tend to be suspicious, and it is wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. Sister, I assure you that my intentions in discussing this matter are genuine. I truly have a need for your assistance. Moreover, considering your expertise and the nature of our relationship, you are the only one I can trust in this bustling city. There is no rush for you to agree. Take your time to contemplate, and feel free to write to me in the future with your thoughts. My words left Zhao Huiwan momentarily speechless. If such sentiments had come from her teacher, classmates, or even someone slightly older, they would not have elicited such a reaction. Yet, when a 13-year-old middle school student speaks of economic operations with such conviction, as though they have witnessed and experienced it firsthand, it is no wonder her mind momentarily faltered. Fortunately, her prior understanding of my character reassured her that I was no ordinary middle school student. Though shocked, she maintained her composure, gazing into my earnest eyes. She pondered for a moment before nodding. Nan, thank you. I will give this serious consideration. Oh, and there's one more thing I believe you should know. After our conversation, as I returned to my seat with my sister, I recalled another important matter. The 50 yuan that Luo Honggang sends you each month does not come from the store. It is deducted from his own salary. I informed Zhao Huiwan about the changes in the hot pot restaurant's ownership structure since Luo Honggang's arrival in the capital, with the addition of more shareholders. A sound financial system has been established, and the previous sole proprietorship model has been entirely transformed. Apart from his salary, Luo Honggang currently has no means to withdraw additional funds from the accounts. Observing the contemplative expression on my second sister's face, it suddenly struck me that I ought to elucidate the matter between Luo Honggang and her. Otherwise, given Luo Honggang's somewhat naive demeanor and the fact that he and my sister are not in the same location, one can only imagine the complications that might arise if a handsome young man were to pursue Zhao Huiwan at school. Sister, did you know that Luo Laoda has harbored feelings for you for several years? This span of years is not merely a figment of my imagination. If we consider that Luo Honggang repeated a grade in elementary school for your sake, it could very well amount to 7 or 8 years, perhaps even close to a decade. It is a common misconception to believe that elementary school students are incapable of having crushes. A fellow reader once shared that he had feelings for his group leader as early as the 3rd grade. As soon as I finished speaking, my sister's face predictably flushed with color. Upon noticing my anticipation for her response, she subtly nodded. Sister, Luo Laoda is a genuine person, devoid of ulterior motives. Yet he carries a certain insecurity. Even though he likes you, he lacks the courage to express it plainly. If you do not reciprocate his feelings, it would be prudent to clarify your stance with him. You know that Luo grandma is in poor health and has been eagerly awaiting the day when Luo Honggang brings home a bride and bears grandchildren. When conversing with an astute individual, one need not be overly explicit, and Zhao Huiwan does not dawdle like Luo Honggang. By mentioning Luo grandma, regardless of Zhao Huijuan's feelings, she would inevitably have to provide Luo Honggang with a response. Oh, and regarding Luo Honggang's unfortunate bathroom mix-up, do not take it to heart. He is simply not that perceptive. At this point, Zhao Huizhuan's embarrassment reached her ears. What did you say to my sister? Why is her face so red? Upon returning to my seat, Jiang Nan leaned in to inquire. I'll tell you later, I whispered back, playfully squeezing her hand. Jiang Nan chose not to press further. That evening, after dinner, upon returning to the guest house, Jiang Nan cast a suspicious glance at my sister before calling Luo Honggang outside, promptly pushing me into my room. Xiao Nan, you must confess honestly. What did you say to my sister? Why did she call Brother Gongzi out? Well, it's quite the story, I began, recounting how Luo Honggang secretly admired Zhao Huiwan, how she borrowed money from him before entering university, and how I suggested he send her 50 yuan each month, which he could only deduct from his salary after relocating to Beijing. I shared every detail with Jiang Nan, even mentioning the incident where Luo Honggang mistakenly entered the wrong restroom and accidentally glimpsed Zhao Huiwan. Are you saying that Brother Gongzi saw Huiwan in a compromising state? Yes. Oh, will she marry Brother Gongzi? I expressed my hope that they would be together. However, in truth, such matters are not as grave as one might think. Those who marry can also divorce and remarry. Furthermore, we now live in a socialist society where the antiquated notions of chastity are no longer upheld. As long as she herself does not regard the incident as significant, no one can leverage it against her. Besides, at that time, my sister had just graduated from middle school, roughly the same age as you are now, and was still quite innocent. So what if she was seen? Just as my words trailed off, I sensed that I had overstepped. Accustomed to speaking freely with Song Xiaola and the others, I inadvertently let slip words that should have remained unspoken, inviting trouble upon myself. Just as I contemplated making my escape, I found myself firmly pressed down onto the bed by Sister Lan, who had seized my ear. How do you know that the hair hasn't fully grown? Have you seen it? Chapter 87. Zhao Huizhuan's request thus far in my life. I had only glimpsed half of it, if one could consider Miao Lei's slightly raised posterior in her small underwear as half. Regardless of whether I had truly seen anything or not, I could never admit to it, no matter the consequence. Stop pulling. Ow, that hurts. Really, please stop. How could I have seen it? Don't let your imagination run wild. I haven't even seen yours. Who else would show me? That may not be the case. I am in the capital, while you are in Weinan. Who knows if you might be secretly getting close to some other girl? That Miao Lei. Upon hearing Sister Lan mention Miao Lei, a cold sweat broke out on my back. Could it be that she knew about that incident? And what about Shui Wenqi and Lu Qi? Who could tell which one had captured your fancy? I had heard that even the first-year students in my school in the capital were already dating. As Sister Lan continued to mention Shui Wenqi and Lu Qi, I realized she was merely teasing me and did not genuinely know anything. I had to prevent her from making further assumptions, lest she conjure up some wild notions. At that moment, I lay on my back on the bed, while Sister Lan half leaned over me, one hand pressing down on my chest, preventing me from getting up, and the other tugging at my ear. Her long hair would occasionally brush against my face, causing an irritating tickle. Not only was my face tickled, but my heart was equally stirred. A delicate fragrance wafted from her, intoxicating and delightful, making my heart race uncontrollably. I extended my arms, grasping her neck with one hand while the other rested on her elbow, gently applying pressure. Suddenly, Sister Lan lost her support and fell directly onto me. We both froze in astonishment. I had never anticipated that my first kiss with Sister Lan would unfold in such a manner. I suspected my lips had been cut, as I could taste blood, but thankfully, it was confined to my mouth and did not mar my appearance. Judging by Sister Lan's expression, she likely had also bumped into something, though as the initiator, she probably had not suffered as severely as I had. What should I do now? Should I push Sister Lan away, rise to the washroom to rinse my mouth, and check in the mirror to see the extent of my injury? But then again, a fool would not behave so rationally. In such a refined and serene setting, with the atmosphere perfectly poised, how could one possibly rise? I grasped the back of Sister Lan's head, disregarding the metallic taste of blood in my mouth, and leaned in for another kiss. Sister Lan's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing again. Smack! My hand received a sharp slap. Smack, smack, consecutive strikes followed. With a push, Sister Lan sat up. Jiang Nan, you truly are a rogue. Even with a split lip, you still kiss so fiercely. Moreover, your movements are so adept. You must have practiced extensively. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. This cannot be attributed to me, for some actions are ingrained in one's very being, and at this moment, my hands merely obeyed instinct, completely detached from my conscious mind. Do not approach me. Sister Lan stood up, turned, and plopped down onto the chair at the head of the bed. Her lovely face resembled a beautiful begonia, glancing at me before immediately lowering her gaze. Her chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. I must establish 3 rules with you. What? In truth, this was also a request from my mother. Before you turn 18, you may kiss me, but below this line, she traced a line across her waist with her hand. Below this line, you must not touch. The once vibrant begonia-like face, as she spoke, transformed into a vivid red peony. Well, this is a preemptive restriction. Moreover, it was imposed by Aunt May. Fine. Although such a restriction bears no weight upon me, I am indeed not prepared to break the bounds of propriety just yet. However, some things, once commenced, must be completed. I stood, pulling Sister Lan Lan into my embrace once more. Let us confirm. When you mentioned 18, you were referring to your own 18th birthday, correct? Sister Air and Luo Honggang had just returned, exchanged pleasantries, and departed. Luo Honggang wore an expression of excitement, though it was not merely joy. It seemed to harbor something more. I instructed Sister Lan Lan to tidy her clothes and called Luo Honggang into my room. Big brother Luo, what did Sister Air say to you? Not only I, but even Jiang Nan wore a curious expression, prompting Luo Honggang to appear somewhat flustered. I have already informed Sister Lan Lan about your matter with Sister Air, so do not be shy. Speak freely, and we shall help you analyze it. Hui once said, give me a chance. She mentioned that if I could obtain a diploma from a vocational college, she would agree to be my girlfriend. Ugh, such a condition. How should I put it? It sounds rather disheartening. I surmised that even if I were to switch places with Luo Honggang, it would still be a tall order. Luo Honggang had originally attended a technical school. Even if he applied himself diligently there, akin to Sister Air's efforts in high school, the knowledge imparted was simply different. Is it truly that easy to gain admission to a university? Nowadays, universities are nothing like they were 3 decades hence, where one could scroll through short videos. Incessantly bombarded with advertisements promising that for just $2,800, an undergraduate degree could be claimed, or for $4,900, a master's degree would be at hand. Presently, whether pursuing an undergraduate or a vocational diploma, full-time or distance learning, without having diligently studied 2 to 3 years of high school curriculum, one wouldn't even receive an acceptance letter, let alone a diploma. Seeing Luo Honggan's expression resembling that of someone burdened with constipation, I realized he was likely contemplating whether this was Zhao Huiwan's subtle way of declining. Jiang Nan, you must offer me some advice on this matter. Brother, it's not that I am unwilling to provide counsel, but at this moment, I am at a loss myself. The only suggestion that springs to mind is to assist you in opening a private university. Yet, even if Sister Air intended to reject him, surely she would not do so in such a roundabout manner. I have already informed her that Luo Laoda is a complete fool. However, I must consult my second sister tomorrow to clarify the matter. Both individuals are embarking on their first romantic relationship. It is crucial that there are no misunderstandings left unspoken, as that could lead to complications later on. The following day, when I inquired with my second sister, she was indeed blushing profusely. This fool. I intended for him to diligently acquire some management knowledge, be it in business management, finance, or human resources. Your hot pot restaurant has already begun to open branches in the bustling metropolis, and who knows what scale it may develop into in the future. While he may be a vocational school graduate managing a small eatery, what role could he possibly fulfill in such a large enterprise should you expand nationwide? Furthermore, initially, the restaurant was solely run by you and Lan Lan, with just the 3 of you involved. Even if a joke were to arise, it would primarily concern your circle, posing minimal issues. However, I have heard that there are now numerous shareholders. Should he create a problem in the future, the repercussions would extend far beyond himself. I provided him with examples, suggesting that he enroll in a university, at least a college, to earnestly pursue his studies. Who would have thought he would interpret it in such a manner? Although both parties are directly involved, the speaker and the listener can arrive at entirely different understandings. Nevertheless, I must commend my second sister. Not only is she an academic achiever, but over the past year, she has also endured the trials of society, sharpening her logical perspective to nearly match my own. At the very least, in the matter concerning Luo Honggang, I could sense that my second sister was wholly considering the situation from his standpoint. This is indeed a positive development. Chapter 88. Returning home, the trip to the metropolis concluded swiftly. With the assistance of my second sister and the professional insights of General Huang, we have pinpointed a general location for the branch. Once the main store in the capital regains its footing, arrangements will be made for personnel to come here. Besides this, There remains the matter between Luo Honggang and Zhao Huiyuan. Frankly, I did not anticipate that the issues between the eldest and second brothers could be resolved so effortlessly. After a dinner together, they strolled around the campus for less than 2 hours, and soon it seemed like a glimmer of hope had appeared. I surmised that the foundation built from their childhood friendship, coupled with Luo Honggang's unwavering monthly support of 50 yuan, played a significant role. However, for me personally, the most pivotal aspect of this trip to the metropolis was not selecting the site for the branch or resolving the issues between Luo Honggang and Zhao Huiyuan, but rather discovering the boundaries of Sister Lanlan. Regardless of what one undertakes, knowing the limits of the other party allows for myriad possibilities. For instance, if Sister Lanlan states that nothing below her waist can be touched, then I can, content restricted, gifts may unlock further details. After bidding farewell to Sister Lanlan and General Huang at the train station in the metropolis, I instructed my second sister to simply resign from her job. Having taken a few days off, it remains uncertain how much would be deducted from her pay, and it is hardly worth enduring that frustration. However, my second sister remarked that the boss is quite decent and usually refrains from unfairly deducting the waitstaff's wages. She is determined to complete her 2-month stint over the summer. Let it be, I thought. Luo Honggang, Hanggu. And I lingered in the bustling metropolis for merely an additional day before embarking on our journey back to Weinan the following morning. There are no direct trains from the metropolis to Weinan. We had to disembark at Shandong and transfer. Upon our arrival at the Shandong train station, we switched to a bus bound for Weinan at the square in front of the station. As I gazed at the advertisement for Beibeigia hanging from the building across the street, featuring a grand portrait of Sister Lanlan, an inexplicable wave of emotion surged within me. The advertisement crafted for Beibeigia by Sister Lanlan was under a contract I had spearheaded, one that stipulated a 3-year engagement at no cost. This decision was made partly due to Beibeigia's financial constraints and partly to avoid future tax complications, considering the inadequacies of the current tax system in our country. However, what once seemed a brilliant contract now felt like a thorn in my heart. Nonetheless, it is essential to remember that Uncle Zhang is still Sister Lanlan's father. Even though he and we have parted ways, and despite Aunt May's explicit intention to seek retribution for me, the blood ties between Sister Lanlan and Uncle Zhang remain unalterable. Therefore, regardless of whether the contract spans 3 or 5 years, or whether it involves payment or is pro bono, Sister Lanlan's role as a spokesperson is likely to remain unchanged. Moreover, when Uncle Zhang redeemed his shares, the price he offered was not negligible. In hindsight, based on what I have come to understand in later years, holding 60% of the shares could potentially yield tens of millions in the future. Yet, at the inception of the company, Uncle Zhang's investment of over 300,000 was indeed generous. Despite this awareness, a lingering discomfort resided in my heart. Noticing my silence as I stared at Sister Lanlan's imposing portrait, Luo Honggang seemed to sense my thoughts and walked over, placing an arm around my shoulders. Jiang Nan. While Uncle Zhang may not have been entirely just, he is fair enough. We invested merely 6,000 and received back 120,000, 20 times our initial investment. Let bygones be bygones, don't dwell on it. I nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent as I turned and followed Luo Honggang into the bus station with my luggage in tow. Yet, in my mind, I pondered a question that required contemplation. In future collaborations, should I adopt a more controlling approach, or should I prioritize commercial principles over personal sentiments? Upon returning to Weinan, Hanggu and I parted ways at the bus station, each heading home. The human-powered tricycle that ferried us brought us back to the leather factory's residential compound, where my home was locked tight. Retrieving the key from a flower pot by the door, I placed my luggage inside and then locked the door behind me. Making my way straight to the location of Luo Honggang's former barbecue stall, which is now where my mother sells cold noodles. In the afternoon, having missed the lunch rush, I found my mother and Aunt Guiqin sitting beneath the electric fan, enjoying the cool air, while the stove in the back was still ablaze, likely steaming something. Upon seeing me part the curtain and enter, my mother instantly perked up, rising swiftly and approaching me in quick strides. "Oh dear, my son has returned," she exclaimed. "Oh, Jiang Nan is back. Come, sit down and cool off." Aunt Guiqin also stood up in greeting. My mother guided me beneath the fan, fetching a small stool for me to sit upon, and bringing over her enamel mug filled with cooled boiled water. "Jiang Nan, how did you return? Did Aunt May send someone to fetch you?" "No, Brother Gang and Brother Han happened to have not returned home for a while. So the three of us came back together. They were just visiting family. Oh, that's splendid. By the way, how is Aunt May? Has Lon Lon grown taller? Mother, didn't you just see them during the spring festival? In just 6 months, if she grows any taller, she'll be off to model. What is wrong with modeling? Your sister Lon Lon is beautiful. She could be a model, an actress, anything she desires, unlike you. Hey, what is wrong with me? Aihua. The Lon Lon you are speaking of is the daughter of head nurse May from the county hospital, the one who sang during the spring festival gala, right? After dinner that evening, my mother mentioned that Grandma Luo had caught a chill a few days ago and had been coughing. I have been too busy at the shop to find the time, but Huiwan's mother accompanied her to the county hospital to get some medicine. I wonder how she is doing. Let us go visit her shortly. Oh, all right. In my previous life, during these years, Luo Honggang gradually devolved into a petty rogue, and Grandma Luo's health began to deteriorate. One day, Luo Honggang was suddenly arrested for robbery and intentional injury, and Grandma, overwhelmed with fear, fell ill and soon passed away. In this life, such external factors will not reoccur, yet the internal causes of Grandma's health remain. I feel compelled to speak with Luo Honggang, urging him to take Grandma to the hospital for a thorough examination. She should merely have caught a chill and, after taking her medicine, has improved significantly, though she still seems a bit short of breath. I wonder if she had any lingering ailments from her youth. Aihua and Jiang Nan are here. Upon seeing my mother and me, Grandma Luo's face lit up with joy. She had been reclining in a chair, attempting to sit up with her hands. But my mother hurried over to gently press her back down. Aunt Luo, it's not necessary to get up. We are not strangers. The following day, with my parents having left, Luo Honggang took me out to the street, seeking a cold drink stall. Ever since we began selling snowflake yogurt, the number of cold drink vendors has surged, especially in bustling areas like the sports stadium and outside the county's first high school. Small shops have begun to trend with thermos containers selling orange juice and sour plum soup. I never anticipated that a minor experience in my entrepreneurial journey would instigate such a wave. Jiang Nan, I no longer wish to stay in the capital. I want to come back. What do you think? Why? I was taken aback that Luo Honggang's request was of this nature. My grandmother, being advanced in age and alone, instills in me a sense of fear. This is the underlying reason. To be honest, I had not contemplated this matter until yesterday, when my mother took me to visit Grandmother Luo. As soon as Luo Hong spoke of it today, I instantly grasped the situation. Eldest, I understand. Yet I am perplexed by a question that I wonder if you have considered. Second sister encourages you to study diligently. If you remain in Wei Nan, what will your purpose be? Upon my utterance, Luo Hong's expression shifted, realizing there was another aspect he had overlooked, and his demeanor visibly drooped. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted one, and after lighting it, fell into a contemplative silence. I, too, had no satisfactory answers. After sharing a prolonged silence with Luo Hong, I suddenly recalled that my father had also pursued distance learning. Perhaps I should inquire with him, as he might offer some guidance. However, even if the educational dilemma can be resolved, what will you do in Wei Nan? Will you continue selling barbecue and hot pot? Truthfully, selling barbecue and hot pot is a viable option. Initially, I encouraged him to venture into this business with aspirations akin to the renowned chain, Heideleo, aiming to expand throughout the capital, Shanghai, and even globally. One day, the goal was to go public. Yet, the hot pot establishment in the capital has already made significant strides along that path. Do I wish to create another dining empire, only to have it compete against itself in the future? No. Jiang Nan, you know that I studied machining and fitting in technical school. At that time, I chose these trades simply because I was drawn to them. Although running a hot pot restaurant provides a sustainable income, I cannot shake the feeling that this is not my true passion. You understand my sentiment, do you not? I would appreciate your insights. Perhaps you can help me devise something related to these trades. I had not anticipated that Luo Hong was an idealistic young man. However, machining and fitting, brother, these two professions are synonymous with a laborer's identity. Even if you achieve great success and become a distinguished craftsman, you will still remain a mere cog in the machine of labor. As I observed Luo Hong, I envisioned him in the future, clad in a greasy work uniform, gloves on, hunched over a lathe, fabricating machine parts. You have noticed that I have been silent for quite some time, and Luo Hong appeared somewhat embarrassed. Since that summer 2 years ago, under my guidance, he has thrived and earned a considerable sum. While it may pale in comparison to Uncle Zhang, it far surpasses the earnings of the majority of individuals in this era, who earn less than 100 yuan a month. Even if he were to cease all endeavors now, With his stake in the hot pot restaurant, he and grandmother Luo could lead a comfortable life. Furthermore, in these times, lucrative business opportunities are scarce. Xiaoqi, there is no need for you to feel burdened. You have already assisted me immensely, and I am deeply grateful, keeping it all in my heart. It is of no consequence if you cannot think of anything at the moment. Even if I were to pedal a tricycle at the bus station, I could still earn a few coins each day. Indeed, earning 3 to 5 yuan in a day from pedaling is quite feasible. If one happens to assist with deliveries to a local shop, one might even make 10 or 8 yuan. However, this is purely labor-intensive work. To quote a common phrase from martial arts novels, this requires training in the bitter cold of winter and the sweltering heat of summer, regardless of whether one faces the elements or the biting frost. Missing even a single day means going without food for that day. Brother, while you may be sturdy, have you truly considered this? I need not elaborate. After a year of this, you would likely find yourself akin to those brothers in the third world of Africa. Moreover, do you plan to pedal a tricycle to court Zhao Huiwan? Even if the second sister says nothing, do you believe you could win over Aunt Zhao? Though she has watched you grow up, if you were to ask her to introduce you to a partner, she would certainly paint a rosy picture. Yet when it comes to her own daughter, she would never compromise. Pedaling a tricycle. A tricycle? What about a modified motorized tricycle? Is this a viable endeavor? Hold on. Modifying vehicles has always tread the thin line of legality in our country. We need to consult someone about this. By the way, Lao Luo, don't you know how to repair motorcycles? Seeing me silent for a while, Luo Honggang felt somewhat disheartened, not expecting my sudden question to leave him momentarily bewildered. After a brief pause, he finally responded, "Repair motorcycles? I cannot. Back in technical school, there was a class on mechanical structures, and I believe they studied motorcycle repairs. But I am not skilled in that area. Boss, I have just contemplated this and have formed a vague idea. However, whether it can be executed remains to be seen. And I cannot undertake this alone. At the very least, I need someone knowledgeable about motorcycle repairs to assist. Here is my suggestion. I will seek out information. And you should inquire among your classmates to see if anyone is willing to join you in this venture. Remember to seek those who are honest and trustworthy. Avoid those who are overly cunning. Additionally, regarding your decision not to return to the capital, you must at least inform Brother Han and Sister Hong. They accompanied you to the capital, so you owe them an explanation for your sudden change of plans. Furthermore, even if you truly decide against working at the hot pot restaurant in the capital, you must return at least once to properly hand over your responsibilities. Although you are a shareholder, once a company is established, there are rules to follow. All right, I understand. Rest assured, I will speak with Brother Han this afternoon. Upon hearing my idea, despite the uncertainty of its feasibility, Luo Honggang's mood quickly shifted from despondence to excitement. Chapter 90. Sealing the path regarding the modification of a tricycle motorcycle. Whom should I consult? Based on experiences from later years, vehicle modifications generally fall under the jurisdiction of the traffic police and the vehicle management office, so I should reach out to Uncle Chui. However, this pertains to the modification of a personal vehicle at home. Should you desire to modify it for sale, it would then fall under the category of industrial products. Whom should one inquire about this? After much contemplation, I could not identify a suitable individual and thus decided to consult Old Chui. Modifying motorcycles? What a ridiculous notion. You certainly possess some ideas that seem quite reasonable, yet others are utterly impractical. Seizing the opportunity before school commenced, I made my way to the police station and located Old Chui's office. Upon seeing me approach, Old Chui initially appeared quite pleased, but upon hearing my inquiry, his expression quickly shifted to one of disapproval. Without delving into whether it is permissible by the state, even if I were to grant you a green light, did you not consider the current market price of a motorcycle before proposing such an idea? Not to mention, it would cost at least 7 or 8,000 yuan, if not over 10,000. After your modifications, what price do you expect to sell each one for? Do you genuinely believe anyone would willingly spend upwards of 10,000 yuan to purchase your modified three-wheeled motorcycle, only to use it for menial labor at the bus or train station? While some of Old Chui's assertions were not entirely accurate, they served as a reminder. Although there are indeed individuals in later times who drive Audi A8s or Maserati executives as dedicated vehicles, such cases remain rare. I had not considered the exorbitant prices of motorcycles today. In truth, it is not just motorcycles. Cars are also quite costly. Our nation is yet to achieve self-sufficiency in production, and even joint ventures in the northern regions produce limited mechanical products, with prices currently soaring. Alas, this avenue appears unfeasible. Before I departed, old Shui imparted one last piece of advice. Remind your father that I have been a bit busy lately. I shall invite him for drinks in a few days. I casually acknowledged this without inquiring further, feeling rather dejected as I exited the police station. What was I to do? The police station was not far from the bus station, so I ambled over. A long-distance coach arrived, and those seeking work swarmed the bus doors like insects, clamoring to attract the disembarking passengers. Alas, the income remains meager. In our small town, aside from the public security and judicial institutions, there are not many private motorcycle riders. Expecting these workers to spend over 10,000 yuan on a three-wheeled motorcycle for labor is indeed unrealistic. This is not a scenario from 2 or 3 decades hence, when every household would possess a vehicle, regardless of its class. In a nation of 1.4 billion, with a car ownership of merely 100 million, even bicycles have become tools for exercise. Many families now own 2 vehicles, one gasoline and one electric, with some even having a third. In my own household, I possess a gasoline vehicle, while my father has an electric one, an elderly-friendly model. The elderly-friendly model? Suddenly, an idea dawned upon me. The elderly-friendly model. The elderly-friendly model. A series of lead-acid batteries forming a battery pack, welding a compartment, and outfitting it with a motor and power controller. Although this entire setup would still cost around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, it is significantly cheaper than a motorcycle. Moreover, while fuel prices are not yet a yuan per liter, electricity is even more economical. The elderly-friendly model. Old Jiang. No, little Jiang. Who cares about them? I'm just happy. The motorized tricycle 1T let me modify it, but I manufacture electric tricycles. Let us see if they can still control that. With this new development, even if they wanted to impose regulations, they wouldn't find the laws to do so. First, I'll seize the opportunity to earn some money. I excitedly rushed home, retrieved some paper, sketched a simple model, and set off to find Luo Honggang. However, he wasn't back yet. I didn't know if he had gone to find Han or was with his classmates. Only Grandma Luo was at home. Nan, are you looking for Gongzi? He hasn't returned yet. Have you eaten? You can have a meal here with Grandma Luo. At that moment, I was too exhilarated to think about food. After exchanging pleasantries with Grandma Luo, I turned and left the Luo household. Yet, with Luo Honggang still absent, I found myself with nowhere to go and didn't wish to wait idly at home. After wandering around the yard a couple of times, I figured I'd head to my mother's place for a bowl of cold noodles. Even if I wasn't hungry now, I would be soon enough. As I strolled through the streets and alleys, I noticed a group of 6 or 7 individuals gathered ahead, unsure of what they were up to. As I approached, I discovered it was a few local ruffians extorting 2 children slightly older than myself, and the leader was unmistakably Feng Sen. This familiar little thug had a pockmarked face, bearing the unmistakable signs of youthful acne. A faint fuzz adorned his lips, his nose was dotted with blackheads, and his swollen eyes were framed by a head of permed curls. He wore a gaudy short-sleeved shirt, buttoned only at the bottom 2 buttons, exposing a significant portion of his chest. With a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his mouth, the smoke wafted into his eyes. Upon hearing a voice from behind, he squinted one eye and turned his head. What the hell, he saw me. In a previous life, I had managed to avoid being extorted by Feng Sen due to Luo Honggang, but I had heard plenty about their exploits from others. According to classmates who had unfortunate encounters with them, if they didn't see you, the best course of action was to turn and run, effectively escaping a dire fate. However, if they spotted you and you attempted to flee, you would be in serious trouble. If you didn't manage to get away, you could expect a couple of kicks, a few slaps, and an emptying of your pockets. But if you did escape, don't rejoice too soon. They would wait for you in the places you frequented, often for an extended period, ensuring you would still face consequences, demanding at least a few dollars before they would relent. The only way to truly evade them was to disappear completely, leaving them unable to track you down. Until one day they forgot about you altogether. Stop, don't run. Let me think, whose young master is this? Feng Sen sauntered over, cigarette in mouth. His gait exaggerated as he squinted and leered. What had happened to him to walk like that? Though I recognized Feng Sen, my familiarity with him was limited to hearsay about his notorious deeds. Watching him approach like a toad, I couldn't help but silently criticize him. As the saying goes, just as the words were spoken, swift as the wind, Feng Sen approached me in mere moments, circling around me twice, appraising me with keen eyes. You must be the child of Director Jiang from the knitting factory, am I right? To my astonishment, this rascal truly recognized me. Yet, It could also be attributed to the notoriety of my father. After all, for over a year now, the knitting factory and the woodworking factory, both county-owned enterprises, have emerged as leaders in business operations within Waynon County, overshadowing numerous provincial and municipal enterprises. Just before the Spring Festival, my father was honored as an outstanding cadre by the Industrial Bureau, a commendable leader in enterprise. Uncle Lou remarked that if the knitting factory continued to maintain its current momentum, my father would undoubtedly secure a position as a representative in the Provincial People's Congress during the upcoming elections. Regrettably, whether as a future provincial representative or as an esteemed enterprise leader, such titles offered little solace against the petty thugs eager to seize my money. I recognized him. It was better to comply than to risk both losing my money and facing violence. I knew it was you, young Master Jiang. I have heard that the knitting factory currently offers exceptionally high wages, around $400 to $500 a month. As the factory director, your father must be earning at least $2,000, right? I am not aware. Utter nonsense. How could the knitting factory afford to pay $400 to $500 a month? My father, as the director, earns approximately $300 in total, including salary and bonuses, while an ordinary worker, if fortunate, might earn $240. However, such truths were not for Feng San to hear. It was best to feign ignorance and evade the conversation. Unaware, you say? Despite being a head shorter than him, Feng San's youthful countenance, with slender arms and legs, still betrayed his boyhood. He shook his head in disappointment. Little friend, you ought to take an interest in your father's affairs. How can you be a worthy son if you do not even know how much he earns?